Your spiritual energy should be depleted by now. Besides, a 7 martial divine art like divine illumination, using it twice in one day is already your limit. The current you, Chin Mo, is just a half-dead fish on a cutting board. Chin Mo, come and die. With a fierce shout from Yu-Ru, the 4 family heads charged like lightning. These 4 represented the strongest power in Yanyang today. Chin Mo still looked at the 4 indifferently, making no move. Then Chin Mo threw his head back and laughed like a badan. The laughter echoed above the divine hall. You dare to act so presumptuously here. I, Chin Mo, am Chin Yanan's son. So killing you is as easy as turning my hand. Blood sacrifice barrier, Chin Mo suddenly chowed. And a thick bloody light erupted from his entire body. In an instant the divine hall was shrouded in a strange and terrifying blood-red glow. Ji Chen and the others looked at Chin Mo in horror. Does this kid not want to live? Yu-Ru and the others were completely stunned. Ancient martial divine art, divine illumination. Chin Mo's eyes snapped open, and a ray of light shot out from them. Wherever it passed there was only rubble. At this moment the family heads realized that Chin Mo's target was not them, but the entire divine hall. The divine hall was the symbol of power for the 5 great divine families in the mid-martial world. Chin Mo was going to completely destroy the foundation of the divine families. The 4 divine family heads were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, hurriedly trying to stop Chin Mo. If the Chin family blames us, none of us will have a good end. At this time, Chin Mo was like a man possessed. Even if it meant shedding his last drop of blood, he would destroy this divine hall. Before long, the situation was completely out of control. Seeing this, Yu-Ru hurriedly fled the divine hall. Ji Chen looked at Chin Mo's figure unwillingly, gritting his teeth. At the last moment of the hall's collapse, Chin Mo's eyes had gone blind, but he smiled because it was all over. Ji Chen and the others were stunned. The fire from the divine hall almost burned to the sky. The divine hall was completely destroyed. Ji Chen looked at the collapsed divine hall and said in a panic, "Although we escaped, how do we explain this to the Chin family?" Murong Feng said that since killing Chin Mo was the Chin family's arrangement, Chin Mo must have died inside today, so the Chin family probably wouldn't blame them. A few hours later, Chin Mo walked with hollow eyes, the countless wounds on his body having already clotted. After walking for an unknown amount of time, he heard someone coughing in a shop and slowly groped his way inside, following the sound. Chin Mo arrived at the door and shouted loudly, "Hey, I want wine, meat and food, hurry up." A group of familiar figures was sitting in the shop, but since Chin Mo was now blind, he couldn't see them. The people inside were none other than Chin Mo's grandparents, Lord Long, Lady Luo and Lord Lu. Seeing Chin Mo in this state, their hearts ached for him. "Big Mouth Lu, get him something to eat." At this moment, Chin Mo was so hungry he couldn't describe it. He grabbed the food and stuffed it into his mouth. Suddenly, a familiar taste from the wine and meat immediately sobered Chin Mo up. How could someone cook dishes that tasted exactly like Lord Lu's? After saying this, he wearily slumped onto the table. Beside him, Lady Luo blamed Long Yihan. "Chin Mo was on the verge of death and you only told us now. If anything happens to this child, I'll make you wish you were dead every day." Looking at Chin Mo, who was lying on the bed with only a breath left, Lord Lu couldn't help but cry out, "We shouldn't have let Chin Mo return to the city in the first place." Under his grandmother's care, Chin Mo's injuries had stabilized, but since he had forcibly used the ancient martial divine art 3 times, his eyes would still need time to recover. Afterwards, the group sat down to discuss whether to take Chin Mo back to the Sword Wasteland. Lord Long was the first to object. "A good man's ambition lies in all 4 corners of the world. He should go out and make his own way. Then I'll step in and help Mo destroy the Chin family." Lord Long shook his head and waved his hand. "Some things Chin Mo must experience for himself. If the 5 of us come out of the mountains, the martial arts world of Huasha will surely fall into chaos. The Chin family is Chin Mo's great tribulation, and only he can overcome it. No one can help him." Lady Luo suddenly thought of something at this moment. "It seems the only way is to spread the news that Chin Mo has obtained the high martial certificate. Let Chin Yanan's men from the Mo group know and have them find Moer and help him. We'll talk about these things back in the wilderness. It's getting late, we should go." Before leaving, Lady Luo kissed Chin Mo's forehead and then placed a secret manual under his pillow. "This is the Luo family's ancient martial divine art, and it's the only thing I can leave you. Chin Mo, you must study this manual well." After speaking, the group slowly left. The next morning, Chin Mo was awakened by the sunlight from the window. He could clearly feel that the injuries on his body had been healed, and his eyes seemed to be repairing themselves automatically. This couldn't help but make Chin Mo think of Lady Luo. But on second thought, Grandma should be in the Sword Wasteland at this time. How could she appear in Yanyang? Just then a book suddenly fell from the head of the bed. Chin Mo picked it up and saw that it was an ancient martial divine art. He then thought to himself, how can there be a real ancient martial divine art in this desolate land? So he decided to put it away for now, as he could use it to fool people later. Now it was time to settle the score with the Yi family. At this time, in the Bailing restaurant in Yanyang, 3 groups of young people with the character Mo printed on their chests were neatly lined up. The leader was Chin Peng. He had learned from Senior Long Wu that Chin Mo had obtained a high martial slot, so he immediately gathered the members of the group. After hearing this, Ping Yi excitedly said to his brothers, "Then what are we waiting for? Our brothers from all over the country have gathered. Let's go meet the young master and help him deal with the Chin family." As per Senior Long Wu's declaration 20 years ago, after speaking, Long Wu waved to the brothers behind him. "On behalf of young Master Chin, I announce the first mission. go to Bati Pharmaceutical Company to meet the young master and assist him in fighting against the High Marshal Qin family. The second day of the new year was supposed to be a time for reunion, but on that day, Qin Mo declared war on the entire mid-martial world. At this time, the Yi family was peaceful. They all believed that when the Divine Hall was destroyed, even if Qin Mo didn't die, he was completely crippled. Just then, a card carrying a terrifying energy suddenly pierced through the bodies of two house servants. The two instantly fell into a pool of blood. The card was also firmly stuck in the ground. Yi Qing picked up the card, which suddenly shone brightly. It was Qin Mo's calling card to the Yi family. He invited the Yi family to the Hong family estate for a talk. The Yi family had just annihilated the Hong family, and Qin Mo sent such a calling card. This was clearly a blatant provocation. Yi Qing trembled with anger holding the card, thinking that it was impossible for Qin Mo to recover from his injuries in such a short time. He then sent people to contact all the mid-martial families and spread the news that Qin Mo had declared war on the mid-martial world. Yi Qing wanted to completely eradicate this cancer in Yanyang. In the blink of an eye, the news of Qin Mo's declaration of war on the mid-martial world spread quickly. At this time in the Hong family compound, Qin Mo had already arrived to pay his respects to the deceased members of the Hong family. Before long, all the major families of the mid-martial world had arrived. This fierce battle not only concerned the interests of the martial arts world but also affected the interests of many parties. At this moment, Do Fengyao was supporting her family head, staring intently at the compound. They thought, is Qin Mo crazy? Because he was now alone. How could he possibly fight against the entire mid-martial world? Everyone was baffled by Qin Mo's declaration of war. Even if Qin Mo was very strong, he was facing the entire mid-martial world. Everyone felt that there was something wrong with Qin Mo's brain. The four family heads slowly walked into the Hong family compound, and the onlookers made way for them. Everyone subconsciously bowed in respect. The heads of the Yi, Qian, Go, and Zhao families, these four, led by the Yi family, represented the strongest combat power of the mid-martial world under the gods. At this moment, Qin Mo poured the last cup of wine on the snow and said a toast to the tombstone of the Hong family head. You can all rest in peace. Today I will avenge you all. Qin Mo looked coldly at Yi Qing behind him. The new year has arrived. It's also time to worship the ancestors. Has the Yi family head brought a gift? Yi Qing laughed contemptuously. Mr. Qin is really forgetful. My Yi family has my Yi family's ancestors. I've never heard that the Yi family needs to worship other people's ancestors. At this time, spiritual energy surged within Qin Mo's body as he calmly looked at Yi Qing. It doesn't matter if you didn't bring any. Then I'll just use the 74 lives of your Yi family to pay respects to the 74 lives of the Hong family. Hearing this, Yi Qing was so angry he laughed. Do you think my Yi family are all pushovers? Qin Mo, you think you can just wipe us out? After speaking, the four top mid-martial family heads suddenly unleashed their powerful strength and they suddenly attacked Qin Mo. The crowd couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The experts at the peak of the martial path were so terrifying. They joined forces to attack Qin Mo. It seemed Qin Mo was going to die in the Hong family estate this time. Yi Qing could clearly feel that Qin Mo's strength had greatly increased during this period. He instructed the other family heads not to hold back. If Qin Mo didn't die today, he would be an endless source of trouble. Qin Mo stood calmly on the spot. The Qian family head was the first to reach Qin Mo, and a terrifying energy from his palm rushed towards him. Just as he was about to succeed, Qin Mo raised his hand and waved. With a loud bang, the Qian family head instantly vomited blood and was sent flying by Qin Mo. Yi Qing was also greatly shocked by this. The Qian family head was at the peak of the martial path great perfection realm. How could he be so easily defeated today? Qin Mo looked at the four with cold eyes. The four great family heads of the mid-martial world are nothing special. How about this? The four of you kneel down and I will reward you each with a cup of wine. Yi Qing gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Qin Mo, do you really think my martial world has only this much strength? Qin Mo smiled calmly. No matter what resources you have in the face of my Qin Mo's absolute strength, it is all in vain. Qin Mo's words completely enraged the four of them. Yi Qing roared, set up the formation. The four family heads quickly formed a formation. Peak martial path great perfection combination martial art mid-martial Xingqian formation. As his voice fell, a god was instantly summoned from the heavens. The onlookers' mouths hung open in shock. The Yi family head actually had such a killer move. This was a god general level figure. How could Qin Mo possibly win? Qin Mo looked up at the giant god Xingqian descending from the sky, his face showing some admiration. Apart from the ancient tomb, this was the first time he had seen a legendary god general. Yi Qing laughed loudly at this time. Qin Mo, have you wet your pants? Hurry up and kneel down to beg me for mercy. My Yi family can give you a quick death. Hearing this, Qin Mo slowly raised his dragon cold sword and glanced coldly at the laughing Yi Qing and the others. There are gods 3 feet above one's head. Your Yi family has done all sorts of evil deeds. How are you worthy of commanding a god? Qin Mo raised the dragon cold sword above his head and shouted, Zhanghan sword art ice domain. The dragon cold sword danced, stirring up a furious snowstorm that formed a blizzard around Qin Mo. Yi Xing laughed loudly upon seeing this. Qin Mo, you're too naive. You think you can block Xingqian's divine will with just your ice domain. What a pipe dream. The ice domain alone is indeed not enough. Then Chin Mo's spiritual energy suddenly gathered in his palm. Martial art, indestructible snow domain. With a loud bang, the two snow domains collided with the god general's giant porcelain body, instantly causing a violent tremor on the scene. Chin Mo roared, "Return the gods to their peace, do not disturb my mortal pure land." His spiritual energy spread out again, and with a lift of his finger, Xingtian finally couldn't withstand the impact and was sent back to the heavens by Chin Mo's finger. Yi Qing and the others stared with wide eyes, unable to believe this was real. This was a martial art researched by the Qin family's ancestor. How could it lose? At this moment everyone was stunned. Even the 4 family heads of the divine families stared intently. This genius Chin Mo was truly a once-in-a-millennium talent. From the very beginning he wanted to use the strongest destructive force of nature to deal with Xingtian. Hearing this, Yuchi Lai also frowned and said, "If this person is not eliminated, he will surely be a great threat to the divine families." Just as Yi Qing was about to leave, his feet were instantly frozen by Chin Mo. Yi Qing's face turned pale and his voice trembled as he said, "Chin Mo, I was wrong, please spare me. I have something to discuss with you." The other 2 family heads who had accompanied the Yi family head saw this and instantly panicked, hurriedly distancing themselves from Yi Qing. They claimed it was all Yi Qing, that old bastard who had threatened them to come. After speaking, Chin Mo stepped on Yi Qing's face. Yi Qing let out a painful scream. Then Chin Mo looked sharply at the 2 and said, "As long as I let you go, you're willing to do anything for me, right?" The 2 family heads, seeing that Chin Mo seemed to be softening, nodded and said they were willing to do anything. Chin Mo's eyes began to turn fierce. He lightly praised the 2's words, then raised his hand and pointed at Yi Qing. "Then now I want you to wipe out the entire Yi family." At this moment Yi Qing gritted his teeth and looked at Chin Mo, not daring to make a sound. The 2 family heads, upon hearing this, stood as if struck by lightning, rooted to the spot, not knowing what to do. The next second, Chin Mo's dragon cold sword was pointed directly at their necks. The family heads offered a friendly reminder, "I wasn't discussing with you just now. I hope you can make the right choice before your heads fall." As soon as his voice fell, the few of them hurriedly agreed with Chin Mo. "Kill all the people of the Yi family." Chin Mo shouted at them, "Kill the entire Yi family, bring their heads and place them before the Hong family's sacrificial altar. If a single head is missing, use people from your own families to make up for it." At this moment Yi Qing was already in tears, his face filled with fear and terror. "Please don't touch my wife and children." But Chin Mo just said coldly, and he said it very seriously. He asked Yi Qing, "When you annihilated the entire Hong family, did you ever think that you would also suffer such a fate one day?" As soon as his voice fell, the dragon cold sword rose, drew a sharp line of light, and Yi Qing's head immediately rolled to the ground, his blood staining the white snow red. Then Chin Mo wiped the snow off the Hong family head's tombstone and placed Yi Qing's head in front of it. Before long, all the heads of the Yi family were brought up. Everyone present was momentarily horrified. Had Chin Mo fallen into the demonic path, the Yi family was truly finished this time. Suddenly the sound of cars came from a distance. 2 cars filled with the heads of the Yi family drove up. And Chin Mo had someone offer them before the tombs of the Hong family members. Seeing that the Yi family's matter was resolved, Chin Mo called out the old man hidden behind him. The old man was holding a newborn baby in his arms. The people present instantly recognized the old man as the old butler of the Hong family. The few of them looked at the child in his arms in shock. At this time the old man spoke, "Fellow martial artists, my Hong clan has not been extinguished. This is the biological son of the Hong family head. The young master's name is Hong Zhongqian." Chin Mo took the child from the old butler's hands, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone present. "From now on, this child will establish the Hong family on his own as the #1 family in the mid-martial world. Before he grows up, I will arrange for people to handle all matters. Anyone with objections had better stand up now. If you still want to cause trouble in the future, the Yi family will be your fate." Everyone present knelt down and expressed that they had no objections. "From now on we will follow Hong Zhongqian's lead." From this day on the Yi family was annihilated. The great reshuffle of the mid-martial families had begun. Those who had once mocked Chin Mo, now one by one like pugs, fawned over Chin Mo in various ways. The people of the lower and mid-martial worlds witnessed with their own eyes how Chin Mo, with his own strength, opened a new era led by the Hong clan. Not long after, Chin Mo came to the back mountain of Qingjing University to pay respects to Shi Lu, who was killed by the Yi family. At this moment a rustling sound came from behind, causing Chin Mo to frown instantly. Chin Mo turned around and saw that it was Senior Long Wu, followed by a group of neatly dressed members of the Mo group. From the aura emanating from them, Chin Mo knew that these people had all reached the peak of the martial path Great Perfection realm. This couldn't help but make Chin Mo nervous. Did they come to fight me over the Yi family's matter? At this time Long Wu, wearing a Mo character badge, respectfully said to Chin Mo, "We came here today specifically to acknowledge you as our master. The Mo group has now been reorganized and is willing to serve young Master Chin for life." Chin Mo was at a loss upon hearing this. When did he have a Mo group and become their master? Then Long Wu began to explain. The Mo group was founded 20 years ago, led by Chin Mo's father, and consisted of 40 of Washa's strongest rogue cultivators. Those cultivators are us now. Back then, when Yanyang was in chaos, Chin Mo's parents were being hunted. In order not to affect our Mo group, he disbanded us on the spot. But before he left Yanyang, he said one thing. He said his son's name was Chin Mo. If Chin Mo could return to Yanyang and had the bearing of a dragon and phoenix, Then we would be his assistants. If he was just an ordinary person, it would be as if it never happened. Now, not only have you, Qin Mo, passed the divine trials, but you have also conducted a great reshuffle of the mid-martial world, completely matching the dragon and phoenix bearing your father spoke of. Long Wu had someone present the Mo Group's windbreaker. If you want to become the head of the Mo Group, accept this windbreaker. If not, then it's as if we never came today. Hearing this, Qin Mo resolutely accepted it. I, Qin Mo, am willing to be the leader of the Mo Group. I will lead the Mo Group to surpass everything my father has done. Afterwards, Qin Mo took everyone back to the apartment to discuss matters. Feng Pan was the leader of Group 1, Ping Yi the leader of Group 2, and Long Wu the leader of Group 4. The 4 groups had different divisions of labor. Group 1 had formidable strength. The logistics and reconnaissance of Groups 2 and 3 were responsible for tactics. Group 4 was responsible for the operational direction of the Mo Group. Seeing that there were only 3 people present, Qin Mo immediately waved his hand and asked Long Wu, "There are only 3 people here now. Where is the leader of Group 3? "Where is Group 3? Long Wu said helplessly. "The leader of Group 3 may require you to personally invite him. I paid 3 visits to the thatched cottage to invite Zhuge Liang out. Zhuge Liang plays mahjong at home all day. He is the leader of Group 3, known as the Zhuge Liang of the Mo Group, named Zhan Jiyu. He is indeed a talented person." At this time, Zhan Jiyu was playing mahjong very poorly. Zhu Shaoxuang looked at Zhan Jiyu with his mouth wide open. "Big brother, are you sure this is the military strategist we're here to recruit? How did he lose everything?" Hearing Zhu Shaoxuang's words, Zhan Jiyu immediately turned his head in anger. He glared fiercely at Zhu Shaoxuang. "All right, get to work." Qin Mo hurriedly waved his hand, saying his younger brother didn't know any better and that he could play around. Qin Mo had received the true teachings of the Yun family's god of gamblers. Using these gambling skills against the villagers was simply too satisfying. A small pile of money soon grew into a large one. Zhan Jiyu stared at the money behind Qin Mo, praising him endlessly. Qin Mo won more than a dozen rounds in a row. The people at the same table couldn't take it anymore, so they made excuses and left. Just as Qin Mo was about to leave, Zhan Jiyu enthusiastically walked up to him, completely forgetting how he had given them a cold shoulder during the day. "How can I win consecutively like you? Is there a trick?" Qin Mo looked at Zhan Jiyu mysteriously and said, "If you want to learn, you have to come with me." Then he leaned down and said softly, "As long as you, Zhan Jiyu, come back to the Mo Group with me, I will teach you. A talent like you shouldn't be living in seclusion in a village." Hearing this, Zhan Jiyu frowned. "What's coming has come. You are young Master Qin Mo?" Qin Mo replied, "That's right, the Mo Group has been reorganized and I need a great talent with deep foresight like you to hold the fort." After speaking, Zhan Jiyu turned and walked outside, saying, "Today Zhan is old and has no heart to ask about Yan Ying's affairs again. Please stop, young Master Qin." Then he suddenly stopped, glanced lightly at Qin Mo. "I have only ever followed Qin Yinan. In this world besides him no one can handle my Zhan Gu's talent. Please go back, Mr. Qin." That's what he said. But in his heart, Zhan Jiyu really wanted to learn Qin Mo's gambling skills. Outside the door, Zhu Shaoxuang, seeing Qin Mo's predicament, decided to help him. Zhu Shaoxuang suddenly remembered that in ancient times there was a general named Zhang Fei who burned down a thatched cottage to wake up the sleeping Zhuge Liang. Without a second thought, Zhu Shaoxuang told Qin Mo to secretly do something big, thinking to himself that this time Big Brother Qin would definitely be impressed. Soon after, Zhan Gu's residence was engulfed in a raging fire. Seeing this, Qin Mo confirmed one thing. Senior Zhan Jiyu was not a cultivator, so where did the smoke come from? Just then, Zhan Jiyu ran out of the house in a panic. "Who set this fire? Are you trying to burn me to death?" Seeing this, Qin Mo hurriedly grabbed a nearby beverage and poured it directly onto Zhan Jiyu. Before long, Zhan Gu's thatched hut was destroyed by the fire, collapsing into a pile of ashes. At this moment, Zhu Shaoxuang wore an expression of having made a mistake. "Brother Qin, I think I messed up." Shaoxuang just didn't want his brother to be bullied by this guy. At this time, Senior Zhan Jiyu looked at his home, tears streaming down his face. Just as Qin Mo was about to explain, Zhan Jiyu interrupted him. "No need to explain. I will never go back to the Mo Group to follow you." As soon as his words fell, Qin Mo knelt before the senior. "I'm sorry, in that case I won't force you anymore." He then handed Zhan Jiyu a permanent membership card for the Crystal Palace. "This is the card the Dou family gave me. Please don't refuse, Senior Zhan Jiyu. You can't stay in Pingyang Village anymore. Let me take you to the Crystal Palace." Soon after, Qin Mo took Mr. Zhan Jiyu to the Crystal Palace. The Crystal Palace was the most luxurious entertainment club in Yanyang City, the best place to enjoy extravagance. With a lifetime membership card, one could enjoy everything here for free. After entering the club, Zhan Jiyu couldn't help but hold his head high and his chest out. "Prepare a deluxe suite for me, open a bottle of 82 Lafite and assign me a personal assistant." But how could Qin Mo give him all this so easily? At this time, Zhan Jiyu was leisurely lying on a chair, savoring the 82 Lafite, thinking he could live like this for the rest of his life. Just then, the phone in the room suddenly rang. Zhan Jiyu answered the phone puzzledly. "This is Zhan Jiyu." On the other end of the line was Long Wu, his voice familiar and brief. Zhan Jiyu asked in confusion why he was calling. Long Wu then said, "On behalf of young Master Qin, I'll ask you one last time, are you coming back to the Mo Group or not?" Hearing this, Zhan Jiyu flatly refused. "I say, Long Wu, 20 years have passed, how have you regressed so much that you'd bow to a child?" Zhang Jiyu was once a genius in the Mo group. Even if he, Chin Mo, can't recruit me into the Mo group, he still has to treat me with respect. On the other end of the line, a wicked smile began to appear on Long Wu's face. Let me give you a heads up first. Young Master Chin is a man who won't stop until he achieves his goal. This is outrageous, the dial tone sounded from the other end. Long Wu had hung up inexplicably. Long Wu's words just now made Zhang Jiyu a little worried for a moment. Just as he was in a daze, the door to the room was suddenly kicked open. A group of bodyguards in black suits rushed in, their faces filled with murderous intent. At this moment, the manager of the Crystal Palace walked in with a dark face, held out the membership card, and shouted at Zhang Jiyu, "You have some nerve daring to use a cancelled membership card to swindle food and drinks here. Your total bill today is $6 million. Pay up now." Hearing this, he was filled with anger but had nowhere to vent it. He knew, of course, that it was that kid Chin Mo playing tricks on him. At this moment, several bodyguards had already surrounded Zhang Jiyu. If Zhang Jiyu didn't have the money, they would personally escort him to the police station. Just as the bodyguards were taking him downstairs, Chin Mo appeared in the club's lobby. He saw Zhang Jiyu and immediately showed a comical expression. "I, Chin Mo, appeared to pay the bill for Senior Zhang Jiyu, but I have one condition that the senior must accept, which is to return to the Mo group and be my military strategist." At this time, the bodyguards behind him fiercely pressed Zhang Jiyu, forcing him to pay off the multi-million-dollar debt. Zhang Jiyu could only agree to Chin Mo now and return to the Mo group. Scene change. Chin Mo and Zhang Jiyu returned to Zhang Gu's hometown. He had found the forces his father, Qin Yinan, had left him before his death, but the Mo group alone was not enough to fight the Qin family. Chin Mo followed the advice of his military strategist, Zhang Jiyu, and acted with lightning speed, first by acquiring Kang's pharmaceuticals. Then he attracted the capital of Yanyang's 5 wealthiest tycoons. They were fully willing to stand on the same side as Chin Mo and build an underworld of their own. He also invited Xu Ji, who was the great witch doctor of the Miao territory and possessed the art of 10,000 insects, which was an important reason why Chin Mo valued him. But the problem now was that the total price of the island to be purchased was as high as $50 billion, which is more than 300 billion RMB. This sum of money was indeed a bit exaggerated. After careful consideration, Chin Mo sighed heavily and said, "I will find a way. Don't worry, everyone." Just then, Chin Mo suddenly remembered that before exterminating the Yi family, he should also raid their home. Scene changed to 3 days later. The cash plundered from the Yi family was counted. Adding the funding from the 5 business magnates, the total came to $15 billion. This put Chin Mo in a difficult position, as he was still short by 35 billion. Just then, Chin Mo remembered that when he left Huahai, his friend Gong Feng had mentioned a person. If he ran into problems in Yanyang, he should look for the person on the business card. Zhang Jiyu looked at the person on the business card, who was the head of the Qian family, a great ancient merchant family, and said that perhaps this boss Qian could help us break the deadlock. Soon after, Chin Mo and Zhu Shaoshuang arrived at the Qian family estate. Upon entering the courtyard, the only way to describe it was obscenely rich. They saw something made of pure gold, more than 10 meters taller than a person, standing in front of Chin Mo. Even the Qian family's butler was dressed in gold. Hearing that the visitor was Chin Mo, he hurriedly invited Chin Mo to come in. When the head of the Qian family saw Chin Mo, it was as if he had seen a relative. "Chin Mo, my boy, you should have come to me sooner. Chin Mo, my boy, I know you're short of a sum of money right now. I really like your underworld project. If the project is completed, it can be considered leaving a way out for my Qian family's descendants." Chin Mo said he was still short by $35 billion, but Boss Qian completely ignored his words. Then he waved his hand and said, "I have nothing but money right now. I have so much money I'm worried about not being able to spend it all. You've probably never experienced that, have you?" Boss Qian's words left Chin Mo and his companion stunned. The wealth of the Qian family head was truly extraordinary. After speaking, Boss Qian suddenly became serious and got back to the point, saying, "I can provide the money, but there is one thing I would like to ask of you, my nephew, Chin Mo." Boss Qian then began to get nervous, saying, "2 weeks ago we lost contact with Qian Di. I hope you, Chin Mo, can help me find Qian Di." Qian Di was once Chin Mo's roommate and, more importantly, his good brother in Huahai. Chin Mo said he would not let anything happen to him, indicating that he would definitely find Qian Di. Scene changed to Yanyang International Airport. Chin Mo and Bai Yuran were saying goodbye. Just as the two stood up to leave, 2 pairs of eyes were staring intently at them. They were from the Tianmen organization, and they swore to get rid of Chin Mo in Huahai this time. At this time, at the entrance of Huahai City Airport, the rich and powerful merchants of Dragon City all knew that Chin Mo was coming back, so they were all ready to welcome him. Xu De was very unhappy, saying, "Do we really have to go to this extent to pick him up? Besides, Chin Mo can take a taxi back himself." But Zhang Sikan squeezed his hand and said, "Chin Mo is finally coming back. If you dare to bully him again, I won't let you off." Xu Ru stood quietly to the side, her face full of anticipation as she looked towards the exit. Then Chin Mo got off the plane and walked down the corridor. Suddenly, Chin Mo looked up and time seemed to freeze. 2 rows of people stood in the corridor, perfectly neat. The moment they saw Chin Mo, they said in unison, On behalf of the pharmacist world and the world of fashionable women, we welcome Mr. Qin's triumphant return. When Zhang Sikan saw Qin Mo, she immediately rushed towards him. Faced with this familiar call, Qin Mo couldn't help but recall the past. It was this woman who kept her promise to his mother, went through many dangers to bring him out of the sword wasteland. And it could be said that thanks to this woman, Qin Mo had achieved what he had today. Then Qin Mo looked at Xu Ru beside him and smiled. Xu Ru then said that Qin Mo hadn't changed at all. Bai Xin next to them showed a look of envy. I'm really envious of the relationship between the Xu family and you, Qin Mo. Mr. Qin, let's go, we've already prepared a banquet. Compared to Qin Mo, the young master of the divine families, Zhu Shaoxuang's reception was much colder. Everyone completely failed to notice the child next to Qin Mo. At the banquet shortly after, everyone raised their glasses to celebrate Qin Mo's return. Only Zhu Shaoxuang was like an outcast, his cheeks puffed up like a balloon. At this time, Qin Mo said he hadn't used the restroom since he got off the plane. I'll go to the restroom first, you all eat first. Qin Mohan watched Qin Mo's departing figure, lost in thought. Then she also said to everyone that she was going to the restroom too. Xu Ru, with her woman's intuition, watched Qin Mohan's departing figure. Her sixth sense told her that something was about to happen. Just as Qin Mo closed the restroom door, Qin Mohan blocked it with one hand, and the next second she hugged Qin Mo from behind. Do you know how much I missed you? Qin Mo was also startled by her and said, I was very busy in Yanyang. Before Qin Mo could finish, Qin Mohan slowly turned his head. A man and a woman alone in a room, shouldn't something happen? After speaking the next second, Qin Mohan kissed him. At this moment, Xu Ru ran over and saw this scene. Her face turned dark and her eyes filled with tears. Qin Mo, what are you doing? As soon as her words fell, she walked angrily towards Qin Mo. Seeing this, Qin Mo hurriedly waved his hands, trying to explain that Qin Mohan had kissed him on her own initiative, not because he wanted to. At this point, Xu Ru's anger had reached 100%. How could she listen to Qin Mo's explanation? It wasn't until a long while after dinner was over that Bai Xin and Qin Mo started discussing things. From Bai Xin he learned the source of the recent disappearances. It's in Yushan town, right here in our Huahai. Qian Di is very likely in this Yushan town. There is a sect in Yushan town called the Dao Shen sect. The founder of this sect is the former Grand Celestial Master of Huahai province. Grand Celestial Master Dao Xuan, if he is still alive, should be over 100 years old. That night, Qin Mo and Huachitu drove to Ludao town. The further the two went, the more desolate it became. They came to a sign where three characters, Didao Town, were crookedly written on a withered tree. Didao Town was ahead, but the car couldn't pass, so the two had to get out and walk. Qin Mo looked at the scene before him with a frown. This place was so desolate. What was Qian Di doing here? And what was the connection between the missing people in Huahai and this place? The two walked for about half an hour, and their vision gradually opened up. They saw a small town shrouded in morning mist appear in their line of sight. When they reached an entrance, there was no one inside, like a dilapidated small town. Qin Mo spread his divine sense to scan and found that there were people in every house. Just then, a sound similar to a Brahmin chant came from his mind. It was extremely attractive to the ear and even had a mind-disturbing effect. Qin Mo frowned, time froze, and he looked at the southern mountain peak and said, "This sound is the bewitchment of a charming demon's voice." Qin Mo was a cultivator with extremely strong mental power, so this evil art couldn't affect him at all. But Huachitu was not doing so well. He suddenly became dazed and bowed towards the distant mountain peak. At the same time, every household in the town came out. Their expressions were similar to Huachitu's, extremely respectful, and they were also facing the distant mountain peak. Then Qin Mo's gaze swept over the townspeople. Suddenly, in the crowd of kneeling people, he saw a young man and a young woman. Only the two of them, and Qin Mo were not disturbed and confused by the charming demon's voice. When the sound from the mountaintop stopped, Huachitu returned to his normal state. The villagers did not go home but quickly became busy. The shops on the street opened in the morning, and Huachitu asked Qin Mo in confusion what had just happened. Qin Mo stared at the distant mountain peak and said, "I'm not too sure myself. In any case, we must get to the top of the mountain as soon as possible." Soon after, the two arrived at the foot of Dao Shen sect's mountain. At this moment a gentle voice sounded, "Where are you two boys going? Dao Shen sect is not a place you can come to. It's not too late to leave now." The two immediately reported their origins. Both were from the Yanyang High Marshal Ku family, named Ku Hao and Ku Tianyan. Ku Hao looked at Qin Mo with a sneer and said, "I know you have some strength, but it's not enough to enter the Dao Shen sect. It's better to leave here quickly before a fierce battle breaks out." The Ku siblings knew that the person in front of them was from Huahai. But the highest strength in Huahai was only that of a martial Dao Grandmaster. They were from Yanyang High Marshal, so naturally they didn't take Qin Mo seriously. Huachitu was about to step forward and announce his name but was stopped by Qin Mo. "Thank you for your kindness, we will make arrangements." Then the Ku siblings let Qin Mo follow behind them so as not to ruin their good deeds. Ku Hao walked to the door and knocked twice. The mist-shrouded gate opened a small crack with a rumbling sound. "You two must be from the Yanyang High Marshal Ku family, who have come from afar. Grand Celestial Master Dao Xuan has been waiting in the main hall for a long time. Please follow me." Suddenly his gaze fell on Qin Mo and Huachitu behind the siblings. "And who might these two be?" Ku Tianyan glanced at Qin Mo and his companion, then said, "These two are my Ku family's attendants. They came with us. Since they are the Ku family's servants, let them come in together." Then as soon as Qin Mo stepped into the Dao Shen sect, he felt a sense of oppression and thought to himself, then there must be a great formation inside. Qin Mo could feel the power contained in the mountain protecting formation, but he just smiled lightly. Taking advantage of the two Taoists leading the way in front, Qin Mo signaled Huachitu with his eyes to leave quickly. Qin Mo just wanted to rescue Qian Di as soon as possible. If he could rescue the people of Huahai, that would be great too. The two then entered the Dao Shen sect. After about 20 minutes there was still no movement from the two of them. Qin Mo frowned because all of this seemed a bit unusual. If they couldn't find them on the ground, would they hide them underground? At this moment Qin Mo immediately spread out his divine sense and slowly lowered his head to look at the ground. Underground, there was an underground domain in the Dao Shen sect. The entire underground area was a farm where a large amount of blood infant grass was planted. This was not what shocked Qin Mo the most. What was most shocking was that next to each blood infant grass was something like a fish tank, and inside were living people. Blood infant grass has two effects. One is for refining pills and the other is to increase lifespan, but it must be nourished with human blood. The Dao Shen sect was simply worse than beasts. Qin Mo's tone was incomparably cold as he slowly walked towards the main hall of the Dao Shen sect. It was now time to pay a visit to this grand celestial master of Huahai. At this time in the main hall, the Ku siblings had also been waiting here for a long time. This time they came out to gain experience, which was to investigate the case of the missing population in Qinghai. In just a moment Dao Xuan walked over holding a whisk. He walked in with a kind smile on his face. The siblings couldn't help but look astonished. This grand celestial master Dao Xuan by his appearance looked even younger than them, not at all like he was over 100 years old. The two stated that they were traveling to High Marshal this time, one for cultivation and the other to do good and solve difficulties for the world. I wonder if Grand Celestial Master Zan can explain the case of the missing population in Huahai? Dao Xuan immediately said that he was old and knew little about worldly affairs. The siblings immediately pressed, but that's hundreds of lives, does Master not know about it every day? Dao Xuan became furious upon hearing this and shouted sternly, "What do you mean?" As a wave of pressure came over them, the two were instantly unable to move. In the next second a group of people rushed in from outside the door and instantly surrounded the two. "I thought you two were here to befriend my Dao Shen sect, but it seems I was thinking too much. I advise you not to have other ideas. After all, a strong dragon can't crush a local snake." Just then Qin Mo walked in slowly with his hands in his pockets. "Are you even worthy of being the local snake of Huahai? He is the dragon, you are the snake." Qin Mo walked out slowly with his hands in his pockets and said, "I am Qin Mo of Huahai, here to pay my respects to Grand Celestial Master Dao Xuan." Dao Xuan's face instantly stiffened. He stood up from his seat and took 2 steps back. Qin Mo's mere self-introduction made Dao Xuan's face turn pale with fear. Dao Xuan then steadied himself and bowed respectfully to Qin Mo. "I am Dao Xuan. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Qin." The siblings stared blankly, not knowing what was happening now. What was the origin of this Qin Mo? Qin Mo looked at Dao Xuan with a cold expression. "Is the Huahai missing persons case related to the Dao Shen sect?" Dao Xuan's voice began to tremble slightly. "And no, it's not related." Qin Mo asked coldly again. "I'll ask again, is it related?" Dao Xuan still stubbornly replied that it was not related, and he was trembling more than before. Qin Mo had just used his divine sense to observe the situation inside the Dao Shen sect. He knew that the missing people were all in this Dao Shen sect. The reason he asked Zan was to see if he had any remorse. "Now it seems there is no need," then Qin Mo said frankly. "Then I'll just destroy your Dao Shen sect." As soon as his words fell, Dao Xuan's face suddenly changed and he ran out of the hall frantically. Dozens of Taoists all ran out desperately in terror. At this time Qin Mo slowly raised a palm and spiritual energy gathered in his palm. It was too late to escape. Qin Mo's palm struck out and a golden wave erupted and the entire Dao Shen sect suddenly began to rumble. The fleeing crowd couldn't help but look up, their faces showing horror. The Saint Buddha's Tathagata palm, a divine palm, descended from the sky and quickly struck. Dao Xuan's terrified face suddenly turned ferocious. He took out several talismans from his bosom and said, "Qin Mo, you forced me. I will never allow you to destroy my Dao Shen sect." Heavenly Dao Great Formation rise. With a loud shout from Dao Xuan, the entire Yushan mountain began to shake violently. Dao Xuan activated the mountain protecting formation to fight against Qin Mo. A purple barrier appeared around the entire mountain range, like a shield protecting the entire mountain. This was a duel between 2 great feng shui celestial masters. In terms of martial arts, it was no less than a duel between 2 martial break great perfection realm experts. Dao Xuan looked at Qin Mo with a pleading expression, begging Qin Mo to spare his life. "There's no need for us to fight to the death." The siblings stood nervously behind Qin Mo. Ku Hao frowned as he looked at Qin Mo's back, feeling puzzled. Who exactly was this Qin Mo to be so powerful? Then Qin Mo immediately raised his palm and slowly lowered it. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it." After speaking, Qin Mo said coldly, and his palm suddenly fell at the same time. The Saint Buddha Tathagata palm descended from the sky. Dao Xuan looked up at the sky in despair. He was now in tears, completely hopeless. The Saint Buddha Tathagata palm faced no resistance. It was like crushing the heavenly Dao Great Formation, instantly shaking the mountain protecting formation. Under one palm, Dao Xuan was like a small ghost being suppressed, instantly turning into ashes. Qin Mo jumped to the underground area which was full of blood infant grass. This was blood infant grass nourished with human blood. The reason Daoxuan could live so long was because of them. Qin looked at the siblings above and said, "What are you two still standing there for? Hurry up and save the people." As soon as his words fell, the two immediately jumped down to save those trapped people. Part of the money from selling this part of the blood infant grass will be used for charity, distributed to the people in this sea area, and the rest will be kept for themselves. With the blood infant grass, Qin realm could be improved by a large margin very quickly. Qin gently reached out his hand to the last jar and brought Qian Di out of it. It took a long time for Qian Di to calm down. "Fourth brother, you destroyed this Dao Shen sect. Then isn't my obsession unfulfilled by anyone?" Hearing this, Qin helped him up and said, "Who lives in this world without an obsession? Go back to Yanyang and have a look. Don't let the people who love you be sad." After bidding farewell to Qian Di, it was time for Qin to go home. At this time, a group of uninvited guests came to Qin house. They were from the Tianmen assassin organization. Due to a flight delay, they had lost track of Qin. They walked to a room door and Emma nodded to everyone. This should be Qin room. They planned to strike a fatal blow while Qin was asleep and unprepared. Then the four of them rushed in at the same time saying, "Qin, die." They drew 7 cards and stabbed fiercely at the bed. At this moment, Emma sensed that something was wrong. Everyone stopped almost at the same time. Their years of life as assassins made them realize that danger was imminent and we must leave immediately. But just as the four were about to turn around and leave quickly, the lights in the room suddenly turned on. Zhu Shaoxuang, who was not even as tall as the doorknob, rubbed his eyes and squinted at the few people. "Who are you? Why did you come to my house?" They quickly calmed down and said, "Little friend, we are your brother's friends. Do you know where your brother went?" Just then, the sound of a car engine came from outside the door. The person who came must be Qin. Emma used a charm spell to temporarily quiet Zhu Shaoxuang. If the person who came was Qin, Shaoxuang would be used as a hostage. While the others were in ambush, Qin got out of the car and looked at this quiet scene, suddenly feeling that something was wrong. Normally, if Zhu Shaoxuang found out that he had left him behind, he would definitely throw a fit. Qin then slowly pushed open the main door. Just then, a man suddenly appeared and stabbed at Qin with a dagger. But Qin caught it coldly with 2 fingers, and in the next second he broke it directly, saying, "Let Zhu Shaoxuang go and I'll spare your lives." Hearing this, Emma slowly walked towards Qin. "Mr. Qin, don't be nervous, we won't hurt him. Our target is Mr. Qin." As soon as her voice fell, Emma began to use her bewitching arts on Qin, but Qin was a straight man and was completely unfazed by her. After learning that the other party was from Tianmen, Qin eyes began to sharpen. Then he smiled and looked at the crowd, telling them to hurry up and take him back to Tianmen. The members of the world's strongest assassin organization were so scared by a young man in his 20s that they slumped to the ground. Qin looked at Emma with a playful expression, telling her to take him back to the Tianmen headquarters. Emma was stunned for a moment. She was here to kill Qin. This was the first time. Her companions thought that things wouldn't be so simple. To avoid any tricks, it was better to kill him now. Before the few of them could make a move, Qin suddenly shouted and a wave of pressure appeared beside him. The few of them instantly knelt on the ground with no thought of resisting. They had no choice but to submit to Qin powerful strength. "We will set off for Tianmen tomorrow morning." The few of them looked at Qin back, unable to come to their senses for a long time. They had been assassins for decades and their target was actually begging them to take him back. This was also the first time the 4 of them had encountered such a situation. At this time, at the Tianmen headquarters, the 4 had sent back the news of Qin capture to Tianmen. Tianlao's face was ashen as he sat cross-legged. Today was the last day of the blood sacrifice to return to the ancestors. After reaching the rebirth realm, he had to endure this kind of pain once a year. After dealing with Qin matter, he would have to go into seclusion for another month to recover. When Zhu Shaoxuang learned that Qin was going on a long trip, he cried and insisted on going with him. Qin couldn't persuade him, so he had to take him to Tianmen. The purpose of this trip to Tianmen was that the island Qin wanted to build his underworld on was Bala Island, where Tianmen was located. "If I go by myself, I don't know if I can negotiate the price." The next day, several people arrived at the Tianmen headquarters in Mexico. As soon as Qin saw Tianlao, he felt that the aura on his body was very strange. At this time, the old man had already secretly contacted the FBA, informing the FBA that the Tianmen assassins had completed their mission. They would come to Tianmen with the bounty this afternoon. Just then, Qin lay down with a smile and said, "I want to take your island. What's the minimum price?" As soon as his words fell, Tianlao's eyes widened. "Qin, you are very bold. Don't you know your situation now?" Qin rubbed the back of his neck and chuckled softly. "I know, thanks to your Tianmen subordinates, but what does that affect? Old man, let me put it this way. The deal with the FBA is your deal, but we can also do business between us. Don't you think so? The FBA will come and you hand me over. Your business is done." Shaoxuang also nodded vigorously from the side and said, "You should sell it to my brother. My brother will definitely not treat you badly." Tianlao was also a little tempted and couldn't help but ask, "Then how much will you, Qin offer?" As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Tianlao suddenly felt that something was wrong. He had almost been tricked by these 2 kids. Then Tianlao said angrily, "This island is not for sale." Qin sighed helplessly and tried to persuade him, "Think about it again, we need to get in touch more." Call me when you want to sell, you're already old, you don't know when you'll be in the ground. Tian Lao was so enraged by Qin Mo's words that he gritted his teeth. You brat, why do you talk so much nonsense? This afternoon will be your last. Hearing this, Qin Mo frowned and said, in that case we won't impose on you, old Sir Xiaoshuang, let's go. The crowd was stunned by this scene. It was the first time they had ever seen someone dare to speak to Tian Lao this way. Just as Qin Mo was about to leave, Tian Lao pointed at the two and roared furiously, seize them! At that, the members of Tianmen finally reacted, and their finest assassins charged at Qin Mo and Zhu Xiaoshuang from 3 directions at once. Qin Mo's eyes turned cold as he said, if we can't make a deal, then this is pointless. Qin Mo whispered, martial skill, sword drawing. He immediately drew the dragon cold sword, its blade flashing a silver-white light that carved an arc through the air. In an instant, the arc swept past, and the first few Tianmen assassins to charge screamed in agony and collapsed to the ground. With a single use of his sword-drawing technique, he had eliminated more than 10 of Tianmen's top assassins. This level of power was far beyond anyone's comprehension. At this moment, Tian Lao couldn't help but laugh. Huasha has many geniuses, but you, Qin Mo, are the only one to have reached the core formation realm at the age of 22. After praising Qin Mo, Tian Lao's tone shifted and a wicked smile appeared on his face. But this is as far as you'll go. As soon as his words fell, Tian Lao's figure moved with a sudden burst of immense power, kicking up a violent storm around him. Qin Mo's eyes narrowed. He could sense that Tian Lao, like him, was a cultivator and had already reached the nascent soul grand realm. The nascent soul grand realm, this was in existence an entire level higher than Qin Mo. Moreover, judging by the color emanating from Tian Lao, he was clearly an evil cultivator, who were even more formidable than regular cultivators at the same realm. At this moment, Qin Mo's expression became more tense than ever before. Not only was his opponent a whole realm higher than him, but he was also an evil cultivator. How could he possibly win this fight? Tian Lao suddenly blasted a palm strike at Qin Mo. Such was the terror of a nascent soul expert. The purple palm force struck with incredible speed, slamming into the barrier Qin Mo had manifested. The barrier shattered on impact. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Qin Mo shouted and took a pill from his backpack. He steadily caught it, took out a perfect golden breakthrough pill and swallowed it. Qin Mo once again gathered spiritual energy in his palm, and Tian Lao's indifferent expression suddenly turned to one of astonishment. He had watched with his own eyes as Qin Mo consumed the golden breakthrough pill, and then his body recovered at a visible rate. If he could get his hands on such pills, he could heal the agony caused by his ancestral reversion. In that instant, Tian Lao saw a glimmer of hope. If he could obtain pills like that, he would never have to suffer this torment again. He then used his immense power to throw Qin Mo into the dungeon. He glared at Qin Mo with a ferocious expression and said furiously, hand over the pills. Give them to me now. Looking at the man's rotting face, Qin Mo's mind immediately jumped to the words, evil cultivator's ancestral reversion. His eyes lit up. As a child, Qin Mo had once asked Master Long, if evil cultivators are the strongest at the same realm, why not teach me the evil path? This cultivator was even stronger than the protagonist, practicing the very path of evil cultivation and having to endure the corrosion of a blood sacrifice every year. During that 1 month his entire body would rot, and his cultivation would be halved. Now that he had obtained Qin Mo's golden sore pill, he thought he would never have to suffer the corrosion of the blood sacrifice's ancestral reversion again. But at that moment Qin Mo looked closely and saw that the bottle of golden sore pills in the old man's hand had expired. Qin Mo kindly tried to warn him, but the old man didn't believe him and resolutely popped one into his mouth. About 10 minutes later, a helicopter slowly landed. The director of the FBI stepped off the aircraft. They were here to complete their deal with Tianmen, money for the prisoner. Just as the transaction was about to be completed, Tian Lao suddenly convulsed as if he had been struck by lightning. His head twitched a few times and then, with a smile on his face, he beamed at April. I've always wanted to say this, your country is full of fools. If I ever set foot in your nation, it will spell America's doom. Qin Mo, standing to the side, almost burst out laughing. I told you not to take the pill. The smile on April's face froze instantly. Everyone was stunned by Tian Lao's sudden outburst. The leader of the Tianmen contingent's face turned black. How dare he speak to the FBI director like that? Once the FBI agents snapped out of their shock, they walked angrily towards the old man. While everyone was distracted, Qin Mo went to the iron cage, used his spiritual energy to pull an opening in the bars, and quickly pulled Zhu Xiaoshuang out, slipping away quietly. Soon, Qin Mo and Zhu Xiaoshuang boarded a small unmanned boat nearby and left. Tian Lao was in the middle of apologizing to Director April when he suddenly stopped again. His tone shifted in an instant. The FBI is so stupid, paying such a high price for a young brat's life. You're all fools. Just as a major battle was about to erupt between the two sides, April yelled, enough! She then immediately turned to leave. Tian Lao, I will report what you said today and cancel the deal. You're on your own. A long time passed before Tian Lao finally calmed down, remembering what Qin Mo had said earlier. His body couldn't help but tremble. He felt like a monkey that had been made a fool of. Qin Mo had kindly warned him, but he had refused to listen. Who could he blame at that moment? Tian Lao whipped his head around. The iron cage in the distance was empty, with a hole torn in its bars. Tian Lao trembled from head to toe, vowing to find Qin Mo even if he had to dig 3 feet into the earth. Out on the sea, a lone boat drifted. Qin Mo looked at the wound on his palm. Tian Lao's evil energy had already invaded through the cut. He had to find a place to force it out as soon as possible. After what felt like an eternity, the two finally spotted land. Qin Mo quickly climbed ashore on the small island to take refuge. It was the kind of place you would never find unless you were specifically looking for it. Just then, Zhu Shaoxuang stared straight ahead. "Brother Qin, look, there's a beautiful angel sister over there." Hearing this, Qin Mo looked back. A white-haired woman with snow-white skin dressed in a long gown had appeared not far from them. The woman approached and asked who Qin Mo was and why he was here. Qin Mo explained that he was a traveler, after which the woman said cautiously, "If you're not afraid of me, you can follow me, but you'll have to pay." As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Mo asked with confusion, "Is it because of your illness?" The woman nodded. "Yes, I'm treated as an outcast in this town." Qin Mo didn't care about any of that. At this moment he needed a safe place to expel the evil energy from his body, so Qin Mo followed the woman to her home. The girl led them to a small remote room in the town. She said they could stay there for 500 pesos. Late that night, after Zhu Shaoxuang was fast asleep, Qin Mo began to circulate his energy to force the evil energy out of his body. Just then, Qin Mo suddenly felt that as the evil energy was expelled, his power seemed to increase. He might even be able to achieve a breakthrough. At that moment, the door was slowly pushed open by the woman. The moment she entered the room, she began to take off her clothes. The sight was so sudden that Qin Mo actually got a nosebleed. "What is she doing?" the girl said. "Didn't you buy me for the night? Of course we're going to do what a man and woman are supposed to do." Hearing this, Qin Mo quickly wrapped her tightly in a blanket. He then sat on the bed, sighed, and told her he hadn't bought her. "The 500 pesos were to rent your place, so please don't misunderstand." Hearing this, the girl hugged Qin Mo, grateful. Just then, a noisy clamor came from outside the door. A few men had come to collect the rent. The woman hadn't paid in a long time. Qin Mo slowly walked out the main door and shouted, "It's the middle of the night, what's all the racket? Scram now." The man next to the leader stared at Qin Mo for yelling. "This kid must not know who Brother Sen is telling us to scram. Looks like you're tired of living." Qin Mo stretched again, and spiritual energy instantly manifested around him. "If you don't leave now, I'll have to get physical." Just as the man was about to curse, the leader, Brother Sen, hurriedly grabbed him. The two underlings were confused and immediately asked Brother Sen why. Brother Sen angrily scolded them, saying that he looked like the person the Great Lord was looking for. Hearing this, Qin Mo was slightly taken aback. Could the Great Lord they mentioned be Tian Lao? Qin Mo then returned to the room and reassured the girl, "Don't worry, I scared them off." Before Qin Mo could react, the girl planted a kiss on his cheek. She then quickly turned, left the room, and thanked him for the night. Qin Mo knew hiding wasn't a long-term solution. The priority was to increase his strength as quickly as possible so he could face Tian Lao. Early the next morning, Zhu Shaoxuang was awakened by a loud knocking on the door. The woman said it was the landlady from the Pang Manor, here to collect the rent. The woman told Zhu Shaoxuang that Qin Mo was currently in seclusion and wouldn't be out for a while. Just then, a woman came to the door demanding the rent. The girl said she really had no money. Hearing this, the landlady instantly slapped her across the face and yelled, "This old lady doesn't have time to help you." At that moment, Zhu Shaoxuang spread his arms to shield the woman and shouted, "Don't you dare bully my sister." The heavy-set woman was one of the most powerful people in town, second only to one. But today, while simply collecting rent, she was being beaten back by a little brat, completely unable to fight back. Zhu Shaoxuang looked at the landlady coldly and said that collecting rent was reasonable, but if she touched the girl again, she shouldn't blame him for being impolite. The landlady, stunned that such a formidable kid had appeared out of nowhere, left cursing and muttering. She yelled, "You must have the rent by tomorrow morning, or I'll have the third master throw you out of the manor." The scene shifts to the Tianmen headquarters. Brother Sen reported to Tian Lao that Qin Mo was in Cartertown. Behind Tian Lao's benevolent smile, a trace of killing intent emerged. "I understand, you are dismissed. Turn right on your way out to collect your reward." The moment Brother Sen turned to leave, his throat was slit by someone from behind. He collapsed to the ground, bleeding profusely. At this, Tian Lao slowly rose and gave an immediate order, "Let's go." To Cartertown, he could no longer contain his inner rage, and wished he could tear Qin Mo to shreds this very second. Back in Qin Mo's room in Cartertown, a sudden explosion filled the room with smoke. He had finally succeeded in refining a top-grade blood condensation yuan pill. It was several times more potent than an ordinary condensation yuan pill. The priority was to refine its medicinal power as quickly as possible. He was sure Tian Lao would find him soon, and he had to break through to the nascent soul realm. Only by doing so, before he arrived, would he have the power to contend with him. A short time later, Zhu Shaoxuang took the woman to a bank to exchange for 10,000 pesos. As the young master of the Zhu family, one of the divine continent families, he had plenty of money. The next day, while the two were still asleep, the landlady began pounding on their door. Zhu Shaoxuang got up and stretched. "Sister Wendy, don't be afraid. I'll take care of this fat woman for you." The next second, Zhu Shaoxuang put on a pair of sunglasses and slicked his hair back. He then lounged in a chair and said to Wendy, "Sister, go open the door and let her in." The moment the door opened, the landlady held out her hand and yelled, "Pay the rent now, no one's pleas will save you today." Zhu Shaoxuang calmly said from the side, "Money isn't an issue, so please shut up." At his words, the landlady flew into a thunderous rage. "You little bastard, I wasn't talking to you." Before she could finish, Zhu Shaoxuang threw a wad of cash in her face and said, "Take the money and get out." The landlady stared in disbelief at the money on the floor, shocked that they could have come up with the rent so quickly. Zhu Shaoxuang stood up, looked at the landlady, and told her to pick up the money from the floor and leave the room immediately. The landlady then walked out in shame. This was Zhu Shaoxuang's first time acting cool. He finally understood how awesome it felt to show off like Qin Mo. Just as the landlady left, a loud bang suddenly erupted from behind Zhu Shaoxuang. Qin Mo slowly walked out of his room and said, "Brother Shaoxuang, that was pretty impressive." Although Qin Mo had yet to break through to the nascent soul realm, he was out of time to continue his seclusion. He could feel that the old geezer had already found Carter Town. At that moment, Tian Lao leapt into the air, hovering above the town, and boomed to everyone below. "All of you, gather here." The townsfolk were completely baffled. "Who is this guy? By what right does he order us around?" Seeing that no one moved, Tian Lao became furious. With a wave of his hand, a streak of spiritual energy slashed toward the crowd. A bloody scene unfolded where the energy passed, and agonizing screams filled the air. "If you are not all here in 1 minute, everyone in this town will suffer the same fate." At this moment, Qin Mo was just shy of the final push needed to reach the nascent soul realm. Suddenly his stomach swelled dramatically, and his body began to float slowly off the ground as spiritual energy swirled around him. It was the sign of an impending breakthrough. The two children below shouted, "Why is your stomach so big? Are you pregnant?" Qin Mo clutched his stomach, crying out in pain. He could feel the sensation clearly. It was just like the agony of childbirth. Zhu Shaoxuang was genuinely scared. He could clearly see the divine patterns on Qin Mo's belly. "Brother, whose baby are you having?" Qin Mo's body began to tremble violently as he focused all his power on breaking through to the nascent soul realm. Shaoxuang carefully approached with his hands open. "Sister Wendy, quick, get some hot water for brother. Brother, you just have to push a little harder. I'll keep cheering for you." Qin Mo clutched his stomach, gritting his teeth in excruciating pain. A moment later, his stomach began to shrink, and the figure of an infant appeared within his abdomen. With that, Qin Mo successfully broke through to the nascent soul realm. His profound gaze turned toward the eagle statue in the distance. "It's time to pay a visit to that Tian Lao. Shaoxuang, you and your angel sister stay put in the room. I'm going to meet Tian Lao." Beneath the giant eagle statue in Carter Town, tens of thousands of townspeople cowered on the ground. Facing Tian Lao above, they were too terrified to move. Like a god, Tian Lao asked them, "I'm looking for 2 people from Huasha, a child and a young man. Do you know where they are?" The landlady immediately looked up and said, "They're with Wendy Lan. That pale-faced bitch took them in. I can take you to them." Before she could finish, a streak of spiritual energy shot toward the town mayor. Just then, another stream of spiritual energy suddenly blasted the attack aside, protecting the mayor. Qin Mo slowly emerged from behind the crowd, looking indifferently at Tian Lao above. "This has nothing to do with the townspeople. If you harm these tens of thousands of people, neither of us can bear the consequences." "Qin Mo, you finally come." Tian Lao was somewhat surprised to see that Qin Mo had broken through to the nascent soul realm, but he couldn't care less whether Qin Mo was at the core formation or nascent soul realm. As an evil cultivator, he was stronger even at the same realm. Even though Qin Mo had broken through, he could not escape death. The moment he finished speaking, Tian Lao lunged toward Qin Mo. The next second, a tremendous crash echoed, shaking the very ground. Qin Mo was knocked back several meters by Tian Lao's strike. "Dragon, cold sword, drunken god brush, come to me." This was a duel between 2 nascent soul realm powerhouses. A purple wave of energy exploded around Tian Lao, displaying the full might of a nascent soul expert. Facing the evil cultivator Tian Lao, Qin Mo had no choice but to summon the dragon cold sword and the drunken god brush. The sword in his left hand and the brush in his right, he braced for the blast. The purple energy wave slammed into him, and he crossed his weapons in front of his chest to block. With a deafening boom, the impact sent him staggering back several meters. He had just broken through and was already facing a same realm opponent, an evil cultivator at that. He had to end this fight quickly. Martial skill, Dragon's Roar. Qin Mo swung the dragon cold sword in an arc, and a dragon's cry echoed beside him. A giant silver-white dragon flew out of the sword and soared into the sky. Martial skill, painting rivers and mountains. A 100-meter-long scroll unfurled with a thunderous sound as the massive scroll appeared before Qin Mo. A great mountain materialized from it and charged toward Tian Lao. Even Tian Lao was stunned by the sight. He stared blankly, his eyes filled with disbelief, before bursting into manic laughter. The dragon cold sword and the drunken god brush. A true descendant of the Great Qin family. In that case, let me see just how much power the heir of Great Qin truly possesses. Martial skill, nascent soul, grand army of yin ghosts. As he spoke, a mass of purple evil spirits, the very symbol of the evil cultivation path, appeared and brazenly crashed against Qin Mo's 2 great martial skills. The gloomy sky began to churn. The sheer power of the collision made the onlookers exclaim, "This is truly a battle between gods. We have to get away from here." But just then, Qin Mo realized that the 2 martial skills he had just unleashed had no effect whatsoever. Suddenly, Tian Lao leapt into the air. martial skill, nascent soul, heavenly prison of the 10 directions. Instantly, a flood of purple spiritual energy swept over and enveloped the entire town. After a few loud rumbles, the purple energy solidified into a gigantic iron cage that pressed down directly on Qin Mo. A smirk played on Tian Lao's lips. Qin Mo, it's time to end this. Martial skill, nascent soul, divine spirit control. The giant eagle statue then came to life, flapped its wings fiercely, and lunged at Qin Mo. Watching the attack approach, Qin Mo smiled faintly. Tian Lao, don't be in such a hurry. A myriad of weapons, millions of ink leaves and rivers of ink, the armaments that should have appeared long ago now materialized all at once. Countless ink-dyed weapons, ink-stained leaves and rivers of black ink, violently clashed with Tian Lao's nascent soul martial skill. Tian Lao watched this and chuckled. In his eyes, Qin Mo's techniques were nothing more than petty tricks. The giant eagle flew to his side, and at Tian Lao's command it shot toward Qin Mo with incredible speed. At this moment, Qin Mo suddenly closed his eyes. Seeing this, Tian Lao mocked him from the side. Qin Mo, you should have just closed your eyes and waited for death long ago. Qin Mo's eyes snapped open, blazing with crimson flames. War God skill, divine illumination kill. As his voice fell, a golden light enveloped the entire town. Tian Lao stared at Qin Mo in disbelief. How is this possible? The next second, the divine illumination struck Tian Lao dead on. He let out a long agonized scream as he was sent flying toward the horizon, crashing into a mountain in the distance. A giant boulder then came crashing down on the eagle, burying it completely with a thunderous roar. After being hit by the divine illumination, Tian Lao could not have easily survived. The matter with Tianmen was now completely resolved. He immediately notified Shu Ji to take possession of Bala Island. A few days later, Old Master Zhu's 75th birthday was approaching, and Qin Mo had to return to Yanyang as soon as possible. After saying goodbye to Wendy, Qin Mo boarded a plane back to Yanyang. Meanwhile, at the Qin family estate in Yanyang, Tian Lao lay in one of the family's ponds. Letting out a long sigh of relief, the head of the Qin family suddenly appeared above him. Stop pretending, Zong Tian. Have you met my grandson? Tian Lao sighed again and said, I have. Qin Mo is indeed a remarkable genius. The head of the Qin family smiled faintly. Before my Qin family he is nothing but an ant. And you, do you still wish to make an enemy of my Qin family? Afterwards the two seemed to reach some sort of agreement, and Tian Lao knelt on the ground as a sign of compromise. Scene change. As soon as Qin Mo returned to Huahai, Huachitu told him that a girl named Chen Wan was waiting for him at home. Xiao Shuang waved to Qin Mo, saying he was going to prepare a gift for his grandfather. He also urged Qin Mo to hurry and see sister Chen Wan. At this time, Chen Wan had been waiting in Qin Mo's room for a long time. Now that Qin Mo was finally back, there were some things she had to make clear to him. The moment Qin Mo walked in, she took off her jacket, blushed, and told Qin Mo she liked him. Before Qin Mo could react, Chen Wan pushed him onto the bed. Then she straddled him and said, I know we're from two different worlds, but I like you. I will cross the barrier between us. After speaking, she slowly unfastened the straps of her dress. Chen Wan was the kind of girl no man could resist, let alone Qin Mo's goddess. The next second, Qin Mo flipped her over and pinned her beneath him. But just then, Zhu Xiaoshuang's voice came from outside the door. Big brother, when are you going to start making the dragon scale robe for Grandpa? His birthday is not far off. If we don't start today, we won't make it in time. In the few seconds he spoke with Xiaoshuang, many thoughts raced through Qin Mo's mind. Chen Wan, I know what you're thinking, and thank you for liking me, but this is too dangerous for you. Being by my side will only pull you into endless danger. Chen Wan understood what Qin Mo meant. Tears welled up in her eyes. She put on her jacket and slowly walked out of the room. With the Qin family not yet destroyed, his parents' revenge not yet exacted, and the four great divine continent families lurking in the shadows, how could Qin Mo in his current state have any right to think about love? It was a good thing Zhu Xiaoshuang had arrived when he did, otherwise he didn't know what might have happened. A few days later at the Zhu family estate in Yanyang, servants bustled about as distinguished guests from all the major families arrived to celebrate the old master's birthday. Just then a familiar birthday wish was announced, causing the expressions of the Zhu family members to change. The four great divine continent families had come to offer their congratulations, specifically bringing a burial shroud for old Master Zhu. The man presented a set of documents as a birthday gift for the old master, who in response clapped his hands and laughed. Facing these arrivals, he chose to stand his ground at his own birthday banquet. Zhu Hao looked at the four with indifference. My Zhu family has stood for 1,000 years, a formidable presence in the high martial world for over a century. How dare the likes of you act so presumptuously? As soon as Zhu Hao finished speaking, Ji Chen and Yu Ru lunged at him without even using a martial skill. But they had underestimated him. Zhu Hao faced both of them at once without falling behind in the slightest, even managing to knock them back several meters. Their faces were filled with shock, never expecting that Zhu Hao, who had always appeared weak, had been hiding such strength. Seeing that Ji Chen and Yu Ru were no match for him, the other two masters from the divine continent families suddenly attacked Zhu Hao. Martial skill, flying flower sword, and martial skill, heavy steel whip. The two techniques struck at Zhu Hao simultaneously. At that moment, Zhu Hao let out a furious roar. Martial skill, Great Zhou's dragon and tiger. His clothes burst apart and a golden light erupted from around his body. The four masters of the divine continent families were stunned by this transformation. Before they could react, Zhu Hao was in front of them. With a dull thud, he punched Murong Feng in the face. Blood sprayed wildly as he flew back several meters like a broken kite. Zhu Hao looked at the four with murder in his eyes. "If you have any other tricks, bring them on." At that moment in a car on the road, Qin Mo's companion Zhu Shaoxuang felt a sudden sense of unease. He had a feeling that something might be happening to his grandfather back home and urged Qin Mo to drive faster. Qin Mo pinched his fingers together for a quick calculation, and a look of horror crossed his face. The next second he slammed on the accelerator, racing toward the Zhu family estate. The four great divine continent families hadn't expected Zhu Hao to last this long. If they delayed any further, Qin Mo might get wind of the situation and rush over, which would complicate things. At that moment, Yuru unleashed her technique. Martial skill, spirit return. The eyes of the scaled snake coiled around her waist suddenly glowed with a dazzling light. With a wave of Yuru's hand, the snake shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, flying toward Zhu Hao. Faced with their combined martial skill, Zhu Hao's pupils contracted sharply. Yuru and Ji Chen were using a top-tier coordinated technique. The scaled snake burrowed directly into Zhu Hao's arm. The snake moved with incredible speed, causing beads of cold sweat to form on Zhu Hao's brow. Seeing the snake about to reach his heart, Zhu Hao had no choice but to sever his own arm. His arm fell to the ground with a soft thud, and the snake's tail was cut off along with it, sending blood spurting everywhere. Zhu Hao let out an agonized cry. He gritted his teeth against the searing pain and looked at the four. "My Zhu family is, after all, a clan with a 1,000-year history. Do you really think you can take us down with just your petty, insidious tricks? What a joke. Old Master Zhu, we of the four great divine continent families naturally respect our elders. I injured your arm. You cut off my battle pet's tail. Continuing this fight won't do the Zhu family any good. You should end this yourself." With that, he tossed a dagger at Zhu Hao. Zhu Hao let out a loud laugh that reached the heavens. How could a descendant of the Zhu family ever bow to others? As he finished speaking, he mustered the last of his strength and leapt into the air. "I'll fight you to the death, even as a ghost." The moment his words fell, Ji Chen swiftly appeared by his side and pierced Zhu Hao's chest with his sword. Zhu Hao collapsed into a pool of his own blood, his eyes wide open even in death. Qin Mo arrived just in time to witness this scene. Seeing Zhu Hao, who had once helped him, slaughtered by the combined forces of the divine continent families, Qin Mo was instantly enraged and fiercely charged at their four masters. By now they had exhausted a great deal of their vital energy fighting Zhu Hao and had no strength left to battle Qin Mo. They could only grab the heavily injured Murong Feng and flee in a panic. Qin Mo was about to give chase when Zhu Shaoxuang's voice stopped him in his tracks. "Grandpa, wake up. Shaoxuang will be good from now on. I'll never make you angry again. Please wake up, okay?" At this moment, Qin Mo knelt beside Zhu Hao. Shaoxuang tugged at Qin Mo's sleeve and said, "Quick, save my grandpa." Qin Mo gravely told him that old Master Zhu could not be saved. Overcome with grief, Qin Mo wept as he held Zhu Shaoxuang in his arms. "I promise you, I'll help you get your revenge. Let's go home first." Just then, Zhu Shaoxuang suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed into Qin Mo's arms. After that, Qin Mo told the Zhu family members, "Bury old Master Zhu in 3 days. The rest of you make the arrangements." Qin Mo silently vowed that once old Master Zhu's funeral was over, he would personally annihilate the four great divine continent families. 3 days later at the Zhu family cemetery, everyone was preparing to bury the old master with heavy hearts. Just then, a member of the Zhu family handed Qin Mo a letter. It was from old Master Zhu. By the time he saw this letter, the old master would likely be gone. Old Master Zhu was already very happy to see that he was safe. Shaoxuang was still young, and he hoped Qin Mo could take charge of the Zhu family on his behalf. The old master only asked that he protect Shaoxuang's life. Qin Mo bowed deeply to Zhu Hao. "I, Qin Mo, will not fail the old master's trust. I will protect Zhu Shaoxuang's life and one day send the masters of the divine continent families to the underworld to accompany you." At that moment, in Ji Chen's home, he heard that Qin Mo's face had been contorted with grief at Zhu Hao's burial. Ji Chen couldn't help but laugh up at the sky. Zhu Hao's death was just a warning. Their next target was Qin Mo, and with the Mo group far away in Yanyang, if they moved on Qin Mo now, the Mo group wouldn't be able to make it in time. If the Mo group dared to make a big move, people from the high martial world would naturally step in to suppress them. Just as the few of them were celebrating, a figure suddenly pushed open the door. To their surprise, Qin Mo had notified the members of the Mo group in these past few days. He had brought the members of the Mo group to the residence of the four great divine continent families. "I am Qin Mo of the Zhu family, here to pay a special visit to the four masters of the divine continent. Thank you, four seniors, for the birthday gift you gave my grandfather. Today I, Qin Mo, have come to return the favor. For a prestigious divine continent family to use the grand divine continent formation to deal with a young man in his 20s was truly something." Ji Chen was secretly pleased to see Qin Mo. He hadn't expected the boy to dare to come to them on his own. But Yuru, standing to the side, couldn't help but worry when she saw the four people behind Qin Mo. These were the four leaders of the Mo group who had once shaken the high martial world, and now they all answered to Qin Mo. If a real fight broke out, even if the masters of the four divine continent families joined forces, they might not be a match for them. Yuchi Lai also became a little flustered at the sight. The Huaxia Martial Arts Association had clear regulations. All large-scale battles at the martial sect level and above required prior reporting and approval. Qin Mo spread his hands and said calmly, "Who said this was a large-scale battle? I, Qin Mo, am here alone to declare war on the four family heads." The surrounding clansmen were instantly stunned, their eyes wide. Ji Chen was the first to burst out laughing. You shun the path to heaven and barge through the gates of hell. Murong Feng waved his hand excitedly, and the crowd dispersed. The four of us will deal with him, Qin Mo. Feng Xiao was nearly frantic. Was Leader Qin suicidal? How could one person possibly defeat the four masters of the divine continent? Long Wu stopped him, saying, Leader Qin doesn't fight battles he isn't sure of. We just need to await his orders. Qin Mo looked at the four masters of the divine continent with indifference. Today your lives are mine, Qin Mo's to take. Upon hearing this, Ji Chen couldn't help but laugh. We're right here. Let's see if you, Qin Mo, have what it takes to take them. In an instant, the four masters of the divine continent erupted with the power of martial rupture. The fierce martial rupture energy burst forth, kicking up a violent wind. Qin Mo just stood quietly in his spot. He hadn't even drawn the dragon cold sword. Just as the four were inches away from Qin Mo, he slowly raised his hand and pressed his palm down fiercely. In a flash, spiritual energy exploded around Qin Mo. The instantaneous burst of spiritual energy sent Ji Chen and the others who were approaching from all sides flying back several meters. Ji Chen fell to the ground in terror, still muttering, "This is impossible." The people of the four great families around them were stunned. Just by releasing his aura, Qin Mo had sent all four of them flying. Feng Xiao took a deep breath. That aura, it seemed Leader Qin had already reached the nascent soul realm. Even Long Wu was shocked by Qin Mo's growth rate. In just half a month, Qin Mo had broken through from the early core formation stage to the nascent soul grand realm. He absolutely could not be allowed to leave here alive today. Ji Chen roared, "Spread out!" The four family masters scattered in opposite directions surrounding Qin Mo. Qin Mo looked at them and smiled calmly. Getting serious now, are we? Martial rupture. Coordinated martial skill, divine continent. Almost simultaneously, the four masters of the divine continent bit their palms. Soon an ancient barrier appeared in their hands. Golden light shot from their hands, converging above to form an unprecedentedly large formation that enveloped Qin Mo. Long Wu was utterly stunned, for this was the legendary divine continent martial skill. It was said that hundreds of years ago, when the divine temple was established, four great reclusive families of the high martial world rewarded the five great divine continent families for guarding the gates of the high martial world. The ancestors of the reclusive families worked together to develop a martial skill and named it Divine Continent. Feng Xiao was about to step forward to help but was stopped by Long Wu. It was too late. Just as Long Wu's words fell, a huge explosion came from within the formation. The sound was followed by a cloud of dust and rubble, and chains descended from the sky, completely trapping Qin Mo from all directions. Seeing this, Murong Wan let go of her sister's hand. "If this continues, Qin Mo will die." Murong Shuxue stopped her and scolded angrily. "Are you crazy? He broke into our Murong family. He's fighting against us. He's our enemy." Murong Wan wasn't thinking about that. Right now, she just wanted to save Qin Mo. Just then, a sudden roar came from the formation, instantly knocking the two sisters back to the ground. They stared blankly at the incredibly powerful martial skill. Qin Mo was likely in grave danger. A wicked smile appeared on Ji Chen's face. "Qin Mo, let's see you escape from the grasp of my divine continent temple this time." The four raised their hands simultaneously, and streams of power surged into the formation. The chains within the formation began to tighten rapidly. If caught within, Qin Mo would be crushed to death by the countless tightening chains. A smile tugged at the corner of Ji Chen's mouth. "It's over. Under the suppression of the divine continent, even a true god would be crushed to death." Using the divine continent formation to suppress Qin Mo was a sign of respect. Even when Qin Yinan had rampaged through Yanyang back then, they hadn't used this trump card that had been held for hundreds of years. But just then, a drop of ink fell on Murong Feng's hand. By the time everyone reacted, ink was falling like rain, dotting their faces. In an instant, everyone present froze. The smiles on their faces instantly solidified. Ji Chen and the other three looked up in terror, only to see the iron ball formed by the thick ropes begin to ooze from the outside. Qin Mo, holding the drunken god brush, appeared in their line of sight as all the iron chains on his body shattered. Murong Feng was so scared he fled like a madman. "Qin Mo, he's a monster. Why are you still standing there? Run!" Martial skill, nascent soul, void spirit sword chi. Qin Mo swung his sword with one hand, and a dark red sword chi like a bolt of lightning slashed fiercely toward the four. Following a deafening roar, the scene instantly fell silent. Qin Mo slowly walked toward the four masters, his eyes sharp. "Is this your trump card?" At this point, they had been hit by that sword chi and were completely powerless to fight back, continuously spitting out blood. "You're out of trump cards. Now it's my turn." Qin Mo's. Then, on second thought, since they had killed Old Master Zhu, it would be better to let Zhu Shaoxuang deal with them personally. So he had them all escorted back to the Zhu family cemetery. It is said that every child has a kind heart. When faced with the enemy who personally killed their grandfather, is that kindness still necessary? Zhu Shaoxuang looked at the four family masters. His grandfather, whom he had always respected so much, had been murdered by them. His heart was filled more with helplessness than with pain. He didn't want Murong Wan and Yuqi Lai to be without family like him, so he told Qin Mo to let them go. Qin Mo almost swore out loud. They had killed Old Master Zhu, but to avoid making Zhu Shaoxuang even more upset, he could only agree for now. At this point, his eyes began to darken. How could he possibly let these people go after they had helped his family so much? Later, the research team loaded their departing boat with explosives. The explosives were detonated only after the boat had left the port. That night, the descendants of the four great families, filled with guilt, gathered around Shaoxuang. The moment the explosion was complete, the team members notified Qin Mo to prevent Xiaoshuang from seeing what was to come. He made up an excuse and had Xiaoshuang leave first. Wan came over to toast Qin Mo. "Thank you and Xiaoshuang for letting my father go. If you need anything in the future, I Wan will do my utmost to help." Before she could finish, Qin Mo interrupted her. "This toast should be from me to you." Just as his words fell, a news report broke in. Tonight a small boat exploded at Hanjiang Pier. All 4 people on board were killed. The 4 have been identified as Ji Chen, Yu Ru, Yuqi Lai and Murong Feng. Just as the news finished, Ji Yu and Yuqi Lingqian lunged at Qin Mo with daggers. They knew it must have been Qin Mo's doing. Only Qin Mo could have pulled it off. Qin Mo simply lifted a finger and the weapons in their hands instantly fell, sending them flying several meters away. Qin Mo looked at the 2 lying on the ground and said calmly, "From now on, the 4 of you will be the heads of your respective families. As for the Yu family, I have already made arrangements." Murong Shushui and the others had faces filled with immense anger. But they were helpless. They were too insignificant in the face of the current Qin Mo. Qin Mo dusted off his shoulder. "If you behave, the 4 great families can survive. As for the purpose of your survival, it is to assist the Zhu family. From now on, the divine continent will be led by the Zhu family. Since everyone has eaten and drunk their fill, you may leave." With the 4 masters of the divine continent dead, this matter was considered closed. It was time for Qin Mo to go to Tianian City and ask the Qin family why they had hunted down his parents back then. Tianian City was the highest sanctuary of Huasha's martial arts and a gathering place for them. A few days later, Long Wu took Qin Mo to the entrance of Tianian City. They had been blacklisted by Tianian City, so they could only take Qin Mo this far. Qin Mo handed his high martial card to the staff, who told him to wait there and someone would come to pick him up. Qin Mo was very understanding, but he really didn't understand what the man meant. Just then a voice came from a distance, welcoming Qin Mo. This person was the same one from the Fengyue Tower. Qin Huang, the second young master of the Qin family, had spent 70 million to buy Qin Mo's poem. Qin Mo cupped his chin and watched him warily, not knowing if he was here on his own accord or on the Qin family's orders. Qin Huang had a friendly smile on his face. He took Qin Mo's hand and said gently, "Brother is a Qin family member after all. Returning to the high martial world, you should enter the gates of my Qin family." Qin Huang smiled, leading Qin Mo by the hand to the car. Qin Mo was willing to go back to the Qin family with Qin Huang. He wanted to ask the head of the Qin family why his father had been hunted down. On the way, Qin Huang talked a lot. From him, Qin Mo learned that the Qin family was a top-tier existence even in the high martial world. There was even a road named after the Qin family on the main thoroughfare of the city center called Qin Huang Street. Before long, Qin Huang brought Qin Mo to the Qin family and had specially prepared a villa for him. Just as Qin Huang was about to leave, Qin Mo stopped him and asked when he could meet the head of the Qin family. Qin Huang smiled meaningfully and said, "Brother, just wait for now." There was indeed no need to rush at this moment, so Qin Mo could only stay with Xiaoshuang for the time being. The female butler, Xiao Ying, introduced the basic situation of the villa to Qin Mo. The villa could be said to be a gathering place of beauties, but the only place Qin Mo was not allowed to cultivate was the courtyard. Qin Mo began to wonder what the Qin family's real purpose was. Before Qin Mo could react, Xiao Ying pulled him slowly into the villa. "Mr. Qin, you must be tired from your journey. Let me arrange for you to rest first." At night, the villa was filled with song and dance, and a group of beautiful women with fine figures danced in the villa. Xiao Ying, living a life like this, even I am a little envious. Qin Mo also knew that all of this was arranged by the Qin family. They wanted to turn Qin Mo into a complete waste, as only a waste would not affect their plans. Of course, this was just Qin Mo's guess. Regardless of the Qin family's intentions, Qin Mo told himself that he must see the head of the Qin family tomorrow. He was just about to take off his clothes to rest when he heard a knock on the door. Qin Mo opened the door and saw a scene. 2 rows of beautiful women dressed in uniform were lined up at the door. Xiao Ying said that everything in this villa belonged to young Master Qin, including them. Then Xiao Ying pointed to a group of beautiful women and said, "Young Master Qin can choose a few to stay and accompany you." As soon as her words fell, they all began to show off their graceful figures, hoping to receive young Master Qin's favor tonight. Qin Mo hurriedly waved his hands in a flustered manner. Xiao Ying showed a look of disbelief again. Could it be that young Master Qin wants Xiao Ying? The next second, Xiao Ying leaned against Qin Mo's chest. "It's not impossible, but we're afraid your body can't handle it." A 3-story villa equipped with a beautiful female butler. She was responsible for Qin Mo's daily life, inseparable from him, but even so, Qin Mo still pushed them out of the room. Xiao Ying unwillingly grabbed Qin Mo's hand. "Mr. Qin, don't be in a hurry. We have 1,000 ways to make you happy. Do you want to play something else? We can handle it." After hearing this, Qin Mo showed a lewd smile. "In that case, let's play something different." Then Qin Mo immediately ordered everyone to do 100 push-ups. After they were done, they could leave. The Qin family had arranged so many beauties to make Qin Mo addicted to them, so that he would have no heart to search for his parents. But they didn't expect that Qin Mo had already seen through their thoughts and secretly thought that it seemed he wouldn't be able to see the head of the Qin family tomorrow. He would have to find another way to get out of his current predicament. The next day, just as Qin Mo stepped out of the villa gate, Qin Huang hurriedly walked over and said, "Does my brother want to go out and play today?" When Qin Mo saw Qin Huang arrive, he immediately said that his brother had come at a great time. "However, Xiao Ying and the others played very hard last night. I'm afraid they won't be able to entertain my brother. Why don't you come out and play with me?" Qin Huang was very satisfied to see Qin Mo in this state. It seems that brother is living quite comfortably. My guard Ajia is proficient in all the food, drink and entertainment in Tianian City, so let him accompany you. After speaking, Qin Mo pretended to be his brother and act like a playboy. Qin Huang turned around and saw Qin Mo's appearance and was secretly delighted. The family head said this person would not be easily addicted. In this luxurious environment, it seems the family head should reconsider. Ajia told Qin Mo that in Tianian City, one had to use the local exclusive currency, martial coins. 50 martial coins could support a person for a month in Tianian City. A month in Tianian City, now Qin Mo didn't have to worry about paying. He could just charge it to the Qin family's account. Qin Mo also understood that the Qin family letting him charge to their account was to prevent him from buying items that could help him cultivate. At this moment, Qin Mo saw a casino ahead and a plan to escape his current predicament instantly formed in his mind. He immediately led the two of them into the casino. Before long, Qin Mo had lost 100,000 martial coins at the gambling table. Ajia broke out in a cold sweat seeing Qin Mo in this state. "Young Master Qin, you've already lost 100,000 martial coins. Do you want to continue?" Qin Mo looked at Ajia and said calmly, "Of course I'll continue. It's only 100,000 martial coins. Can't the Qin family afford it?" Ajia immediately said that a mere 100,000, how could the Qin family not afford it? Qin Mo then let Ajia have some fun too, saying he definitely wouldn't tell his brother. After speaking, Qin Mo gestured to Zhu Xiaoshuang beside him. Xiaoshuang instantly understood Qin Mo's meaning. He then slowly walked out the door, letting Ajia gamble freely. Qin Mo said that whatever he played today would be charged to Qin Mo's account. The Qin family would not blame him. Ajia laughed after hearing this. "Since young Master Qin has invited me, I'll play with you." In fact, he also really wanted to gamble a bit. After all, it had been a long time since he could play so freely. Seeing Ajia getting more and more into it, Qin Mo took the opportunity to say, "Ajia, you play a few rounds for me first. I'm going to the restroom." At this point, Ajia was already hooked and impatiently told Qin Mo to hurry back. The most important thing now was to find a way to make money and then find a place to cultivate and improve his strength. Qin Mo passed by a sword forging shop and the sound of chopping meat caught his attention. Miss Shen Ying of the Shen family brought a treasured sword to the shop for repair. The owner said the sword was too precious and he couldn't fix it at all. Just as Shen Ying was leaving, Qin Mo called out to her. When he was with everyone, Master Long had taught Qin Mo the art of forging weapons. Now was the perfect time to use it. Qin Mo said he could repair the sword in her hand himself. The two looked at Qin Mo in disbelief. Almost at the same time they asked if Qin Mo was a swordsmith. "Your Excellency, which swordsmith are you? May I have your name?" Qin Mo replied that his single character name was Mo and asked if he could borrow the shop, for which he would pay a corresponding fee. The owner sensed the nascent soul realm aura emanating from Qin Mo's body and agreed. As soon as Qin Mo sat down, he recognized this sword as the ancient Changshui gold. Master Long had once said that there were 7 great ancient swords and the Changshui sword was one of them. Qin Mo held the sword and said, "This sword should have shattered on its own when it failed to withstand the heavenly tribulation while trying to become a top-grade divine sword." Shen Ying watched as Qin Mo, merely by picking up the sword, knew what had happened to it. She thought to herself that this person must be extraordinary. So that meant he could fix the sword. Any reward would be fine. A smile appeared on the corner of Qin Mo's mouth. "I'll fix this." Qin Mo told Shen Ying that the sword would take at least a month to repair, and that she needed to prepare the forging materials and a forging place, and arrange it as soon as possible. Shen Ying immediately agreed after hearing this. "I'll go back and make the arrangements right away. I'll come here to pick you up tomorrow at this time." Before long, Qin Mo returned to the casino. At this point, Ajia had already lost 500,000, and adding what Qin Mo had lost before, he was already 2 million in debt. Qin Mo once again acted nonchalantly. "Let's go. Tomorrow we'll go to the biggest dance hall in Tianian to relax." When Ajia returned home, Qin Huang heard that Qin Mo had lost 2 million martial coins and was instantly shocked. His own monthly allowance was only 50,000 martial coins. Qin Mo had so easily spent 2 million. At this point, Ajia continued, "Qin Mo also said that tomorrow he's going to the best song and dance hall. Will the expenses still be covered then?" After what had just happened, Qin Huang began to panic. The representative said to put this matter aside for now. "I'll discuss it with my father first." Before leaving, he instructed Ajia not to let Qin Mo buy anything related to cultivation, or else he would have his head. Tianian Street at this time, Shen Ying had already arranged everything. As long as the Changshui sword was reforged, there was hope of breaking through to the divine sword realm, and a chance to compete with the Qin family. When Shen Ying returned, she heard that a newcomer had arrived at the Qin family and suddenly remembered what her father had said. Her grandfather had arranged a marriage with the Qin family when she was a child, but she didn't know the boy's name. Her parents said the boy's name was Qin Mo, but he was no longer around because he should be dead. He was already dead. The next day, Qin Mo arrived at the appointed place. Shen Ying had already prepared the materials Qin Mo needed. "Senior Mo, when can we start forging the sword?" Qin Mo heard this and said they could start now. He didn't want to be disturbed during the forging process. He asked Shen Ying to take Zhu Xiaoshuang for a walk, chat with the little guy about the nearby area. Before Qin Mo came, he had already given Xiaoshuang a task to follow Shen Ying and learn about the various powers in Tianian City, not too detailed, just brief. Whether Qin Mo could gain a foothold in Tianian City depended on today's task. He put all the required materials into the large forging furnace. At this moment, Qin Mo faintly felt the lightning power emanating from the sword's body. It seems this heavenly tribulation was not entirely without benefits for the Chengshui sword. After it's reforged, it might even gain another grade. When passing through Xinyan Street, Xiaoshuang learned from the side that there would be a weapon battle on Xinyan Street in the middle of this month. Whenever a new shop appeared, the Li, Ding, and Zhang families would start a round of competition. All men and women under the age of 30 living on Xinyan Street could participate. The final winner would own the shop. With this shop, you would have a foothold in Tianian City. Xiaoshuang immediately asked if Brother Mo could participate in this competition. Shen Ying asked with confusion after hearing this. "Is Senior Mo very young?" Xiaoshuang immediately said his brother was only in his 20s. Shen Ying then asked if Mo was his surname or his given name. Xiaoshuang said it wasn't, that was his given name. "My brother's full name is Qin Mo." Xiaoshuang said it without thinking. Shen Ying was startled when she heard the name Qin Mo, wondering if it was the same Qin Mo she was betrothed to. Xiaoshuang realized he had misspoken when he saw Shen Ying's momentary stun. After returning to the forge, Qin Mo said he could come back to forge for her again tomorrow, and the sword's body would be ready in about half a month. Based on Xiaoshuang's words earlier, Shen Ying couldn't help but suspect Qin Mo's identity and subsequently asked him about his relationship with the Qin family. Qin Mo was a bit surprised at this, wondering how Shen Ying knew his name. Xiaoshuang had a guilty look on his face and said it was his fault, he had misspoken earlier. Shen Ying began to show some concern. "The Shen family and the Qin family have a feud. If you are a member of the Qin family, I can't rest assured leaving the Chengshui sword with you for repair." Qin Mo laughed after hearing this. "Then you can rest assured. I wish the Qin family would collapse right now. I won't tamper with your Chengshui sword. As for other matters, that is my private business. It's a pity I can't say." On the way back, Qin Mo learned from Xiaoshuang about the weapon battle on Xinyan Street. Perhaps the forging of the Chengshui sword could be expedited. Half a month later, after more than 10 days of forging by Qin Mo, the Chengshui sword was successfully repaired. What Qin Mo had said to Shen Ying before, that he would help her forge the Shui sword and any fee would be fine. "Do you remember? I now need your help to prepare 50,000 martial coins, plus a manager for a sword forging shop." After hearing this, Shen Ying's expression began to show worry. "Senior, are you thinking of participating in the civil war on Xinyan Street? But won't there be a problem with the Qin family?" Qin Mo revealed a confident expression. "You don't need to worry about the Qin family. I've already made arrangements. Once my civil war in Xinyan Street is over, I'll send them a little gift, so I will also do my best to fulfill your request." Shen Ying's face then flushed slightly. "Qin Mo, can we have dinner together tonight? Consider it a thank you for helping me repair the Chengshui sword." Qin Mo, a classic straight man, immediately replied, "No, Shen Ying, you should fulfill my request first. Isn't that how you truly want to thank me? Just give me the 50,000 martial coins now." Shen Ying looked at Qin Mo as if he were a fool. "This is the Martial Association's bank card, 50,000 martial coins in total. The password is 6 zeros. Even Xiaoshuang, standing to the side, could see what Miss Shen was thinking. "Brother, you're really single by your own merit for life." At this time, within the Shen family, Shen Yi's, the head of the Shen family, turned pale with anger upon learning that the Chengshui sword had been given to an unknown boy for reforging. As soon as Shen Ying returned to the Shen family, she was stopped by Shen Juling. "The family head has asked for you in the main hall. Please come with me." Seeing his expression, Shen Ying guessed that something bad was about to happen. After Shen Ying arrived in the main hall, the family head immediately ordered her to kneel. "Yinger, who gave you permission to give the Chengshui sword to some nobody for reforging? The Chengshui sword requires extremely skilled swordsmithing craftsmanship. Do you realize that doing so could destroy the Chengshui sword?" Shen Ying picked up the sword box and said, "It's not like that, Grandpa. He has already reforged this Chengshui sword." As soon as her words fell, Shen Yi's was stunned for a moment, then continued to scold loudly. "Do you know how difficult it is to reforge the Chengshui sword? How could some nobody possibly do it?" Before he could finish, Shen Ying opened the sword box and a perfectly intact Chengshui sword appeared before everyone. Shen Ying specially returned the perfectly intact Chengshui sword to the Shen family. The Shen family head's jaw dropped in astonishment. What kind of person was this to actually reforge the Chengshui sword? Shen Yi slowly took the sword box. "This masterful craftsmanship. I have never seen such a talent in Tianian City. What is his name?" Faced with Shen Yi's barrage of questions, Shen Ying was very surprised. The scene changed, and now we are in the Qin family's villa after more than 10 days of hard work. Qin Mo was using the spirit stones he had exchanged for with martial coins to make his final breakthrough. Tomorrow is the civil war on Xinyan Street. I hope these spirit stones can support me in breaking through to the mid-nascent soul stage. This was his 39th attempt on the spiritual lake. Within his body, a baby glowing with a faint green light clearly appeared. With a roar from Qin Mo, all the spiritual energy surged into the baby's body, thus achieving the mid-nascent soul stage. Xinyan Street Civil War, here I come. Qin Mo, this was a martial arts competition where no one had dared to challenge the stage yet. Those guarding the stage were all martial rupture experts, and no one on the street was their match. Then a young man standing in the corner stood up. I'm here today to challenge the 5 of you. As soon as these words were spoken, they instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Qin Mo slowly walked onto the stage. People on both sides craned their necks to see. Which fool was so reckless? One martial rupture expert would be enough for him to handle, yet he dared to claim he would fight 5, truly overestimating his own abilities. Qin Mo stepped onto the stage and said calmly, "Let's begin." The 5 exchanged glances and attacked Qin Mo simultaneously. The spear in the hands of the Ding family disciple emitted dazzling golden light. In the eyes of the Ding family head, with the Ding family's ancestral spear technique, that boy surnamed Qin was sure to die with this one strike. The Ding family head leisurely sipped his tea. After all, in his eyes, one person was enough to kill Qin Mo, let alone 5. Qin Mo looked coldly at their flashy moves, then slowly raised his hand. Streams of spiritual energy descended and were fiercely slapped out from his palm. The 5 attackers were instantly sent flying, letting out pained cries. The family head at the side was shocked to see this, unable to believe it. At this moment, Qin Mo sneered, "Is this all the strength the younger generation of Tianyan City has?" Upon hearing this, the Ding family head immediately ordered the 5 of them, "Use your strongest abilities and join forces to kill Qin Mo." A one-on-one fight was certainly no match for Qin Mo. As soon as his words fell, the 5 immediately surrounded Qin Mo. "Qin Mo, don't be so arrogant. We were just careless a moment ago. With us joining forces, Qin Mo will surely die." Qin Mo disdainfully beckoned with his hand and said, "Come on." As soon as his words fell, the Ding and Li family brothers both used their combined martial skills. Twin dragons playing with a pearl in the sky-piercing sword formation, while the Zhang family used the martial rupture sword skill, Flame Blade. Qin Mo, in your next life don't enter the martial path. Just be an ordinary person. In an instant, terrifying streams of energy began to surge around Qin Mo. The 5 combined their martial skills and struck at the same time. The aura of death enveloped the entire stage. Everyone turned their heads away, because under this attack, Qin Mo could not possibly survive. Qin Mo looked at their antics like clowns on a stage, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he said, "So is this all the strength you have?" As soon as his words fell, a violent explosion instantly rang out. The people who were leaving immediately stopped and looked back. At this moment, Qin Mo unleashed a nascent soul martial skill, his palm fiercely striking the ground. In an instant, the entire stage shook violently. Seeing that Qin Mo's martial skill was about to burst out of the stage, the crowd panicked and ran outwards. The 5 people on the stage were already scared senseless by Qin Mo. "Qin Mo, we surrender. Shop number 22 is yours." Qin Mo looked at them with a meaningful smile. "The rule of the Xinyan Street Civil War is that, once you're on the stage, life and death are fated. Isn't it a bit too late to surrender now?" With that, Qin Mo gathered spiritual energy in his palm and fiercely swung it at the 5 on the stage. The 5 were almost simultaneously sent flying by Qin Mo, letting out pained groans. Qin Mo stretched his limbs. "Don't worry, I just temporarily incapacitated you. I don't want your lives." But even so, the 3 family heads would not let Qin Mo off. After all, to be so embarrassed on their own turf, anyone would want to personally eliminate Qin Mo. Just then, a carriage arrived. It was the people from the reclusive Shen family. The Shen family's voice echoed through the entire street. The 3 family heads rushed forward to greet them. Fortunately, Qin Mo had made preparations beforehand. Although he was confident he could retreat from Xinyan Street unharmed if he wanted to gain a firm foothold here later, he couldn't afford to offend people to the point of no return. After Shen Ying got out of the carriage, the 3 family heads quickly bowed and saluted. Shen Ying walked directly to Qin Mo and said, "Senior Mo, my father has something he wishes to discuss with you. I wonder if you have the time." When the 3 family heads saw Shen Ying address Qin Mo as Senior Mo, they broke out in a cold sweat. They hadn't expected Qin Mo to be so close to the reclusive Shen family. Qin Mo then got into the carriage with Shen Ying. Before leaving, he looked back at the 3 family heads. "I wonder what you 3 family heads plan to do with my shop," the 3 immediately said fawningly. "Senior Mo, rest assured that shop is yours. We will definitely prepare the shop's deed for you." In the carriage, Shen Ying asked Qin Mo if he could help the Chengshui sword break through to the divine weapon realm again. Qin Mo said that to break through to the divine weapon realm, they would need Tiangong divine stone. This ore could only be found in the extremely cold regions and was very rare. Qin Mo stated, "As long as your Shen family can find the material, I can help you one more time. But what benefits can your Shen family offer me? You know my price is very high." Shen Ying's face turned red with embarrassment. "The terms are for Senior Mo to set. Even if it means marrying you, that's acceptable." Qin Mo thought to himself, "Is there such a good deal? She can't be planning to renege on the deal, can she?" "Absolutely not. the Dragon Cold Sword has also reached the peak of weapon quality. If I had a piece of Tiangong Divine Stone, it could definitely enter the Divine Realm. I'll just take one piece of Tiangong Divine Stone." Shen Ying was instantly so angry her face turned black. "Don't worry, I'll definitely bring you a piece when we're mining it." At this time, the Qin family should have also received the gift Qin Mo left for them. In the Qin family residence, a subordinate reported that Qin Mo had participated in the weapon battle on Xinyan Street and had won shop number 22. Hearing this, Qin Huang flew into a rage. "Where's that damn useless Ajia? He can't even keep an eye on one person." The subordinate then handed him a USB drive. Qin Huang opened it and watched. It was all footage of Ajia's extravagant life. At the end of the video, Qin Mo didn't forget to leave a highly provocative message. "Thank you for your hospitality these past few days, younger brother. I, Qin Mo, had a great time. I've already found a new place to stay. However, I, Qin Mo, will be back. After all, I still need the Qin family head to give me an explanation for what happened to my father back then. I hope he is prepared by then." Qin Huang gritted his teeth in anger. "Qin Mo, do you think you can escape from my Qin family's grasp just like this? I'll go see my father now. You go and capture Ajia and dispose of him. I don't want to see him again. He was a filial son renowned for miles around, but every time he went home his own father would slap him 100 times. Not only did he not have any complaints, but he became even more obedient to his father." His father looked at Qin Huang expressionlessly and said, "He's truly a useless waste, can't even watch over one person, but I'd like to see what kind of trouble Qin Mo can stir up now that he's left the Qin family." Meanwhile at the Li family in Xinyan Street, painful coughs echoed. Li Xiangyu asked his father to kill Qin Mo to avenge them, but his father scolded them instead. "Do you know who took Qin Mo away just now? It was the reclusive Shen family, whose power is second only to the Qin family. What can we do to him?" Hearing this, Li Xiangyu replied, "So are we just going to let Qin Mo go? Our Li family's reputation has been trampled under his feet." Just as the Li family head was feeling helpless, a voice came from behind him. "Brother Li, don't worry, I have a plan." At this moment, the Zhang family head slowly walked over. Shop number 22 is located in the worst geographical location on our Xinyan Street. Even if Qin Mo has customers, they are all our Xinyan Street customers. As long as we three family heads issue an order telling the residents of Xinyan Street not to patronize Qin Mo's shop, this way Qin Mo's business will naturally suffer losses. As long as Qin Mo can't pay the rent at the end of the year, we will have a legitimate reason to drive him out of Xinyan Street. Qin Mo also knew that his shop was not in an advantageous location, and opening an ordinary weapon shop would surely attract no one. Xiao Shuang looked at the dilapidated little shop in front of him and asked, "Brother, this shop is so old and small, what should we do?" "Naturally, we must do something earth-shattering and awe-inspiring." Before long, Qin Mo laid out all the ingredients. His shop's location wasn't great, but the aroma of roasted meat could attract more customers. Soon, the aroma spread through several nearby streets and people began to search for its source. Suddenly, someone exclaimed that the aroma was coming from Xinyan Street, right next to Qin Mo's shop. Everyone swarmed towards Qin Mo's shop. A long line formed at the shop's entrance. When the three family heads of Xinyan Street learned of this, they were furious. "Didn't we tell the residents of Xinyan Street not to go to his shop? What's going on? The reports say his business is booming." The Zhang family head picked up his teacup and said calmly, "The customers here are not from our Xinyan Street, but from the neighboring Xiang Street." Then someone brought over the roasted meat that Qin Mo made. The family heads looked disdainfully at the skewers made with ordinary ingredients. "I'd like to see what's so special about them." The moment the skewer touched his taste buds, the Li family head's expression instantly melted. The fresh flavor of the ingredients themselves was completely brought out. Paired with the spicy and delicious seasoning, it was simply a delicacy from the heavens. The Ding family head helplessly spread his hands. "It seems his business is booming, we can't stop it." Suddenly, the Zhang family head slammed the table. "No, we must stop him. We'll pass this information to the Yang family, who deals in spiritual yuan ingredients. If the Yang family finds out someone is making food more delicious than spiritual yuan ingredients using ordinary ingredients, they will definitely not stand by and do nothing." At this moment, within the Yang family, the eldest son Yang Song frowned as he looked at today's accounts. The income from various shops today was much lower than usual. A subordinate reported that a new roasted meat stall had opened on the street next to them. "The diners on our street have all been attracted to that shop." Yang Song immediately stood up and said, "Who is the owner?" The subordinate immediately said it was Qin Mo. After hearing Qin Mo's name, he immediately sat down again. "Is it the Qin family's Qin Mo?" The subordinate confirmed it was. "And the ingredients he uses are not spiritual yuan ingredients, but ordinary ones." Just as Yang Song was feeling helpless because he was a member of the Qin family, he heard his father's voice from behind calling him over. At this time, the head of the Yang family, Yang Haofeng, had also learned of the matter. "I believe you've heard about Qin Mo's shop. I have already discussed with the three street masters of Xinyan Street. We can use drastic measures against Qin Mo's shop as long as we return shop number 22 to Xinyan Street." Yang Song looked at his father with a confident and trusting expression. "He's a member of the Qin family. Aren't you afraid, father?" Before he could finish, Yang Haofeng interrupted him. Just go ahead and do it. Besides, I have received orders from above. There's no need to hold back against Qin Mo. Hearing this, the weight in Yang Song's heart was instantly lifted. Since father has spoken, I guarantee I will complete this mission. At this moment on Xinyan Street, Qin Mo had gone out to buy things, leaving Xiao Shuang to watch the shop alone. Suddenly, several grenades were thrown into the shop. By the time Xiao Shuang saw them, it was too late to escape. A loud explosion echoed through the entire street. In the next second, the entire shop was blown up and thick smoke immediately rose from the scene. At this time, Qin Mo returned happily. He had bought a bunch of snacks. Xiao Shuang would surely be happy. At this moment, people nearby were discussing. Shop number 22 was blown up by the Yang family. Qin Mo heard this and immediately ran back to the shop. Seeing this scene, Yang Song was stepping on Zhu Xiaoshuang's head, saying, "My dear shopkeeper Qin, you're finally back." Seeing how they were treating his younger brother, Qin Mo quickly rushed towards Yang Song, concentrating his spiritual power in his fist. 3 punches sent Yang Song flying several meters away. He then fed Xiao Shuang a pill to stabilize his condition first. "Xiao Shuang, don't be afraid, brother will save you." Yang Song unwillingly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and roared at Qin Mo, "You dare to hit me, Yang Song, I will teach you a lesson." As soon as his words fell, the two of them immediately charged at Qin Mo. Qin Mo knew that Xiao Shuang was seriously injured and now was not the time to get entangled with them. After quickly dealing with the two, he questioned Yang Song, saying he had never offended the Yang family. So why did they attack his shop? Yang Song sneered, "You haven't offended my Yang family, but who told you to offend someone you shouldn't have? I'm not a belligerent person either. I'll give you 2 choices now. 1, I send you 2 on your way happily. 2, you become my slave and I'll guarantee you 2 won't die. I'll give you, Qin Mo, 2 seconds to choose." Upon hearing this, Qin Mo's eyes began to sharpen. No matter which choice he made, it was a dead end. Then Qin Mo slowly picked up the injured Xiao Shuang and rushed towards Yang Song, saying, "I choose the 3rd option." Qin Mo suddenly reached out and grabbed Yang Song's throat, saying, "Tell your men to let us go or I die today and you won't live either. My life for the Yang family's young master's life, I'm not losing out." Yang Song was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat and quickly ordered the people beside him to move aside and let Qin Mo leave. Qin Mo also knew that even if he ran out of Xinyan Street, the Yang family would surely not give up and would chase after him. Qin Mo had to go to the Shen family's Shenyang pavilion. On the Shen family's territory, they would naturally not dare to act rashly. As soon as Qin Mo reached the entrance of Xinyan Street, he saw the Li family head on the side. The Yang family was causing trouble for him, so the 3 great families of Xinyan Street must have contributed a lot. He decided to give a big gift to Xinyan Street and Xiyang Street. Qin Mo then knocked Yang Song unconscious and quickly threw him towards the Li family head. The Li family head saw a huge object smashing towards his head and without thinking, directly slapped it away. Yang Song instantly spat out blood and fell to the ground lifeless. Only then did the Li family head realize that the object that had just come at him was the Yang family head's only son, Yang Song. The Yang family's guards looked at the Li family head and shouted, "We will report today's matter to the family head." "Li family head, just you wait to explain to our family head." The Zhang family head was thunderstruck when he saw this scene. Yang Song was the old Yang's only son. "You didn't use a heavy hand just now, did you?" The Li family head said contemptuously. "So what if I did? We'll just pin the blame on Qin Mo then. Does that old fellow Yang Haofeng dare to declare war on our Xinyan Street?" At this moment, Qin Mo brought Xiao Shuang to the Shenyang pavilion. After Qin Mo explained what had just happened, Shenyang couldn't help but worry. "Then what will you do in the future? You've offended so many family heads." But Qin Mo just smiled calmly and said, "Don't worry, everything is under my control. And I've already sent a big gift to Xinyan Street and the Yang family." At this time in the Yang family, the bodyguards hurriedly brought Yang Song back and reported to Yang Haofeng that the young master had been killed by the Li family head. The Yang family head almost lost his balance and collapsed onto the ground, asking what had happened. The bodyguard recounted what had happened. "When we went out, he resisted fiercely. During the resistance, the Li family head appeared out of nowhere and slapped the young master. The young master was killed by him just like that." Yang Haofeng was so angry he shouted Li Jucheng's name. "I already promised to drive Qin Mo away, but how dare they lay a hand on my son? Send the order. In 3 days we will march on Xinyan Street." The next day, Shenyang received news that Xiyang Street was going to march on Xinyan Street. Qin Mo said that neither side was any good. "It's good for dogs to bite dogs, maybe we can even pick up some scraps later." The scene changed. 2 days later, a conflict broke out on the streets between Xiyang Street and Xinyan Street. Qin Mo was watching this grand show with Xiao Shuang from above. Before long, the 2 sides started fighting. A great battle in Xinyan Street with cries for help and sounds of slaughter filling the air. The Li family head hadn't expected Yang Haofeng to attack Xinyan Street directly without even investigating the truth. The Ding family head said he had long wanted to annex Xinyan Street. Yang Song's death was just a legitimate excuse for him to send troops to Xinyan Street. And according to the information I've received, he has the Qin family backing him. The Li family head was shocked when he heard the words Qin family and didn't dare to speak, while everyone was talking. Yang Haofeng had already charged in. Seeing this, Qin Mo directly took out his Harman Kardon. How could such a good show not have background music? In the next second, a soul-stirring piece of music began to play. Under the control of the music, Yang Haofeng began to go crazy, the anger in his heart seeming to be magnified 100-fold. At this moment, Shen Ying slowly walked over. I didn't expect you to also know sonic attacks. Who do you think will win in the end when these four family heads fight? A faint smile appeared on Chinmo's face. No matter how they fight, the final winner will be me. At this time, young Haofeng was getting more and more frenzied, and a terrifying energy actually emerged from his body. The three of them felt more and more that something was wrong with the sound of the zither. Even they were starting to lose control of their emotions. It must be Chinmo's doing. But young Haofeng had already lost his mind, crazily using his world-destroying martial skill. Martial soul, martial skill, hegemon body, nine heavens cry. In an instant, a terrifying energy shot out from his body. Wherever the energy passed, the entire street was instantly flattened by this force. Seeing that the time was right, Chinmo brought the two of them over slowly. You help me take care of Xiaoshuang, I can go over by myself. I can't touch the Qin family for now. These family heads have made me suffer a loss, how can I not make a move? In the end, the Yang family still retreated. Chinmo thought he could have kept the Yang family's people today. At this time, the three family heads were seriously injured by the energy just now and were lying on the ground. Chinmo mocked from the side, the three family heads are in a sorry state. The three of them saw Chinmo and their faces instantly turned livid with anger. Chinmo, you dare to come back? Chinmo looked at them as if they were ants and said, why wouldn't I dare? I'm here to inform you of something. From today on, I'm in charge of Xinyan Street. The Ding family head was about to attack Chinmo but was stopped by the Zhang family head. He knew that the few of them were seriously injured and were no match for Chinmo, not to mention that Chinmo knew the Shen family. If they really fought, it might be the day their families were annihilated. Then the few of them obediently took out the street tokens from their pockets. From now on, Xinyan Street belongs to you, Chinmo. Can you give us a place to live? Chinmo took the street tokens and looked at them coldly. When did you ever give me a place to stay? The next day, when the Yang family head learned that Chinmo had used him to become the street master of Xinyan Street, he immediately flew into a rage. Well done, Chinmo. I didn't expect you to be playing the game of the mantis stalking the cicada unaware of the oriole behind. Then he received a letter from Chinmo which made him so angry he vomited blood and fell to the ground. Have you ever seen such a clever business genius? He is the master of a street. Not only does he not collect rent from all the shops on the street, but he also offers free entry to newcomers. Shen Ying also thought Chinmo's actions were purely foolish. Just then, people from the Qin family suddenly burst in, wanting to join Chinmo's Xinyan Street. The Qin family is the strongest family in Tianyan City. Coming to Chinmo's small street was obviously to cause him trouble. The person who came immediately announced his identity in a high-profile manner, saying he was from the Qin family, named Qin Sui. Then he walked up to Chinmo even more rudely. I want the two best shops on Xinyan Street. One for me and one for my brother, and you have to give me a monthly tribute of 1,000 martial coins. Faced with the Qin family's unreasonable request, even Shen Ying on the side thought it was too much. But Chinmo just sneered from the side and everyone couldn't help but feel sorry for him. It seemed that Xinyan Street, which had just started to show some promise, was about to decline again. That's someone from the Qin family. Street Master Qin will probably have to bow down to the Qin family. As expected, Chinmo took out the shop keys, but a barely perceptible smile appeared on his lips. Just as Qin Sui was about to reach for them, Chinmo suddenly kicked him in the face and then said calmly, these are the shop keys, but you people from the Qin family are not worthy of taking them. Qin Sui was instantly so angry he started cursing. Chinmo looked at him with the expression of someone looking at a fool. My Xinyan Street is not a place for any Tom, Dick, or Harry. I'll give you one chance, get lost. At this moment, Yang Haofeng, the street master from the next street, slowly walked over. Street Master Qin has become the master of Xinyan Street. Today I, Yang, have come to pay a special visit. Looking at Yang Haofeng's expression, Chinmo knew that his visit this time was definitely not with good intentions. After some fake pleasantries, Yang Haofeng said that he was here today to wish Street Master Qin's business prosperity. Also, my food street is very short-staffed recently. I'm here to find a few people. Street Master Qin shouldn't have any objections, right? Chinmo thought for a moment and then agreed with Street Master Yang. As long as they are willing, they can leave at any time. Yang Haofeng immediately stated his conditions. Working on Yang Street, you'll be paid 1,000 martial coins a month and the work is easy. Those who want to go can register with my assistant. Hearing 1,000 martial coins a month, everyone's spirits were instantly lifted. They hadn't earned that much money 2 months ago, plus everyone was starting to feel that Chinmo's promise of shops was a bit unreliable. Before long, everyone flocked to Xiyang Street, wanting to work there. After all, Chinmo was new to Tianyan City, so he was definitely not as reliable as Street Master Yang. Yang Haofeng now wore a smug smile. Street Master Qin is truly a man of great principle. Thank you for rescuing our brothers from their plight. Almost everyone ran to Yang Street. Seeing this, Shen Ying couldn't help but start worrying about Chinmo, but Chinmo looked like he wasn't worried at all. In less than a month they'll be kneeling and begging me to come back on Xinyan Street. Chinmo looked at the dozen or so people who had voluntarily stayed, feeling very grateful in his heart. Let's build up Xinyan Street together. The next day, construction began on Xinyan Street. Chinmo completely transformed Xinyan Street into a street exclusively for young people and renamed it Secular Street. When Yang Haofeng heard that Chinmo was going to create Secular Street, he started laughing out loud. Opening a Secular Street in Tianyan City, Chinmo's brain must be broken. He then had his subordinate stay behind after Secular Street opened, to bring over the remaining den people from Secular Street, making Chin Mo a completely isolated leader. A week later, Secular Street officially opened. However, the employees within were not optimistic about Secular Street, because there had never been a precedent for this kind of street in Tianyan City. Some even said that if you wanted to experience the Secular Street that Chin Mo wanted to open, you might as well go to the neighboring Xiang Street. On the opening day, it attracted a large number of young people, including the Winner chicken dinner shop. It brought back memories for many young people who felt that besides cultivation they finally had a place to relax. Before long, young people from several nearby streets flocked to Secular Street. The employees' attitude changed from their previous rejection to now hailing Street Master Chin as a god. At this time in Xiang Street, Yang Haofeng asked his subordinate why the neighboring Secular Street was so noisy. Just then, a subordinate ran in a panic. Secular Street is packed with people. There are queues of young people all lining up to go there. Yang Haofeng was so angry he flipped the table. Impossible. Later, have Butler Joe go and investigate. We can't let Secular Street get any more popular. The scene changed. At night, outside Chin Mo's house, Luo Ni, the owner of the adult product shop on Secular Street, found Chin Mo. Master Chin, can I come in and talk? Chin Mo, without any suspicion, let her in. As soon as they reached the sofa, Luo Ni pushed Chin Mo down onto it. Although it wasn't the first time Chin Mo had been pushed down like this, he still symbolically asked Luo Ni what she wanted. At this time, Luo Ni's face was already flushed red and she stammered. Faced with Luo Ni's actions, Chin Mo's mind began to conjure some strange images. Street Master Chin, I want to open a pharmacy. I don't want to run an adult product shop anymore. Hearing this, Chin Mo was speechless. Luo Ni, if you want to open a pharmacy, just say so. Don't act like this, it's misleading. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Ni slowly untied the bow on her chest. I was afraid you wouldn't agree, so I wanted to use my first time to make a deal with you. Chin Mo immediately pulled Luo Ni up and said, do I look like that kind of person? I've had plans for a pharmacy for a while now. I'll make the arrangements myself. You can go back for now. This is a bottle of divine medicine, which has miraculous effects for treating children who are beaten and scolded by their fathers. I suggest that people who are often beaten and scolded by their fathers here should keep a few more bottles. The next day, Chin Mo opened a pharmacy for Luo Ni to manage. Just like that, half a month passed, and Secular Street became a sanctuary for the younger generation of Tianyan City to relax. In the eyes of the older generation, this was a street that was ruining the future of their families, so they finally couldn't stand it anymore. The major reclusive families of Tianyan City made a request to the reclusive families, can we eradicate the scourge that is Secular Street? In the main hall of the ancestral shrine, the head of the shrine, Zhang Shao, sighed. Chin Mo is indeed Qin Yan'an's son, always making unexpected moves. It's time to deal with him. Qin Xiang, the acting head of the Qin family, began to frown. It's time to resolve this. The difficult part now is that Chin Mo hasn't broken the rules of Tianyan City. Zhang Shao took out a photo of Yang Haofeng. Didn't this person have contact with your Qin family before? Let him make the move. At this time in the Yang residence, a servant came to report that a guest wanted to see him. Yang Haofeng shouted loudly, no visitors, I'm not seeing anyone. Zhang Shao said calmly from behind, the Yang family head is putting on quite the airs today. When Yang Haofeng saw the head of the ancestral shrine and the acting head of the Qin family arrive, his face turned ashen. The next second he knelt on the ground and repeatedly apologized to them. Head of the ancestral shrine, acting head of the Qin family, it's my fault for not coming out to greet you. Zhang Shao looked at Yang Haofeng indifferently. I came to find you today specifically to give you a chance to kill Chin Mo. Do you want it? Upon hearing he could kill Chin Mo, Yang Haofeng's interest was immediately piqued. I, Yang, will definitely not fail this mission. I will rid Tianyan City of Chin Mo. Tianyan City was enjoying a period of peace and prosperity. At this time, Chin Mo was on his way to the Luotian pharmacy. Luo Ni said there were all kinds of herbs, and Chin Mo also needed fluorescent holy stone to break through to the peak of the nascent soul stage. As soon as Chin Mo arrived at the pharmacy's entrance, he saw a familiar statue. It was the statue of Grandma Luo. It was puzzling why Grandma Luo's statue would be here. A woman slowly walked towards Chin Mo, saying she was the Luo family's medical woman, Luo Xian. May I ask, Mr. Chin, what is your relationship with Senior Luo Xin? Chin Mo saw that this person had unfriendly intentions. If he didn't reveal something, it seemed he wouldn't be able to leave Luotian Street. Chin Mo then said he was Luo Xin's eldest disciple and also her grandson. After hearing this, Luo Xian said, I have a favor to ask, and I hope Chin Mo won't refuse. With that, the people held their weapons and slowly surrounded Chin Mo. My medical arts and yours both originate from the Luo family. The techniques you've learned are also from my Luo family. The refining method for this top-grade golden wound pill is my Luo family's property. It's time for it to be returned to its rightful owner. Chin Mo put his hands in his pockets and said calmly, when Grandma Luo taught me medicine, she said that the principles of medicine should be passed down to the virtuous and selfless, for the benefit of all living beings. I don't know what your Luo family is, so how can I pass the medical arts to your Luo family? As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Xian repeatedly expressed her rudeness, then said that the Luo family desperately needed Senior Luo Xin's secret techniques. The Luo family could offer some precious herbs or rare treasures in exchange. Qin Mo thought to himself, this is just what I want. I can't say outright that she has the fluorescent holy stone I'm looking for. For the exchange, I, Qin Mo, need a piece of top-grade fluorescent holy stone in exchange for the golden wound pill formula in my hands. Luo Xian readily agreed after hearing this, and then handed the fluorescent holy stone to Qin Mo. 2 days later, young Haofeng brought a group of people to Secular Street. He slowly got out of the car and looked at Secular Street. This time he swore he would kill Qin Mo. Young Haofeng brought a group of people to Qin Mo's house. Someone break down the door for me. Several people kicked the door open with a single kick, and a huge surge of spiritual energy instantly swept out. The entire house collapsed in an instant, and even the ground began to crack. Young Haofeng quickly pulled them out from inside. At this moment the smoke slowly dissipated, and a figure appeared in the ruins. After 2 days of secluded cultivation, Qin Mo successfully broke through to the peak of the nascent soul stage, activating the skill nascent soul spiritual domain. Suddenly a letter flew clearly towards Qin Mo. Qin Mo, I Young Haofeng hereby issue a challenge, inviting Street Master Qin to a battle at the World Martial Arts Arena tomorrow. This battle will decide not only victory and defeat but most life and death. After hearing this, Qin Mo revealed a cold smile. I thought our streets could coexist peacefully. Today Street Master Yang challenges me, and I, Qin Mo, accept. After hearing this, Young Haofeng immediately turned and left. He instructed his subordinate behind him, spread the news of Qin Mo's breakthrough to the peak of the nascent soul stage to the Qin family. Get the Qin family to help us. That afternoon Qin Huang found Qin Mo and then took out a scroll, saying it was an order from the Qin family. Qin Mo, the master of Xinyan Street, since entering Tianian City several months ago, has used schemes to murder Yang Song's beloved son, which is considered inhumane. He then used overt schemes to expel the Li, Zhang and Ding families, treating people unfairly, and has corrupted the morals of our Tianian. He bears 3 crimes therefore in tomorrow's martial arts arena battle. You, Qin Mo, are not allowed to use the dragon cold sword. This is a special order. Shen Ying immediately asked Young Haofeng if he could use a weapon. The family head is the victim, so of course he can use a weapon. Qin Mo showed a mocking expression and said, who made this rule? Qin Huang immediately replied, it was my Qin family. An unfair match, and you have the nerve to say it was set by my Qin family. My Qin family says it's fair, then it's fair. In Tianian City my Qin family is fairness. Qin Mo watched Qin Huang's departing back and he angrily clenched his fists. Shen Ying couldn't help but worry about Qin Mo. This duel is the work of the Qin family and the Zhang family. Qin Mo, why don't you just not go tomorrow? Qin Mo's gaze was firm. The Qin family worked so hard to set this up, of course I have to go. Qin Mo looked at the bustling scene of Secular Street and pondered for a long time. They are still moving forward, how can I give up? Shen Ying's eyes began to turn red. If you go this time you won't come back. Qin Mo put away his earlier smile, clenched his fists and said nothing. Without the dragon cold sword he was indeed not 100% confident in defeating the Yang family head. This was the protagonist's most uncertain match to date, because on this stage, Qin Mo's top-grade weapon, the Dragon Cold Sword, would be forbidden. In all previous battles the key to victory was the Dragon Cold Sword. And now Qin Mo's opponent's realm had reached the terrifying mid-martial soul stage. The match was about to begin. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a giant axe descended from the sky and slammed into the center of the arena. This was Young Haofeng's best and last chance to kill Qin Mo. Qin Mo, holding the drunken god brush, slowly walked towards Young Haofeng. Qin Mo, master of Secular Street, has come to answer the challenge. As soon as his words fell, Young Haofeng leapt up and swung his axe fiercely at Qin Mo. Seeing this, Qin Mo waved the drunken god brush in his hand using the martial skills ink spray and sweeping 1,000 armies. A large amount of ink sprayed out and instantly swept towards Young Haofeng. Seeing this, Young Haofeng quickly dodged. Qin Mo took the opportunity to get out of the battle axe's attack range. Young Haofeng chuckled lightly. Do you really think creating distance will give you a chance to defeat me? As soon as his words fell, Young Haofeng once again raised the heaven-slaying axe, martial soul skill. Intersecting light and shadow in an instant, Young Haofeng's figure moved rapidly, creating countless illusions. Qin Mo looked indifferently at the charging Young Haofeng, covered his left eye with one hand and said calmly, fast, but not faster than this eye, ancient martial god skill Zuzao. As soon as his words fell, Qin Mo immediately waved the drunken god brush in his hand. The characters of the divine illumination time ignited the sprayed ink. No matter which direction Young Haofeng attacked from, he would be blocked by the ink ignited by Qin Mo. Before long, Young Haofeng's left arm was burned, the fire of Zuzao never extinguishing. Young Haofeng let out a blood-curdling scream. He almost without hesitation raised his battle axe and chopped it fiercely at his own left arm. The severed arm fell to the ground and was instantly burned to a crisp, not even bones remaining. Qin Mo stood before him and smiled calmly. What other tricks does the Yang family head have? Bring them out and let's see. I can give you time to think. Qin Mo's calmness made Young Haofeng feel powerless. He could sense that Qin Mo didn't even consider him an opponent. On the stage, Zhang Xiao suddenly stood up and said, Is it over? Should we make our move? Qin Sui said calmly, No rush. Young Haofeng's strongest martial skill hadn't been used yet. But after a long while, young Haofeng suddenly started laughing, his laughter a bit crazed, a bit determined. This battle was a game of the powerful from the very beginning. If they don't let you, Qin Mo, win, you can't win. His voice gradually became crazed. The battle axe in his hand emitted a blood-red golden light. Martial skill, martial soul realm. Hegemon Bati, 9 heavens, desolate shadow blotting out the sky and sun surged like a flood, smashing fiercely towards Qin Mo. Qin Mo, however, stood calmly in place, his palm slowly rising. The moment the battle axe fell, Qin Mo's entire body was enveloped in spiritual energy. With a loud bang, Yang Haofeng was instantly sent flying on the stage. Zhang Xiao and Qin Ziang were instantly shocked as they looked at Qin Mo. They didn't expect Qin Mo to have truly reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. A 22-year-old at the peak of the nascent soul stage, this was beyond their expectations. In the next second, Yang Haofeng unleashed all of his power. The first axe didn't work, Qin Mo. Then take my second axe. At the moment the immense energy gathered, Qin Mo slowly raised his hand, muttering spiritual domain. A fierce wind suddenly whipped up around Qin Mo as the spiritual domain skill activated. It establishes an exclusive spiritual energy domain within a certain range. The spiritual energy can be used to counter any object within the domain, producing a flexible enhancement effect. After that, Qin Mo slowly raised his fingertip again and shouted, "Martial skill, nascent soul." At this moment the ink seal on Qin Mo's body once again penetrated his skin and entered his body. Qin Mo's eyes snapped open and the refined essence transformed into a sound. Just then the second axe had already fallen. Qin Mo's body turned into a pool of ink. The giant axe struck his body as if it were striking water. On the stage, Zhang Xiao showed a shocked expression. Qin Ziang said calmly, "Yang Haofeng has lost. We can make our move." As he spoke, the spiritualized ink fiercely struck Yang Haofeng. Under the fierce impact of the spiritualized ink, Yang Haofeng was instantly sent flying several meters away. The spiritualized ink condensed again. At this moment, Qin Mo's figure appeared. Qin Mo looked at Yang Haofeng with cold eyes and said, "You lose." At this moment, Yang Haofeng suddenly stood up and let out a burst of crazed laughter. "I may have lost, but have you, Qin Mo, truly won?" Then Yang Haofeng's finger pointed at Qin Ziang and Zhang Xiao on the stage. Qin Mo then turned to look, only to see Qin Ziang slowly raise his hand and snap his fingers in the air. Instantly, Qin Mo's mind jolted violently. Qin Mo felt like his head was about to explode. He instantly fell to his knees, his body beginning to tremble. Qin Mo could feel a part of his spiritual power being torn apart. Qin Ziang walked towards Qin Mo with the battle axe and said, "Our fight was just a game created by the Qin family. The game was set from the beginning. The winner can only be me." Just then, Qin Mo suddenly raised his head with a ferocious expression, forcibly twisting his own spirit, and stared at Qin Ziang in the VIP box. "Tianyan City, you want me, Qin Mo, to die, but the more you want me to die, the more I, Qin Mo, will live to show you." Qin Mo, his face trembling with trembling hands, suddenly shouted, "Martial skill, nascent soul, great sacred spirit wall." At this moment the ground of the martial arts arena shook violently. Powerful spiritual energy burst out from the cracked ground. Qin Mo erected 4 spiritual walls, weakening the spiritual power of the Qin family's ancestral spirits. Qin Ziang immediately gave the order, proving that they had strengthened their divine sense, but it had no effect. Qin Mo must die here today. Seeing the Qin Mo before him, Yang Haofeng felt a certain admiration. Qin Mo had no intention of admitting defeat from the very beginning. He slowly closed his eyes. Qin Mo was about to make a bold and risky decision. Spiritualized pupils. Qin Mo's spiritual domain spiritualized his own eyes, using the spiritual domain to forcibly open the second stage of the divine illumination. Ancient martial god skill, Zuzao. The moment Qin Mo's eyes opened, 40 ancestral spirits on top of the Qin family instantly died. Then Qin Mo looked up at the already terrified Qin Ziang and Zhang Xiao. "If you have the guts, come and kill me, Qin Mo, yourself." Yang Haofeng was completely won over by Qin Mo, only asking that after Qin Mo killed him he would take care of his son Hunger. After Qin Mo agreed, he temporarily killed Yang Haofeng on the stage. This was the Qin family's first miscalculation. Not only did this battle not kill Qin Mo, but it made him famous in a single battle, just like his father back then. The strongest reclusive family designed to temporarily kill Qin Mo. Not only did they fail to kill Qin Mo, but they made him a god in one battle. The speed of Qin Mo's strength growth was far beyond their imagination. If they didn't nip him in the bud early, they feared he would become the next Qin Yinan. The scene changes. 3 days after the competition ended, Luo Ni found Qin Mo again. After learning that Qin Mo was Senior Luo Shin's grandson, she asked if the ancient martial god skill Qin Mo used in the martial arts arena was learned from Senior Luo Shin. Qin Mo was wondering why she would say that. Luo Ni continued, "All 4 major reclusive families in Tianyan City have ancient martial god skills. 100 years ago, my Luo family's ancient martial god skill was destroyed in a fire, causing the Luo family's ancient martial god skill to be lost. And Senior Luo Shin is the only person who has seen the ancient martial god skill." Qin Mo immediately said that Grandma Luo hadn't taught her, and she probably couldn't learn it either. Luo Ni looked regretful after hearing this. "At home I always heard the elders sigh that as long as spring breeze and gentle rain isn't lost, the Luo family would still be the powerful family it was 100 years ago. That martial skill can be said to be of the North Pole level." When Qin Mo heard spring breeze and gentle rain, he suddenly remembered that after the first battle in the Zushin temple, in the room where the fan woke up, There was a yellowed leather ancient book on the bed with spring breeze and gentle rain written on it. He didn't pay attention to it at first. Just put it on the list for the newly established Mo Group's villa. Now that he thought about it, Grandma Luo must have saved him back then. They have been paying attention to my situation. Paying attention to my situation. Grandma Luo must have also left the Luo family's secret technique to me, Qin Mo. After arranging everything on the street, Qin Mo decided to go back to Yanyang to retrieve the spring breeze and gentle rain manual. Then he would enter the preparation phase for war. The next day, the Yanyang Mo Group villa reported Qin Mo's battle situation in the Tianyan City martial arts arena. Feng Xiao angrily smashed the tablet in front of him on the ground and roared, "This is too much, those bastards from Tianyan City are really going too far." Zhan Jiyu on the side said, "Calm down, we don't have high martial cards right now, we can't help the captain." Just then, Qin Mo appeared. Bai Yuren saw Qin Mo and immediately pounced on him. "You came back and didn't even look for me, I missed you so much." Qin Mo smiled, "After I finish my business we'll see each other tonight." Qin Mo shouted in front, "Mo Group, listen to my orders." Everyone present immediately responded loudly to Qin Mo. 20 years ago you were driven out of Tianyan City. 20 years later, the day the Mo Group returns, Tianyan City will fall. The members of the group cheered, but Zhan Jiyu raised a question. To enter Tianyan City you need a high martial card. What we lack now is high martial. Qin Mo immediately took out a stack of high martial cards and said, "I know what you're worried about. My 40 high martial cards are ready. Let's conquer Tianyan City together." As soon as his words fell, a cheer erupted. They hadn't set foot in that place for over 20 years. Today, being able to return to Tianyan City, they must completely resolve what happened. They must completely resolve the unfinished business from before. That night, the members of the Mo Group drank until they were drunk, celebrating their return to Tianyan. Qin Mo also found the ancient martial god skill, spring breeze and gentle rain in his room. Just then, the sound of a door opening came from behind. After Bai Yuren finished showering, she changed into an extremely alluring outfit and walked in. Then slowly approached Qin Mo. "You haven't messaged me in 4 months, which made me very worried. How do you think I should punish you?" As she spoke, she pushed Qin Mo down onto the bed. "How about I punish you by making you stay with me for a lifetime?" Then Bai Yuren leaned in and kissed him. Qin Mo naturally couldn't let this woman have her way, immediately turning over and pressing Bai Yuren down on the bed with a reverse grip, saying he accepted the punishment. Everyone knows what happened next. It was their bed scene. The scene changes. The next day, Qin Mo woke up and stared blankly at Bai Yuren on the bed. He had finally become a real man. Bai Yuren, with sleepy eyes, slowly opened them. Qin Mo said he wanted to expand Beihe Pharmacy to Tianyan City and then form a medical team. Bai Yuren said it wasn't a problem. For the medical team, they needed to talk to the Minister of Health. "After we eat, we'll go find her." "What's her name?" Bai Yuren immediately replied that it was Shu Ru. Before long, Qin Mo found Shu Ru. After some pleasantries, he found that Shu Ru had changed a lot. Before, Shu Ru would definitely mock Qin Mo a couple of times upon seeing him. Now that she was like this, Qin Mo actually felt a bit unaccustomed to it. Shu Ru then smiled. "I don't know what skills you have, and you even think I'm always causing trouble. Mom and you are always worried about me. But now I understand those troubles are just a piece of cake for you. Mom's and my worries were actually unnecessary. Even now that you are like this, my heart still loves you." Qin Mo gently caressed Shu Ru's face and said, "Don't worry, I'm very strong. Everything will be fine. You come with me to Tianyan City." Shu Ru agreed without a second thought. A few days later, Qin Mo brought all the Mo Group members to the entrance of Tianyan City. The gatekeeper immediately recognized Feng Xiao. Seeing Feng Xiao take out the high martial card in his hand, several people instantly broke out in a cold sweat. "Quickly go and report to the family head. Qin Mo has returned with the Mo Group. It seems the sky of Tianyan City is about to change." After that, the group came to a cemetery. Feng Xiao walked to a tombstone and knelt down. "I haven't come to see you in many years, brothers. Don't blame me. I'll burn more paper money for you, so you can enjoy yourselves in the underworld. When the Mo Group returns, the old grudges must be settled," to give the brothers an explanation. Qin Mo then took them back to their residence. Long Wu went to see an old acquaintance, Xiao Hun, the god of the south gate of the Qin family. He was not surprised to see Long Wu. "Don't provoke the Qin family anymore. I'm old, I don't want to get involved in your affairs." It was Xiao Hun who had crippled Long Wu's right arm and imprisoned him in the South Mansion for 20 years. Returning today, Long Wu wanted to tell him, for the sake of his deceased brothers and the injustice suffered by team leader Qin Yinan, "When we attacked the South Gate, I asked Senior Xiao to show mercy. The dignified young master of the strongest reclusive family was actually beaten up by an unknown man." The young master looked at the man rubbing his hands and sneered contemptuously. "If you want to mess with me, just say so. Do you know who I am?" Before he could finish, the man immediately gave him a big slap. "Aren't you just the second young master of the Qin family?" The man then delivered a right hook to his face. The second young master of the Qin family couldn't take it anymore and stammered, I didn't mean it." Then he slowly took out a razor and cut off a lock of Qin Huang's hair. "Go back and tell your Qin family head that I am Admiral Pan Feng." It turned out this was all Qin Mo's plan. Qin Mo's secular street was easy to attack but hard to defend. If he wanted to defend the street well, Xiang Street was his last line of defense, so he needed to develop Xiang Street. The next day, Chin Mo came to Shiyang Street. For the selection of residents for Shiyang Street this time there will be a small challenge. As long as you pass the challenge you can become a part of Shiyang Street. As soon as his words fell, the crowd cheered. As long as they entered Chin Mo's street, they wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. Street Master Chen, just say it, we can pass any test, I need your votes. The Pledge of Allegiance is to provoke a member of the Chin family and record it. Being able to enter Shiyang Street is the test I've given. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock. Offending the Chin family was something they hadn't expected. They didn't expect. Chin Mo also knew they would be in this state, and then said, you don't have family protection. You're just surviving in the cracks in Tianyan City. As soon as his words fell, someone stood up. This person's name was Pan Feng. He had no family to rely on in Tianyan City, but his strength was very formidable, having already reached the mid-martial soul stage. Chin Mo immediately gave him a hidden camera and wished him success. As long as you have the Pledge of Allegiance, I will arrange the best territory for you. Pan Feng left with a smile on his face holding the camera. Street Master Chen, just you wait for me. I'm off to get the Pledge of Allegiance now. At this moment there was a commotion in the crowd. Excuse me, boss. The higher the status of the person provoked, the bigger the territory. The champions of the Kuila City Beast Fighting Arena for several consecutive years were Wei Shuan and Tang Yu respectively. Chin Mo answered yes. Give them the cameras, Street Master Chen. Return us to our best territory. We will bring back the list tonight. Before long, a group of people began to raise their hands saying that since they had no family protection anyway, from now on they would follow Street Master Chen. However, Shiyang Street was in utter chaos. When Qin Ziang learned that Chin Mo not only didn't drive away the troublemakers from Shiyang Street, but instead let them stay and even gave them good territory, he immediately ordered everyone from Shiyang Street to be blacklisted by the Qin family. Just then, someone tapped Qin Ziang from behind. Brother, got a light? Qin Ziang turned his head and cursed. Who told you to ask? Yet lost suddenly. Wei Shuan appeared above him. Family head Qin, hello there. The next second, Wei Shuan sat right on top of Qin Ziang. After recording the video, he kicked a car parked nearby, sending it smashing towards Qin Ziang. Qin Ziang raised his hands to block it, and Wei Shuan took the opportunity to slip away. And so, under Chin Mo's arrangement, news of Qin family members being beaten up continuously spread from Shiyang Street. That night everyone returned in triumph. Someone had harassed Qin Ziang's wife, and someone had even thrown the Qin family guard, Qin Chengrai, into the river. Chin Mo raised his wine glass to celebrate with them. Welcome everyone to Shiyang Street. From today onwards Shiyang Street is officially established. Before long the Qin family had identified the people who had recently assaulted their members and blacklisted them in Tianyan City. The person continued, they beat up Qin family members because Chin Mo set a condition for joining Shiyang Street. To successfully provoke a member of the Qin family. As soon as his words fell, Qin Ziang angrily slammed his fist on the table in front of him. You audacious Chin Mo, daring to use my Qin family as a testing ground. Those who beat up Qin family members are all gathered on Shiyang Street now, right? We have a big gift prepared for him. Everyone on Shiyang Street must die. Then send someone to hand this list to the martial tribunal. Within half a month, everyone on the list must die in Tianyan City. Hua Sha, the head of the martial tribunal, frowned as he looked at the list sent by the Qin family. This kid Chin Mo destroyed my Dragon City Martial Association in Dragon City. It's time he paid the price for what he did back then. He then handed the matter over to his son. Wu Zili, you must make Chin Mo pay the price he deserves. The next day, Chin Mo announced the establishment of the Yi Group on Shiyang Street, with Pan Feng as the leader of Group 1, Tang Yu as the leader of Group 2, and Wei Shuan as the leader of Group 3. Just then, someone came to report that a stranger was fighting with Group Leader Wei on the street. Chin Mo immediately became tense. Could the Qin family's people have arrived so quickly? At that moment on Shiyang Street, Wei Shuan was forced to his knees by a boy's knee strike. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said calmly, "Good kid, you've got some skills." The boy let go of his hand and said with a smile that he wanted to challenge the strongest person in the Yi Group. Chin Mo, watching from the side, smiled. I didn't expect you to get here so fast, kid. When the boy saw Chin Mo, he immediately bowed to him. Disciple Fang Yan pays his respects to master. He was the same Fang Yan who had received guidance from Chin Mo at his house before. After that, Chin Mo had kept in touch with him and guided him. After learning that he met the conditions to join High Marshal, Chin Mo called him to his side. This is my disciple. From now on he will be the leader of Yi Group's 4th group. From this day on, Chin Mo led Shiyang Street in renovating all its buildings. Chin Mo was officially on the rise, determined to repay the city double for the humiliation he had once suffered. The scene changed. Chin Mo and Shu Ru were walking together. Just then, someone came to report that Wu Feng from Martial Arts Street had broken in. They brought a group of people to take away Group Leader Tang and Group Leader Wei. They had been the reigning champions of the Kuila Beast Fighting Arena for several years in a row, but now they were kneeling on the ground like dogs, constantly begging for mercy. On Shiyang Street, Wei Shuan and Tang Yu were kneeling limply before a person. The newcomer was the strongest fighter from their time at the Kuila Beast Fighting Arena, and he had come today to take the two of them away. Hu Feng waved his hand, signaling the people behind him to take the two of them back. Just then, Long Wu arrived and shouted, You lunatic, this street doesn't belong to your Wu family. If you want to take people, you have to talk to our street master, Wu Feng respectfully called out. Senior Long Wu. After Qin Mo arrived, he said to them in a deep voice, stand up. Don't forget what you said, that you never want to be slaves again in this life. Hearing Qin Mo's words, the two of them immediately stood up and said, that's right, we won't be slaves, we'll never be slaves again in this life. Wu Feng started to get angry. Street Master Qin, these two are stars of my beast fighting arena. What's wrong with me catching my own people? I asked Street Master Qin not to interfere with the affairs of my Kuila beast fighting arena. Qin Mo immediately replied, they are my people now. I call the shots on this street. Get the hell out of here now. Wu Feng's expression began to change. Does Street Master Qin really intend to protect these two? As he spoke, the spiritual energy in Qin Mo's hand began to circulate. If you don't get lost, I, Qin Mo, will have to make a move, Wu Feng shouted, pointed at Qin Mo and roared, I came today to capture my runaway slaves, and I have one more thing to tell Street Master Qin. In 1 week, Martial Arts Street will launch a street war against Xiang Street. We will crush your Xiang Street. Before his words had even faded, Qin Mo's spiritual energy suddenly struck him in the chest. Street Master, you should have at least let me do it, but the people of Xiang Street standing by instantly panicked. Martial Arts Street was a place controlled by the Huasha Martial Association, and the Wu family's power in Tianian City was also top tier. Qin Mo also noticed the discussions among the people behind him. He turned and looked at them coldly. If you're scared, you can leave now. If you want to protect this street, then don't be afraid. Wei Xuan and Tang Yu immediately swore to defend Xiang Street to the death and be valiant generals under Street Master Qin. Very well. From today on, Xiang Street will officially enter a state of war preparation. The scene changes the next day. Qin Mo brought Xu Ru to an old woman's residence. This old woman's medical skills were unparalleled in Huasha. To prepare for the post-war wounded, he brought Xu Ru here to learn. Before long, an 80-year-old woman appeared before them. Qin Mo greeted Grandma Zion. Xu Ru was puzzled after hearing this, not understanding why Qin Mo would call such a young-looking girl Grandma. Luo Zion looked at Xu Ru and smiled. This little girl is so pretty, just a bit thin. A bigger butt would be good for childbearing. Is this your girlfriend? Qin Mo rubbed his head and smiled. She's not my girlfriend. Xu Ru, hurry up and greet Grandma Zion. Luo Zion smiled so wide her eyes almost disappeared. It doesn't matter if she's not your girlfriend, it won't stop you from having kids. She then invited them into the house to talk. Xiao Shuang, take Milkball out to play. Don't cause trouble for Grandma Zion. Milkball obediently played outside with Xiao Shuang, but before long it was pulling Xiao Shuang along. Milkball seemed to want to take him somewhere. It came to a tree full of red fruits and kept barking, woof woof. You want to eat this fruit? Milkball immediately barked twice in response to Xiao Shuang. The next second, Milkball pounced directly on it. Before long it had eaten all the fruit on the tree. When Milkball came down from the tree, the expression on its face suddenly changed, and it kept puffing out white smoke from its mouth. Just then, Milkball began to become frenzied, with flames constantly spewing from its mouth and eyes. Xiao Shuang hurriedly held it in his arms, running and shouting for help. At this time in the room, Luo Zion was introducing the medicinal value of the blood flower vine to Xu Ru. Just then, Xu Ru said she wanted to use the restroom, leaving only Qin Mo and Luo Zion in the room. Luo Zion then handed Qin Mo a cup of tea. I heard that Martial Arts Street has declared war on your Xiang Street. Qin Mo said, the street war is important, but I have no direct dealings with the Wu family. Nor have I ever provoked the Wu family. In Tianian City, I only have a deep grudge with the Qin family. The fact that Martial Arts Street is waging war against me this time must have the Qin family's hand behind it. Qin Mo was very confused. If the Qin family wanted to eliminate him, why not do it themselves? Why go through such a big detour? Luo Zion immediately stated that it was because the Qin family's main forces were not in Tianian City. Qin Mo immediately understood some things. Luo Zion continued, I can't go into detail right now, but you must win this battle with Martial Arts Street. As long as you take over a central street in Tianian City, you will be qualified to enter the Tianian City Council Hall. There are too many interests at stake in this street war. If you lose, you won't just be losing for yourself, but also the hope of our Luo and Shen families. We will all secretly support you. Just as Qin Mo was feeling puzzled by Luo Zion's words, Xiao Shuang's cry for help from outside attracted their attention. The two of them immediately rushed out, only to see Milkball constantly spewing flames from its mouth. Luo Zion hurriedly told Qin Mo to take it away. Don't let it spray fire here. This place is full of medicinal herbs. If it acts up here, it will ruin this whole field of medicine. Seeing that Milkball's bloodline was about to awaken, Luo Zion hurriedly pulled Qin Mo to a storage room. This storage room is built with Lois. Lois can insulate against fire, so let it spray fire in here. The moment she put Milkball down, it went berserk again, and dazzling light burst from all the windows of the room. This was an ancient sacred beast with the pure bloodline of a Qilin within its body. After eating the spirit-nourishing beast fruit today, its bloodline was completely activated, making it the true king of all beasts. Shortly after, Qin Mo returned to Xiang Street. During this time, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. It was probably impossible to break through before the street war began, but during this time he could study the Spring Breeze and Gentle Rain manual left by Grandma Luo Moore. Qin Mo planned to study the Spring Breeze and Gentle Rain left by Grandma Luo Moore. Just then, someone ran over anxiously and reported, "Street Master Chin, it's bad, you need to go see what's happening on the street." When Chin Mo arrived, he saw a person tied up and suspended in midair. This was the Wu family's ancient forbidden technique barrier, the Death God's Cross. It was difficult to escape after entering the Death God's barrier. The Wu family was trying to trap Chin Mo and the others to their deaths here. "I'm sorry, Street Master Chin. I couldn't find anyone else, so I had to use someone from your Yi group as the formation's eye. Now all the residents of your Shiyang Street are trapped in the Death God's barrier, and no one can escape." Chin Mo didn't expect them to target the residents before the street war even began. Chin Mo's anger was completely ignited. "Go back and tell your Wu family head that I, Chin Mo, will definitely use the blood of everyone on your martial arts street to commemorate his departed soul." The newcomer was stunned by Chin Mo's actions, looking at him at a loss. The next second, Chin Mo punched him in the chest. "I will definitely relay Street Master Chin's words to my father." He then showed a sinister smile. "I do hope Street Master Chin can do as he says and not spare us. After all, a weak street like yours can only bring us a little fun by giving it your all. As for that move of yours, Street Master Chin, I will return it tenfold on the day of the street war." After speaking, he left triumphantly with a few people. Just as Chin Mo took Wang Feng's body down from the cross, the phone in his pocket rang. The caller was Wang Feng's mother. She said she had been waiting for him at home for a long time. "Mom made your favorite lamb noodles. If you don't come back soon, the noodles will get mushy." Chin Mo picked up the phone and stammered, "Auntie Wang Feng he..." Before Chin Mo could finish, his mother interrupted him. "You must be Wang Feng's leader, right, Mr. Chin? Mr. Chin, thank you for arranging such a good job for Wang Feng. When he gets back, I'll have him bring you some local specialties." Is he okay?" Chin Mo heard this and said softly, "He's fine, just had something urgent come up and can't come back." "Oh then I'll get back to work, Auntie. I'll contact you later, you take care." Afterwards, Chin Mo angrily clenched his teeth and snapped the phone in his hand. After sending a few people to bury Wang Feng, Chin Mo had the rest follow him back to the meeting room. Chin Mo couldn't sit still now. He wanted to personally destroy Martial Arts Street before the great battle began so Wang Feng wouldn't have died in vain. In the meeting room, Chin Mo was the first to stand up and say, "Martial Arts Street has sealed off Shiyang Street. The only way to break this deadlock now is to fight our way out. Does anyone have any good ideas?" After hearing this, Zhang Jiyu said he had an idea. Martial Arts Street has a subsidiary street called Tang Street, and the street master is named Ma Fei. He's a dog of the Wu family, specifically responsible for recruiting people for the Kuila Beast fighting arena and taking a cut. It's not difficult to get out of Shiyang Street. The hard part is how to take down Tang Street in 2 days. The only way is to infiltrate Martial Arts Street. The operation Zhang Jiyu described was very risky. Success meant an extra escape route, while failure meant a dead end. But who can tear open the Death God's barrier now? Feng Xiao immediately stood up and said he could tear it open, but he could only maintain it for half a minute. Anyone who didn't get out within half a minute would die in the rift. Chin Mo slowly rolled up his sleeves and said, "There's no time to lose. Let's find the place farthest from Martial Arts Street now. Open the Death God's barrier. I need to get out." When everyone heard that Chin Mo was going to Martial Arts Street alone, they immediately stood up. "Group leader Chin, aren't you just walking into a death trap by going alone?" Chin Mo looked at everyone with a firm gaze. "I am the master of 2 streets, just do as I command." His departing figure secretly made a resolution. "We can't let the group leader go to his death alone. We must do something for him." Shortly after, Chin Mo changed into black clothes and came to a place far from Martial Arts Street. "Let's begin, Senior Feng Xiao." Feng Xiao showed a faint smile and said, "Group leader Chin, don't you think it's a bit inappropriate for you to go alone? You should at least bring a few helpers." As soon as his words fell, the sound of footsteps came. All the members of the Yi group appeared behind Chin Mo, fully equipped. Everyone knelt down in unison. "We, the soldiers of the Yi group, submitted a pledge of allegiance upon entering Shiyang Street, and Shiyang Street in turn submitted a life and death pact for the 99 of us. We will live and die with Shiyang Street." Chin Mo took the life and death pacts from everyone. "From now on we march on Tang Street." At this time, inside the Wu residence, upon learning that Shiyang Street had been quiet for the past few days, Wu Zili said smugly, "They must be afraid of our Martial Arts Street. Chin Mo is nothing special," but his father thought things weren't that simple. "Chin Mo is someone who can make the Chin family suffer. It's impossible for him to swallow his pride after taking a loss from our Wu family." Therefore, he ordered Martial Arts Street to be cleared, no outsiders allowed, and everyone to be summoned to the martial arts building. He wants to personally discuss combat strength with them and attack Shiyang Street tomorrow night. At this time in Tang Street, everyone began to line up, competing for the 10 fighter slots for tomorrow night. Just then, Ma Fei's younger brother Ma Lauer slowly approached. "Big brother, we want 50 slots for the beast fighting arena tomorrow night." When everyone saw Ma Lauer, they instantly panicked. In his eyes, no one dared to challenge them here. Just then, Chin Mo slowly approached with the members of the Yi group. "We'll take all the slots for tomorrow night." They were a bunch of madmen, and no one on the entire street dared to mess with them. But one group didn't believe it and openly challenged them. Ma Lauer smiled at his underlings behind him. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and teach this group of clueless newcomers a lesson for this old master." At this moment the spiritual energy in Chin Mo's hand began to gather, and a smile appeared on his lips. Go on, we're going to make them disappear from here. All 50 of those slots are ours. The people who attacked were sent flying by a single palm from Chin Mo. The scene was instantly filled with painful wails, but just then Ma Lauer suddenly appeared behind Chin Mo and launched a surprise attack. The next second Chin Mo just waved his hand casually, and a wave of spiritual energy shot out. Ma Lauer was instantly killed. Ma Fei's pupils shrank in shock at the strength of the newcomer. Chin Mo looked at him and smiled calmly. And you, are you giving us the slots now or not? Ma Fei could only obediently hand over the slots to Chin Mo and the others. Under Chin Mo's command they entered the preparation area. Someone warned them not to cause trouble inside. There's no order here. No one can help you. This was exactly as Chin Mo had guessed. Although the Kuila Beast fighting arena was the most profitable place on Martial Arts Street, it was also the place most prone to chaos. Most of the fighters here were people abandoned by Tianian City. For them, living one more day was a luxury. But who would be willing to be trapped in this building for a lifetime? Perhaps they could even become his most capable assistants. Chin Mo slowly raised his fingertip martial skill. Space slash. The people at the scene started to get agitated by Chin Mo's action. Chin Mo walked up to them and said calmly, "Everyone don't panic. I have no ill intentions, I just want to make a deal." Seeing this, Yuan Lao shouted, "The last person who dared to speak like this in the preparation area, the grass on his grave is as tall as you are. Who are you? On what grounds do you make a deal with us?" Hearing this, a smile appeared on Chin Mo's lips as he suddenly pulled down the cloak on his body. "Because I am Chin Mo. Is that enough? Weren't you trapped on Xiang Street? How did you get here?" Chin Mo turned to look at the crowd. "How I got here isn't important. What's important is, do you want to leave this place? As long as you dare to resist with me, I, Chin Mo, promise that after you escape, Secular Street and Xiang Street will provide you with a place to live." Suddenly, a strange voice came from behind. "Who do you think you are? You can't even take care of your own street. And you want to lead us in a rebellion?" The newcomer was the king of the Kuila Beast fighting arena. Undefeated to this day, Yuan Yi said, "If you want us to join you, that's fine. Come and fight me. If you beat me, I will lead all the fighters to rebel with you." After Chin Mo agreed, Yuan Yi attacked him at an extremely fast speed. Chin Mo, however, stood still. Just as the fist was about to touch Chin Mo, he suddenly opened his eyes, and in the next second he grabbed Yuan Yi's head. He slammed it hard on the ground and said calmly to Yuan Yi, "You are still too weak." The crowd was won over by Chin Mo's strength, all saying that following Street Master Chin might lead to a new way of life, and all expressed their willingness to rise up with Chin Mo. Shortly after, Chin Mo led his men to plant explosives in various parts of the beast fighting arena. When the time came, a loud explosion immediately echoed through the scene. Chin Mo took off his hood and led the crowd to charge into the beast fighting arena. Anyone who does not surrender will not be spared. No need to report, execute them directly. In an instant the scene was in chaos, and the entire Kuila Beast fighting arena was filled with the thick smell of blood. Soon the news of Martial Arts Street's fall reached the Martial Association. Wu Feng hurriedly ordered Cheng Fizi to lead the Martial Association's elites to support Martial Arts Street. Shortly after, Cheng Fizi led his men to find Chin Mo, and everyone prepared to attack with their martial skills. Martial Soul Skill, Soul Chasing Cannon, and Martial Soul Skill. Dawn. Several people used their strongest martial skills and fiercely attacked Chin Mo. Chin Mo just slowly raised the Dragon Cold Sword, gathering all his spiritual power into it. Nascent Soul Martial Skill, Dragon's Roar. At this moment a giant golden dragon appeared before everyone. Seeing this, Cheng Fizi was greatly alarmed. He shouted and hurriedly told the others to use their strongest defensive martial skills. In the face of Chin Mo's Dragon's Roar, their strongest defensive martial skills were like decorations. The giant dragon sent them flying with overwhelming force. The next second, Chin Mo pointed the Dragon Cold Sword directly at Cheng Fizi's neck. "Speak, where's your Street Master's token now?" Cheng Fizi was so scared he kept backing away. "If I tell you, will you let me go?" Chin Mo smiled after hearing this. "Of course, I've always been a man of my word. The Martial Arts Street Master's token is in the Martial Association building, guarded by the 5 elders." As soon as his words fell, Chin Mo's Dragon Cold Sword swiftly slashed across his neck. "I've always been a man of my word, but now I've changed my mind." The scene was once again in chaos, but no matter how chaotic it was, these people were just a group of ants in Chin Mo's eyes. He killed all the resistors with a wave of his hand. Inside the Martial Association building, the elders were discussing how to deal with Chin Mo. The entire Martial Arts Street, except for the Wawu building, has turned into a sea of fire. Now the Wawu building is also surrounded by Chin Mo and his men. Wu Kuang was the first to speak. "I'll say it first, even if that kid Chin Mo threatens us with our 5 lives, we must never hand over the Street Master's token. We are all major families of the Wu family. Don't ruin the foundation of all of us because of a small family." Just then a loud bang came from the wall of the conference room. A person was sent flying by the loud noise. When the smoke cleared, Chin Mo slowly walked in. "It seems all the elders are here. I, Chin Mo, have something to say to you." Wu Kuang stood up abruptly and shouted, "If you have any crap to say, spit it out." Wu Jianyang at the side instantly saw through Chin Mo's realm. To reach the peak of the nascent soul stage at such a young age, this kid is a monster. Chin Mo showed a devilish smile and continued, I have already sent people to protect your families, but I can't guarantee that the fighters you've tormented won't take their anger out on your families. Now I give you 5 a choice. Choose your families or choose to hand over the Street Master's token." The few of them instantly panicked after hearing this. No one wanted to bring disaster upon their own family. After some argument, one person suddenly took out the Street Master's token from the shadows. "I'll give you the Street Master's token. You must guarantee that my family will not be affected." Chin-mo caught the thrown Street Master's token. "Wouldn't it have been over if you did this earlier? I guarantee your family's safety." Just like that, Chin-mo successfully took over Martial Arts Street, and he officially became the master of 3 streets. In everyone's eyes, Chin-mo had already become a legend. 2 days later, Xiang Street and Martial Arts Street were completely renewed. But the thick smell of blood still needed some time to gradually dissipate. In a mass grave in Tianyan City, hundreds of people dressed in black mourning clothes stood here. The number of dead and injured was difficult to count. Chin-mo could compensate some of them with money, but for scattered groups like the Mo group, they had no families their whole lives. Even if Chin-mo wanted to compensate them, there was nowhere to compensate. Dozens of new tombstones stood alongside the old tombstones of the Mo group. The brothers who once fought together were finally reunited on this day. The Mo group, the Yi group, and the other fighters all raised their wine glasses and poured the strong liquor in their cups onto this yellow earth. Chin-mo stood aside with his head down, silent. This was the second time he had come to this place. The first time was to visit old friends with the Mo group, but the second time was to send off his own people. This suffocating feeling almost made Chin-mo choke, and he felt extremely guilty. Zhang Jiyu walked over at this moment and said, "Don't blame yourself and don't carry any burdens." They never regretted it once, whether it was following Qin Yinan in the past or following you now. "Do you know what this group of people fears most in the world?" Chin-mo fell silent after hearing this. Zhang Jiyu sighed and looked at the distant sunset, saying, "What people like us fear most in this world is having no sense of existence, losing the value of being alive." They already knew their ending, but they were still happy. After hearing this, Chin-mo's tears couldn't help but fall. He then quickly wiped his tears and walked quickly to a pile of joss paper. He picked up the paper money and silently burned it for the deceased. The sound of arguments not far away broke the tranquility of this place. "I killed 10 people on Martial Arts Street. We defeated so many forces on Martial Arts Street. I need 2 shops. That kid Chin-mo has to give them to me." The people from the Yi group and the Mo group looked coldly at this small group of troublemaking fighters. They clenched their fists in anger. But because Chin-mo was here, neither the Yi group nor the Mo group made a move. The drawback of recruiting this group of fighters finally showed itself. For decades, without any method to guide these fighters, they had long become wild and untamable. Fang Yan was so angry he couldn't help but bend down, wanting to ask for his master's order. But Chin-mo made a silencing gesture. "Don't be noisy, I'm burning paper." Chin-mo let the noise behind him continue, still kneeling quietly on the ground burning paper. About half an hour later, only after the paper money beside him had finished burning, did Chin-mo walk straight through the crowd. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on Chin-mo. They saw Chin-mo stop in front of the 2 men who had been leading the clamor just now. These 2 leaders had held some status in the Kuila Beast fighting arena before. One was named Wang Mao and the other Song Tai. These 2 held high prestige among the fighters who all listened to them. Facing Chin-mo, the 2 smiled arrogantly. Behind them were hundreds of fighters, far outnumbering Chin-mo's group, and with so many fighters backing them, Song Tai and Wang Mao spoke one after another. "I say, Street Master Chin, the memorial service is over and you've burned the joss paper. Isn't it time to distribute the buildings, shops, and houses on Martial Arts Street to us?" The fighters behind them also began to murmur among themselves. Chin-mo glanced at the 2 indifferently and asked faintly, "You want shops?" Wang Mao immediately replied, "Chin-mo, isn't that obvious? I helped you conquer Martial Arts Street, so of course we deserve a share of the shops." Chin-mo smiled and asked again, "Want a slap?" The moment his words fell, a crisp slapping sound echoed. The tall Wang Mao was sent flying several meters by a single slap. Chin-mo was the youngest person on this street, and also the first person in Huasha's history to become the master of 3 streets as a rogue cultivator. But in the face of a fighter who had once helped him win a battle, he showed no mercy. Chin-mo had to make these unruly people understand that this was not the Kuila Beast fighting arena. Today, before the bodies of the fallen were even cold, these people were demanding shops from Chin-mo in front of the graves of the soldiers who had fought and bled. This thoroughly infuriated him. Chin-mo's words and actions made all the fighters bow their heads in submission. Chin-mo glanced indifferently at the 2 men writhing in pain on the ground. These 2, along with those who were just clamoring, are all stripped of their qualifications to own shops on Martial Arts Street. No shop ownership qualifications. As Chin-mo turned to leave, the fighters could only nervously make way for him, bowing their heads. 2 days later, Xiang Street, Martial Arts Street, and Xinyan Street officially entered a period of rectification. Chin-mo also agreed to allocate shops and housing to those fighters, but the dozens who had caused trouble at the cemetery were all stripped of their property ownership rights. These restless individuals were only given positions as staff on Martial Arts Street. On one hand, this was to punish them. On the other, Chin-mo didn't feel at ease handing over houses on Martial Arts Street to these unreliable people. This arrangement was the most appropriate. The 3 streets finally returned to their former tranquility. Chin Mo began to continue his cultivation. He had already reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, and breaking through further to release his spiritual domain was harder than ascending to the heavens. While diligently cultivating, Chin Mo intensified his study of spring breeze and gentle rain. He had already self-studied the gentle rain part to its final and most difficult section. This was a divine book, and its contents became more profound and harder to understand towards the end. Chin Mo was carefully reading Spring Breeze and Gentle Rain, and just as he was about to close the book's final page and stretch, he suddenly saw a few lines of elegant handwriting on the last page. Seeing this familiar script, he couldn't help but be stunned. The handwriting in this last line was none other than Grandma Luo's. "You brat, take care of yourself out there. If you really can't hold on, come back to Jianwang. We won't let you suffer in these broken places. But before you come back, you must bring a girlfriend back to have kids. These people in Huasha are all small fry, so just go ahead and do what you want. If anything happens, I'll take care of it for you." After reading it, Chin Mo slowly closed the book. He recalled the warmth and those delicious meals, his heart filled with 1,000 emotions. It had been over 2 years since Chin Mo left Jianwang. He was usually busy running around and had no time to reminisce. He didn't expect Grandma Luo to still be thinking of him. Just then, Tang Yu knocked and walked in. Chin Mo composed himself, stood up with a smile, and said, "What's the matter?" Tang Yu bowed slightly and said hurriedly, "Group Leader Chin, we have news. Qin Ziang went to Marshall St. Street to visit Wu Shen at the Wu family hospital." After hearing this, Chin Mo slowly nodded. He had suspected that the Wu family was a vassal of the Qin family, and now this was even more certain. It seemed Qin Ziang had gone to appease the injured Wu family. After all, Qin Ziang had ordered the attack on Shiyang Street, causing great losses to the Wu family. A smile suddenly appeared on Chin Mo's lips. "It seems we should also pay a visit to these two." Immediately, Chin Mo and Tang Yu left the house together. At the Huawu Hospital on Marshall St. Street, Wu Shen sat in a wheelchair, staring blankly in the direction of Martial Arts Street, repeating like a broken record, "Where's my Martial Arts Street?" The attending physician Yan Wei said with a headache, "Family head Wu has been like this for several days." Wu Zili, who had accompanied Qin Ziang, was also in great distress. He looked at his father with heartache. His father had become like this ever since he learned of the fall of Martial Arts Street. Qin Ziang walked softly to Wu Shen's side, sighed gently, and comforted him. "Rest assured, I will help you reclaim Martial Arts Street. For now, focus on your recovery. There's plenty of time." Hearing this, Wu Shen suddenly froze. He nearly fell out of his wheelchair, kneeling before Qin Ziang. "Family head Qin, are you telling the truth?" Qin Ziang helped him up and said calmly, "Yes. In 4 months, my Qin family will definitely send troops to Martial Arts Street. I was too careless before, and underestimated this Qin Mo. I will not let this menace grow any stronger." Hearing this, Wu Shen was so moved he was on the verge of tears. The only one who could help him reclaim Martial Arts Street now was the Qin family before him. Qin Ziang looked at Wu Zili standing behind him and said, "All right, Zili, push your father out for a walk. Let's go out of the hospital for a stroll together. It's not good to be cooped up for days. I also have something to say to him." Afterwards, the group pushed the wheelchair out of the hospital. "Do you know what it feels like to rub salt in someone's wound?" Qin Ziang, Wu Shen, and their group arrived at the entrance of Martial Arts Street. The next second, the two were stunned. The entrance to Martial Arts Street was unusually lively, with countless firecrackers being set off. Everything seemed normal except for a banner hanging not far away that was a bit of an eyesore. "Congratulations to family head Wu on his discharge from the hospital. Wishing for everlasting friendship between Martial St. Street and Martial Arts Street. A gift from Qin Mo, the street master of Martial Arts Street." Seeing this, the smile on Wu Shen's face gradually vanished. His entire face began to twitch as if something was wrong with his brain, and he trembled all over. To others, this might be a blessing, but to the Wu family it was a great humiliation. Wu Shen trembled with anger, the veins on his forehead bulging. "My Martial Arts Street," Wu Shen began to rave again. "Qin Mo, you will die a horrible death." Wu Zili drew the weapon from his waist and angrily charged towards Qin Mo. Qin Ziang, who was beside him, stopped him. Attacking in front of so many onlookers would easily give the two top-tier families a bad reputation. After stopping Wu Zili, Qin Ziang looked coldly at Qin Mo. His eyes were also filled with killing intent, but there were too many onlookers. As the head of the Qin family, his every word and action were under scrutiny, so it was not convenient for him to act against Qin Mo. Qin Ziang gritted his teeth and questioned, "Family head Wu is already like this. Why must you?" Qin Mo twist the knife. "Isn't it better to leave some leeway for a better reunion in the future?" Qin Mo scratched his head and said with a smile, "I didn't expect him to become like this just because of a banner. I was sincerely thanking him." After speaking, Qin Mo took a box out of his pocket. Qin Mo presented the gift to Wu Shen and opened it. It was a permanent VIP card for the Beast Fighting Arena. This kind of permanent membership card was extremely difficult to obtain in Tianyan City, but for Wu Shen, who was once the owner of the Beast Fighting Arena, this was obviously not a good gift. It was truly heart-wrenching. When Qin Mo handed this membership card to Wu Shen spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted again. Wu Shen, who had just been discharged from the hospital, was sent back. Qin Ziang watched Wu Zili's departing figure and looked coldly at Qin Mo. I will not forget what happened today. One day I will repay you tenfold. How did Qin Ziang keep my word? After speaking, Qin Ziang turned and prepared to get in the car to leave. Just as he was about to get in, Qin Mo suddenly stopped him. The things the Qin family once did to me, I, Qin Mo, will never forget for all eternity. One day I, Qin Mo, will also repay you tenfold. I, Qin Mo, also keep my word. After hearing this, Qin Ziang got in the car and left. Qin Mo returned home and began to think about Spring Breeze and Gentle Rain. Spring Breeze and Gentle Rain was a powerful ancient martial arts divine skill. Qin Mo had now basically mastered it, but he had not yet used it in actual combat. Therefore Qin Mo was eager to test the power of Spring Breeze and Gentle Rain. Spring Breeze and Gentle Rain was a healing martial art, so naturally he needed to find 3 injured people to experiment on. But Qin Mo had nowhere to practice now, nor could he just find ordinary people to be his guinea pigs. Just then, Fang Yan came running over in a hurry from a distance. Master, something terrible has happened. Wang Mao, who led the trouble at the mass grave before, is gathering a lot of people to cause trouble on Martial Arts Street again. Hearing this, Qin Mo was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. Thinking this was excellent news, Qin Mo shouted, startling Fang Yan. What's so good about this? Fang Yan asked, puzzled. Qin Mo quickly drove his Wuling Hongguang and pulled him along to Martial Arts Street. On the streets of Martial Arts Street, a young and beautiful woman in casual clothes was strolling with an old man in ancient attire. Shen Yi's and Luo Zion hadn't notified anyone today, and they didn't even have a single guard with them. Therefore the appearance of the 2 reclusive family heads went unnoticed at this moment. A noisy sound came from not far away, accompanied by sporadic sounds of fighting which quickly attracted the attention of the pedestrians on the bustling Martial Arts Street. Shen Yi's and Luo Zion also stopped, becoming the focus of the crowd's attention. A fierce confrontation was unfolding before them. This Qin Mo still claims he's not a murderous swindler, but he clearly is. Why should we have to be employees on the street? Qin Mo was able to take down Martial Arts Street all thanks to us. Without us he's nothing. Wang Mao led a few fighters, routinely insulting the people of the Yi group. At this time, Qin Mo, who had just learned the ancient martial divine skill Spring Breeze and Gentle Rain, was worried about having no place to use it. Qin Mo and Fang Yan got out of the car. The fighters who had been aggressive just a moment ago immediately fell silent, all looking at the leader, Wang Mao. After all, Wang Mao had led this troublemaking incident, and everyone listened to him. Seeing Qin Mo approaching with a smile, Wang Mao nervously took a step back, but he still braced himself and stood up straight. Facing Qin Mo, he was still a little scared, but for his own interests he was going all out. Wang Mao pointed at him and shouted, "Qin Mo, you must give us shops today." Before he could finish, Qin Mo interrupted him, looked around and said doubtfully, "Didn't you have another accomplice before? You 2 led the trouble together. Why isn't he here today?" Wang Mao, who was about to make a threat, was interrupted by Qin Mo. This situation looked somewhat strange. Qin Mo shook his head to himself and sighed. What a pity. If one more person had come, there would be another reference group and I could have gained more experience. Wang Mao and the others all stared at Qin Mo with wide eyes, not understanding what he was muttering about to himself. Qin Mo beckoned to Wang Mao. "Come on, even if you've made a mistake again," Wang Mao hurriedly explained loudly. "I just want my own shop. You can't make all of us employees just because of a past mistake." Qin Mo immediately interrupted Wang Mao, saying, "If you make a mistake, you should be beaten. And you deserve a beating too." Without another word of nonsense, Qin Mo threw a punch at Wang Mao. The power of Qin Mo's peak nascent soul stage hit the other person's face, instantly disfiguring Wang Mao. Before anyone could react, they heard Wang Mao's pig-like screams. The dozens of fighters who had been causing trouble just now were all too scared to speak, and even the onlookers were silent, not to mention Wang Mao, who was completely stunned by Qin Mo's punch. While beating Wang Mao, Qin Mo smiled and shouted to the dumbfounded fighters, "Everyone hurry up and cause trouble. I want to try a couple more times. I really need someone to get injured right now." As soon as his words fell, how could this group of fighters dare to cause trouble? It was a miracle they didn't kneel down to Qin Mo. The onlookers were also complete and dumbfounded. No one could understand Qin Mo's unreasonable request. From the tone of his voice, it seemed like he was happy they were causing trouble. Looking at Wang Mao, he was really being beaten to death. Qin Mo wasn't just teaching him a lesson, he clearly wanted to kill them. Fang Yan behind him couldn't help but remind him in a low voice, "Master, if you keep hitting him, he's going to die." Qin Mo clapped his hands and stood up. Looking at Wang Mao groaning on the ground, Qin Mo seemed to be admiring a piece of art he had made himself, nodding in satisfaction. Wang Mao was beaten so badly he couldn't even speak, only able to let out muffled groans. The people around didn't even dare to speak. No one knew what Qin Mo was going to do next. Qin Mo thought to himself, now he should be able to save them with the ancient martial divine skill. He asked the people around to disperse. Then Qin Mo immediately closed his eyes and silently recited the incantation of Spring Breeze and Gentle Rain in his mind. Qin Mo was naturally doing this to practice Spring Breeze and Gentle Rain. He would beat him until he had only one breath left, then revive him with Spring Breeze and Gentle Rain. The extent of his recovery would then determine how powerful Spring Breeze and Gentle Rain really was. Qin Mo circulated his spiritual energy according to the method described in the book, letting the spiritual energy throughout his body begin to flow. All the onlookers were somewhat perplexed, watching with wide, curious eyes. Just then a white cloud suddenly drifted across the sky. blocking the sun. Wang Mao's position was right under this cloud, and at this moment Qin Mo suddenly opened his eyes. Qin Mo silently recited the ancient martial divine skill, spring breeze and gentle rain, in his heart. At this time a strong wind blew across the sky, a sour smell rose in the air, and then rain began to fall in a torrent. What was most unusual was that the area covered by the rain was only where Wang Mao lay on the ground, a location not too big, not too small, just right. Shen Yi's in the crowd frowned in confusion. Even he didn't understand what was happening, but Luo Zion beside him was like a puppet, motionless. Shen Yi's looked back in confusion, only to find that Luo Zion's expression had completely frozen. She was stunned in place as if struck by lightning. Suddenly, Luo Zion let out an excited cry. Ancient martial divine skill. It's my Luo family's ancient martial divine skill. She was speaking somewhat incoherently at this point. Shen Yi's also stopped abruptly, asking in disbelief, is it the legendary secret manual Spring Breeze and Gentle Ron? Are you sure? Luo Zion said excitedly. I'm sure. I only heard my mother mention it once. Once Spring Breeze and Gentle Ron is activated, the sky will rain continuously. Anyone who enters the rain will have their injuries healed. This is called Spring Breeze and Gentle Rain, a continuous wind and rain. This is an ancient martial divine skill that has been lost for 100 years. In the past, the Luo family became a top-tier reclusive family in Huaxia because of this martial art. There was a rumor in the Luo family that the last Luo family member to master Spring Breeze and Gentle Ron was Senior Luo Qing. And what she didn't know was that Qin Mo was Senior Luo Qing's biological grandson. Now the ancient martial divine skill, lost for 100 years, had reappeared in the world. Luo Zion was so excited she didn't know what to do, but in the next second the scene seemed to take a wrong turn. The air was filled with a sour smell. When the rain fell on Wang Mao, not only did his wounds not heal, they gradually widened. Then an even stranger scene occurred. The heavily injured Wang Mao suddenly jumped up like a monkey. Sun Wukong, the great sage equaling heaven, is here. Demons, cease your insolence. Suddenly, Wang Mao started running around, grabbing anyone he saw and treating them as a demon. Seeing this scene, Qin Mo was completely dumbfounded. Did he really want to save Wang Mao? He never expected his first attempt at Spring Breeze and Gentle Rain would be such a failure. The onlookers scattered in a hurry. Luo Zion and Shen Yi's also quickly retreated to avoid him. At this moment, Luo Zion's face was filled with embarrassment. This was not Spring Breeze and Gentle Rain at all. It might be a unique killing technique that Qin Mo had developed. Shen Yi's frowned after hearing this and said, this kid Qin Mo is too cruel. This martial art is already vicious. The acid rain not only spreads the wounds on a person's body, but when it drips on someone, it can also confuse their mind, pushing them into their own dreams. The situation was too chaotic. If Wang Mao was allowed to continue his rampage, there would likely be more casualties on Martial Arts Street. Qin Mo gritted his teeth and jumped out. He looked angrily at Wang Mao and suddenly shouted, Wukong, your master is here. Do not be rude. Then Wang Mao suddenly turned his head and immediately knelt before Qin Mo, saying, Master. Qin Mo cleared his throat and said sternly, Wukong, if you are so reckless again, your master will have to recite the tightening crown spell. Wang Mao was so scared he cried and said, Disciple knows his mistake. The people hiding around cautiously peeked out. Seeing Qin Mo's method of subduing Wang Mao, everyone understood. But this was not a long-term solution. Just then a slender figure suddenly rushed out from the crowd and landed lightly in front of Qin Mo. Luo Zion's palm suddenly pressed on Wang Mao's head. A cold light emanated from her palm, and Wang Mao's injuries began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Shen family head and I will wait for you at your home. Luo Zion left these words in a low voice and then flew away. At this time Wang Mao gradually regained his senses and recalled the previous scene. His legs trembled with fear. Looking at the monster like Qin Mo, he kept backing away. Although he was in a dream at the time, he still had images in his mind, and the whole person was overwhelmed with shame. Facing Qin Mo before him, he was truly scared. Should I try again? Qin Mo scratched his head in embarrassment. You still want to try? Seeing this, Wang Mao directly knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly in apology. Master, no, Street Master Qin, please spare me. Isn't it enough for me to be an employee on Martial Arts Street for my whole life? Street Master Qin, I'm going to go sweep now. After speaking, Wang Mao turned and ran away in fear. Looking at the dumbfounded fighters in the distance, they also hurriedly ran back to their posts, not daring to delay for a moment. Qin Mo sighed helplessly and shook his head. Back on Xinyan Street, Luo Zion and Shen Yi's were sitting quietly on the sofa. After Qin Mo entered the room, he bowed respectfully. The two reclusive family heads gracing his humble abode made Qin Mo feel somewhat overwhelmed. May I ask what brings the two seniors to see me? Shen Yi slowly began to speak. Qin Mo, do you want to know about your parents? The hand with which Qin Mo was holding the teacup suddenly froze in midair, unable to move. The topic of his parents was both familiar and strange to Qin Mo. He had never met them, making them like strangers. But every place he had gone, every experience he had since coming to Huaxia from Jianwang, seemed to be related to them. Their legends were spread everywhere. This wonderful and indescribable relationship made it difficult for Qin Mo to articulate. Qin Mo's motivation was to find out why his parents died. These unanswered questions had been haunting his mind. Afterwards, Qin Mo slowly put down his teacup, trying to remain calm, and said, I want to know, both the Luo family and the Shen family actually know the cause of my parents' deaths, and it's very likely related to you. You never became my enemies, so you must have been my parents' friends. Shen Yi's and Luo Zion, on the contrary, smiled slightly and said, "We were your father's friends, and not just friends, we were comrades who fought together." After hearing this, Qin Mo slowly nodded. "But since I entered Tianian City you have never mentioned them to me. I could have known the answer earlier, but you all seem to be hiding it from me. I can understand why the Qin family doesn't want me to know, but if you were my father's friends you don't want me to know either? I don't quite understand." After hearing this, Shen Yi sighed softly. "Qin Mo, you were too weak then. We didn't tell you at that time to protect you." Qin Mo continued. "Then why are you coming to me now to talk about my parents?" Shen Yi replied heavily. "Because we have seen a miracle in you." Qin Mo couldn't help but smile after hearing this. For the two seniors to say this is to acknowledge my achievements in Tianian City all this way. Shen Yi said seriously, "Before that, Qin Mo, you need to complete a test, or rather you must do one thing first. In ancient Egypt there is a place called the Divine Temple. You need to go there and retrieve 3 things called the God Keys. There you will know everything. After you come back I will also tell you your entire life story." Qin Mo was very confused. "Why?" Shen Yi suddenly became agitated. "Don't ask why, just do it. Only by getting the God Keys will you be qualified to know everything. This is your last chance to learn the truth, and it is also our last chance." Afterwards Qin Mo came back to his senses. He could see expectation, worry and hope in the eyes of the two seniors. After speaking, Luo Zion and Shen Yi stood up to leave. Qin Mo called out to them forcefully, "Senior Shen, I just want to ask one thing. How heavy was the burden my father carried back then?" Shen Yi paused for a moment, sighed heavily and said resentfully, "What he wanted to hold up was the sky of this world." Watching the two seniors leave, Qin Mo fell into a long period of contemplation. The scene changes to the radiant sun and moon pavilion. Mei Wu sat quietly in a chair, seemingly waiting for a man. Just then a sudden nameless gust of wind blew past, and within a few seconds a figure appeared in the main pavilion. Mei Wu hurriedly stood up and walked quickly to the person. "Greetings, Elder Qin." Qin Feng replied coldly. His figure instantly disappeared, and when he reappeared he was already sitting in the main seat opposite Mei Wu. Mei Wu, on the other hand, was half kneeling on the ground, her head bowed with beads of sweat on her forehead. Qin Feng spoke in a hoarse voice, "We're family, no need to be so formal. Please sit." Mei Wu nodded obediently and sat down on the chair. After Mei Wu sat down, Qin Feng questioned coldly, "Mei Wu, you have crossed the line, do you understand? Oh, you let this Qin Mo enter the Pantheon. Gave him the qualification for the Pantheon's token. You are testing the limits of my Qin family step by step. Back then, the Qin family did not let your Plum Blossom group touch Qin Mo, but Mei Wu, what are you doing? Can't a dog just be obedient?" Qin Feng's last sentence suddenly carried a heavier tone. Mei Wu's voice trembled with fear. "I dare not." "Qin Feng, you dare not?" Qin Feng let out a soft cold snort. "Mei Wu, I know your Moon Pavilion's strength has grown continuously in recent years, and you've grown wings, wanting to break free from my Qin family's control. I can understand that. But I am not happy when someone plays tricks behind my back, understand? Your 2 little messengers don't think I don't know, don't forget. Everything you have was given to you by my Qin family." Mei Wu swallowed hard. She nodded, trembling. Qin Feng waved his hand indifferently and said, "I came tonight not to talk about the past. The Shen and Luo families have already approached Qin Mo. Of the 5 ancient divine temples in the world, only one remains. He is going to ancient Egypt to retrieve the God Keys. I do not want to see any more changes in the ancient battlefield. No interference is allowed, do you understand?" After hearing this, Mei Wu nodded affirmatively, bowed and said, "Understood. This servant will definitely complete the mission." The scene changes. After Luo Zion and Shen Yi's left, Qin Mo found Zan Jiyu. When he heard that Qin Mo was going to ancient Egypt, Zan Jiyu was greatly alarmed and stood up abruptly. "Absolutely not. Back then, group leader Qin Yinan wanted to go to ancient Egypt, and the Qin family ruthlessly expelled group leader Qin Yinan from the family and soon after issued a kill order. It was precisely this that led to the great chaos in Tianian City 20 years ago." Qin Mo sat in the chair and said, "Shen Yi's and Luo Zion concealed this from me. I don't know if it was intentional or not. Only after hearing what Zan Jiyu said did Qin Mo understand." "Do you know why my father went to ancient Egypt?" Zan Jiyu shook his head. He spoke with some annoyance, as if he didn't want to recall the past, only saying, "When group leader Qin left he told me that we would know when he returned." Qin Mo gave a bitter smile. Wasn't that what Luo Zion and Shen Yi's had said to him? It was like a test, Qin Mo's final test, and only by passing it could he uncover all the answers. Qin Mo suddenly smiled. He looked at Zan Jiyu with a grin but said nothing. Seeing Qin Mo's smile, Zan Jiyu sighed heavily. His voice trembled slightly. "I was too anxious just now, so I spoke without thinking. If I told you that this trip to Egypt was related to your father, even if there was only the slightest connection, you would definitely go." Qin Mo nodded heavily, while Zan Jiyu shook his head helplessly. "Qin Mo, when you go, just take the members of the Mo group with you." Qin Mo said it wasn't necessary because he didn't want to go like that. Having confirmed his trip to ancient Egypt, Qin Mo began to pack his bags. He didn't expect that when Xiao Shuang and Xu Ru heard he was going abroad for a trip they would rush over, insisting he take them along. "Brother, I was a great help to you last time we went to Fuso together." Xiao Shuang said, already wearing her small backpack and holding a travel guide to ancient Egypt. Qin Mo couldn't be bothered with this one, who had the audacity to bring up the trip to Fuso. If it weren't for bringing this little one along, Qin Mo would have long since enjoyed the local customs and culture of Fuso. She was simply a chatterbox who couldn't sit still. Qin Mo decided to refuse. This trip to ancient Egypt isn't an ordinary tour. I can't guarantee your safety. Xiao Shuang pouted angrily. Brother, you don't want to take me this time because of what happened in Fuso. With me around, he didn't have fun. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo's face turned red with embarrassment. Shu Ru, standing beside them, also nodded seriously. It seems we'll have to report this to Bai Yuran. He's going out to have fun all by himself. Qin Mo gritted his teeth, watching the two of them play off each other. If he told her, it would just be another pile of trouble. So Qin Mo decided to take them both, but he needed to make things clear first. You two can go sightseeing on your own. I, Qin Mo, have business to attend to. He had planned to go alone, but now it was a group of 3. It wasn't a big problem, though. He could let the two of them tour ancient Egypt while he took care of his own matters. There was no conflict. The day before leaving for ancient Egypt, just as Qin Mo stepped out of his house, a car pulled up at his door. A familiar, beautiful woman got out. Rong Zire walked over with a charming smile. Mr. Qin, the master of the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion, has requested your presence. I've come specifically to pick you up. Qin Mo couldn't help but frown. What do you want with me? Rong Zire immediately replied. You'll know when you get there, Qin Mo. Qin Mo's feelings toward the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion were growing increasingly unfavorable. Although his fame had been built by them, and they had provided him with a sanctuary when the Central Martial World was hunting him down, it could be said that without the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion, there would be no Qin Mo today. But ever since the battle on Martial Arts Street, Qin Mo felt more and more that something was off about the pavilion. Mei Wu had secretly gone to see Si Shan on the street, and she knew the Underworld Emperor was at the beast fighting arena. All these things made Qin Mo find the woman Mei Wu somewhat terrifying. Then Qin Mo nodded and said, "All right, I'll go have a look." He was very curious to see what this Mei Wu was up to. Soon the car stopped in the courtyard of the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion. Today, Bai Sushui had become the undisputed top songstress in the pavilion. Some on the street even called her Little Shui Luoji, and she felt that in many ways she could be compared to the Shui Luoji of the past. Hearing Rong Zire talk about this, Qin Mo was happy for her. At least it proved that bringing her to the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion had been the right choice. As they were chatting, a rush of footsteps suddenly came from a nearby corridor. A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle charged over like a mad dog, his angry eyes seemingly fixed only on Qin Mo. He shouted, "Qin Mo, you little brat, prepare to die." His figure leapt into the air, pouncing toward Qin Mo like a great rock spreading its wings. The man was so handsome that he was nearly attacked just for entering the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion. Rong Zire's face changed drastically at the sight. She quickly pulled Qin Mo toward the master's quarters. The man was Zan Hen from the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion. He was very fond of Bai Sushui, and since Bai Sushui often mentioned Qin Mo, he saw Qin Mo as a rival in love. It only quieted down after they reached the back of the main pavilion. Just then a set of light footsteps approached, and Qin Mo slightly clenched his fists. "Pavilion Master Mei Wu sat smiling in the main seat. "Please have a seat. You're an old friend of the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion. There's no need to be so formal here." Qin Mo sat down in a chair to the side as she smiled and looked him up and down. "Mr. Qin must be doing quite well in Tianian City. It's been a while, but your charm remains." Hearing this, Qin Mo gave a faint smile and nodded. "Pavilion Master Mei should know how I am doing in Tianian City, shouldn't you?" "Why be so polite?" Mei Wu's expression froze, and she gave an awkward laugh. "You're exaggerating, Qin Mo." Being as smart as she was, Mei Wu naturally understood his meaning. "Previously, I had no idea where that person got the news that Mr. Qin would appear at the Kuila Beast fighting arena." Qin Mo gave another cold smile. I had no idea," Mei Wu smiled and said. "It seems Mr. Qin has some suspicions about me because of this. If I truly meant you harm, I could have stripped you of your spot in the Pantheon back in the Central Martial World. Why go to such trouble?" Qin Mo listened coldly to Mei Wu's explanation. It was indeed a plausible excuse. Qin Mo knew he could never win an argument with Mei Wu on this topic. The root of the problem wasn't whether Mei Wu had harmed him, but that she had placed a mole behind his back. The purpose of this mole was the real issue. Qin Mo knew Mei Wu wouldn't reveal it, and even if he pressed her, she would just obfuscate. Qin Mo didn't want to discuss this topic anymore. "All right, let's not talk about the past. May I ask why Pavilion Master Mei has summoned me this time?" Mei Wu said with a smile. "I do have something to ask of you. Sha Mu is going to Egypt to hold a transnational dance performance. In the next few days, Mr. Chen, you saved Miss Sha Mu's life before. Sha Mu has specifically requested that you personally escort her to ancient Egypt. If this is accomplished, you can name any conditions you wish." Upon hearing this, Qin Mo's eyes instantly turned cold. He stared intently at Mei Wu's smiling face, wishing he could tear it off to see what was hidden beneath. Qin Mo thought to himself, Mei Wu knew he was going to ancient Egypt. Qin Mo didn't suspect a mole on his side. The only people who knew he was going abroad were a few close to him. And even in the most reliable Mo group, only Zan Jiyu knew. The only others were Xiao Shuang and Xu Ru. Qin Mo had also made them swear to keep it a secret, which only made him more confused. How did this Mei Wu know he was going to ancient Egypt in just 2 days? It was all too incredible. Qin Mo then asked, "Is it just Sha Mu alone?" Mei Wu replied, "No, there will also be a guard accompanying her." Qin Mo gave a cold smile. "Pavilion Master Mei, do you take me for a fool? You ask me to escort Sha Mu to ancient Egypt, but then you say there's another guard. Do you not trust my abilities? Or does your guard have another purpose?" Hearing this, Mei Wu frowned in confusion. She said doubtfully, "Ancient Egypt is far from here. That's why I'm sending a guard over. Besides protecting Miss Sha Mu, what other purpose could there be? Ever since Sha Mu was kidnapped in Fuso last time, I don't want that to happen again. So besides you, Qin Mo, I've also assigned her a reliable guard. That's all. Do you have any other questions, Qin Mo?" Qin Mo said to her seriously, "Pavilion Master Mei, as it happens, I am also going to ancient Egypt in a couple of days." Mei Wu was stunned upon hearing this, then burst into laughter. "What a coincidence, that's wonderful. You can travel together." Then Mei Wu continued, "What are you going to ancient Egypt for? A vacation?" Watching Mei Wu's reaction, Qin Mo thought to himself, "She's a really good actress. If you want to keep acting, I, Qin Mo, will play along until you're tired." Then Qin Mo couldn't help but smile and say, "I'm going on a trip." Mei Wu nodded after hearing this. Egypt is indeed a good place for a trip. Its history is no less impressive than our Washa's. You can walk around and see more. It seemed that no matter what Qin Mo said, this Mei Wu was determined to play dumb. Even if he exposed her outright, she would only deny it. Then Qin Mo decided to stop beating around the bush. "Then I'd like to ask, if I accomplish this, can Pavilion Master Mei grant me any condition?" Qin Mo narrowed his eyes and said, "What if I want to ask about the relationship between the Pavilion Master and the Qin family?" Mei Wu nodded with a smile without a second thought. "Even if I don't say, I will naturally tell you, Qin Mo. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, have Sha Mu wait for me at the main gate of the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion. I will come to pick her up personally." After speaking, Qin Mo stood up and walked out. "This place is too heavy. It's not suitable for a straightforward person like me. I won't stay long, Pavilion Master Mei. No need to see me out." Mei Wu watched Qin Mo's departing figure, the smile on her face gradually turning cold. Watching his shrinking figure, she said, "I'm not afraid of you asking, I'm afraid you won't come back." The next day, Qin Mo picked up Sha Mu as promised. But unexpectedly, the guard Mei Wu had arranged for him was the annoying guy, Zhan Hen, who had tried to kill him at the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion yesterday. This was a country with a history even more ancient than Washa's, ancient Egypt. After a flight of several hours, Qin Mo's group quickly arrived in the country. Zhan Hen had also been instructed by Pavilion Master Mei to put aside his grudge with Qin Mo for now and focus on the mission she had given him. Just then a man walked quickly from the airport. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Qin?" Hearing this, Qin Mo smiled and nodded. The Dou family knew Qin Mo was coming to ancient Egypt, so they arranged for a translator from a local company to be his guide. Saif smiled and took the luggage from Xu Ru and the others, handing it to a servant beside him. He then led the group to the best international 5-star hotel in Cairo. In the next room, Zhan Hen stood with his head bowed. He who feared nothing was somewhat afraid of the Miss Sha Mu before him. Sha Mu then said softly, "If I don't leave, he, Qin Mo, won't let his guard down." Zhan Hen still kept his head down, as if he didn't dare to look directly into Sha Mu's enchanting eyes. Sha Mu then questioned, "So what should we do? You are the captain of the Red Plum Group and you're asking me what to do." As her words fell, Zhan Hen began to tremble with fear. Seeing him like this, Sha Mu sighed sadly. "I really don't know why the Pavilion Master promoted a useless thing like you to be a member of the Red Plum Group back then. If you have no objections, just follow my arrangements. I'll go to the National Grand Theater tomorrow morning. If we both stay here, he, Qin Mo, will definitely try to outweight us. And you will stay here and keep a close watch on Qin Mo and his group. Report anything to me, understand? As long as Qin Mo is not allowed to find the location of the Divine Temple, he won't get the God Keys. As long as he can't get the God Keys, our mission will be a success." After hearing this, Zhan Hen nodded repeatedly. "Okay, I'll listen to you." This mission was so important to Pavilion Master Mei that Sha Mu couldn't figure out why she would let this fellow, Zhan Hen, cooperate with her. Although this Zhan Hen was the leader of the Red Plum Group and ranked 6th in combat power at the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion, he was indeed a fool. The next morning, Sha Mu came to find Qin Mo. "Young Master Qin, I'm moving to the National Grand Theater. I'll go familiarize myself with the venue and prepare." She just left like that. This surprised Qin Mo. Could it be that Sha Mu really arrived on the same day as him by coincidence? Qin Mo repeatedly asked himself this in his heart. Sha Mu greeted Qin Mo and left. Qin Mo and Zhan Hen saw her off to the National Grand Theater. But when he saw Zhan Hen return a short while later, Qin Mo smiled again. "Aren't you going with Sha Mu?" Zhan Hen heard this and explained to Qin Mo, "The National Grand Theater only booked a room for her. The rest of us idlers are not allowed in, so I had to come back." This explanation could easily deceive others. To deceive him, Qin Mo, this Zhan Hen would need a few more years of schooling. Sha Mu was invited to dance at the National Grand Theater. In ancient Egypt this wasn't quite the level of being enshrined, but she should at least receive due respect. Qin Mo really couldn't figure out if Mei Wu really had some scheme why she would send a simpleton like Zhan Hen to keep an eye on him here. Fortunately, with a guy like Zhan Hen around, perhaps he could be put to some use. Qin Mo was satisfied with this. However, to keep a close eye on Qin Mo, Zhan Hen insisted on dragging Qin Mo and Xiao Shuang to play cards with him for a whole day. Qin Mo really couldn't stand it anymore. He gave Xiao Shuang a look. Xiao Shuang immediately understood and picked up Qin Mo's phone to video chat with Bai Sushui. Bai Sushui's clear voice came from the other end of the video. The video call hadn't even lasted a minute before Zhan Hen completely took over the screen. Things like playing cards were immediately thrown to the back of his mind. Sushui, I don't want to play cards anymore. I miss you. Zhan Hen was so excited he forgot himself, clutching Qin Mo's phone and talking to himself. Taking advantage of this moment, Qin Mo quietly slipped out of the room. Zhan Hen, who had secretly slipped out of the room and was happily chatting with Bai Sushui, had no idea that Qin Mo had already left. Arriving at Saif's house, Saif immediately stood up when he saw Mr. Qin enter. Do you know of a place in Egypt called the Divine Temple? Saif was suddenly stunned, looking at Qin Mo strangely. Saif said, what business does Mr. Qin have at the Divine Temple? However, there is no such place in ancient Egypt. It is just a legend passed down through the ages. Qin Mo couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. What do you mean, a legend? Were Luo Xian and Shen Yi's lying to me? There are rumors that 5 great divine temples exist in 5 ancient countries, but those are all distant legends. Historians have not verified them, and they have only been passed down as street corner rumors, so I'm afraid I have to disappoint Mr. Qin. Qin Mo frowned after hearing this. Then do you know what this divine temple is for? Saif smiled and said, it's a place that connects gods and humans. That's why the divine temple is a place of legend. Where would gods come from? Those are just fabricated stories. Qin Mo slowly nodded. He was not a theologian and naturally did not believe in these things. But what Luo Xian and Shen Yi had said to him at the time sounded so certain, not like lies. What if I insist on stubbornly searching for this legendary divine temple? Saif couldn't help but be stunned after hearing this. If it was Mr. Qin's problem, he began to think carefully. Qin Mo sat quietly, thinking about what connection this god Qi had with his father. Suddenly, Saif shouted, breaking the silence. In Cairo's bumpkin collection there is a painting that has been sealed for hundreds of years due to its age and the fear of it being corroded by air. The original painting has been strictly sealed and is no longer exhibited. Not even a portrait of this painting has ever been circulated online. Hearing this, Qin Mo frowned. What does this have to do with the Divine Temple? There used to be a rumor on Buro Street that the painting was a guide to the Divine Temple. Qin Mo hurriedly asked, what is the name of that painting? Saif replied, the miraculous river map. It is a magical painting. It can guide you to a center connecting gods and humans. Afterwards, Qin Mo and his group arrived at the museum where the painting was collected. He lied, saying it was the birthday gift Bai Sushui wanted most. Zhan Hen immediately followed Qin Mo to this place, wanting to personally get the painting. He even wanted Qin Mo to record the scene to prove how much he liked Sushui. After speaking, Zhan Hen resolutely rushed into the museum. Qin Mo was completely dumbfounded. He really doubted whether a brainless person like Zhan Hen could help him get the famous painting back. Seeing Zhan Hen rush in, Qin Mo could only grab his phone and quickly follow. Zhan Hen pushed through the crowd, quickly running towards the center of Zone 6. A cacophony of noise and a crowded throng erupted. For a moment, people had no idea what was about to happen. Zhan Hen arrived at the center of the rest area, cleared his throat, and let out a thunderous roar. I want the miraculous river map. Hand it over. This massive roar suppressed the flowing crowd. People from all over the world were terrified, all looking at this Zhan Hen as if he were a fool. Is this a Chinese person? This is so embarrassing for us. People from various countries offered their country's national treasures. This suddenly appearing simpleton had scared everyone, but soon the crowd started moving again. No one had time to bother with a fool. They were all here to see calligraphy and paintings. Seeing that everyone was ignoring him, Zhan Hen trembled with anger. This was the first time someone had dared to ignore him like this. Zhan Hen's temper flared up instantly. With a loud bang, Zhan Hen suddenly punched a nearby rockery. The small rockery instantly exploded. The exploding rocks hit people. For a moment, many people were knocked unconscious by the huge stones. Zhan Hen let out a thunderous roar. I told you I want the miraculous river map from here. Didn't you hear me? The crowd instantly became chaotic, people crying and screaming as they fled. Just the exploding rocks alone in such a crowded place had already killed many people. The museum was in chaos. Qin Mo's mouth was wide open at this point. He hadn't expected him to be so fierce. Soon the sound of urgent footsteps echoed in the hall of Zone 5. The people from the ancient Egyptian warrior corps had arrived. A warrior corps of over 100 people immediately surrounded Zhan Hen. Who are you? How dare you come here and cause trouble? This is the leader of the warrior corps Road. He stepped out from the crowd, coldly sizing up Zhan Hen. This has completely blown up. Qin Mo pulled Xiao Shuang and hid in a corner not far away. I thought this was a brilliant plan, but now it seems like a terrible idea. Qin Mo never would have imagined that this guy, Zhan Hen, would dare to barge into someone else's museum, and on top of that insist on making the whole thing a huge mess. All the warriors were gathered here. The situation was not good at all. He had to assess the situation and find a way to escape. Qin Mo didn't want to become the public enemy of ancient Egypt because of him alone. Zhan Hen waved his hand impatiently. I'm telling you, give me the miraculous river map and I'll leave quietly. Otherwise none of you will live. Erode had never encountered such a situation before, robbing the National Museum and speaking with such righteousness. Erode asked with concern, "Are you all right? Should I take you to the hospital?" Washa was a very influential country in Africa. If a mentally ill patient was killed abroad just like that, it would not be easy to handle between the two countries. At this time, Zonhen said, "I don't have time to waste with you. I'll beat you up, and then you'll hand over the miraculous river map." After speaking, Zonhen drew the weapon from his waist and struck first again. Zonhen's power erupted with a roar. His body and head seemed to transform into a rainbow, instantly charging towards the warriors. Peak martial soul realm. Chinmo's pupils suddenly widened. He had not expected Zonhen to possess such strength. The strength of the ancient Egyptian warriors was already a notch below that of Washa's martial arts, not to mention that Zonhen could be considered among the top tier of Washa's martial arts. These warriors were no match at all. Sparks flew, and the scene instantly descended into chaos. These warriors were already the top martial lords of ancient Egypt, and they had never seen such terrifying strength. Zonhen moved freely among the 100-man encirclement, and no one could catch him. Almost without exception, heads rolled. This was entirely Zonhen's personal performance. Chinmo watched Zonhen tear through the crowd, thinking perhaps this would be quite satisfying. A 100-man warrior corps was being routed by a single person, foolish Chinese man. Leader Erode had not expected this person to be so strong. At this moment he finally made his move. Irod's figure flew into the air wielding a huge broadsword and chopped down towards Zonhen. Zonhen's eyes narrowed and his figure flashed in an instant. With a loud bang, the broadsword slammed into the ground, instantly creating a deep pit. The Erode before him was not weak either. He was a top figure among the ancient Egyptian warriors. His strength was comparable to that of a martial soul realm expert from Washa. The two instantly became entangled. In the center of the museum, the sound of gunfire and sparks erupted. The warrior's blade in Irod's hand seemed to be plated with a layer of gold, emitting a dazzling golden light. Zonhen's dagger also emitted a blood-red glow. The two of them were essentially going all out. Nearly 10 minutes passed before Zonhen broke away, retreating backward abruptly. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was also injured at this point and said, "I underestimated you." Martial soul skill, piercing rainbow, falling sun. Zonhen's dagger flew out and his figure appeared at the same time, transforming into two rainbows in midair. Striking directly at Erode, Irod's face changed instantly. He dropped his warrior's blade and ran. Although Erode hadn't eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. Once a Washan martial skill was unleashed, it was on a completely different level from their ancient Egyptian warriors. But Zonhen's martial skill was known for its speed. He couldn't run more than 2 steps. Piercing rainbow, falling sun slammed into his back. Erode ran a few more steps forward and knelt on the ground, vomiting blood. Only then did Zonhen's figure appear, lifting the Erode on the ground. Don't kill me," Erode cried out in fear. Zonhen then said, "Why make it so complicated? I didn't want to fight." Zonhen, on the contrary, angrily blamed him. Erode pointed into the distance, responding weakly. "The miraculous river map is in Zone 5. The deepest, most hidden treasury is there." Zonhen impatiently tossed Erode aside. "All right, you just had to ask. The rest is none of your business." After speaking, Zonhen swaggered out of the central rest area. The surrounding warriors hurriedly made way for Zonhen. Everyone watched this Washa man leave as if he were a monster. Erode watched Zonhen's departing figure and smiled weakly. Going to the sealed treasury was courting death. Chinmo hid in the distance. Taking advantage of the warrior's departure, he pulled Zhu Shaoxuang and rushed out, running to Zonhen's side and giving him a thumbs up. "Lord Zonhen is truly amazing. These ancient Egyptian warriors have met their match, all beaten to a pulp." Zonhen was quite pleased with Chinmo's flattery. A former enemy, an object of Bai Sushui's admiration, had now become a sycophant by his side. It felt great. Chinmo really didn't have time to waste here with Zonhen. Their situation was now very dangerous. "Let's go. The 3 of us will enter the 5th location together." At this point, due to the riot in the central rest area, Hall 5 had become empty, with not a single person left. There was a sign next to it. It was written in a foreign language, but they all recognized the symbol for prohibited. The secret door was tightly locked. It seemed this was the place. As soon as Chinmo's words fell, Zonhen quickly moved to the opposite side of the lock. In just a few seconds he made dozens of slashes in a row, then fiercely kicked the heavy steel door. With a loud bang, the steel door crashed to the ground. "All right, let's go in." This sealed place was indeed a bit narrow. The narrow tunnel could only accommodate 1 person. After a short while, Chinmo and Zonhen found the miraculous river map in a glass case. Zonhen picked up his dagger and smashed it against the glass case. Chinmo corrected him in a low voice. "Wait." Zonhen immediately opened his eyes wide, turning to face Chinmo. "Chinmo, you're not going to try and fight me for it at a time like this, are you?" Chinmo looked at Zonhen with fury. "I don't even like it. Don't you think this is too easy? We broke into the museum, were stopped by hundreds of warriors, and alerted the entire warrior corps, yet I can actually see this secret treasury. Every antique here is over 3,000 years old. It's safe to say that the combined value of all 5 of these collections doesn't even amount to half the value of this sealed treasury. In a place as important as ancient Egypt, how could we possibly break in so easily?" Zonhen impatiently pushed Chinmo's hand away. "Isn't it good that it's simple? If it were too complicated, I'd find it troublesome." With that, Zonhen's fist suddenly descended. Under Zonhen's power, the glass case was pierced through. Zonhen punched the reinforced glass, and the industrial glass instantly shattered. Just then, an alarm suddenly blared. All the small labels attached to the glass of the sealed treasury began to flash with a red light like warning signals. The sudden alarm startled Zonhen. Qin Mo shouted anxiously, "I told you something would happen, but you just wouldn't listen to me. Let's grab the miraculous river map and get out of here." Qin Mo took out the miraculous river map and hid it in his clothes. The three of them turned to leave. At that moment, a hoarse voice rang out. "Since you've come, why leave? Since you want to leave, don't touch anything here." An old man's figure slowly emerged from the deepest part of the sealed treasury. The aura emanating from the old man made Qin Mo feel that neither of them was a match for him. This voice was not something a warrior could produce. Zonhen frowned and asked Qin Mo with some nervousness, "What is this old man saying?" He didn't understand Arabic. Qin Mo rolled his eyes, which then lit up slightly as he spoke. Zonhen leaned in and whispered in his ear, "He just told you to put the thing down for me." Zonhen was stunned for a moment, then became furious. It was one thing for this guy to tell him to put the thing down, but why was he also cursing? Zonhen then pointed at the old man and roared, "You'd better talk to me nicely. If you curse at me again, I'll beat you up, believe it or not." The old man couldn't help but frown, looking at the agitated Zonhen with confusion. "What are you saying?" He couldn't understand a word Zonhen was saying. Zonhen's chest heaved with anger. He asked Qin Mo, who was beside him, "What is this old man saying?" Qin Mo whispered. He said, "Screw you, try hitting me if you have the guts. If you have the guts, let's fight." This time, Zonhen completely lost his temper. "Qin Mo, don't mind me, just take the painting and go. Today I have to teach this old man a lesson. He's ruining my image in the video." Zonhen loudly proclaimed his righteous declaration and charged ferociously at the old man. Qin Mo grabbed Xiao Shuang and took the opportunity to leave. Mentally thanking Zonhen's 8 generations of ancestors, Zonhen's echo came from behind the sealed treasury. "Don't forget to send the video to Sushui and make me look handsome," Qin Mo shouted back. "All right, brother Zon, go for it. Sushui will definitely be moved by you." Qin Mo didn't waste any more words with him and ran out of the museum. At this time, the museum was surrounded by 3 layers of police. The police outside the museum treated Qin Mo as a victim and let him leave without much hindrance. Zonhen stubbornly blocked the old man's path from pursuing Qin Mo and the others. Not giving the old man a chance, he seized the moment and charged at him. "How dare you curse at me? See if I don't beat you to death." At that moment, the pharaoh became enraged. Zonhen's figure rushed forward at high speed, but it was as if he was hit by an invisible stone, instantly kneeling on the ground. With a loud bang, Zonhen's knees shattered the floorboards. He let out pretty struggling sounds, but couldn't break free from the pharaoh's restraint. Just then, the curator rushed in with a group of people. Seeing the struggling god of war on the ground, they hurriedly fired a respectful shot at the pharaoh. After firing the shot, the pharaoh told the curator that the 2 people who had just run out had stolen the miraculous river map. The manager's face changed instantly. Monitoring the central area, they thought it was only the kneeling boy alone. Who would have thought they were working as a team? The miraculous river map was a divine map. Even compared to the other treasures in the sealed land, the miraculous river map could definitely rank in the top 10. The pharaoh said coldly, "Where's the translator?" The translator squeezed out of the crowd with difficulty and bowed his head respectfully. The pharaoh looked coldly at Zonhen and said, "This kid is their accomplice. I know where the other 2 went. Ask him quickly." At this point, the translator and Zonhen began to communicate. Zonhen suddenly became agitated and started shouting. The pharaoh asked the translator what he had just said. The translator hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "He said that for love he would do anything." Hearing this, the pharaoh slapped Zonhen on the head. "Knock this kid out." The scene changes to night at the Washa Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion. Rongzire walked over gently. Qin Mo had taken Zonhen to the museum. "Pavilion Master, I don't understand why you arranged for that idiot to carry out this important mission. What can he do?" The previous assassination mission was given to his master, but he killed the wrong target and ended up killing the person who gave him the mission. This incident is still a joke in the assassin world. Rongzire shook her head and sighed. Although his strength ranks 6th in the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion, second only to the 5 plum blossom petals, his brain doesn't work well. Hearing this, Mei Wu smiled and retorted, "But didn't we find a clue to the divine temple because of it?" Rongzire smiled wryly and helplessly. "The clue is in Qin Mo's hands. We know nothing about it, and Zonhen is locked up in prison and can't get out," Mei Wu replied with a smile. "I wanted him to stay there." Rongzire was suddenly startled upon hearing this. "Pavilion Master, what do you mean?" At this, Mei Wu smiled mysteriously and said, "It's to make Qin Mo think he has gotten rid of everyone from the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion." Rongzire's eyes widened. Mei Wu continued, "Zonhen alone is no match for Qin Mo. Qin Mo is a cultivator, already several tiers above martial artists. Zonhen is just bait. The most suitable person for bait is someone who isn't very smart. Qin Mo is a smart person. If I arranged a smart bait for him, he would find out. Zonhen's mission is already complete. There are many more exciting things to come. That little ghost's head after that. There are many more exciting things to come. Pavilion Master is truly a brilliant strategist. Mei Wu's expression gradually turned sinister. Not only will I stop Qin Mo from getting the God Key, but I will also get the God Key myself. For decades, I finally have a chance to break free from the Qin family. The scene shifts. Qin Mo returned to his room and quickly locked the door. It was a beautiful scroll several meters long. Until now, besides his grandfather, Qin Mo didn't think there was a second person in the world who could draw such a divine map, but Qin Mo looked at it for a long time and couldn't find any trace of a divine temple. Suddenly, Qin Mo thought of a method. At that moment, Qin Mo opened his divine sense, and a golden light from his eyes shone on the miraculous river map. Subsequently, Qin Mo was completely stunned. He saw that in the painting the area next to the long river was glowing. The specks of golden light had now connected into a straight line pointing to a certain spot in the long river. Qin Mo quickly tucked the painting into his clothes, then briskly walked out of the living room and headed for the Nile River. Before long, Qin Mo and his companion arrived at the Nile. Along the riverbank, Qin Mo saw busy figures. The day after tomorrow was Egypt's cultural festival, and millions of residents would gather to celebrate their ancient festival. Just then, Qin Mo's figure suddenly leapt up and flew directly towards the Nile. Everyone's jaws dropped in astonishment, but in the next second they were stunned again. They saw Qin Mo step onto the riverbank and walk forward. A second later, he skimmed across the surface of the Nile. The Nile only rippled slightly. A deity? Is this a deity descending to the mortal world? Several ancient Egyptians knelt down in excitement. To see a deity descend the day before the cultural festival was clearly a good omen. Many Egyptians knelt before this young man. The young man suddenly stopped in the middle of the river far away. Then his figure plunged into the center of the Nile and sank to the bottom. It was the river god. The river god was making his presence known. The people on the shore who witnessed this scene also excitedly ran to spread the news. The news spread from 1 to 10 and from 10 to 100, quickly covering the entire region. At this moment, underwater, Qin Mo was protected by his spiritual energy. He could walk on the deepest riverbed without swimming. It's just that this spiritual energy was limited. Once the spiritual energy protection was activated, the spiritual energy would slowly start to drain. Once the spiritual energy was exhausted, Qin Mo would have to return to the shore. He searched aimlessly underwater. Suddenly, not far away, Qin Mo approached and found that there was a well here. Under the bottomless current, there was actually a deep giant well. Qin Mo suddenly had a bold idea. His body suddenly jumped into this well. A second later, Qin Mo saw a dazzling light at the deepest bottom of the well. What sealed the bottom of the well was not the deepest mud but a barrier. Qin Mo's figure broke through the barrier and the blue well mouth landed on the ground. He looked around with some confusion. Qin Mo had never seen such a wondrous sight. The river water above Qin Mo's head was blocked by the barrier, completely isolating these two worlds. Qin Mo walked slowly, looking at the murals on both sides. They were vivid and marvelous scenes. A scroll of the ancient era was displayed on the murals. In that era, the earth was still in a period of abundant energy. Ancient Huaxia had too many great cultivators, too many people who became gods and powerful rulers, especially during the Shang dynasty, when Zhang Zia deified the 12 main gods. This is still a topic of great interest in Huaxia today, known by later generations as the investiture of the gods. As Qin Mo looked at the paintings one by one, they also gradually began to change. The earth's environment was artificially destroyed and the earth gradually entered the Dharma ending age. Spiritual energy was depleted and cultivation became extinct. Martial arts gradually flourished. Suddenly, a hoarse voice sounded. An old man walked slowly forward. He had finally arrived. His appearance was as if from thin air. Qin Mo hurriedly bowed to Arya. The old man Arya smiled kindly and looked Qin Mo up and down. "No need to be so polite. I am the servant of this divine temple, Patriarch Arya. You must be Qin Mo." He seemed very happy about Qin Mo's arrival. Qin Mo was a little confused. Why would this old man know him? Arya smiled and said, "More than 40 years ago, Yun Xian came to see me and said that a young man named Qin Mo would visit in a few decades. I have always believed his words." Qin Mo was puzzled. Who was Yun Xian? Arya smiled and looked at Qin Mo. "His real name is Yun Guanchen. Since he has already been deified, you can't call him by his name directly. Qin Mo, you should know this." Qin Mo couldn't follow his line of thought at all, and stood there completely stunned. Yun Guanchen, that was Grandpa Yun's name. More than 40 years ago he hadn't even been born. Grandpa Yun had even calculated all this. But it was precisely because Arya said it was Grandpa Yun that Qin Mo had no doubts, because only the old man could calculate all the matters of this world. Qin Mo asked the question in his heart, what exactly was this place? Arya thought for a moment. He didn't answer Qin Mo's question directly but looked at the wet cliff wall with Qin Mo. "Do you understand the painting above?" Qin Mo said that the cultivation path on Earth had changed over thousands of years and was divided into two eras. One was an era of abundant spiritual energy, and the other was the Dharma ending age of the earth. Everything from these two eras was reflected in these paintings. Arya smiled and nodded. In that era of abundant energy, countless god-level figures appeared in the ancient countries. China had the ancient Shennong, and Greece had Zeus, Apollo, and many other gods. But with the changes on Earth over thousands of years, the era of spiritual energy gradually disappeared, and the Earth entered the Dharma ending age, opening a new chapter. Humanity no longer needed gods and began to have its own technological civilization and system. It could be said that the previous events were even more terrifying. The powerful gods were fearless and could not be balanced by modern technology, but the stable development of society today was something that had never existed in the era of spiritual energy. That was the change of the times and also the trend. Qin Mo listened to this seriously. The Shang family had told him this when he was very young. Qin Mo asked Arya with confusion, "What did this have to do with this place?" Arya sighed heavily. At the end of the era of spiritual energy, the gods of the 5 ancient kingdoms were powerless to turn the tide. Although they had become immortals, they could not change the laws of nature. They could only watch as the era of spiritual energy died out bit by bit. But the gods of the ancient kingdoms were unwilling to accept this. Nature underestimated the power of the gods. They jointly built 5 great divine temples in the 5 great nations and completely concealed them. And this divine temple is the key to unlocking a new era of spiritual energy. This key is called the God Key. Qin Mo took a step back in a daze. He was completely shocked. "Are you saying this world can re-enter the era of spiritual energy?" Arya nodded after hearing this, but the key alone was not enough. "You must find the door, but someone has probably already solved that for you. If you've come, I will complete my mission. But the God Keys cannot be gathered. Some gods cannot be gathered. The day after tomorrow is the festival of culture. When the heavy rain pours, use the natural rain to gather divine power. Then you can come and retrieve it. You can go back now." After speaking, Arya's aged figure slowly turned, looking as if he would disappear into the endless darkness again. Qin Mo anxiously called out, "Old sir," shouting, "Old sir." Arya then, without turning back, just smiled lightly and said, "Are you asking me what I'll do with the God Key?" Qin Mo could only remain silent. "Everything depends on you, Qin Mo. Worldly affairs don't matter, right or wrong, it's all up to the one who controls everything." Arya's voice disappeared into the endless darkness, and as Qin Mo emerged from the Nile, his mind was in a turmoil. A single person could start a new era. Qin Mo dared not imagine the consequences of all this. What did his father want the God Key for back then? Only by getting the key could he ask Shen Yi's for the answer. Qin Mo was a cultivator, and he naturally knew that if the world returned to the era of spiritual energy, the consequences might be unimaginable. At that time, a great disaster might befall this world. Qin Mo thought to himself, everything would be clear the day after tomorrow. In the blink of an eye, 2 days later, Qin Mo came to the Nile again. To prevent any accidents before coming, he had already instructed Shu Ru and Xiao Shuang not to come to the Nile today. But how could Shu Ru listen to Qin Mo? The more they were like this, the more curious they were about what Qin Mo was up to. At this moment, Xiao Shuang clutched Shu Ru's hand tightly and said, "If we go, brother will scold us." Shu Ru smiled gently upon hearing this and said, "It's fine, with your sister here, your brother won't scold you." Suddenly, some people stopped their celebration. They pointed excitedly at the center of the Nile. It was the river god. Millions of pairs of eyes turned towards the young man in the middle of the river. In the middle of the river, Qin Mo walked as if on flat ground. Only this sudden downpour could drench his body. At this moment, the scene of an empty city appeared again. A bearded resident knelt on the ground. They piously clasped their hands together and silently made their wishes. All the residents who came to the banks of the Nile knelt down. Only Shu Ru and Xiao Shuang stood there blankly. The familiar figure was all too familiar to Shu Ru. Was that Qin Mo? Xiao Shuang confirmed again it was indeed her brother. Just then petals suddenly fell from the sky, then a light suddenly fell from the sky. 4 figures descended through the gloomy sky in the mist. Like celestial gods, they slowly stopped in the middle of the Nile. The 4 figures standing opposite Qin Mo, the people on both banks of the river fell silent, daring not to speak anymore. At this moment things didn't seem as wonderful as they had thought. The 4 slowly bowed to Qin Mo, a strange smile playing on Mei Yiban's lips. "We have been waiting here for a long time." The 4 seemed to form a dam, completely blocking Qin Mo's way forward. The tense atmosphere seemed to envelop everything at this moment. Qin Mo was slightly stunned and said, "Who are you?" Although Qin Mo didn't know who they were from their language, Qin Mo knew these people were like him from Huasha, thousands of miles away. "Mr. Qin, as long as you don't walk past, you can live well." It's that simple. Hearing this, Qin Mo frowned. It seemed these people were here to stop him from getting the key. Qin Mo couldn't help but suspect they were from the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion. But the people from the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion had already been arrested by the police. Qin Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. Thinking of the Plum Blossom group that appeared in Huahai City more than 2 years ago, his only contact with the Plum Blossoms was the matter of the Plum Blossom group. But there was no time for Qin Mo to think too much about it. He had to go down to the river to get the key. Qin Mo's figure moved in an instant and fell into the river. The 4 Plum Blossoms had obviously guessed Qin Mo's thoughts. Almost at the same time as Qin Mo's figure went into the river, the 4 of them also suddenly rushed down into the river. Just then the Nile River churned again, the entire river shaking at that moment. The people on the riverbanks felt as if there was an earthquake. Some could no longer stand steady and were shaken to the ground. Suddenly, an unidentified object flew into the sky from underwater. As this object flew up, everyone couldn't help but look up. Only then did they see clearly that it was a bloody, mangled person. Shu Ru covered her mouth in fear and couldn't help but scream. This flying object was precisely Chin Mo. Falling from the sky, Chin Mo slammed heavily into the center of the river again. But fortunately, just as he was about to fall into the river, Chin Mo suddenly restrained himself, managing to barely maintain his stance on the river's surface. Only then did everyone understand that this was not a good omen but a fight between gods. The 4 plum blossoms leaped out from the bottom of the river, surrounding Chin Mo but did not press their advantage. They looked coldly at Chin Mo, who was surrounded in the center. Mayerban said indifferently, "Chin Mo, don't struggle, don't resist, honestly, just stand here for a while. We don't want to fight you. We don't want to kill you either, so please don't make things difficult for us." Chin Mo was no match for these 4. The events that occurred at the bottom of the river in just 2 short minutes were something Chin Mo dared not recall. Chin Mo dared not recall he had never felt so powerless to fight back. These 4 were all at the great realm of martial exhaustion, supreme masters who surpassed the martial soul realm. Chin Mo panted heavily, coldly asking them who they were. But none of the 4 spoke again. They all stood silently on the river like 4 statues. Chin then said, "Today I'm going through no matter what." Then Chin Mo's dragon cold sword came out, its dazzling light covering half the river. Mei Sanbin's lips curled up. Lan Ti smiled slightly and said, "The ancient dragon cold, truly interesting." The 4 and Chin Mo instantly battled, and for a moment the Nile River water exploded, torn apart by the clashing of sword light. At this time in the temple at the bottom of the river, Arya took a step back in shock. The enchanting woman smiled and walked slowly towards Arya. She slowly took off her red dress, her stunning body completely revealed at this moment. Arya's breathing was ragged at this moment. He didn't know why. But when the woman stripped naked, his eyes, his soul, and everything he possessed were completely attracted. He was completely immersed in it. Arya rushed towards the woman in red and began to go wild. After an unknown amount of time, she placed her finger on Arya's chin and began to speak. Arya forged the key for her. After hearing this, Arya's pupils were already empty. After a period of intense struggle, his eyes became completely empty, like a puppet that had lost its soul. "I am willing to offer the god key to my goddess," and at this time on the river surface Chin Mo was repeatedly defeated. The attacks of the 4 martial exhaustion masters were difficult to withstand even with the dragon cold sword. When the 4 simultaneously unleashed their martial skills, the Nile was torn apart or completely formed into raging waves, sweeping across both banks. People fled in panic and everything was in chaos. And Chin Mo, being attacked by the martial skills of 4 martial exhaustion level masters, was also beaten to the shore, kneeling on one knee. The dragon cold sword was fiercely thrust into the ground, only then stabilizing his retreating body. This was the first time Chin Mo had encountered martial artists of such a high realm. 4 martial exhaustion realm masters teaming up made it so Chin Mo was no match for them at all. Although the 4 severely injured Chin Mo, they still did not deliver a killing blow at this moment. Chin Mo was thinking quickly. He still couldn't be sure if they were from the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion. But Chin Mo vaguely felt that all of this might be related to the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion. Just then, the sky suddenly thundered. Dense lightning formed in the Nile River. People could feel the sky shaking, and they could also feel the earth beneath their feet begin to tremble violently. The crowd of onlookers immediately panicked, everyone thinking it was a natural disaster. Chin Mo looked up at the sky, thinking it was about to coalesce. It seemed someone had already beaten him to it and entered the temple. Mayerban then said coldly, "Mr. Chin, no need to fight. Just wait a little longer and we'll leave." Although the 4 were expressionless, their eyes looked at Chin Mo with some curiosity. They didn't expect Chin Mo to be able to stand up after being so severely injured. This was completely beyond the will of an ordinary person. Mei Sanbin said curiously, "What if this kid still wants to keep charging forward? One more step and he will die." Pavilion Master Mei Wu had ordered them only to stop Chin Mo. If they could spare Chin Mo's life, they should try to let him go. If this Chin Mo didn't know what was good for him, then he would only have a dead end. Chin Mo's current injuries were no longer sufficient to fight. To fight again would only cost him his life. Chin Mo suddenly smiled strangely. "Who said I can't do it anymore?" As soon as Chin Mo finished speaking, the spiritual energy in his body immediately opened. The spiritual energy erupted, surrounding Chin Mo. He suddenly clasped his hands together and quickly broke the seal. Ancient martial art divine skill. Spring wind transforms into rain. At this moment the sky was covered with dark clouds and a heavy rain poured down between Chin Mo's 2 fingers. The world underwent another strange change. The area of this light rain was very small, only the sky above Chin Mo's head. Immediately after, the pupils of the 4 plum blossoms suddenly contracted. The Luo family's ancient martial art divine skill, spring wind transforms into rain. How could they not know of it? Hoping to stop this kid. Of the 7 great ancient martial arts divine skills, Chin Mo had actually mastered a second one. Almost simultaneously, the figures of the 4 plum blossoms suddenly rushed towards Chin Mo. The Luo family's ancient martial arts divine skill had not appeared in 100 years. Although no one had ever seen the power of spring wind transforms into rain, what allowed the Luo family to stand firm in Tianyan City back then was precisely spring wind transforms into rain. A powerful martial skill that could support a great family for hundreds of years. But the 4 plum blossoms' alertness was clearly too late. The spring rain was already pattering down on Chin Mo. Chin Mo's serious injuries began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few dozen seconds, Chin Mo's injuries were completely healed. Dragon Roar martial skill. The next second, facing the 4 charging plum blossoms, Chin Mo, holding the dragon cold sword, unleashed Dragon Roar. A holy dragon phantom came from the horizon as if penetrating the dark clouds. The holy dragon phantom descended, and from the horizon, it let out an angry dragon roar at the 4 plum blossoms. The roar of anger shook heaven and earth. The 4 plum blossoms had absolutely not expected this situation. They were completely unprepared for its sudden dragon roar. The dragon roar slammed onto the river surface and the river water surged into a huge wave. The river water was thrown up more than 10 jong as if it were level with the sky. The figures of the 4 were also trapped in the river water with the explosion of the Nile, and Chin Mo took this opportunity to quickly return to the center of the river, jumped to the bottom of the river and rushed down. Suddenly, 4 figures broke out of the river, and the 4 plum blossoms stood on the river surface again. Mei Sanbin wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and roared angrily, "Chase him quickly, that kid can't run far." Mei Yibin waved her hand lightly and said, "Chin Mo, he's already too late, the mission is over, let's go back to Huasha." Although the 4 had completed their mission, their faces were wrinkled in a frown. Pavilion Master Mei Wu had spared this person's life, and he would surely become a great disaster in the future. Chin Mo quickly entered the bottom of the river, found the well mouth, and then immediately rushed in. Arya was engulfed in flames, his body on the verge of being consumed by fire. At that moment Arya said in pain, "A woman in red used some kind of charm on me. After I lost control, she took the god key." Chin Mo anxiously shouted, "Don't say anything, I'll save you first." Arya smiled sadly and said, "I'm too heavily injured, you can't save me. At this final moment I want to talk to Mr. Chin." At this, Chin Mo's tears streamed down and he kept shaking his head. "Chin Mo, you are remarkable. I know you may not want to bear the weight of the god key, but I hope you can take on this responsibility. After I die, please bury me by the Nile. I want to breathe the fresh air outside." With that, Arya fell limp in Chin Mo's arms and slowly closed his eyes. After he died, Chin Mo let out an angry roar to the sky. He disliked this helpless feeling of powerlessness. This time, Chin Mo completely sealed it. He didn't want anyone else to find it. Chin Mo followed old Sir Arya's last wish and buried him by the Nile, where he could see the panoramic view. The Nile would also let Arya smell the mundane smoke and fire of this world. Arya's dying words kept replaying in Chin Mo's mind. Those words seemed to be persuading Chin Mo, but they were more like an elder's admonition, or even a reminder from this world. This burden was too heavy. Before knowing these things, Chin Mo didn't want to bear them either. But Arya's words had struck a chord in Chin Mo's heart. Being born extraordinary meant one had to do something for this world. He was not destined to live a peaceful life. Chin Mo slowly bowed to the grave. "Old sir, since I have sought the divine, I will promise you that I will bear that weight. The god key, I, Chin Mo, swear to take it back." This was the most ruthless Chin Mo had ever been. The radiant sun and moon pavilion had completely ignited Chin Mo's fury. It was at the Nile that Arya had been seduced by a woman in red, which led to the loss of the god key. The first person Chin Mo thought of was Sha Mu, because only Sha Mu had this ability. After burying Arya, Chin Mo immediately found Sha Mu. The first time they met, Chin Mo grabbed her by the hair and stepped on her. "What the hell are you guys up to with the 4 plum blossom petals in the radiant sun and moon pavilion?" Faced with Chin Mo's questioning, Sha Mu remained silent. Seeing her silence, Chin Mo went completely berserk and slapped her an unknown number of times. A few minutes later, Chin Mo suddenly stopped. "Alright, pack your things and come back to Huasha with me." Sha Mu was completely stunned. She tentatively asked Chin Mo in a low voice, "You're not going to kill me?" Chin Mo didn't stop, waving his hand nonchalantly. "I hit you just now to avenge my servant. If the old man were still alive, I wouldn't want to kill you either." Watching Chin Mo's dashing figure leave, Sha Mu was in a perpetual daze. At this moment, Chin Mo stopped his hand. He had thought of a brilliant plan that would surely make Sha Mu tell the truth. The next day their plane landed at Yanyang International Airport. Chin Mo took Sha Mu back to the radiant sun and moon pavilion and watched her get out of the car with a smile. He gave Sha Mu a meaningful smile and said, "It won't be long, we'll meet again soon." With that, he left under Sha Mu's stunned gaze. The news of Chin Mo's return to Xinyan Street quickly reached the Shen and Luo families. Before he could even have a sip of hot tea at home, the 2 family heads came running. The first thing they did upon entering was to look Chin Mo up and down. Then they anxiously asked, "Where's the key? Where's the god key?" Chin Mo took a sip of tea, poured some for the 2 family heads, and then said it should be in the radiant sun and moon pavilion. Luo Zion and Shen Yi's thought they had misheard and stared at Chin Mo with incredulous eyes. Chin Mo scratched his head and said uncertainly, "Or in the hands of the Plum Blossom Group." Shen Yi slapped his thigh and jumped up like a monkey. "My ancestor, how can you have the nerve to sit here drinking tea without the god key?" Hearing this, Chin Mo said calmly, "We need to figure out a way to get the key back quickly. Getting anxious is useless. I want to ask the 2 family heads, what is the relationship between the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion and the Plum Blossom Group?" Shen Yi's and Luo Zion frowned and slowly sat down on the sofa. They really didn't have Chin Mo's leisurely mood. It's unclear, but nothing has ever happened. Both organizations are very mysterious. The Plum Blossom Group is the largest assassin organization in Huasha, and their power is spread throughout the entire country. The Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion is even more mysterious, especially after Mei Wu became its master. It's an organization that is independent of the three major martial arts circles of Yanying, making it even harder to see through. Shen Yi's face darkened, and he added heavily, "That woman Mei Wu is unfathomable." The two family heads didn't expect the situation to be so serious. Even if Qin Mo couldn't find the God Key, they wouldn't have said much. But now that the key had been found but had fallen into the hands of someone unknown, the trouble was huge. So the two of them were even more anxious than Qin Mo. They both knew the seriousness of the problem. Qin Yi said seriously, "You don't know who has the key." Qin Mo shook his head and said lightly, "But we'll know soon enough." Shen Yi's and Luo Xian couldn't smile. At this moment Qin Mo was still keeping them in suspense. Just then, Qin Zifeng suddenly ran in a hurry. "Master, someone is chasing a girl on the street. That girl broke into our Xinyan Street." Before he could finish, Qin Mo stood up with a smile. "Two family heads, the answer has come to our door, let's go and see." Watching Qin Mo's relaxed departing figure, the two family heads were expressionless. They really couldn't guess what Qin Mo was up to. At this time, Xinyan Street was in chaos. People from the Yi group and the Mo group came from other streets and blocked the head of Xinyan Street. Several black cars were parked at the head of the street. A man in a black suit stood beside the car. Sha Mu hid behind the people from the Yi group and the Mo group in embarrassment. She looked at these men in black with fear. And those men in suits were also a group of people looking at her with cold eyes. The Yi and Mo groups didn't know what was going on for a while, but in Xinyan Street they would take care of it. Then Zhan Hen got out of the car, coldly scanned the people from the Yi and Mo groups and then pointed at Sha Mu. "The Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion is conducting business. Please step aside. We don't want to cause trouble on the street. Just hand this person over. She is not a resident of Xinyan Street." Zhan Jiyu and Long Wu looked at each other, and Zhan Jiyu smiled politely and said, "Brother, she is not from Xinyan Street, but now that she has entered my Xinyan Street territory, it is up to me to decide. Our street master will be here soon. If he hands her over to you, we will naturally not say anything more." After hearing Zhan Gu's words, Zhan Hen's face immediately soured, especially when he heard the word street master. He gritted his teeth in anger, remembering the painful scene in ancient Egypt. Before Zhan Hen could speak, that familiar voice rang out. "Big brother, you're back too. I thought you were going to spend the new year in ancient Egypt. My brother was worried about you. It's good that you're back. Your brother missed you." Qin Mo walked over with a smile. He first urged the trembling Sha Mu on the ground and walked over cheerfully, excitedly shaking Zhan Hen's hand as if seeing a long-lost brother, extremely sincere. Qin Mo was just too damn cheap. Zhan Hen wanted to hit him right now. Qin Mo's superficial words of concern were undoubtedly a huge irony to Zhan Hen. "Who's your brother?" Zhan Hen habitually pulled his hand back in anger, not wanting to stand so close to Qin Mo, and immediately took 2 steps back. He looked at Qin Mo angrily, his eyes almost popping out. This damn Qin Mo had caused him to be imprisoned. If the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion hadn't bailed him out, he would have been sentenced to death. If he could die for love, that would be one thing. But when he returned to the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion and asked Bai Sushui, she didn't even know what the miraculous river map was. Only then did Zhan Hen realize that he had been completely played by Qin Mo. Qin Mo was just too damn cheap. Zhan Hen gritted his teeth and stared at Qin Mo, holding back his anger. "We're taking Sha Mu. This is Pavilion Master Mei Wu's order." Although he wanted to wring Qin Mo's head off right now, Zhan Hen didn't dare to forget what Pavilion Master Mei Wu had instructed. Qin Mo glanced at the frightened Sha Mu on the ground, then asked her what crime she had committed that you would chase her all the way to my street to arrest her. Zhan Hen said with cold eyes, "Qin Mo, you'd better not ask about the private affairs of the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion." Qin Mo sneered. "Have Mei Wu stand in front of me and say it herself and I might consider it, but you're not qualified. This person is already in my Xinyan Street, which means she is a person of Xinyan Street. You can come and get her, but whether you can take her away depends on your ability." Qin Mo proudly raised his head and looked at these people with a smile. The meaning on the shore was very obvious. Zhan Hen suddenly took a breath. He was so angry that his breathing was a little labored and his head was about to explode. The man in black beside him whispered, "Captain Zhan Hen, the Pavilion Master has instructed us before that we must not have any conflict with Qin Mo." Zhan Hen clenched his fists fiercely, pointed at Qin Mo and said several good s in a row out of anger. "Qin Mo, I'm not done with you for what happened before." With that, he turned and left Xinyan Street. At this time in the Xinyan Street villa, Luo Xian and Shen Yi stared at each other. Qin Mo had brought this girl back, and neither of them had ever been to the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion, so naturally they didn't know the top dancer of the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion. And Sha Mu's clear eyes were fixed on the trick Qin Mo was playing. Qin Mo chuckled and said, "I'm so innocent, what tricks could I be playing?" Sha Mu sneered and replied, "You were already plotting not to kill me last night. You brought me back to Huasha, and I thought it was a kind gesture, but now that I think about it, Mr. Qin's intentions are truly far-reaching. When Pavilion Master Mei Wu saw you bring me back, there was no longer any place for me there. You not only plotted against me but also against Pavilion Master Mei Wu's thoughts." Hearing this, Qin Mo scratched his head and smiled. "You're right. The reason Qin Mo didn't kill her and sent her back to the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion unharmed was to plot against her." Mei Wu was a very deep-minded woman. If Qin Mo had killed Sha Mu or if Sha Mu had escaped death and returned alone, Mei Wu would not have suspected anything, but it was really suspicious that Qin Mo had sent her back safe and sound. Qin Mo then sat on the sofa and poured Sha Mu a cup of tea with a smile. "Tell me, what is the relationship between the Plum Blossom Group and the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion?" Sha Mu sneered and said. "Qin Mo, your guess is completely correct, but do you think that just because I came to you I will tell you everything? I, Sha Mu, will never betray the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion, even if I die outside." Hearing this, Qin Mo interrupted Sha Mu and said, "I have already had someone bring your brother out of school. He was placed in another noble private elementary school. I also took care of the people from the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion who were watching your brother." Hearing this, Sha Mu sighed heavily. Qin Mo's terrifying aspect was not how powerful he was, but his ability to manipulate people's hearts. When Qin Mo had even dismantled Sha Mu's last line of defense, she could only compromise. Then Sha Mu slowly said, "The Plum Blossom Group is an organization that Mei Wu secretly cultivated. When I entered the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion 9 years ago, this organization already existed." Luo Xian and Shen Yi's also listened intently. The Plum Blossom Group was the trump card in Mei Wu's hands, a powerful organization that completely obeyed Mei Wu. Qin Mo asked how long this Plum Blossom Group had been established. Sha Mu thought for a moment and said, "Almost 20 years. The Plum Blossom Group is divided into 3 major organizations, among which the red plums are spread throughout Huasha. This is what people often call the Plum Blossom Assassin Organization. This organization is now directly led by Zhan Hen. The second type is Pink Plum, also known as the Cloud Plum Group. This group is all female. Their main duty is to use the convenience of being women to achieve their goals in various ways. This organization is now my responsibility. The final White Plum organization is the leadership of the Plum Blossom Group." Saying this, Sha Mu subconsciously looked around, a trace of fear inadvertently revealed in her eyes. 100 flower petals and the plum blossom has 5 petals. 5 petals form a pure white plum blossom. These 5 people are the 5 high positions of the Plum Blossom Group. The blood plums and charm plums under them work for them like slaves. Qin Mo asked in return, "So it was the 4 people from ancient Egypt before?" Sha Mu nodded lightly. "Yes," Qin Mo asked with confusion. "That's not right. I remember there were only 4 people at that time. How can there be 5 white plum petals?" Sha Mu took a deep breath and said slowly, "5 white plum petals. The last petal is the supreme leader of the Plum Blossom Group, the founder of the Plum Blossom Group, an existence that made all the people in the Plum Blossom Group tremble in fear when they heard of it. And the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion Master Mei Wu is the leader." Hearing Sha Mu's trembling words, even the 2 family heads were completely stunned. It was like a bombshell that hit many people's hearts. If the Plum Blossom Group and the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion were not related, it might have been easier to say. Now, the 2 were indeed Qin Mo's opponents. If they wanted to get the God Key back, they would have to cross 2 great mountains at the same time. Shen Yi sighed with emotion. Mei Wu was truly a remarkable woman. Qin Mo paced back and forth in the living room, lost in deep thought. Qin Mo's eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "2 family heads, you can send people, you can send people." Shen Yi said angrily, "Don't even think about it. Once we get the key, the Qin family will definitely make a move when they know the God Key is in Mei Wu's hands, and things will be even more troublesome then." Qin Mo sat on the sofa and scratched his head in frustration. He was a little annoyed. He couldn't fight now, so he could only launch a sneak attack. Suddenly, Qin Mo's eyes lit up and he looked up at Sha Mu excitedly. "The plan to get the key. Does that guy named Zhan Hen know about it?" Sha Mu shook her head and replied, "He doesn't know." Hearing this, Qin Mo smiled meaningfully. "Sha Mu, come with me to the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion." Qin Mo was crazy, he was crazy. To take the hunted Sha Mu to the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion, Sha Mu was stunned because going to the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion now was simply courting death. Qin Mo smiled and interrupted her, saying, "Just do as I say." The camera cuts to inside the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion. At this time, Zhan Hen dejectedly took out his phone. Seeing the caller ID made him suddenly feel like he had been injected with chicken blood. Zhan Hen went completely crazy because the call was from Qin Mo. On the other end of the line, Qin Mo told him to go to the alley behind the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion. Qin Mo could let him be with Bai Sushui. After hearing this, Zhan Hen asked with confusion, "Qin Mo, do you still think I'm a fool? Do you still believe your nonsense?" Before Zhan Hen could finish, the phone hung up. After a while, he calmed down and hesitated again. Although he didn't believe Qin Mo would help him pursue Sushui because he had tried to kill Qin Mo before, after Zhan Hen explained it to himself, he immediately gathered his men and left the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion. Soon, Zhan Hen stood at the entrance of the 3rd alley and waited quietly. Soon, the sound of light footsteps came from a distance. Qin Mo and Sha Mu walked over quietly. Zhan Hen wanted to attack immediately but stopped. Qin Mo had protected Sha Mu just now and now he had brought Sha Mu back. Zhan Hen looked at Qin Mo with suspicion and said, "Qin Mo, what do you want?" Qin Mo stood in front of him seriously. Then he said there was nothing important to tell him. Then Qin Mo pretended to look around vigilantly and said, "Did you bring anyone else?" Zhan Hen sneered and clapped his hands. In an instant, a dozen guards from the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion rushed out of the dark alley. And on the roofs on both sides of the alley, dozens of men in black also poked their heads out. Zan Hen sneered proudly and said, "Chin Mo, what tricks are you trying to play on me this time? If you don't explain yourself today, you two will both die." Hearing Zan Hen's words, Chin Mo's brows gradually furrowed. Suddenly, Chin Mo's figure leapt up and slapped Zan Hen on the head with a loud smack. Then Chin Mo pointed at Zan Hen and scolded loudly, "You bastard, you powerless thing!" This slap directly stunned Zan Hen. He looked at the angry Chin Mo in front of him in a daze. Zan Hen covered his head with one hand and pointed at Chin Mo with the other, stuttering. But before he could habitually say anything, another loud slap landed on Zan Hen's forehead. Zan Hen was completely stunned and stood there for a moment, not knowing what to do. Chin Mo said seriously in a low voice, "Get away from everyone, you are delaying the great affairs of the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion." At this moment, Sha Mu beside him also began to say seriously, "Mr. Chin was secretly sent by Pavilion Master Mei Wu. Zan Hen, you don't want to die, do you?" You two spoke one after another, not giving Zan Hen any time to react or think. At this moment, the serious words of the two really made Zan Hen a little scared. He stuttered to the guards around him, "You guys go back first. I have a private matter here." The dozens of men in black nodded. After the men in black left, Chin Mo suddenly pointed at Zan Hen and shouted angrily, "Kneel down for me." Sha Mu also echoed and shouted, "Didn't you hear me? Kneel down." Zan Hen was so scared that his legs went weak and he knelt on the ground. He asked with some trembling, "Mr. Chin, what's going on? I really don't know anything." Chin Mo sighed helplessly. His eyes motioned for Sha Mu to explain. Then Sha Mu slowly took out a painting from her bosom. It was the miraculous river map that Guig Bang Chin Mo had brought. Sha Mu then said seriously, "Why do you think Pavilion Master Mei Wu sent you to ancient Egypt? Was it to watch Mr. Chin and prevent him from getting the God Key? You don't have to think about it. Mr. Chin is from the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion. Why would Pavilion Master Mei Wu go against him? The 4 talents of the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion cured Pavilion Master Mei Wu's anorexia. Pavilion Master Mei Wu loved him so much she couldn't wait. You pig-headed fool." And Chin Mo put his hands behind his back, looking indifferent as if listening to someone else's legend. "That's right." Zan Hen first looked at Chin Mo, then looked at Sha Mu blankly. He thought about it, and it was indeed true. Sha Mu sighed helplessly and said, "Are you Chin Bai?" Actually, this time Pavilion Master Mei Wu wanted to get this miraculous river map, but Pavilion Master Mei did not dare to openly snatch it. "So Mr. Chin persuaded you to go to the Bailo Treasury. The robbery in the Bailo Treasury was because you entered the Bailo Treasury to get a map to pass the level. Secondly, relying on Mr. Chin's identity that did not belong to the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion, he secretly transported the miraculous river map back to Sha. The purpose of doing this was to clear the name of the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion, otherwise you wouldn't have thought about it. How could the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion get your people out of the ancient Egyptian prison, fearing that there were still people secretly monitoring Mr. Chin in ancient Egypt? Pavilion Master Mei Wu used the trick of me being hunted down. On the surface it seemed like I was being hunted down, but in fact the pursuit was just a cover, just to run to Xinyan Street and get the miraculous river map back to Pavilion Master Mei Wu." "Pavilion Master Wu," Sha Mu finished in one breath, and Zan Hen was completely led astray. Zan Hen tentatively asked, "Then how come I don't know?" Sha Mu said coldly, "Do you think Pavilion Master Mei Wu would tell us all the details when she assigned the task?" Zan Hen swallowed hard. Sha Mu was right. Every time they carried out a mission in order to maintain secrecy, Pavilion Master Mei Wu would only tell us what we should do and would not reveal everything. Only then did he understand that it was Pavilion Master Mei Wu who had let them act out a play in ancient Egypt. Chin Mo then coughed, put on a straight face again, and said, "This time I came to deliver the painting myself, but my identity cannot be exposed. I guess if ancient Egypt finds out, it will cause trouble for the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion. So Zan Hen, you quietly bring me in." Zan Hen heard this and nodded eagerly. Chin Mo signaled Sha Mu to wait outside, while he followed Zan Hen into the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion. Before entering, Chin Mo wore a large mask, basically covering his face. Because he was following a high-level person like Zan Hen, Chin Mo didn't need to check his identity and entered the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion unimpeded. After entering, Chin Mo told Zan Hen that he could find the master himself, and it would be easy to attract attention if Zan Hen followed him. Then Chin Mo's figure moved quickly in the main pavilion. He didn't dare to step on the floor, so he jumped onto the beams after entering the main pavilion, high-end. Finally, Chin Mo slowly moved to the top of the hall. He saw Mei Wu below and also saw an old lady sitting on the main seat. The conversation between the two instantly attracted Chin Mo. The dignified pavilion master of the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion was actually pressed to the ground and couldn't move by the pressure of an 80-year-old lady. Her name was Feng Po, the first-generation gatekeeper of the Qin family's North Gate, the well-deserved leader of the 4 gods. This time she came to ask how Chin Mo did it. Mei Wu nodded respectfully at this time. Chin Mo was indeed entrusted by the Shen and Luo families to go to ancient Egypt. After he found out the location of the key, I sent the 4 plum blossom petals to stop him so that he couldn't get the key. Feng Ling heard this and nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, well done." The two suddenly fell silent. Feng Ling's kind gaze looked Mei Wu up and down, but this gaze was not so-called kind in Mei Wu's eyes but malicious. After a long while Feng Ling slowly spoke, her eyes gradually sharpening. Since he doesn't have the key, the Qin family head wants to ask you on my behalf. Did you get it? At this moment the air in the hall was terribly cold, and a powerful force pressed down on the pavilion master, making Mei Wu unable to breathe for a moment. Her rapid breathing suddenly seemed to really stop. Kneeling on the ground like a dog, she heavily raised her head to Feng Ling. Mei Wu's voice also became trembling and said, I wouldn't dare. I followed the Qin family's orders just to stop Qin Mo, Mei Wu. I would never dare to take the god key. After hearing this, Feng Ling quickly withdrew her greedy gaze and smiled kindly again. Why must the pavilion master be like this? I was just asking the pavilion master on behalf of the Qin family head. The pavilion master also knows that no one in this world can touch the last god key. Anyone who touches it is crossing the Qin family's bottom line. If the master took the key himself and hands it over now, the Qin family won't blame you. If you privately hide the god key, what are the consequences? You should know, right? Mei Wu nodded crazily after hearing this. Feng Ling clapped her hands, stood up from her chair and walked out the door. In that case, this old servant won't disturb the pavilion master. The old woman brushed past Mei Wu. Mei Wu hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully to see the old woman off. The old woman walked to the main entrance and suddenly stopped again. The Qin family head also asked me to pass on a few words. Don't forget how you got your position as pavilion master, and don't forget how you tore Shui Luoji apart, piece by piece, so the Qin family gave you your position as pavilion master. You'd better be honest. Feng Ling chuckled her old laugh twice. I won't disturb you anymore. After the old woman left, Mei Wu was completely stunned. She stood there for a few seconds, then slowly raised her head and looked up but only saw darkness. Suddenly a drop of water dripped from the top and landed on Mei Wu's fair face. The water droplet slowly slid into Mei Wu's mouth, letting her taste it gently. A little salty, this isn't a water droplet but a tear. At this moment, Qin Mo shot out the dazzling sword light like a sharp arrow. Mei Wu flicked her sleeve and this erect figure moved, aiming to dodge the red sword's attack, and quickly distanced herself from this figure. Mei Wu looked at this suddenly appearing young man. She wanted to laugh, but there was really no smile tonight. Mei Wu still wanted to maintain her elegance and composure, saying, You've come. Qin Mo's face was covered in tears at this moment. The sword light suddenly pointed at Mei Wu and said, You killed my mother. Qin Mo walked over step by step, his voice getting louder like a lion on the verge of exploding. Mei Wu gritted her teeth and said, Qin Mo, we can cooperate. I can give you the key and we can join forces to destroy the Qin family. We are not enemies. Our goals are the same. Hearing this, Qin Mo's hand holding the sword also began to tremble. I ask you, did you kill my mother? Mei Wu swallowed and said, I did, but Qin Mo, you must understand, Feng Ling knew you were here. That's why he told me. He just wanted to see us fight. If you declare war on me now, that's what the Qin family wants. Qin Mo tried his best to control his anger and asked with confusion, why? Mei Wu showed a morbid smile at this time. She turned to look at the huge mural and then slowly walked towards 20 years ago. Your mother was an excellent singer, you can't imagine her charm. A single song from Yan Yang could topple nations. A song she sang could cause a sensation throughout all of Huasha. That was your mother's era. As Mei Wu recalled the events of over 20 years ago, a deep sense of jealousy inevitably filled her eyes. Even though that woman was long dead, she still envied everything about her. Even a single strand of her hair felt more noble than her own. Mei Wu said with a bitter smile, Everything was fine at first. At least we could still be good friends. At least I wouldn't have said much if she ascended to the position of pavilion master. Until your father appeared. At that time he was like a brilliant diamond, respected and admired wherever he went. And a brilliant diamond is only worthy of a beautiful woman. Unfortunately, that beautiful woman was not me. Perhaps your father never knew I liked him. I started to become crazy, jealous of everything your mother had. Later the Qin family found me, and I became a dog of the Qin family. The Qin family helped me kill your mother. I just added the finishing blows. I sliced her, death by 1,000 cuts. Any shred of brilliance left on her body, I had to cut it away. At this moment Mei Wu was smiling morbidly. She seemed to have gone mad. Recalling that bloody scene, she still felt incomparably delighted. These words that brought her delight, however, pierced Qin Mo's heart like daggers. After a long while, Mei Wu finally came to her senses. She suddenly looked at Qin Mo and shouted with a trembling and terrified voice, But I don't want to be the Qin family's dog. Qin Mo involuntarily took a step back. In the past 2 years he had killed countless people in Huasha and fought countless life-or-death battles. But all of that combined was not as terrifying as the morbid witch before him. This woman was a lunatic who had lost all humanity. 20 years ago, with the help of the Qin family, Mei Wu killed Shui Luoji and ascended to the position of pavilion master, which was not rightfully hers. From that moment on she was constantly thinking about breaking free from the Qin family. But the Qin family was too immense. The plum blossom group she cultivated was nothing but a decoration in front of the Qin family. To this day, when she saw a mere gatekeeper of the Qin family, she had to kneel and grovel. It was like a great mountain she could never surmount. Until I discovered the existence of Qin Mo, this genius who was even more stunning than Qin Yinan back then. I feel that you, Qin Mo, can help me. Mei Wu excitedly grabbed Qin Mo's arm. As long as we join forces, we'll surely have a chance to overthrow the Qin family. I will give you the god key. If we join forces, we can fight the Qin family. By then everything the Qin family has will be yours. I just want to be free from the Qin family. Please promise me, will you? Mei Wu's tone, which started as a negotiation, eventually turned into a crazed plea. Tears streamed down her face and her pitiful appearance failed to arouse any sympathy from Qin Mo. Qin Mo slapped Mei Wu 3 times fiercely. Then he kicked Mei Wu away. You killed my mother and still want to cooperate with me. You're truly a strange woman. Qin Mo looked down at her, the dragon's chill sword in his hand, ready to take her life at any moment. Mei Wu scrambled up from the ground, raised her head, and tugged at the corner of Qin Mo's clothes, shaking it. I killed your mother, but I really don't want to kill you. Qin Mo, we can let bygones be bygones. Don't forget, how did you escape the pursuit of the martial arts world? It was the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion that provided you with a sanctuary. How did you enter the high-level martial arts world? It was I who gave you the qualification for the Pantheon trials. Without me, you would have died long ago. Listen to Auntie Mei, let's cooperate. Any girl in the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion, you can have whomever you fancy. After hearing this, Qin Mo said, All right, I never would have thought that the Mei Wu before me would be the figure of immense power in both the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion and the Plum Blossom Group. Qin Mo looked down at Mei Wu as if looking at a pathetic wretch. Mei Wu, you brought me to Tianyan only because you hoped that one day I could stand against the Qin family. To stand against the Qin family, all the conveniences you provided me were just to use me as your pawn to help you escape the Qin family's enslavement. I can agree to this matter. The Qin family, I will annihilate them sooner or later. I can't wait a single second longer. Then Qin Mo suddenly raised the dragon's chill sword and the sharp glint of the sword instantly stabbed towards Mei Wu. Mei Wu's figure also moved in the next second. With a flick of her long sleeve she actually deflected the dragon's chill sword's glint. The dragon's chill sword was also knocked far away, and Mei Wu's figure retreated more than 10 meters. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. You really are a person who toasts but doesn't drink the forfeit. Mei Wu took out her phone from her pocket and dialed a number. All right, after saying one word, Mei Wu put the phone on speaker and placed it on the table. Qin Mo frowned and listened. A chaotic sound immediately came from the other end of the phone. Then came the scream of a middle-aged woman in a familiar man's voice. Qin Mo was very familiar with these two voices. Qin Mo lost his mind, roared, and charged over fiercely. Mei Wu revealed a seductive smile and said, Mr. Qin, you'd better control yourself. I can't guarantee what my men will do to Aunt Zhang. After all, they haven't tasted meat in a long time. Qin Mo had no choice but to stop. The sound of his knuckles cracking could be heard from his tightly clenched fists. What do you want? Mei Wu slowly shook her head and sat down in the main seat. As a weak woman walking to this day, I have to have some means of self-preservation. So please understand, Mr. Qin. I'll give Mr. Qin 2 choices. Follow me and we'll overthrow the Qin family together. I can give you the God Key right now. I can give you anything you want, including me. Or Mr. Qin wants nothing and leaves Tianyan City. Hand over the 3 major street tokens and all the high-level martial arts cards. You can return to Huahai to retire, but I'm afraid that's not what Mr. Qin wants to choose. After hearing this, Qin Mo didn't hesitate at all. He directly took out the 3 major street tokens and threw them on the ground like garbage. Release Aunt Zhang and I will voluntarily leave Tianyan City. After speaking, Qin Mo turned and left clean and neat without any hesitation. Mei Wu's seductive face was instantly stunned. She anxiously stood up immediately, pointing at Qin Mo's departing back. Qin Mo, stop. Are you willing to hand over what you've worked so hard for? We can totally cooperate and you can get anything. I will help you, Qin Mo, become the supreme king of Tianyan City and in the future overthrow the Qin family. As for myself, Mei Wu, I only want freedom, while you, Qin Mo, can get everything you want. After hearing this, Qin Mo stopped, did not turn around, and said coldly to Mei Wu with his back to her, I would rather give up everything and return to my hometown than cooperate with my mother's killer. Mei Wu, you'd better not let me make a comeback. When that time comes, I will also cut off all your glory one slice at a time. As soon as his voice fell, Qin Mo left the main pavilion, and behind him came Mei Wu's morbid laughter again. I, your humble servant, will be waiting for Mr. Qin to make a comeback. After Qin Mo left, Mei Wu gradually put away her smile. The God Key is still in my hands. That kid Qin Mo will come begging me sooner or later. Then she ordered the guards of the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion to send 2 high-level elites to closely monitor Qin Mo's every move in Huahai. Now everything was completely out of control, and the situation had completely exceeded Qin Mo's grasp. Mei Wu knew Qin Mo's weakness, and with a small trick she completely checkmated Qin Mo. Aunt Zhang was someone Qin Mo absolutely had to protect. For more than 2 years since coming to Huasha, Aunt Zhang had always cared for him like her own son. To Qin Mo, she was his mother. This was Qin Mo's reverse scale. He had to give up ownership of the 3 streets, but this did not mean that Qin Mo had compromised. From the moment Mei Wu touched Aunt Zhang, Qin Mo had already written Mei Wu's name on the death list. 2 days later, a major event occurred in Tianyan City. This matter was evaluated by the Tianyan newspaper as the rapid fall of a meteor. This incident caused a huge sensation in Tianyan City, even more sensational than the pursuit and killing of Qin Yinan back then. Qin Mo was a top young genius in Huasha, who had built a top-level power organization in Tianyan City in just 1 year. But now this organization had rapidly disintegrated overnight, and the hundreds of martial artists who followed him had all defected to the Plum Blossom Group. Chin Mo handed over the 3 major street tokens and the Plum Blossom Group inherited the 3 streets. For a time it became the absolute hegemon of Tiantian City, the first organization in the history of Tiantian City to own 4 main streets. After dusk, Chin Mo's figure appeared on the streets of Tiantian City, preparing to leave this place. The 3 streets that belonged to him were already deserted. When passers-by saw Chin Mo's figure, they couldn't help but smile and point. "Isn't this Street Master Chin? Where is he going? Street Master Chin is really going to get lost." When a tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The people who used to revere Chin Mo were now all laughing at him. It was like a farce, revered in times of success, ridiculed in times of failure. This is the way of the world. Compared to the appearance of a hero, the fall of a hero always seems more interesting. Chin Mo didn't care about these voices. Just like when he came, he looked at the road in the distance, accompanied by the afterglow of the setting sun. His figure moved away step by step. As the days went by, only Xiaoshuang and Naichu remained. Chin Mo officially bid farewell, which caused a great shock in Tiantian City. As soon as everyone received the news, many aristocratic families ran to the streets that Chin Mo was going to pass through. The crowded crowd said they were seeing Chin Mo off, but it was more like watching a play of a hero at his wit's end, returning to the countryside. Behind the crowd, Luo Xian's eyes couldn't hide his disappointment. Why would he give up the 3 streets? Ever since Chin Mo returned from the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion, he had shut himself in, and even the 2 of them had never seen him again. He seemed to have completely given up. Today's official departure also announced his withdrawal from Tiantian City. The despair in Luo Xian's heart was truly hard to conceal. Shen Yi's sighed. He looked down below. "I always feel that he will definitely come back." Luo Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. "All the high-level martial arts cards have been handed over. He doesn't even have the qualification to enter Tiantian City. What's there to talk about?" Shen Yi said he didn't know, but Chin Mo never seemed to be a person who would compromise. He could gain a firm foothold in Tiantian City in just half a year. "I believe he has miracles." Chin Mo's farewell had no flowers or applause, except for the laughter and kicking him while he was down along the way. There was no other movement. Taking Xiaoshuang out of Yanyang, Chin Mo instead felt a sense of relief. It was too dark and depressing in Tiantian City. Looking at this mortal world again, it felt like even a pile of shit was clean. This was probably because he had stayed in Tiantian City for too long. Chin Mo took Shu Yu and Xiaoshuang. And Naichu boarded the plane back to Huahai Province. Upon arriving at Huahai Airport, he saw Aunt Zhang and Shu De from a distance. As soon as Aunt Zhang came up, she hugged Chin Mo tightly. She happily looked Chin Mo up and down. Aunt Zhang looked at Chin Mo with solicitous inquiries. Shu Yu, who was left out in the cold, pouted in anger. Fortunately, she had long been accustomed to her mother's neglect. Many times she suspected that Chin Mo was her mother's biological son. Back at the Shu family at the dinner table, Shu De was much better than before. Today he was even more polite to Chin Mo. After all, the benefits Chin Mo had brought to the Shu family were too many. Not to mention that Chin Mo was no longer the country bumpkin he used to be. After more than 2 years, he was no longer a small character like Shu De. Aunt Zhang chatted with a lingering fear during the meal. The day before yesterday, Auntie was scared to death. A group of masked men in black, like filming an ancient costume drama, somehow broke into the house and directly pressed me and your dad onto the sofa. They even held knives to our necks. Shu Yu also had a look of lingering fear. And then, after a while, they let us go. It turned out they were filming an ancient costume drama and went to the wrong set. But they gave me and your dad a scare. Your dad was so angry he pointed at their noses and cursed them. Shu Yu patted her chest and let out a long sigh of relief. Listening to the 3 of them chatting, Chin Mo ate his meals silently. Only he knew all this. Chin Mo also didn't want to tell Aunt Zhang and the others. Telling them would only make them scared and worried, which would be troublesome. But before entering the Zhang family, Chin Mo had already used his divine sense to scan the situation for several miles around. Mei Wu was a woman of her word. After receiving the 3rd Street token, the people from the Plum Blossom Group who were lurking around the Zhang family had now all been withdrawn by her. Thinking back, perhaps his decision to leave the military was also a wrong one, leaving the people around him without a protective umbrella. Now that Aunt Zhang was safe, Chin Mo was also relieved. After dinner, Aunt Zhang wanted to talk to Chin Mo privately, but he refused. Although he also missed Aunt Zhang, it was best for him to keep a distance from the people around him, so as not to bring them disaster again. In the middle of the night, a Lamborghini with the front of a plane came to pick up Chin Mo. After saying goodbye to Aunt Zhang, Chin Mo got into the car. The car had just left Jinhua Manor when Chin Mo suddenly felt something was wrong. He looked at the light reflected in the rearview mirror and found that a car had been following them. Chin Mo said indifferently, "We're being followed. It seems the trouble from Yanyang has followed us to Longcheng." Wang Suyang only glanced at the rearview mirror, the dazzling lights, and then asked faintly, "Master, do you need in Huahai?" This was completely Chin Mo's territory, especially Longcheng, which was where Chin Mo made his fortune. The black and white car following behind butler Wang Suyang was very surprised. Following Mr. Chin in Huahai, he was really looking for death. Chin Mo thought for a moment, gently shook his hand and said, "Forget it, let them follow. Maybe these 2 people can still be useful in the future." This follower was most likely sent by Mei Wu. With Mei Wu's scheming, she wouldn't believe that Chin Mo would retire into seclusion. It was only natural that she sent people to monitor Chin Mo. In the following days, Chin Mo really lived a leisurely life in seclusion, and he didn't even care about the affairs of Huahai. Life was very comfortable. It's just that the car was like Chin Mo's shadow, following Chin Mo 24 hours a day. In less than half a month, a motorcade came from Tianlong City. Chin Mo, Kai Xing'an and Bo Shin organized a hot pot feast, directly booking a Haidilao in Longcheng. Chin Mo and several big shots from Huahai sat at a table by the window drinking and eating lamb. The whole store could hear everyone's lively laughter. Chin Mo held his wine glass. His eyes couldn't help but look at the white car outside the window. Suddenly, the car window rolled down and the people in the car threw out 2 finished instant noodle buckets. The soup that was not finished was also poured onto the street. Chin Mo patted Wang Suyang, who was drinking next to him. He pointed to the white car on the road. "Go and call the people in the car up to eat hot pot together." Wang Suyang said in surprise at this time. "Master, that white car is the one following you. Why are you still inviting them?" Chin Mo said with a smile. "It's fine, go ahead, invite them up for hot pot. It's not easy for all walks of life." Wang Suyang smiled wryly and helplessly, put down his chopsticks and could only do as his master wished. Gason sat in the car and swallowed his saliva. "I'm so hungry. I can't stand the smell of hot pot." Garen sat in the passenger seat and said angrily, "Can't you just close the window tightly? I don't want to smell it." They had been eating instant noodles for more than 10 consecutive days. When they smelled this stimulating hot pot flavor, of course they couldn't stand it. At this time, someone suddenly came over and knocked on the car window, interrupting the conversation between the two. Outside the car was a smiling young man. Garen and Gason had been monitoring for a few days, and they also recognized Chin Mo's butler Wang Suyang. The two couldn't help but swallow nervously, and subconsciously clenched the pistols at their waists. Gason laboriously rolled down the dilapidated car window. He looked at Wang Suyang warily and said, "What's the matter?" Although the two knew that they were openly following him, Chin Mo must have known, but Chin Mo had never disturbed them for half a month. At this time, the two couldn't help but feel a little flustered. Wang Suyang smiled politely and said, "Gentlemen, our Mr. Chin knows that it's not easy for you, so he specially sent me to invite you upstairs for hot pot." Gason and Garen's eyes widened when they heard this. They were members of the Huahai Plum Blossom Group and had followed countless people over the years. This was the first time they had heard of such a thing. The person being followed invited others to dinner. Garen immediately said, "We're not eating." As soon as Garen finished speaking, the stimulating hot pot smell wafted into the car again. This was quite fatal to people who had been eating instant noodles for several days. Gason swallowed his saliva and said, "How about we go once? We'll continue to follow after we finish eating." Garen also only hesitated for a second before nodding. The two went upstairs and Chin Mo warmly welcomed them to sit with him. To avoid suspicion, the two deliberately did not speak to Chin Mo and just sat on their chairs eating hot pot by themselves. Two starving ghosts. The two's movements and expressions, every move was revealed, and Chin Mo remembered it all. Chin Mo thought to himself with certainty, "These two people are short of money." After the two finished the hot pot, they gave Chin Mo a complicated look, said nothing, and immediately returned to the white car. The deep hostility in their eyes when they first entered the hot pot restaurant was also gone. Chin Mo got into the sports car and left. He glanced at the white car behind him. The stalemate that had lasted for half a month might be broken. 2 days later, a recruitment notice was posted at the entrance of Chin Mo's villa, recruiting 2 live-in bodyguards with an annual salary of 5 million. As soon as this small notice was issued, the entrance of the villa was bustling with activity in just 2 days. Professional bodyguards from various cities in Huahai province basically all came. Even people who had never been bodyguards wanted to come here to try their luck. What is the annual salary of a bodyguard of 5 million? That is the highest salary in the bodyguard industry. 2 days later, in the early morning, a long queue formed at the entrance of the villa. The scene was very lively. Gason and Garen were sleeping in the black and white car. They were awakened by the noise outside. The two woke up with sleepy eyes and saw a large group of people not far away. The two were completely dumbfounded. "What's going on outside? Why are there so many people?" Garen and Gason instantly woke up. The two stared blankly out of the car window for a moment, unable to react. Gason laboriously rolled down the car window and asked a guy next to the car, "What's going on? Why is everyone here?" The guy glanced at them and smiled. "Isn't Mr. Chin recruiting bodyguards? The annual salary is 5 million. In just 2 days, basically all the bodyguards in Huahai have come, and everyone is here for an interview." The two brothers were both silent. The guy looked at the two of them suspiciously. "Aren't you also here to apply? Do you want to apply? His notice has been posted on the recruitment website of Huahai province. Only 2 people are needed. Those who want to participate should hurry up." In the car, Garen and Gason looked at each other and couldn't help but swallow at the same time. The hot pot last time was a 10,000 yuan tip, an annual salary of 5 million to hire a bodyguard. During their half-month surveillance of Chin Mo, their worldviews had been shattered time and time again, like a poor man peeking into a corner of the rich, enough to shock them both. "If you were offered a bodyguard job with an annual salary of 5 million, would you accept it?" The two in front of them hesitated for a long time, looking worried. They were only paid 20,000 yuan to monitor Qin Mo, and they had to keep an eye on the situation here day and night, reporting to their superiors every night. And being Qin Mo's live-in bodyguard, they only had to sit at the door and bask in the sun every day, and they could earn 5 million a year. The two brothers looked out the car window with some jealousy and envy. Night gradually fell. The people who came for the interview all left dejectedly. When the interview ended at 10 o'clock at night, the large group of people came, but not a single one was left. Garen nudged his brother's arm. It seems that kid Qin Mo didn't hire anyone. The two suddenly thought of something, and they looked at each other with divine gazes. Gayson said inexplicably, "Why don't we go for it?" Garen, however, understood tacitly. "There's nothing wrong with it. A big shot like Pavilion Master Mei Wu wouldn't notice two small characters like us." The nervousness on Gayson's face showed. "But isn't what we're doing a bit too dishonorable? If the Plum Blossom group finds out, they'll definitely kill us." Garen interrupted his brother's words with some anger. "What are we still hesitating about? We can turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. We in the Plum Blossom group have always been marginal figures, only getting a little bit of money. We are stronger than those bodyguards who applied. And if we are bodyguards, we can monitor him better. The two aspects don't conflict at all." Qin Mo was sitting on the steps of the villa, sighing. The two figures walking out of the darkness in the distance immediately caught his attention. Qin Mo smiled and looked at the newcomers. "So it's the two brothers who have been following me. What can I do for you?" Facing Qin Mo, whose attitude was as good as ever, Gayson asked tentatively, "So your bodyguard recruitment didn't go well today, Qin Mo?" Qin Mo smiled wryly and shook his head. "Don't mention it. They're all clumsy and they don't have any insight at all." Gayson and Garen rubbed their hands, wanting to say something, but their innocent faces turned red and they couldn't say a word. When Qin Mo saw this, he couldn't help but frown. The two came here in the middle of the night. The two brothers looked at each other, their eyes opened with some difficulty. "We want to talk to you, Qin Mo. We have nothing to do every day following you. I want to find a part-time job for my brother. Give this bodyguard task to us, brothers. We are definitely stronger than those people. We have experience in anti-tracking, reconnaissance and shooting. We two brothers are both very good." These words from the two brothers made Wang Suyang, who was standing beside them, almost wet his pants. "This is too shameless. How can they even say such words? They have no self-respect as a surveillance person. They are both hostile to Mr. Qin." Wang Suyang couldn't help but laugh. "Do you think Mr. Qin is a fool? I'm telling you, it was already magnanimous of Mr. Qin not to kill you at the beginning, and now you are still delusional." Before Wang Suyang could finish his angry words, Qin Mo waved his hand faintly and smiled. "I agree." Not to mention Wang Suyang, even the two brothers who were sitting were stunned. Wang Suyang's eyes widened as he looked at his master. "What on earth is my master up to? Letting the person who is following him be his bodyguard? This is an international joke." Qin Mo made a quick decision and said with a smile, "I think your self-introduction is very good. Especially since you are from the Huahai Plum Blossom. Your strength will not be too bad, at least it is guaranteed." "I agree." The two brothers were so excited they almost flew, but Gayson still didn't forget to remind Qin Mo, "Let's make it clear beforehand, being your bodyguard is just our part-time job. Following you is our main task." "I hope you understand," Qin Mo said with a smile. "Of course, you are just watching me, not hurting me. There is no conflict. We can complement each other. Following me can better protect me. Protecting me can also better follow me. They complement each other." The two excitedly thanked Qin Mo repeatedly. Naturally, they were extremely respectful to Qin Mo and did not dare to disturb Mr. Qin's rest. Then the two brothers turned and left. "Who knew that?" Qin Mo said frankly. "Since you are bodyguards, you should move into the villa." The two brothers were so surprised they stared at Qin Mo blankly. They felt that the Qin Mo in front of them was a bit of a rich fool. He was not at all afraid that Mei Wu would know his every move. Wang Suyang anxiously and quickly stopped him. But Qin Mo waved his hand, stood up and walked into the room. "All right, let's not talk about this. I have already retired from the army, so I am not afraid of being monitored. Arrange rooms for these two brothers." Wang Suyang watched his masters departing back. And what happened tonight, a normal person would probably have their worldview shattered. At this time, the two brothers had completely lost their hostility towards Qin Mo and their vigilance was almost gone. What moved them the most was that Qin Mo was afraid that they would have a hard time reporting to the Plum Blossom group. So no matter where he went every day, Qin Mo took these two brothers with him so that they could monitor him at any time. This made the two brothers' defenses completely disappear. They reported Qin Mo's situation for the day by phone every night as usual, and then they were at ease as bodyguards around Qin Mo all day. Another week passed and Qin Mo was still traveling and sightseeing every day. It seemed he truly wanted to retire to a simple life, but the two brothers Gayson and Garen were blinded by money. They had forgotten one thing. Qin Mo was hailed as the king of Huahai, the #1 man standing at the pinnacle of the city. As natives of Huahai and members of the Huahai Plum Blossom group, Gayson and Garen couldn't possibly not know Qin Mo's name. Even a 3-year-old child in Huahai would know of Mr. Qin's status and power. He didn't need bodyguards at all. Qin Mo had been Washao's foremost cultivation genius, now forced to retire from the world and live in seclusion. But this seclusion was merely an act for the outside world. All his forbearance was for a better, more explosive comeback, The moment he offered 5 million to hire bodyguards, his plan for revenge had officially begun. The two men who had been monitoring Chin Mo gradually let their guard and apprehension down after becoming his bodyguards. After all, Chin Mo treated them far too well. Slowly, their reports on his activities became more and more perfunctory. Chin Mo truly didn't do much, taking them out to play, fish and play cards every day. It was a carefree life with nothing much to report. The scene shifts to the radiant sun and moon pavilion in Yanyang. Upon seeing the messages sent back, Mei Wu frowned deeply. That fellow Chin Mo was only doing these things every day. If it were just for a day or two, it could be understood as a ruse on Chin Mo's part. But over a month had passed, autumn was nearly over, and Chin Mo was still living such a lazy and indulgent life. This really doesn't seem like him at all, a member of the Red Plum group said cautiously, her head lowered. Indeed, the news from the Huahai branch was just that, and Mei Wu's expression was filled with confusion. Given Chin Mo's personality, this kid was definitely not one to compromise easily. She had the Huahai branch continue to keep a close watch on him. Report to me immediately if anything happens. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. Chin Mo had become firm friends with the brothers, Garen and Gayson. In the brothers' hearts, they had long since regarded Chin Mo as their good big brother. He treated them to fine food and drink every day. This was the first time the two brothers had experienced such a pleasant surveillance job. That night, the two slung their arms around Chin Mo's shoulders, chatting with him drunkenly. Chin Mo gently patted them and said with a smile that he was glad to have met them. At his words, Gayson's eyes reddened. He guzzled down a large mouthful of liquor, wiped his mouth messily, and said emotionally, "Mr. Chin, to be honest with you, if it weren't for our mother's stomach cancer, we wouldn't want to hide anything from you. A single chemotherapy session costs 20,000 and it's all imported medicine. 3 times a month is 60,000. My brother and I used to only make 20,000 a month. We couldn't support our mom at all. Otherwise, who would want to join the Plum Blossom group? Who would want to eat instant noodles every day? The sight of instant noodles makes me want to puke now." After speaking, Gayson burst into tears. He and Garen were just marginal figures in the Plum Blossom group. For the little people of this world, they simply couldn't afford to get seriously ill. They really couldn't. Chin Mo watched the two brothers quietly. Perhaps because he was listening to someone else's story, he found it difficult to feel much empathy. Or perhaps there were simply too many tragic people in this world, so many that they were no longer worthy of sympathy. Chin Mo asked faintly, "Didn't the Plum Blossom group help you? Even a donation would have been something. After all, you belong to the same organization." Garen burst out laughing. "Raise funds for us? You must be joking. That organization is a cold-blooded one. People like us who can't even get into the 3 major groups are not worthy of sympathy. My missions are either to monitor you, Mr. Chin, or to be cannon fodder for others," Gayson added with a cold smile. "Those bastards, many of them are desperate to go to Yanyang for the selection. Once they get into the purple group, I'm afraid they won't even spare a glance for us bottom feeders." Chin Mo put down his wine glass and asked impassively, "What do you mean by the purple plum group?" "The Plum Blossom group has 3 major groups. The red plum group and the white plum group are the top leadership. So where did this purple plum group come from?" Gayson waved his hand haphazardly and said with a drunken laugh, "I only heard about it. I heard this matter is even related to you, Mr. Chin." Gayson shook his head and slurred. After the 3 streets were annexed, it turned out they didn't have enough manpower. So one street was left vacant to be assigned to a new group. In a few months, there will be a selection trial. They will select 200 people from the various Plum Blossom branches across Huasha and the local low to mid-level martial arts circles in Yanyang to form a new group. Garen chimed in with a foolish grin. "If we could get into this purple plum group, we'd be part of the high-level martial arts world of Yanyang. My brother and I wouldn't even dare to dream of it." Hearing their words, Chin Mo couldn't help but grow still. When he came back to his senses, he was overcome with excitement. Chin Mo tried his best to remain calm, but his cheeks trembled with excitement. The next morning, the two brothers woke up bleary-eyed to see Wang Suyong standing at the door with a smile. Garen and Gayson immediately got dressed and stood up. Compared to Master Chin, they were more afraid of the villa's butler, Wang Suyong. Butler Wang had always been very strict and was in a way their immediate superior on this job. Wang Suyong smiled and said, "Mr. Chin has asked you two to go to the riverbank. He has something to say to you." The Gayson brothers walked over and sat down beside Chin Mo with a smile, watching Mr. Chin fish quietly. After a while, Chin Mo suddenly asked with a smile, "Have I treated you 3 well?" Gayson scrambled to his feet. "You've been more than good. You've been amazing to us two brothers. It's because of you that our living conditions have changed, and our family no longer has to worry. You also haven't blamed us for monitoring you. We brothers will never forget Mr. Chin's great kindness." Chin Mo smiled faintly, nodded, took out his phone from his pocket, and made a video call. Chin Mo turned the phone around, aiming it directly at the 2 brothers before him. Seeing the old woman in the video, the 2 brothers were first stunned, then they snatched the phone in shock, crying out, "Mom!" The old lady in the video had a breathing tube inserted. Seeing her 2 sons appear in the video, she smiled happily. "Sons, I've made you spend so much money again. Mom is doing fine in America. You two should rest well too. You must have spent a lot of money to send me here. It's all Mom's fault for being useless, unable to help you with anything and always causing you trouble." Hearing that their mother was in America, Garen and Gayson were completely frozen on the spot. They stiffly raised their heads and slowly looked at Chin Mo. Chin Mo had spent tens of millions just to win over the two men who were monitoring him. This was the first step of Chin Mo's revenge plan. For the days that followed, Chin Mo took the two of them out to eat, drink, and have fun, and he even sent their critically ill mother to the best hospital for treatment. When the two brothers learned of this, they knelt on the ground with tears in their eyes. "We brothers can never repay Mr. Chin's kindness. We are willing to work like horses and oxen for Mr. Chin. Our mother was critically ill, and the Plum Blossom group ignored her completely. No one cared at all. They could only eat instant noodles every day, saving every penny for their mother's expensive chemotherapy. For years they had lived in pain and torment. Yet Chin Mo was willing to help them like this, even sending their mother to the world's top cancer hospital. A man doesn't shed tears easily, but only because his heart hasn't been broken. At this moment their tears finally streamed down uncontrollably. They were willing to work like horses and oxen for Chin Mo, to go through fire and water for him. Chin Mo quickly helped them up. "Brothers, what are you saying? A brother is in trouble. It's only right that I help. There's no need for brothers to repay me by working like animals." Chin Mo hesitated for a moment, let out a heavy sigh, and then continued. "But I do need you two to help me with a favor," Gayson said loudly. "Mr. Chin, just say the word. No matter what it is, my brother and I will definitely accomplish it." Chin Mo thought for a moment, leaned close to their ears and whispered a few words. After hearing what Mr. Chin said, the two were too scared to speak. They knew that if this matter was exposed, death was their only way out. But Chin Mo suddenly faced the two, gritted his teeth, and said, "Brothers, this matter concerns my Chin Mo's future. Please, brothers, help me." Gayson and his brother fiercely gritted their teeth, helped Chin Mo up, and said, "We'll help you." From then on, Chin Mo never left the villa. At night, his furious roars could always be heard from within. "Mei Wu, I will kill you." Chin Mo seemed to have gone mad. A few days later, the two children couldn't take it anymore. Zhu Shaoxuang made a tearful phone call. Shu Yu, Aunt Zhang, and Shu De rushed over, only to hear Chin Mo's mad roars from the room. "All of you get out, I want Mei Wu dead." Shaoxuang stood aside, crying and wiping her tears. "Brother has been like this for several days every night, and he won't let us in." Shaoxuang was truly frightened. Shu De looked at the door and sighed heavily. "Take the child away first, don't scare her." Shu Yu and the others had no choice but to leave in a hurry. Chin Mo was like a man possessed, and no one dared to approach. Later, when Bo Xin, Kai Xingen, and others from the 4 prefectures of Huahai heard about the situation, they also rushed over. But they couldn't get near the door at all. The moment they touched it, a powerful pressure would pierce through the door panel, sending them flying more than 10 meters away. Many of the powerful figures in Huahai who came to show their concern were directly injured and hospitalized. Gradually, no one dared to come to the villa anymore. Kai Xingen anxiously grabbed his hair and said, "What on earth happened to Mr. Chin?" Bo Xin sighed heavily, shook his head, and said, "I'm afraid he's gone mad. His retreat from Yanyang must not have been voluntary. This rage has probably been suppressed for too long." Hearing Bo Xin's speculation, everyone was stunned. The news that the Lord of Huahai, Mr. Chin, had gone mad spread throughout Huahai immediately. This bombshell struck the hearts of the people of Huahai. Huahai was thrown into chaos. Those who cared about Chin Mo no longer dared to approach this haunted house, especially since getting close to the door would result in a severe beating. Inside the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion in Yanyang, a member of the Red Plum group rushed in, holding a phone. "Pavilion Master, great news." Mei Wu smiled elegantly and looked at the hastily approaching Red Plum group member. "What good news?" The Red Plum group member, panting with excitement, said. "News from Huahai. Chin Mo has gone mad." Upon hearing this, Mei Wu's brow suddenly furrowed. She instinctively thought Chin Mo was putting on an act again. She knew Chin Mo well. Even if the sky were falling, Chin Mo wouldn't go mad, let alone go mad from a setback. Many people might go mad in such a situation, but not Chin Mo. Mei Wu asked nonchalantly, "Is there any proof?" Seeing that the Pavilion Master was not as happy as she had imagined, the Red Plum group member quickly wiped the smile from her face. She respectfully handed the phone to Mei Wu and said, This is a video from Huahai." Mei Wu calmly took the phone and opened the video. The phone showed a village at night. Outside a villa, a loud roar was clearly audible. "Mei Wu will die a horrible death." Such furious roars came from within the villa. Mei Wu frowned slightly, her eyes fixed on the screen. Even with video evidence, Mei Wu still didn't believe it. She still trusted her own judgment. It was impossible for Chin Mo to have gone mad. In the past 2 years, the kid had endured so much injustice and unfairness in Huasha, yet he had pulled through it all. How could he possibly go mad? Seeing the Pavilion Master's doubtful gaze, the Red Plum group member said cautiously, "Pavilion Master, I think this is real. Many news outlets in Huahai have reported it, and this video was sent by the very people monitoring Chin Mo, so it can't be wrong. Chin Mo has been mad for some time. The Huahai branch only dared to send the video to you after they had fully confirmed it. The whole of Huahai is in chaos now. This matter is causing a huge stir, so it should be legitimate." Mei Wu slowly shook her head and said, "Send 2 reliable people from here to investigate the situation. We'll talk after we have a clear understanding." The Red Plum group member sighed, nodded, and went out to handle the matter. She felt that the Pavilion Master was being overly cautious. The entire city of Huahai was saying Chin Mo had gone mad. Could Chin Mo possibly have the whole city act along with him? A few days later, the people sent to investigate in Longcheng returned. The report on Qin Mo's situation was the same as the one from Huahai. In fact, these investigators' accounts were even more sensational than what Huahai had reported, saying that Qin Mo was training maniacally every day as if his life depended on it. Looking through the window from outside the villa, one could see his room overflowing with sword energy like an out-of-control robot. Qin Mo remained in this frenzied state for a month. In the end, he suffered from a cultivation deviation, struck himself over 100 times with the dragon's chill sword, and died from excessive blood loss. This was the news Mei Wu received not long after Qin Mo had gone mad. Mei Wu slammed her hand on the table and shot up in shock. She never expected things to progress so quickly. Qin Mo had gone mad and died in less than a month. The Red Plum Group member handed her a phone. This is footage secretly filmed by the 2 surveillance personnel in Huahai after they snuck into Qin Mo's house. Mei Wu opened the video in shock. The environment in the video was noisy, and the sounds of people crying and sighing could be heard. Because it was secretly filmed, the camera was only focused on the corpse for a few seconds, but that was enough. Mei Wu clearly saw Qin Mo's struggling and terrified face. His body had over 100 wounds, mangled into a bloody mess by his own hand, and he was still tightly clutching the dragon's chill sword. Subconsciously, she was still thinking that none of this was real. "When is his funeral?" the Red Plum Group member replied. "In 3 days. The funeral is on the 7th day after his death." Mei Wu immediately walked out of the main pavilion, packed her things, and prepared to go to Huahai. "Have Rong's sire manage things at the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion for now. I'm going there myself. If I don't see Qin Mo's body with my own eyes, I'll never be at ease." 3 days later, at the funeral, all the powerful and noble figures of Huahai gathered in Longcheng. At Qin Mo's funeral, white paper money filled the city, and the sky seemed to rain white paper. All businesses in Longcheng, large and small, had closed for the day. The entire populace spontaneously took to the streets, forming a line stretching for dozens of li to see Mr. Qin off on his final journey. The burial was at Longcheng Public Cemetery, near the graves of Qin Yinan and Shui Luoji. The cemetery was a sea of white. People poured into the vast cemetery, leaving almost no room to stand. It was unusually quiet, without the clamor that a large crowd would normally create. Before the grave, Aunt Zhang had already fainted from crying. Bo Xin and the others stood a short distance away, chain-smoking. Huahai had lost its leader, and everything had taken a turn for the worse. Although Mr. Qin had long since stopped handling Huahai's affairs, he was like a magnet, able to pull together all the tycoons from every industry in Huahai province. Now that the magnet was gone, the tycoons had scattered. Everyone had been dejected these past few days. No one expected things to happen so suddenly. No one was prepared. So many were still finding it hard to believe. The Mr. Qin who once stood at the pinnacle of Huahai was dead just like that. Zhu Shaoshuang locked himself in his room, refusing to see anyone or come out. The child had experienced the departure of his father and grandfather. Now, even Qin Mo had left him. It felt like any adjective used to describe the child would be too cruel. The child had completely withdrawn into himself. If not for the media blackout on all reporters, a blow this large, if reported across Huasha, would likely have sent shockwaves through the entire nation. On a nearby hilltop, Mei Wu wrapped her tight-fitting clothes more securely around herself. Even in the south, winter was a bit chilly. Mei Wu stared blankly at the scene below and said, "Is he really dead?" This wasn't what she wanted, but with things having reached this point, it was finally over. However, the joy in her heart was completely overshadowed by a deep sense of regret. With his talent and ability, Qin Mo should not have ended up like this. In this life, Qin Mo had lived a worthy one. To be buried with his parents was a grand send-off, at night in this silent suburb. It was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Then, in the distance, a faint flickering light appeared. At first, the light was as small as a firefly, but it grew brighter and brighter, its beam widening as if to illuminate the entire path. It was a convoy of vehicles speeding down the road. The convoy was neither large nor small, consisting of several dozen vehicles. The roar of the car engines temporarily drowned out the sound of the Yangtze River's waves, making even the majestic river seem quiet for a moment. The convoy moved swiftly, crossing wastelands and mountains, finally stopping in a barren mountain range on the border of Huahai province. A little further, and they would probably be outside the borders of Huasha. The convoy stopped neatly, and men in black trench coats got out, their bodies completely covered in black clothing. Some carried weapons on their backs. A leading man in black surveyed the surrounding mountains as if searching for something. Suddenly his gaze stopped. He quickly walked to the edge of a cliff and pressed hard on a noticeably protruding rock. A blue light emanated from the protrusion. As he looked at the rock again, the mechanical sound of a door opening was heard, and a small keypad, glowing blue and requiring a password, suddenly appeared. The man in black remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Even in this desolate place, he checked multiple times. Only after ensuring everything was secure did he enter the password and quickly press confirm. At that moment, a violent roar erupted like an earthquake. The mountains shook, the ground began to tremble, and even the pebbles on the ground danced cheerfully. Rocks tumbled down with a crash as if the mountain was about to collapse. A section of the mountainside opened up, and hundreds of men in black got out of their cars, standing calmly in place. A brilliant light shot out from within the mountain, illuminating all the mountain paths. The mountain actually concealed a password-protected door. When this door opened, a luxurious villa was revealed to everyone. This door was like the main gate to the villa. The villa itself was hidden within this great mountain. When the men in black walked inside and saw a young man yawning on the sofa, none of them could help but smile. The crowd cupped their fists, faced the young man on the sofa and bowed excitedly. 32 members of the Mo group and 100 members of the Yi group have assembled. We await your orders, Mr. Qin. Each of their voices trembled slightly with excitement. They had been waiting for a very long time. The young man on the sofa was the leader of both groups. Qin Mo smiled faintly and waved for them to enter. After more than 100 people had entered, the mountain gate closed with a rumble, as if nothing had ever happened. Qin Mo then took out several cases of beer, opened them and said with a smile, "This place used to be a secret U.S. Navy military base. A few days ago I contacted Xu Fei and had Boss Xu, as a favor for old time's sake, hand this place over to me without any fuss. I had a few people renovate it and it turned into a villa." The brothers of the Yi group and Mo group scattered around the living room to sit. Seeing Qin Mo, everyone's eyes couldn't help but redden. For a moment they had thought their group leader was truly dead. This was mainly because Qin Mo was too clever. He knew very well that if he simply faked his death, Mei Wu, with her disposition, would never believe it. Therefore he used a step-by-step approach. First he feigned madness to gradually convince Mei Wu of the fact. Then he found the right moment to successfully fake his death under the pretext of a cultivation deviation. It all seemed perfectly logical and reasonable. Moreover, only Qin Mo and the two Gason brothers knew about all this. The people of Huahai, as well as those close to Qin Mo, had essentially helped Qin Mo act out this play in the most authentic way possible. Qin Zifeng asked in a low voice, "Group leader Qin, are you really not going to tell everyone you're still alive? The situation over there is terrible. It's not just Zhu Shaoxuang, even Aunt Zhang and Xu Yu are grieving for you." At the funeral, they were so heartbroken they nearly fainted from crying. Everyone thought Qin Mo was truly dead. Qin Mo was stunned for a moment, then slowly shook his head. "If I tell those close to me that I'm still alive now, everything we've done will be for nothing." Qin Mo naturally felt guilty for plunging Aunt Zhang, Shaoxuang and the others into endless pain, which was perhaps more unbearable than killing him, but none of this could soften his resolve. Every step he took from now on was like licking blood from a knife's edge. One wrong move, and he and his men would be doomed beyond recovery. At this moment Qin Mo could only be utterly determined. Becoming an emotionless person, Qin Mo waved to the crowd. Everyone put down their beer and gathered around Qin Mo. Qin Mo then spread out a map of Huasha, his expression turning serious. "I have endured for nearly 3 months just waiting for today's opportunity. The gap between us and the Plum Blossom Group and the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion is too great right now. From the very beginning I fell into Mei Wu's trap. This was my mistake and I apologize to everyone here." After speaking, Qin Mo bowed apologetically to the crowd. Everyone smiled and said nothing, showing no sign of blame. It was precisely because they had such a leader that so many were willing to follow him. Qin Mo sat down again and said coldly, "I will not make the same mistake twice. We must seize this opportunity. This is our only chance and our last chance to turn the tables. If we fail this time, none of us will survive." At their leader's words, everyone gradually grew serious. Zhang Jiyu asked doubtfully, "Captain Qin, do we still have a chance to turn the tables?" The blockade of the Purple Plum Group, even in Zhang Gu's eyes, was an impossible situation. All 3 streets had been taken by the Plum Blossom Group, all their high-level martial arts cards had been confiscated, and they no longer even had the right to enter Tianyan City. They didn't even have the right to return to Xiang Street, so how could they talk about a comeback? Everyone else also looked at their group leader with doubt. This question had been on their minds the entire way here. Qin Mo's lips curved into a smile. After the Plum Blossom Group occupied the 3 streets, they now have 4. They are in order: Xinyan Street, Xiang Street, Wudu Street and Meihua Street. But Mei Wu herself doesn't have that big of an appetite. With 4 streets she can at most muster enough manpower for 3. That's her limit. After all, to enter the high-level martial arts world, one must be a top combatant in Huasha. The Plum Blossom Group doesn't have enough people to manage 4 streets. This is also why Mei Wu wanted to cooperate with me during our negotiations. To deal with the Qin family, she was even willing to hand over the God Key to get me on her side. Because she herself doesn't have the ability to completely take over the 3 streets. 1 street is empty and I believe it's the smallest one. In a while, Mei Wu will hold a Huasha-wide selection assessment. She will select about 200 people to form a new 4th group named the Purple Plum Group. Once the Purple Plum Group is established, they will be assigned to Xinyan Street. Qin Mo's finger drew a heavy line over the location of Tianyan City. The people eligible to participate in the selection must be members of the various Plum Blossom branches across Huasha, or people from the local low and mid-level martial arts circles in Yanyang. In other words, Mei Wu is very cautious. She only dares to use people from her own branches or acquaintances from Yanyang. Everyone looked at their group leader in confusion. After listening for so long, it seemed that Mei Wu had planned everything flawlessly. What was the use of this information? It was doomsday. This was doomsday. Qin Mo paused, a wicked smile appearing on his face. I want all of you to participate in the Purple Plum Group selection assessment. As soon as Chin Mo said this, the crowd erupted into an uproar. Everyone looked at Chin Mo in disbelief. Some thought their group leader had truly gone mad. They had an irreconcilable feud with the Plum Blossom Group. How could Mei Wu possibly let them participate in the assessment? Their group leader's words were nothing short of a fantasy. Chin Mo saw everyone's reaction, smiled again, and pointed a finger heavily at a spot on the Huahai map. The headquarters of the Huahai Plum Blossom Group. He's going to wipe out the Huahai Plum Blossom Branch headquarters. After understanding Chin Mo's intention, everyone was so scared they took 2 steps back, and couldn't help but gasp. In a tall building in the southern part of Baiming City, Yi Ying held a list and walked towards a middle-aged man sitting upright in an office chair. He then respectfully handed over a report. Group Leader C2, this is the list of our members participating in the assessment in Yanyang this time. Including you and me, there are 150 people in total. C2 took the list with a smile and said, "Thank you for your hard work." He glanced at the names on the list and then set it aside. The office was filled with the top combatants of the Huahai Plum Blossom Group. In another week they would follow him to Yanyang to participate in the selection for the Purple Plum Group. The Huahai branch had been particularly relaxed recently. Their most tense period was when Chin Mo had returned to Huahai from Yanyang. During that time, almost everyone in the Huahai Plum Blossom Group was on edge, in a state of high alert, and they had no choice. The people in the group were well aware of Chin Mo's power in Huahai. Back then, Yi Ying had been the group leader of the Longcheng branch, and was driven out of the city by Chin Mo. The Battle of Nanjiang Bridge had cemented Chin Mo's position as the Lord of Huahai, leaving the members of the Huahai Plum Blossom branch too afraid to even breathe. If it hadn't been for orders from above, they would never have dared to send people to monitor Chin Mo. Now that Chin Mo was dead, the spies were safe. And recently there was another piece of great news. The Plum Blossom Group was establishing a Purple Plum Group. If anyone from their branch could get into the Purple Plum Group, they would ascend from the remote city of Huahai directly into the high-level martial arts world in a single leap. Thinking of this, C2U excitedly took a few more puffs of his cigarette and then said, "How are things in Longcheng?" Yi Ying smiled and said, "They're still immersed in the grief of Chin Mo's death. The somber atmosphere is much thicker there than in our Baiming City." C2U, smoking his cigarette, said with a cold smile, "It's worth it for that kid to have people mourn him after he's dead. To think how arrogant he was back then, driving our Longcheng branch members out of Longcheng. It really proves the saying, the arrogant die a horrible death." Yi Ying also smiled happily. The Gason brothers, who had been monitoring Chin Mo, were no longer of any use and were on their way back. After saying this, Yi Ying made a throat-slitting gesture. C2U nodded in agreement. The two brothers knew too much, and with Chin Mo dead they had no more value. As the two were talking, a red light suddenly shot in from the window. In an instant, the entire office was bathed in a blood-red glow. Everyone turned to look in surprise, their faces full of confusion. C2U stubbed out his cigarette, walked quickly to the window, and stammered loudly, "What's going on?" He looked outside and saw that the red light was like a cage enveloping the entire building. Just as everyone was stunned, 3 blood-soaked members tumbled through the door. They collapsed in the office, one of them already on the ground, pointing fearfully at the floor below. "Captain, the lobby." Before he could finish, he fainted. C2U kicked the half-dead man aside and hurried down to the ground-floor lobby with the others in the elevator. When they saw the scene in the ground-floor lobby, everyone who came down was utterly stunned. The members of the Huahai Plum Blossom branch lay scattered and fallen in the lobby. A thick smell of blood filled the air and not a single person had survived. White paper money seemed to flutter down from the heavens, flying into the lobby and landing on the freshly dead corpses. The white paper money mixed with the blood was stained a glaring red. "How can this be?" C2U took a fearful step back. He was completely stunned and stupefied by the bloody scene in the lobby. It had all happened so quietly that the people upstairs hadn't heard a thing. Dozens of corpses lay haphazardly on the ground and the white paper money fluttered in, soon covering them all. C2U and the others looked around in terror. Besides the strange red barrier outside the door, they could see nothing else, not even a single person. What on earth had happened? What kind of master in Huahai could slaughter the entire Huahai Plum Blossom branch? All that remained were a few dozen elite members of the Plum Blossom Group, along with C2U, Yi Ying, and other high-level leaders of the Huahai branch. They stood there in a panic, beads of sweat dripping from their foreheads. C2U shouted in terror, "I don't know which deity is here, but please show yourself." Perhaps by shouting like this he could fight the fear in his heart. These men were dressed in black trench coats and black hats, each like a god of death arriving at midnight, their steps unusually light. One of them held a brazier, and the young man in the lead would occasionally take a piece of paper money from it and place it in the brazier, keeping the flame burning brightly. The young man leading them said softly, "Crushed to dust and ground to bone, sent to the world of men with a head full of snow." He seemed to be mourning the newly deceased members of the Plum Blossom Group. It also seemed to be bidding farewell to those about to die. His tone carried a faint sadness, but it was as if he were discussing the life and death of others. Chin Mo raised his head. when the faint light from the brazier illuminated his face, and when C2U saw that cold, stern face, time seemed to stand still. Yi Ying and a few others were so scared they collapsed to the ground. Wasn't Qin Mo already dead? How did he come back to life? And the first thing he did upon his return was to carry out a bloody massacre of the entire Huahai Plum Blossom branch. The moment they saw Qin Mo, the members of the Plum Blossom branch had no reaction. They stood there stupidly, swallowing hard. C2U roared recklessly, "Quick, notify headquarters." The person next to him snapped out of it and quickly took out his phone, but before he could hand it to C2U, he was sent flying into a wall. Feng Qi smiled at the men. "Did Mr. Qin say you could move? We are not on the same level." The members of the Plum Blossom group trembled in fear. These top assassins from Huahai province were just as terrified when facing death. They were so scared that their faces trembled involuntarily. They were all trying their best to restrain themselves. Qin Mo suddenly spotted Yi Ying in the crowd and couldn't help but smile. "I remember you. You're the leader of the Longcheng Plum Blossom group. I remember sparing your life." After speaking, Qin Mo gently waved his hand, gesturing to the Yi group and Mo group behind him. They were like a pack of hungry wolves, lunging fiercely at the Plum Blossom group members. 2 years ago, the Huahai Plum Blossom branch might have been a match for Qin Mo, but the men Qin Mo brought with him today were all masters from the high-level martial arts world. They were all monsters at or above the martial soul realm, something the members of the Huahai Plum Blossom branch couldn't even imagine. A few members tried to stand up and resist, but before they could, their bodies were sent flying over 10 meters away, embedding them directly into the wall. These men had no power to fight back. It was a one-sided slaughter, a complete rout. The branch members realized the situation, and they scattered in terror. Those who had initially been full of confidence and wanted to resist upon seeing their companions fall one by one in a bloody mess also began to flee wildly. But the entire building was sealed by a red barrier. No one could escape. Tonight the people here could only die here. This building had become a hunting ground. This undoubtedly filled the members of the Plum Blossom group with despair. Many knelt down and begged for mercy, but today begging was useless. No matter how they pleaded, Qin Mo didn't plan on letting a single one go tonight. Blood splattered all over the corridors. Qin Mo sat quietly on the ground, letting the blood from all around splash onto him. The sounds of crying and begging, the shrill screams, these chaotic noises blended together, growing fainter and fainter until finally there was silence. Long Wu wiped the blood from his face and calmly walked over. "Captain, it's over." C2U was dragged out from the pile of dead bodies. The E group members forced him to his knees. He knelt on the ground before Qin Mo. He was already trembling in fear and his pants reeked of urine. He lowered his head, terrified and frantic, completely lost, as if he had been scared out of his wits. Qin Mo then asked faintly, "How many slots were reported for the Huahai branch's participation in the Purple Plum Group's trials?" Upon hearing this, C2U was stunned. This was a top-secret matter within the Plum Blossom Group. At most, only some low-level martial artists from Yanyang would know about it. But he was in no position to ask how Qin Mo knew. He immediately answered, 150. "The list is in my office on the top floor." Qin Mo clapped his hands, stood up and looked at him. "Is there anything else you want to say?" C2U thought blankly, his eyes suddenly lighting up as the desire to live reignited within him. He grabbed Qin Mo's trouser leg and said, "I want a one-on-one duel with you, Qin Mo. If I win, will you let me go?" C2U pleaded excitedly. Qin Mo's men were all stunned, and even the members of the Yi group and Mo group couldn't help but be taken aback. C2U was so confident. More than a year ago, he had witnessed Qin Mo's power. In the Battle of Nanjiang Bridge, Qin Mo, with just one boat, had eliminated 2 half-step martial arts grandmasters, establishing his supreme status in Huahai. His impression of Qin Mo was still stuck at that time. He had the strength of a martial arts grandmaster, and he believed that if he unleashed his full power, he could hold his own against Qin Mo. More than a year had passed, and Qin Mo probably hadn't improved much. Qin Mo, however, frowned slightly, as if advising him, "You'd better save that for your last words." Seeing Qin Mo's hesitation, C2U became even more excited, thinking Qin Mo was afraid to win against him. "No, I want this." Qin Mo sighed and said, "I promise you." Just as C2U was about to raise his hand, Qin Mo swiftly tapped 2 fingers on his brow. Before he could even unleash his martial arts grandmaster strength, he collapsed to the ground dead. Qin Mo took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands, calmly saying, "Get the list. Find the faces of everyone on it and take pictures of them all." Tang Yu nodded and led his men to the top floor. A short while later, 4 White Lotus cars stopped at the entrance of the building. 2 men got out of the car, talking and laughing. They were 2 people Qin Mo was familiar with. Garen and Gayson got out of the car with a smile, carrying large and small bags. Qin Mo turned and beckoned to them. The 2 exchanged a glance, their bodies trembling as they walked in fearfully. They had thought Qin Mo's feigned death was just to escape Mei Wu's sight. They truly never expected him to return and carry out a bloody massacre of the Huahai Plum Blossom branch. When Qin Mo saw them, he smiled faintly, then took out 2 plane tickets from his pocket and handed them to the 2 men. "Tickets to America. Your mother can leave early tomorrow morning." Soon, Tang Yu brought down the list and had photos taken of all 150 people so they could be impersonated later. Afterwards, Qin Mo had his men clean up the scene and then left quickly. A few days later, C2U's phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed the receptionist for the Purple Plum Group's trial assessment. C2U, isn't your list ready yet? Hurry up and send it to me, we're just waiting on your province. Chin Mo's lips curved into a strange smile, and he said, it's ready. This was Chin Mo's only chance to turn the tables. All the members of the Mo group under Chin Mo's disguise techniques transformed into members of the Huahai Plum Blossom branch. When they arrived at the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion, the main entrance was already cordoned off. Zon Hen was responsible for registering the Plum Blossom branches from all over Huasha. The day of the Purple Plum Group selection assessment was fast approaching. Seeing Chin Mo write down C2U's name, Zon Hen couldn't help but smile happily. When Zon Hen spoke to him, he was exceptionally friendly. You are C2U? Chin Mo nodded. Zon Hen smiled excitedly, shook his hand and said, excellent. Thanks to your people monitoring Chin Mo, that little bastard didn't get a chance to run out again. He finally died in Longcheng. I see that the pavilion master thinks highly of you people from the Huahai branch. Brother C2, don't take it amiss. As the head of the Red Plum Group, I, Zon Hen, don't need to give face to people from all over Huasha. But when I see the person in charge from Huahai, I feel exceptionally close to you. I can't help but want to strike up a conversation. Chin Mo smiled and nodded, saying he didn't mind, while also showing some confusion, then said, Captain Zon Hen, about Chin Mo, what happened to him? Zon Hen said fiercely, that bastard tricked me several times. I still grit my teeth when I think about it. It's letting that kid off easy for him to die just like that. His hatred for Chin Mo came from the bottom of his heart. Last time Chin Mo had tricked him by saying Pavilion Master Mei Wu wanted the Divine Miracle Map. Zon Hen let him in. But instead of a wedding with Bai Sushui, he got a scolding from the Pavilion Master and 2 slaps across the face. After hearing of Chin Mo's death, he set off firecrackers at the entrance of the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion all night, so happy he could fly. Zon Hen patted Chin Mo's shoulder and said with a hearty laugh, if you need anything in the future, you can come to me. You can go in first. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. This was the head of the Red Plum Group, a prominent figure in the Plum Blossom Group. There were many people of higher rank than them, but they hadn't expected Zon Hen to give C2U such a warm reception. That night, Zon Hen and the other officials got drunk. Everyone knew he was in charge of the preliminary assessment and toasted him one after another. After drinking, he staggered towards Bai Sushui's room. After Chin Mo's death, Bai Sushui had wanted to return to Huahai for his funeral but was stopped by Mei Wu. Now Bai Sushui was under house arrest in a villa in the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion. When Mei Wu found out Zon Hen had gone to Bai Sushui's place, she just waved her hand faintly. It was time to give her a little warning. She needed to understand that if she could create value for the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion, they would naturally tolerate her willfulness. If she was useless, the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion would naturally not protect her. She was just an actress, and an actress should do what an actress is supposed to do. Zon Hen looked left and right. The guards and maids passing by all bowed hastily when they saw him. He stood in front of a standalone villa, stopped, wiped his mouth messily and rushed towards it. Bai Sushui, open up, I'm furious right now. You loved him when he was alive, and now that he's dead you want to be a widow for him. Why are you still obsessed with him? What am I in your eyes? I'm the damn head of the Red Plum Group, a high-level official at the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion. How am I any worse than that Chin Mo? After speaking, Zon Hen kicked the door. Instantly, the sturdy door crashed down with a bang, raising a cloud of dust. Zon Hen staggered in, kicked open Bai Sushui's door and saw her sitting on the bed, her eyes lifeless. Bai Sushui turned around, stood up warily and asked, Zon Hen, what do you want? Without another word, Zon Hen rushed into the room, picked up Bai Sushui, threw her on the bed and started tearing at her clothes, saying, I'll make you obsess over him. I'll make you play pure for me. I'm the damn head of the Red Plum Group and I've been chasing an actress like you for so long without success. Tonight you're mine. Bai Sushui was no match for him. She cried weakly, shaking her head desperately and screaming for help. In front of Zon Hen she was too small. Tears of despair streamed down Bai Sushui's face just as she was about to bite her tongue and commit suicide. The door was suddenly kicked open. Bai Sushui was in a bit of a daze. She thought it was Chin Mo coming to save her, just like before, always appearing as that tall figure in her most desperate moments. Zon Hen was suddenly startled. He immediately jumped off the bed thinking it was someone sent by Pavilion Master Mei Wu. But when he saw who it was, he immediately calmed down and then roared drunkenly, C2U, what do you want? Before he could finish, the figure vanished in an instant, reappearing in front of him the next second and kicking him. Before Zon Hen could react, his body flew backward and slammed heavily against the wall. Chin Mo softly asked the disheveled Bai Sushui on the bed, Are you all right? Bai Sushui was still in a state of extreme shock. Although she saw that the person who came was not Chin Mo, his actions were gentle and considerate. These small details were extremely similar to the old Chin Mo, but the person who came was not him. Bai Sushui then said a word of thanks. At this moment, Zon Hen stood up from the ground. Chin Mo's heavy kick had completely sobered him up. He was enraged and clenched his fists, shouting, C2U, do you want to die? Chin Mo looked up, stood protectively in front of Bai Sushui and looked at him coldly. Since she clearly doesn't like you, why force her to do so is truly beneath your status. Zhan Hen gritted his teeth and held it in for a long time, unable to say a word. If Situ Yu had cursed him, it would have been better. He would have had a reason to fight, but he had calmly said these words. Logically, Zhan Hen was in the wrong and couldn't say anything. Situ Yu's words were perfectly measured. He had reprimanded Zhan Hen with reason and just the right amount of force. Zhan Hen's lips curved into a strange smile. He patted Qin Mo's shoulder and said, "Situ Yu, I'm in charge of your preliminary assessment. Don't worry, this isn't over between us." He smiled and flung his hand and walked out of the room. After hearing this, Qin Mo slowly turned, looked at Zhan Hen's retreating back, and a hint of ruthlessness gradually appeared in his calm eyes, recalling Zhan Hen's brutal behavior towards her just now. Bai Sushui's heart grew colder. She politely thanked the strange middle-aged man before her and asked, "May I ask your name, sir?" Qin Mo replied, "I am Situ Yu." Bai Sushui silently repeated the name. Her lifeless eyes suddenly lit up and she stood up excitedly, grabbing the corner of Qin Mo's clothes. "Sir, are you from Huahai? I beg you, please take me away from here." "I want to go to Huahai too." Qin Mo gently and discreetly removed her hand, pretending to be indifferent as he asked, "It seems you haven't yet emerged from your grief." Bai Sushui said, "To visit an old friend. But he is already dead, so why remain obsessed?" Bai Sushui smiled bitterly, her eyes already red and swollen from crying becoming moist again. "That's easy to say, but sir, if someone very important to you passed away, could you be so detached?" Qin Mo was at a loss for words for a moment. He would probably rather you take good care of yourself than have you go pay respects to him. Qin Mo said these words, but Bai Sushui was already in a daze and didn't notice anything unusual about the strange man before her. "I'm afraid I cannot grant your request." Qin Mo sighed and shook his head. He walked to the door, couldn't help but stop again, turned back and said, "Take care of yourself." As he left, he could faintly hear soft crying from the room. At that moment, Qin Mo felt a tremor in his heart. He even had the impulse to rush in and tell her that Qin Mo was still alive, but reason triumphed over everything. Qin Mo had already weathered the storms of the world, and his mind was even more resolute. He had to shoulder the lives of hundreds of his brothers. Qin Mo carried the responsibility and expectations of too many people. After leaving the villa, Qin Mo's expression gradually turned as cold as ice. That Zhan Hen was always a troublesome presence. He had to find a way to deal with him. Afterwards, Qin Mo returned to his villa. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. Qin Mo swallowed hard. The quilt on the bed suddenly moved. Qin Mo was so scared he wanted to open the door and run, but for some reason the door was locked from the outside. Suddenly the quilt was thrown back and a huge figure appeared saying, "Hubby, you're back, I missed you so much." It was hard to imagine that this voice came from a woman weighing over 500 pounds. Wang Meihua, Situ Yu's old flame. The moment she jumped down, the floor of the room cracked. As she ran, the furniture in the room shook. Qin Mo turned to flee, saying, "What the hell, don't come over." Before he could close the door, Wang Meihua hugged Qin Mo and threw him onto the bed with one hand. "Hubby, my first time was yours. From now on I'm your woman." Just as she jumped up, Qin Mo kicked hard at Wang Meihua's stomach. Holy crap, Wang Meihua's enormous body also fell to the ground. A huge picture frame hanging on the wall finally couldn't withstand the successive vibrations and fell down. Wang Meihua struggled to get up from the ground. Qin Mo swallowed hard. He stood up in fear, waving his hands frantically. "Big sister, I didn't mean it. I was afraid of being crushed to death." Wang Meihua burst into tears, wiping her eyes. She pointed a finger at Qin Mo. "Situ Yu, you seduced me and now you don't want to take responsibility?" Qin Mo was speechless. She continued to sob. "You sent me messages every day asking about my well-being. You even said you wanted to marry me, to be my white knight for life. Have you forgotten all those vows?" After hearing this, Qin Mo was completely dumbfounded. This Situ Yu had some heavy tastes when he was alive. Her white knight? How strong would this white horse have to be to bear her weight? Qin Mo swallowed nervously. He wanted to explain, but he really couldn't. If Qin Mo said any more, he would easily expose his identity. She panted heavily and rushed at Qin Mo again, threatening, "I don't care, I must have your first time today. If you don't let me have you, don't even think about leaving this room. In a couple of days I'll have Pavilion Master Mei Wu officiate our wedding. I'm going to give you a big fat son." At these words, Qin Mo's mind raced. He then smiled lecherously and carefully walked up to Wang Meihua, saying, "Sister Hua, I have a suitable candidate here who can perfectly satisfy your fantasy of a white knight." Wang Meihua said impatiently, "Who is it? Spit it out." Qin Mo said solemnly, "It's the leader of the Red Plum Group, Zhan Hen." Wang Meihua's eyes lit up at first, then she looked at Qin Mo angrily. "Are you kidding me? Who is leader Zhan Hen? In Yanyang he is an absolute young talent. In his 30s he is already a master in the high-level martial arts world, the youngest group leader in the history of the Plum Blossom Group. A man like that, a dragon among men, how could I covet him? I'm not even worthy to hold his shoes." Hearing this, Qin Mo slapped his hand and said, "Then big sister, do you like him?" Wang Meihua paused for a moment, a shy expression appearing on her face. "A dragon among men like leader Zhan Hen, what girl wouldn't like him? If it were him, I would be willing to offer my precious body." After hearing this, Qin Mo suppressed his laughter, already ecstatic in his heart. He then smiled and said he had a way. Wang Meihua looked at Qin Mo in disbelief. Qin Mo smiled and said, "I talked to Captain Zhan Hen this morning. We have a good relationship." Wang Meihua's face gradually lit up with joy. Perhaps with Situ Yu's help this could really work out. She might really become Zanhan's wife. Wang Meihua rubbed her hands excitedly and said, "What do I need to do?" Chen Mo whispered a few words in her ear. Wang Meihua hesitated, not sure if this would work. Chen Mo assured her, "Don't worry, we will definitely succeed." For the sake of her own happiness, Wang Meihua decided to go all out. She wanted to save all her best for leader Zanhan. At this moment, Zanhan had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation. After Chen Mo had ruined his good fortune with Bai Sushui, he had been keeping a small notebook for the past few days recording C2U's crimes. When the time came, he would hand it over to the pavilion master, which would be more than enough to make this C2U suffer. Just then, the doorbell rang. Zanhan thought, who could it be? He immediately frowned in displeasure. C2U quickly smiled and rushed in first. He smiled fawningly and said, "Captain Zanhan, I'm so sorry for visiting so late. Let's have something to eat together." Chen Mo was full of apology, constantly bowing and scraping like a dog that had done wrong, his attitude extremely humble and respectful. "Captain Zanhan, it was my fault before for ruining your good fortune. Look, today I brought meat and a case of beer to personally cook for you as an apology." Hearing this, Zanhan felt a bit hungry. He nodded, giving C2U a chance. Chen Mo wasn't angry with Zanhan at all. Instead, he cheerfully headed straight for the kitchen. Zanhan knew very well what kind of people the Plum Blossom group were. They were all hardened killers who had scraped by on the edge of a knife in Huahai. Few of them could cook, and even if they could only make simple dishes like scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Zanhan thought, "I'll fill my stomach first. Then I can tell him to get lost later." This matter couldn't be let go so easily. In a short while, the aroma of a 10-course delicacy wafted out from the kitchen. Zanhan, sitting on the sofa, unconsciously stood up. Spicy kung pao chicken, spicy crayfish, fragrant fried spare ribs, braised chicken wings. The color of each dish alone was enough to make one's mouth water. Zanhan couldn't help but pick up his chopsticks and take a bite. Once he did, he couldn't put them down. This was even better than what the chefs at the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion made. He ate with great relish, praising indistinctly, "Brother Situ, where did you learn these skills? I thought the food made by the chefs at our Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion was already good enough. But you're even better than them. With these skills, what are you doing in the Plum Blossom group? It would be great to be a chef." Hearing Zanhan's words, Chen Mo just smiled. If he told Zanhan that the chefs at the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion were all his disciples, it would probably scare Zanhan to death. That chef named Kaihuo had been promoted by Chen Mo himself. When Chen Mo left, Kaihuo took over as the head chef of the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion. But he was just from an ordinary cooking squad. Zanhan eagerly sat down, and Chen Mo sat beside him, handing him a bottle of beer. "Captain Zanhan, it was my fault before. I hope a great man like you can forgive a lesser man's mistake. It's not easy for us small local organizations." Chen Mo's words were as humble as could be, and by the end his voice even had a hint of a sob full of remorse. Seeing the table full of food, Zanhan wasn't as angry anymore. "I'm not a petty person either. Seriously, brother, what you did was really out of line. That actress has nothing to do with you, so why did you have to ruin my good time? Behave yourself from now on. I've been keeping a tally of your crimes these past 2 days. If you annoy me again, I'll go report you to the pavilion master." Hearing this, Chen Mo quickly nodded his thanks to Zanhan with a grateful expression, promising he would never dare to do it again. Zanhan took a dozen bottles of beer from the fridge and started eating and drinking with Chen Mo. Gradually, Zanhan got a little tipsy. He put his arm around Chen Mo's neck and began to pour out his troubles. "Brother, to be honest, I'm just a simp," Chen Mo thought to himself. "I've known that for a long time." He continued to complain. "I've been chasing that actress for almost a year, following her around like a simp every day. I don't even care about that, brother. I'm willing to do it. It would be one thing if she just ignored me, but she had to fall for that kid Chen Mo. That's like 1,000 arrows piercing my heart. Even after that kid Chen Mo died, that actress still wanted to go mourn him and tend his grave." At this point, the drunk Zanhan couldn't help but start cursing. Chen Mo leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Big brother, I have a way to help you get Bai Sushui." Hearing this, Zanhan was startled and looked at C2U with some suspicion. It was because of Chen Mo's words before that he had been played like a monkey. To think it was all Chen Mo's trap made Zanhan extremely depressed. Chen Mo continued mysteriously, "This time I'll give you a big gift. I have a good relationship with her and she trusts me a lot. I can call her to your villa, say you want to apologize for what happened before, and when she arrives you can just make her yours." Chen Mo said with a sly laugh, "Once the deed is done it'll be hard for her not to be with you for life even if she doesn't want to." Zanhan's drunken eyes instantly lit up, and his dejected appearance immediately revived. He clapped Chen Mo on the shoulder and laughed heartily. "Brother C2, if this works out, you'll definitely be the first person I look out for. I guarantee you'll pass the preliminary selection. When we have our wedding, I'll invite you first." Looking at C2U now, Zanhan felt much more amiable. He also believed that C2U wouldn't dare to deceive him like Chen Mo did. After all, in terms of status, he was C2U's direct superior. If C2U dared to deceive him, there would be no good outcome for C2U after that. Zanhan ate and drank with Chen Mo, urging him to call Bai Sushui over quickly. Chen Mo pretended to send a WeChat message to appease Zanhan, then quickly took out a packet of white powder from his pocket and poured it into the wine glass. The white powder dissolved as soon as it hit the wine. Chen Mo smiled, put down his phone and said, "All right, she'll be here soon." Zanhan happily drank the drugged glass of wine. He had once again thought of names for his and Bai Sushui's son. He watched as Zanhan downed another glass of wine, drinking Qin Mo's knockout drops completely. All the poetic lines made perfect sense. Before long, Zanhan's face gradually flushed, and he began to feel hot all over. His gaze towards Qin Mo even became somewhat affectionate. Qin Mo knew the drug was taking effect. He quickly stood up, thinking it was time to escape, and at the same time he took out his phone and dialed Wang Meiwa's number. "Sister Hua, come quickly. Big brother Zanhan is trying to kill me. If you don't come, I'm a dead man." Before he could finish speaking, he heard the sound of the ground shaking outside the villa. With a loud bang, the villa door was knocked open. Zanhan dazedly saw a fat woman walk in. He smiled happily and said, "Sushui, you're finally here." Wang Meiwa frowned, walked up to Qin Mo and asked whose name Zanhan was calling. Qin Mo coughed and said that Zanhan was calling her nickname Meiwa. Wang Meiwa's face lit up with joy. She cupped Zanhan's small and delicate head with her 2 large hands and kissed him forcefully. "He's fallen in love with me." Qin Mo coughed twice and nodded. "I think so too." At this moment the drug in Zanhan had fully taken effect. He seemed to want to carry Wang Meiwa's obese body to the bed, his body pressing tightly against hers, but even with all his might, Zanhan couldn't lift her. Wang Meiwa kissed Zanhan fiercely again for a while. And seeing Zanhan's infatuated look, she was very pleased. "Captain, let me carry you." Wang Meiwa picked up Zanhan with one hand like a chick and walked towards the bedroom. "See to you, thank you, don't worry. I won't forget what I promised you." Wang Meiwa was eager to offer her first time to group leader Zanhan. She had no time to waste talking with Qin Mo, so she waved her hand and hurriedly entered the room, closing the door. Not long after Qin Mo left the villa, a blood-curdling scream suddenly came from inside. Qin Mo could hear Zanhan's pig-like squeals. There was even a splatter of blood on the window. "He didn't kill Zanhan, did he?" Qin Mo was scared. He hesitated for a long time before finally sending Wang Meiwa a WeChat message. "Ding. Sister, don't go too far. Think about it. A person weighing over 300 pounds on top of someone, they could die." Qin Mo felt quite guilty. He had indeed gone a bit too far. The next morning, Qin Mo was strolling around the radiant sun and moon pavilion when he ran into an exuberant Zanhan. Group leader Zanhan had a bruise on his face. He called out to Qin Mo from a distance, "Old brother Situ." He ran over excitedly and grabbed Qin Mo's hands. It worked. "Old brother Situ, I really have to thank you. Last night, Bai Sushui and I consummated our relationship. Sushui was too fierce. She was on top of me the whole time." Zanhan blushed a little. "I was probably too drunk last night. My consciousness was a bit blurry. I vaguely felt like Sushui was like the 5 Elements mountain pinning down Sun Wukong. She had me completely under her control. I was dominated by her. I don't even remember the details from last night. It seemed he was completely out of his mind at the time, probably from drinking too much. But the thought of Bai Sushui's wild and rough appearance last night excited him. He never expected that she, who was usually so cold and aloof, had such a passionate side in bed." Hearing this, Qin Mo offered his sincere congratulations. "Then congratulations to you." Zanhan smiled with satisfaction. "She was just too rough. I woke up this morning with blood on my lips. When I stood up, my whole body felt like it was about to fall apart. It was so exhilarating. To be with Sushui, these minor injuries are nothing." Qin Mo smiled and said, "In a few more days your pavilion master may woo." Zanhan listened. "Pavilion Master Mei Wu." Qin Mo didn't explain, just smiled and patted his shoulder. "Don't you worry, brother. In a few more days, Pavilion Master Mei Wu will definitely make an announcement. By then, the entire Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion will know the happy news of your marriage, Zanhan. You'll be married." Hearing this, Zanhan's body trembled with joy. "Then I'll just wait for the good news. Old brother Situ, don't forget. You'll be my best man at our wedding. In the future, my son Zanai Shui will be your son too." For the next few days, Zanhan waited eagerly. He would occasionally pass by Bai Sushui's villa and sometimes see her leaning on the second-floor balcony, looking at the scenery. He would then throw her a flirtatious glance. It was just that every time Bai Sushui saw him, she would turn and go back into her room. Zanhan could understand all of this. After all, she was still a young girl, and giving him her first time would surely make her very shy. As her husband, he understood this very well. It would be fine once Pavilion Master Mei Wu announced the marriage. What was strange these few days, however, was that Wang Meiwa was always staring at him. One time when he was supervising their training, Wang Meiwa actually came over with 2 watermelons and even gave him one. Zanhan was so scared he didn't dare to eat it, thinking the watermelon was poisoned. Moreover, rumors were flying around saying that Wang Meiwa liked him and that they had had a relationship. But Zanhan paid no attention to all this. These rumors, anyone with a bit of a brain would find them impossible. With his noble status, how could he possibly be interested in Wang Meiwa? Zanhan waited day by day like this. He also wanted to personally ask the Pavilion Master when they would get married. Zanhan couldn't wait any longer. Pavilion Master Mei Wu invited all the influential people in the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion to a banquet in the main pavilion, inviting the heads of various local branches. Zanhan excitedly thought, "My wedding announcement is here." So he was going to marry Sushui in front of everyone. About a week later, the summit arrived. He saw Qin Mo walking ahead and hurriedly chased after him. He grabbed Qin Mo's arm and said nervously, "Old brother Situ, the Pavilion Master will announce my marriage today, right?" Qin Mo smiled and nodded. "That's right." Just then, the noisy crowd suddenly quieted down. Rong Kaier walked in anxiously from outside and hurriedly whispered something in Mei Wu's ear. Seeing Mei Wu and Rong Kaier whispering, their expressions were both strange. The crowd below looked on with confusion, but Zhan Hen, sitting in the middle, gradually became excited. He felt that his marriage to Su Shui was about to be announced. Zhan Hen was still carrying a large bag of wedding candy when the pavilion master announced the news. He would distribute his wedding candy to everyone and accept their blessings. As Zhan Hen expected, Mei Wu's complicated gaze fell on him, but there was something not quite right about it. His expression was a bit strange, a bit hard to understand, but at this moment the excited Zhan Hen couldn't be bothered with these things. He stood on his tiptoes waiting for Pavilion Master Mei Wu to continue. Mei Wu coughed, signaling everyone to be quiet. The crowd quieted down, looking at her with confusion. She didn't know what to say and couldn't help but glare fiercely at Zhan Hen. She couldn't believe this herself. She struggled to speak. "Today I am going to announce a marriage. It really is my marriage. I can't take it anymore." Before Mei Wu could finish, Zhan Hen jumped up from his chair. He pulled out a large bag of prepared wedding candy from his pocket. "Pavilion Master, don't announce it yet. Changri, let me tell everyone first. Today is my Zhan Hen's wedding." Zhan Hen excitedly threw by Su Shui a flirtatious look. Then he happily opened the wedding candy and distributed it door to door, placing it on everyone's table. "Everyone, come and have some wedding candy. In a couple of days I'll be holding a grand wedding banquet. Everyone, come and have some wedding candy." The crowd quickly came back to their senses. Although they didn't know how precious this bride was, everyone sincerely offered their blessings. "I will definitely attend group leader Zhan Hen's wedding." The crowd instantly became lively. Moreover, Zhan Hen held a high position in the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion and was also the person in charge of this preliminary assessment. It was only natural for everyone to take this opportunity to curry favor with him. Zhan Hen happily nodded, accepting everyone's blessings. When he reached Qin Mo's table, Zhan Hen deliberately took out an extra-large piece of wedding candy and stuffed it into his hand. "Old brother Situ, you are the one I'm most grateful to. You must come to our wedding." Qin Mo was somewhat embarrassed. This little brother was truly an honest person and a pretty good guy too. Zhan Hen gave the last piece of wedding candy to Mei Wu. "Pavilion Master Mei Wu, thank you for making this happen." At this moment, his face showed a feeling that these past few years had not been in vain. After all his struggles in the Plum Blossom Group, he felt that dedicating his life to serving the Plum Blossom Group was worth it. From now on, he would serve Pavilion Master Mei Wu like his own mother. Mei Wu looked at the wedding candy in her hand and at Zhan Hen's joyful expression. "Do you really like her?" Zhan Hen raised his head proudly and said firmly, "I like her. I will love her for a lifetime. I want to spoil her for a lifetime. Love her for a lifetime." He had no hostility because he was sure that Bai Su Shui was watching him with deep affection at this moment. So he deliberately struck a very handsome pose while speaking. He absolutely couldn't look at her right now. Looking at her would break the spell. Everyone stood up applauding and offering their blessings. Bai Su Shui also clapped for him. To be honest, she was happy that he had found his own happiness. She could finally be free from his pursuit. Mei Wu and Rong Kaier exchanged a complicated look. As women, they could see the taste of love in Zhan Hen's eyes. Not just the taste of love, but an obsession deeper than love. Mei Wu said hesitantly, "All right, since you like her, I bless you." "Then I announce," before she could finish, Zhan Hen suddenly remembered something and subconsciously told Mei Wu to stop. He hurriedly took out his phone. "I want to marry her in grand style." After speaking, he pressed his phone and shouted, "You can start now," without looking at Bai Su Shui from beginning to end. It's the same thing. Looking at Bai Su Shui now would break the spell. Doing something romantic, it's best to let Bai Su Shui watch it like a movie. If he were a man, a hero, she would be very moved. Just as Zhan Hen finished his call, the sound of firecrackers erupted outside the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion, creating a lively atmosphere. He probably bought all the firecrackers in Yanying. The sound of firecrackers outside was deafening in the main hall, almost bursting everyone's eardrums. Along with the firecrackers came the sound of gongs and drums. The lively wedding scene suddenly appeared, even before the date was announced. Zhan Hen shouted loudly, "Pavilion Master, please announce it quickly." Then his hand was already gripping his lapel, ready to tear it open at any moment to reveal the red official robe of a bridegroom inside like Superman. Mei Wu felt that Zhan Hen had put too much thought into this. The things he did, even Mei Wu, an outsider, was a little moved, let alone the person he loved. If the person he loved was her and not a woman's beauty, then it must be true love. If Mei Wu didn't make it happen, it would be a bit cruel, and besides, this matter had to succeed. Otherwise it would not be good for the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion. Mei Wu sighed softly. "I was still a little hesitant, seeing that you like Bai Su Shui, but seeing that you are willing to do all this for the girl you like and even prepare so thoroughly, I am moved too, so I announce." Just then, Zhan Hen suddenly ripped open his clothes, revealing his deep red official robe, and took out the wedding ring, preparing to kneel. "You finally get to marry me." At this moment, Pavilion Master Mei Wu announced that Zhan Hen and Wang Meihua are officially married. From now on they will be husband and wife, sharing weal and woe. As Pavilion Master Mei Wu made the announcement, the atmosphere quieted down. Everyone was clapping, but at this moment they all seemed petrified, their eyes wide as if they had misheard. As soon as Pavilion Master Mei Wu's voice fell, Zhan Hen was like a dumb goose disoriented in the wind. "Pavilion Master, you're not joking, are you?" Mei Wu smiled and said, "You two must get married. Our Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion is famous and you've also taken Miss Wang's first night. Now she has confirmed she is pregnant with your child. I was quite angry at first, thinking you didn't like Miss Wang and were just after her body, but now seeing that you are willing to prepare everything for Miss Wang, I think you are a considerate child, willing to spend the rest of your life with the girl." The wedding of Zhan Hen and Wang Meihua officially began. "Please welcome Wang Meihua." After hearing Mei Wu's words, Zhan Hen didn't hear a single word clearly. He stiffly looked towards the door and saw the light completely blocked by a huge figure. "That woman named Wang Meihua, she's here. It's just that she's too heavy, her thighs are too thick and the dress can't even wrap around them. The seams on the dress are about to split. Her red bridal veil is made of several pieces of red cloth and her red hair doesn't fit her size. An ordinary red hat can't cover her big head, so a red tablecloth was used instead." Under the red veil one could hear Pavilion Master Meiwa's joyful sobs. She had seen the moving scene Zhan Hen had created for her. No man had ever been willing to do so much for her, so thoughtfully, even preparing a sedan chair. After Zhan Hen had done all this for her with such deep affection, from that moment on she vowed to love this man well for the rest of her life, to be with him forever. Wang Meihua sobbed as she strode towards Zhan Hen, but at this moment Zhan Hen shouted in despair and backed away in fear. As she ran over, the floor shook, and the wine glasses, fruits and food on the tables on both sides fell to the ground. Several people who couldn't stand firm were almost knocked down by the vibrations. Wang Meihua hugged Zhan Hen, kissing and biting him. When Mei Wu saw this scene, her eyes reddened slightly, and she led the applause. Everyone looked at each other and also clapped dazedly, but they all wanted to laugh in their hearts yet didn't dare, their faces turning red from holding it in. Congratulations to Group Leader Zhan Hen and Group Leader Wang. A few who really couldn't hold it in quickly hid behind the crowd to laugh secretly. Who knew the person the group leader liked was Wang Meihua? They had never imagined that Zhan Hen would make such a big show to marry Wang Meihua. Although everyone offered their blessings on the surface, they were overjoyed in their hearts. Zhan Hen pushed Wang Meihua away with a great effort, finally breaking free. His face was covered in thick lipstick marks. Zhan Hen shouted, "There must be a mistake, it's impossible." Everyone immediately fell silent. Hearing this, Mei Wu frowned and said, "Are you calling off the wedding?" Zhan Hen looked anxiously at Bai Sushui, then anxiously at Qin Mo. "It's not calling off the wedding. The person I want to marry is." He hoped that old brother Situ would stand up and say a few words for him at this time, but his old brother Situ just kept clapping, eating the wedding candy you gave with no intention of standing up. Zhan Hen was so anxious he was about to cry. Zhan Hen said with a heart-wrenching voice, "I never thought of marrying Wang Meihua. I don't like her." Everyone was suddenly a little stunned. He didn't like her, yet he prepared so many little surprises for her. These little surprises, let alone girls, even men would love them. It was clearly love and deep love. At this moment the smile on Mei Wu's face gradually turned cold again. "You will marry her whether you want to or not." Zhan Hen had already lost his mind and roared at Mei Wu. On what grounds? This was the first person in the history of the Plum Blossom Group to dare to roar angrily at Mei Wu. Mei Wu snorted coldly and gave Rong Kaier a look. Rong Kaier stepped forward from behind and said shyly, "Captain Zhan Hen, Wang Meihua is already pregnant with your child and it was her first time. For the reputation of the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion and the Plum Blossom Group, some things are not up to you." Hearing this, Zhan Hen laughed in anger. He waved his hand and cursed, "Have I even touched her hair? I'm so depressed, I'm just going to roll out of the main pavilion today." Rong Kaier sighed softly and took out her phone. Everyone was stunned when they saw it. On the photo, group leader Zhan Hen was sleeping on Wang Meiwa's stomach with blood at the corner of his mouth, clearly exhausted from a fierce battle. Zhan Hen suddenly thought back to more than a week ago when he was drinking with Situ and started his battle plan. He remembered that Situ Yu had called Bai Sushui, and then Zhan Hen became groggy, thinking he had slept with Bai Sushui after drinking too much. He had been tricked again. First Qin Mo, then Situ Yu the next second. Zhan Hen vomited 3 liters of blood and fainted. Wang Meihua was so scared she started giving Zhan Hen artificial respiration. When he didn't wake up, she picked him up like a chick and carried him out. Afterwards, Mei Wu signaled everyone to sit down. "All right, everyone stop thinking about it. No one is allowed to laugh at the captain. He probably really likes Wang Meihua. The argument just now was probably because he was too excited. Everyone don't worry too much about this issue. Now let's get down to business." Everyone sat up straight and listened attentively. The preliminary assessment is scheduled to officially begin in 2 days. People from the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion will take you to the location. No one is allowed to find out in advance. There's nothing special about this assessment. Within a certain area, I will randomly place 200 tokens. Each street token represents a spot. You 2,000 people will compete for these 200 spots. Getting a street token means you've secured a spot. Mei Wu paused, her sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd. In general, it's a battle royale of 1,000 people. He was the strongest existence in this heavenly fire chaos battle. Over the years, the various groups had offended each other, but no one dared to offend He Yitang. When he invited the various leaders to a banquet, almost all the group leaders bowed to him at the same time. "Respect, we will definitely attend." Only Qin Mo stood with his hands in his pockets, not bowing. Qin Mo stood opposite as if just right. He Yitang said slowly, "I won't delay Brother Situ for too long, please give me some face." Chin Mo glanced at him faintly, and then sat down on a chair. It wasn't that Chin Mo was afraid of this, just a minor figure at the peak of martial breaking. He just wanted to see what he intended to do by gathering everyone here. He Yitang smiled and pressed his hands down, and only then did the crowd dare to sit down obediently. If it was reverence for Mei Wu, then most people were afraid of the He Yitang before them. After all, He Yitang's strength could be said to crush many of the Plum Blossom branch groups. A master from the martial arts world who had descended to the mortal world. They could only be respectful. There was once a provincial group leader who was knocked unconscious by He Yitang for going against his wishes. When Pavilion Master Mei Wu found out, she only punished him lightly. He Yitang sat at the head of the main table, and everyone looked at him. He Yitang scanned the crowd and spoke fluently, very fluently. He won't beat around the bush. I'll just say it straight. Yesterday, you all heard Pavilion Master Mei Wu say that the rules for this preliminary trial are in the high martial format, a battle royale of 1,000 people without regard for life or death. This will definitely lead to many casualties in the preliminary trial. He Yitang deliberately paused on Chin Mo for a moment before retracting his gaze. Hearing him say this, everyone became very solemn. Of course, everyone knew that He Yitang was serious. He looked at everyone solemnly. I don't want to see my own brothers fighting each other, and I can't bear to do it. So, except for the leaders, the rest of you can withdraw. These words struck everyone like a bolt from the blue. The top 10 group leaders also had cold faces and said nothing. The 20-odd captains behind them all had their faces turn pale in an instant. They looked at each other, their faces full of anger but not daring to speak. He Yitang, as usual, took out a list. If you have no objections, sign here. Tomorrow I will personally submit it to the Pavilion Master for approval of your withdrawal. He slapped the table and placed a pen on both sides. Come and sign. Everyone gritted their teeth and sat in the north seats. He Yitang frowned and said, What, you are not willing? A person in charge finally couldn't help but ask. I would like to ask Group Leader He, is it Pavilion Master Mei Wu's intention for our 23 teams to withdraw? Although the chances for many groups in this preliminary assessment were small, the opportunity to leap over the Dragon's Gate was a once-in-a-lifetime chance for every martial arts group. Even if it meant going against the current, they had to fight for it, He Yitang said faintly. No, it's my idea. He Yitang rolled his eyes, and the person who had just spoken immediately shut up obediently. I'm not discussing this with you, I'm ordering you. Therefore, the 23 groups are not qualified to participate in this preliminary trial. These people gritted their teeth and trembled, picked up the pen and signed their names. Chin Mo seemed not to have heard at all, playing on his phone with his head down. Finally, the list came to Chin Mo. Chin Mo didn't even raise his head. I didn't see it. Put the list on the table. Fu Lian stood behind He Yitang and pointed at Chin Mo like a dog, cursing. C2U, stop playing on your phone. Didn't you see the list? Sign it quickly. You're always playing on your phone with your head down. Hearing this, He Yitang frowned slightly. C2 was the type of person who would not accept a toast and would only drink a forfeit. Suddenly, Chin Mo, who was playing on his phone with his head down, laughed happily and shook his head, muttering to himself, I really admire myself. Back then, Chen Daozi could win 37 million with 20 yuan. It's no problem for me to win 10 million with 200,000. He Yitang was so angry his chest heaved. It turned out that after all his talking, C2U had been playing cards the whole time. Chin Mo signed his name and looked at the list on the table. Fan Ran quickly said, What do you mean by this? Fu Lian looked at Chin Mo with an arrogant flame and said, I'm telling you to sign to withdraw from the competition. Your Huahai team is not qualified to participate in the preliminaries. At this moment he felt a sense of superiority in crushing Chin Mo, feeling extremely pleased. After hearing this, Chin Mo laughed exaggeratedly a few times and said, On what grounds? He Yitang patiently explained to Chin Mo, You're in last place and too weak. Participating would just be sending you to your death. Only those who are truly capable are qualified to participate. After hearing this, Chin Mo said it was Pavilion Master Mei Wu's rule. He Yitang pointed to himself and said domineeringly, It's my rule. Chin Mo suddenly burst out laughing. His laughter echoed through the garden and it took a while for him to compose himself. He smiled at He Yitang, looking him up and down and said, Are you worthy, baby? Before He Yitang could react, Chin Mo picked up the pen and the list from the table and smashed it directly in his face, then turned and left with a flourish. When He Yitang came to his senses, he stood up in a rage like a lion that had been thoroughly enraged. In his many years with the Plum Blossom Group, he had long been accustomed to these team leaders being submissive to him. No team leader had ever dared to contradict him like this. He Yitang looked at Chin Mo's retreating back and roared, C2U, if you don't sign today, during the preliminary trials, our top 10 teams will gang up on you. Your entire Huahai team will be wiped out. Hearing this, Chin Mo suddenly stopped. A triumphant smile appeared on the faces of He Yitang, Fu Lian and the others. It seemed C2U knew what was good for him. Faced with an attack from the top 10 teams, he was certainly scared. Chin Mo made a gesture as if he was extremely uncomfortable and said, I'll be waiting for you to come and kill me. I'm itching all over, please hurry up and kill me. After hearing Chin's words, C2U was the first person to dare to challenge his, He Yitang's position in such a way. A kid from Huahai dared to be so disrespectful? He Yitang was so angry he felt dizzy, his veins bulged and he gritted his teeth, almost spitting out the words. I will definitely wipe out the Huahai team. Chin Mo had completely offended the top 10 teams. The current situation for Chin Mo could not be worse. Based on Huahai Plum Blossom's previous strength, let alone 10 teams, He Yitang's Fuan team alone was enough to wipe out the Huahai team 10 times over. Things were getting trickier, but there was no other way. The day before the preliminary assessment began, a total of 22 Plum Blossom groups jointly applied to withdraw from the competition. Even Mei Wu hadn't expected such a large-scale withdrawal, but she had already promised that non-participation was voluntary, and she had approved them all. Seeing that the remaining list consisted entirely of the top 10 teams, Mei Wu understood this He Yitang was really getting a bit lawless. Among the 33 Plum Blossom groups, only Fuan and He Yitang could make all the lower-ranked Plum Blossom teams withdraw from the competition. Suddenly, Mei Wu was a little surprised when she saw the last team on the list. It was the Huahai team. She really hadn't expected the Huahai team to still be on the list for this assessment. Mei Wu was a bit shocked because in her impression the Plum Blossom teams from remote areas were indeed weaker. Later, Rong Kaier checked and found that this year, Huahai Plum Blossom was only ranked 28th, the 5th from the bottom at the very end. Mei Wu's expression was a bit uncertain. It was unclear what she was thinking again. So they didn't withdraw. Speaking of this, Rong Kaier also found it amusing. Not only did they not withdraw, but it was said that Situ Yu had also angered He Yitang and the others. He Yitang immediately declared, "We must unite the top 10 groups and eliminate them at the start of the assessment." Mei Wu gently placed the list on the table and said lightly, "Situ Yu did not follow He Yitang's arrangement." He was naturally angry. After all, in all these years, no person in charge of a branch had ever dared to disobey him. Suddenly, Mei Wu asked if she had ever heard of Situ Yu confronting He Yitang before. Rong Kaier shook her head. She had never heard of it. There was news that at that time in the garden, Situ's confrontation with He Yitang was witnessed by all the group leaders. Mei Wu's expression gradually became solemn. "This preliminary selection, it seems I need to pay close attention." This was the last day of the preparation phase. Only 11 teams remained, and 10 of them were training hard in the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion's preparation area. The team that didn't come to train was naturally the Huahai team. For over a week, the Huahai team had never come to the preparation area. Basically, the other groups were all training hard. The Huahai team was drinking and eating meat, looking as if they were just waiting to die. Even on the day of the assessment, they were nowhere to be seen. Fu Lian was sweating profusely from his training. He wiped his sweat with a towel and went to chat with He Yitang. Group leader He. "Look, the Huahai team hasn't been training. It's been over a week and their preparation area is almost overgrown with weeds." Fu Lian smiled and pointed to the empty preparation area in the distance, which was supposed to be the Huahai team's training ground. He Yitang took a small sip from his water cup and smiled. "What does that have to do with me?" For so many years he had never taken these small groups seriously. Although he was angered by Situ Yu last night, He Yitang also knew that tomorrow would be the day of death for that group of dwarf ants, so he didn't care where they were. Fu Lian said carefully again, "Captain He, I think the current Situ Yu seems like a different person." He Yitang put down his water cup and said coldly, "It doesn't matter, I only know he's going to die." Fu Lian smiled but still said worriedly, "Group leader, he is right, he will surely die tomorrow, but group leader, he should be careful. I heard they went out this morning to make a secret weapon." He Yitang couldn't help but become serious. "Secret weapon?" Fu Lian nodded seriously. "They went out early in the morning. I heard they went to build a secret weapon." Before he could finish his sentence, a loud burst of heavy metal music suddenly came from the distance. In the open area, the heavy metal music was played to its fullest extent. The dynamic rhythm sounded, and every note seemed to carry a powerful bounce. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn. A group of people watched them wearing sporty clothes, the main point being that they all had skateboards on their backs, each with their own. The skateboard boys entered the preparation area, seeming out of place with the people training hard in the combat zone. He Yitang, Fu Lian and the others watched this scene with their mouths wide open. Almost everyone was stunned. It took everyone a while to recognize that the newcomers were none other than Situ Yu and his Huahai team members. He Yitang, who had just taken a sip of water, couldn't help but spit it out. He wiped his mouth and asked in disbelief, "This is their secret weapon?" Fu Lian stammered, unable to speak. "Maybe who knows what they're doing?" To Situ Yu out of his mind, the people in the preparation area were all stunned, everyone asking with a dark face. Just like that, Chin Mo led everyone to practice skateboarding for the entire day. Zhan Jiyu, Long Mu and the others were older, but they learned quickly. In the evening, seeing Chin Mo and his team leave the preparation area confidently holding their skateboards, everyone laughed, not knowing what to say. They just felt that this group of people from Huahai was both adorable, awkward and cute. The next morning in the arena, Mei Wu, wearing a mink coat, looked down coldly at the scene below. Everyone arrived laughing and talking, but the moment they saw Mei Wu on the stage, all their smiles froze. No one expected Mei Wu to come. For a battle of this level, theoretically, the pavilion master wouldn't even bother to glance at it. The various Plum Blossom branches were just going through the motions. Only the final and the duel with the Washa martial artists were worthy of her attention. But today, at the start of the preliminary trial, Pavilion Master Mei Wu was personally present. She had certainly sensed something. This was supposed to be a battle royale of 1,000 people, but Qin Mo had managed to offend the remaining few hundred people, offending them all at once, turning this free-for-all into a 100-man battle with the rest ganging up on Qin Mo. When the crowd saw the weapons Qin Mo and the others brought, even Pavilion Master Mei Wu was stunned. What kind of weapons did the Huahai team have? As the people entered the battlefield, He Yitang and the others also entered at the same time, surrounding Qin Mo and his group. He Yitang looked at Qin Mo with a cold smile and then said, "You're dead today." Qin Mo smiled playfully. "Oh really?" Fu Lian next to him also shouted. "Don't even mention your skateboard, C2U. Even if you had a pair of wings, you and your Huahai team aren't getting out of here alive today." With a wave of the red flag from the stage, the person in charge shouted, and the preliminary assessment officially began. As soon as the assessment started, He Yitang let out a roar, "Wipe out C2U." Over 700 people charged towards Qin Mo and his group at the same time, attacking the Huahai team together. In terms of both strength and numbers, they completely crushed Huahai. Even if the Huahai team resisted fiercely, they wouldn't last more than a few minutes. The high-level members of the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion couldn't help but stand up straight. They could see the situation below most clearly from their high vantage point. The Huahai team was surrounded on all sides. They probably wouldn't get a street token, and the Huahai team would be eliminated in the first 15 minutes. But no one could have imagined the next three scenes. As soon as He Yitang and the others moved, Qin Mo and his team all put down their skateboards and quickly slid onto them. Their figures were seen moving as fast as lightning, even creating afterimages as they moved. Qin Mo and the others channeled all their spiritual energy into their skateboards. Even if He Yitang and his men ran themselves to death, they couldn't catch up to Qin Mo and his team. Qin Mo couldn't reveal his true strength, but they could fully apply their power in other ways such as escaping. Just then, the sound of a helicopter suddenly echoed. He Yitang and the other 8 stood up excitedly. 15 minutes had passed, fake street tokens. When the official shouted, 200 tokens fell from the sky. These street tokens were small iron plates and quickly became hidden in the complex terrain of the battlefield. Mei Wu finally let out a slow sigh of relief. With the fake street tokens, if the Huahai team wanted to secure a spot, they would have to clash head-on with the other teams. The situation had finally returned to normal. Most of the higher-ups in the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion thought so too. On the battlefield, He Yitang was smiling so wide his mouth was about to split. He pointed at Qin Mo in the distance and shouted, "C2U, run if you've got the guts. You're just a passerby anyway. I can't kill you, but don't even think about getting a spot." As long as the Huahai team competed for a spot, they were sure to die. He Yitang also knew that the Huahai team didn't have the guts for that. They were just a bunch of cowards. Although he couldn't kill them this way, they wouldn't get a single spot either. He Yitang clapped his hands and said, "All right, the rest of our organizations will start competing fairly. Ignore the Huahai team. If anyone from the Huahai team dares to take a street token, kill them." Soon after, the 10 teams began searching for street tokens in the wilderness. If Qin Mo and his team wanted to find the street tokens, they would have to get off their skateboards. As soon as Qin Mo and his team dared to get off their skateboards, someone would kill them in an instant. They didn't have the money to protect their lives outside of the skateboards. Qin Mo and his team skated up again. Fu Lian sneered and said these lovely girls were not chasing them. He Yitang also laughed. "Ignore them. We're looking for tokens. We can't do anything right now. The situation is under our control. They'll bow their heads eventually." Watching the Huahai team scatter once again, everyone laughed heartily and paid them no more attention. The priority now was not to deal with the Huahai team but to quickly find the street tokens. But just then, the sound of metal clashing rang out again. The sound was small but dense, like countless pieces of metal continuously colliding. Those who were crawling on the ground searching gradually stood up and looked over in a daze. They were completely dumbfounded. Nearly 1,000 people saw a scene in the distance that was completely petrifying. They saw that Qin Mo's and their skateboards had street tokens attached to them. The street tokens hidden on the ground were actually attracted to the skateboards. The material of these skateboards was magnetic. They didn't have to search everywhere at all. The street tokens stuck to the skateboards under their feet like dung beetles. Everyone's mouths dropped open in an instant, not knowing how to express their feelings and thoughts. He Yitang and the others gradually came to their senses, their faces flushed with anger. Before long, Qin Mo had collected a total of 197 fake tokens. 197 tokens were enough to put the Huahai team at the top, and the preliminary trial was considered a success. After the competition ended, as soon as Qin Mo walked out of the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion, he saw a bus approaching from a distance. A familiar face got off the bus. Although Qin Mo's impression of these faces was not deep, he had seen them all before. The newcomers were all from the Joshin families. The last few people to get off the bus were old friends of Qin Mo. Ji was enchanting and beautiful, occasionally looking in the mirror and saying a few words to herself. There were also Yuqi Lingtian, Murong Sushui and Murong Wan. Qin Mo never would have thought that his final opponents would be them. He smiled helplessly, thinking it was quite normal. The suppression of the martial world was originally done by force. When Qin Mo was alive, they would not have peacefully assisted the Zhu family. But after Chin Mo's death, the Joshin families would naturally no longer be puppets, and their rebellion was inevitable. Feng Pan said coldly, "Boss Chin, as soon as you died, these Joshin families stopped being obedient." Chin Mo didn't mind and smiled. It was human nature for these people. It would be strange if some of them didn't do anything. I'll use this final test to completely eradicate the Joshin temple. Chin Mo was no longer pretending. He had laid his cards on the table. As soon as Chin Mo returned to his villa, the doorbell rang. The door opened instantly, and Murong Wan rushed into the villa first. "I have something to tell you. Let's go inside and talk." Chin Mo laughed heartily and followed her in. Murong Wan said coldly, "I came this time hoping to discuss with you Huahai's withdrawal from the group stage." Chin Mo was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. "Why is everyone asking him to withdraw?" Murong Wan coldly analyzed that the Huahai team's strength was too weak. "Speaking of real strength, I don't need to say more. The strongest in the Huahai team is you, and you're just a martial arts grandmaster." Her analysis was completely logical and correct. If it were Situ Yu, he might have withdrawn, but the person before her was not him. Chin Mo burst out laughing and said, "I have no intention of giving up. I will defeat them with my strength." Murong Wan thought she had misheard. She looked at Chin Mo strangely, a cold smile forming at the corner of her mouth. "In that case, we will give Mr. Situ a second choice. Tonight, we will go out for a one-on-one fight. The great Joshin family heads, you can choose any one of them. If you can beat one of them, we will voluntarily withdraw. If you don't win, you should take your Huahai team back." Chin Mo hesitated for a moment, his eyes also turning slightly cold. "All right, let me settle the score with you in a private fight." In fact, this was also Chin Mo's idea. It would be best if he could settle these few people in a private fight. The reason Chin Mo hesitated was because he was thinking about whether or not to kill them, to prevent the Joshin families from rebelling again in the future. Then Chin Mo followed Murong Wan out the door. The car had already driven a long way before stopping in a remote suburb in a deserted field. Murong Su, Shui Wei, Kai Lingqian and Ji Yu. The three had been waiting for a long time. Murong Wan got out of the car with Chin Mo. The three of them looked Chin Mo up and down, their eyes filled with a degree of contempt. Yuchi Lingqian's mouth curved into a proud smile. "Mr. Situ, you still want to compete with us?" Ji Yu chimed in with a smile, looking at the four of them. "Us, you can pick anyone. We'll even give you a one-hand handicap. As long as you can defeat one of them, we'll voluntarily give up this opportunity to enter the high martial world." Murong Sushui also glanced at Chin Mo faintly from the side. "Mr. Situ, you should see clearly." Hearing this, Chin Mo smiled faintly, shook his head, and said he still wanted to try. Ji Yu shook her head helplessly. "Then pick one." Chin Mo pointed at Ji Yu, then at Ling Tian, and finally at the Murong sisters. The four of them looked at each other in confusion. Yuchi Lingqian asked doubtfully, "Are you in such a hurry to pick randomly? Is that okay?" Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Chin Mo's lips. "I choose all four of you." Ji Yu and the others thought they had misheard. "What did you just say?" Chin Mo said seriously. "I want to fight 1 against 4. Ji Yu and Yuchi Lingqian laughed on the spot, saying, "Stop joking." Yuchi Lingqian was about to say something when he was interrupted by Chin Mo's faint smile. "I'm not joking. I really want to fight 4 at once." Chin Mo revealed a strange smile. "Before we start, I have to show you something." The four of them blinked blankly at Chin Mo. They really wanted to see what this Situ Yu was up to. Just then, Situ Yu suddenly grabbed his face. He pulled hard and his face and head were actually pulled off. When they saw his appearance, the four of them instantly took several steps back. Ling Tian and Ji Yu were so scared they covered their mouths, their bodies trembling with fear. The few of them knelt on the ground with weak legs. Murong Sushui next to them also slowly lowered her head and stammered instinctively, shaking her head. "This is impossible." "Aren't you already dead? How did you appear here?" Chin Mo toyed with the mask in his hand, revealing a playful smile. "It seems you all wished for my death." Ji Yu forced a smile. "No, of course not. We are very happy that Mr. Chin is still alive." Chin Mo waved his hand impatiently, frowning with a smile. "All right, stop pretending. Do you still want to fight?" Ji Yu and the others shook their heads repeatedly. "No more fighting, Mr. Chin. You're not trying to kill us, are you?" "My Joshin temple voluntarily withdraws." Chin Mo nodded. "It's a bit like being at Mei Rui's. Don't reveal my identity." Ji Yu and the others swallowed hard and nodded nervously again and again. On the way back, the car was silent all the way. The car stopped at the entrance of the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion. Chin Mo used a disguise technique in the car and everything returned to its original state. The next day, Rong Kaier hurried into the main hall. The Joshin families had all withdrawn and the Huahai team had won this battle. Upon hearing this, Mei Wu was so shocked she stood up straight. Rong Kaier revealed a helpless, bitter smile. She herself hadn't expected such an outcome. This morning the 3 great Joshin families packed their things and left. The guards couldn't stop them. They just said they wouldn't fight and then hurriedly left with a man. After all, they are the Joshin families, so it's not good to have a falling out. Our people didn't force them to stay. They all left this morning. Mei Wu seemed to suddenly lose her strength and slumped into her chair. She took out her phone and immediately called several of the Joshin families. Each of them said something different. They wouldn't play in this match no matter what. Mei Wu angrily threw her phone on the ground. None of these Joshin families were reliable. They had completely disrupted Mei Wu's plans. Mei Wu had originally wanted to supplement her strength, but now a rich kid had barged in and her head was about to explode. Rong Kaier carefully asked from the side, "Then what should we do now, Pavilion Master?" Mei Wu slammed the table angrily and said, "We must not let the Huahai team enter Tianian City." Rong Kaier nervously swallowed and retreated. But if the Pavilion Master were to strip the Huahai team of their spot in the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion and the Plum Blossom Group, it would likely lead to bad rumors. The scene changes. The next day, a maid delivered 3 high martial arts cards and a brand new Plum Blossom Group windbreaker to the Huahai team. Chin Mo held up the road token high and said, "Your old man is back in Tianian City. After a few months I'm back to the place where the dream began, high martial arts." Chin Mo broke through. He finally broke through. After being stuck at the peak of nascent soul for so long, he finally got a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to break through. After successfully entering Xinyan City, this was the path belonging to the Plum Blossom Group. The resources needed for cultivation each month had to be collected from the Red Plum headquarters. Chin Mo followed Shen Yan, the deputy leader of the Red Plum Group, to the headquarters. Chin Mo followed Hong Tong to the headquarters, only to find that Chin Mo had only written a few words: a list of weapons, a list of elixirs, and a laxative. This was not cultivation resources for Situ. It was clearly meant to humiliate him. Chin Mo and Shen Yan came out of the main hall. Shen Yan looked at Chin Mo with a complicated expression. At first, Shen Yan thought this person was on good terms with the team leader and wanted to befriend him. But who knew he was about to start a life-or-death feud with the team? He had to stay away from such a person to avoid getting burned. Team leader Situ, "I'll go to the armory to get the resources first. You go to the elixir storeroom. We'll part ways here," Shen Yan politely said to Chin Mo and then separated from him. Chin Mo looked at the list in his hand. The list of his opponents was of no interest to him. On the contrary, he was very interested in the Red Plum Group's elixir storeroom. It was a good opportunity to take a good look at the internal situation of the Red Plum Group. After walking for a while, Chin Mo finally arrived at the elixir storeroom. When Chin Mo walked into the elixir storeroom, such a large storeroom was only occupied by an old man sitting there. Hearing someone come in, the old man raised his head. He adjusted his glasses and squinted at the approaching Chin Mo. Seeing that Chin Mo was just here to pick up a laxative pill, he didn't take him seriously, just frowned and said, "This laxative pill is not easy to find, you'll have to let me look for it." Chin Mo smiled nonchalantly. "Old gentleman, take your time, I'm not in a hurry." Chin Mo couldn't help but look at the elixir storeroom. He had heard from Shen Yan before that if any of the Plum Blossom Groups in various places needed precious elixirs, they also had to be transported from the Red Plum Group's elixir storeroom. In other words, this place not only supported the cultivation of the Plum Blossom Group in Tianian City, but was also responsible for the supply of cultivation for all the Plum Blossom Groups nationwide. Such a large elixir storeroom was guarded by only one old man, or perhaps the Red Plum Group felt that their measures were already very good with only one old man inside besides the surveillance. Suddenly, Chin Mo's gaze fell on a row of elixir shelves against the wall. They were spirit condensation pills. Chin Mo's eyes suddenly narrowed. The spirit condensation pill was a necessary auxiliary elixir for cultivating the nascent soul realm. Chin Mo had refined many before, but they had long been used up. This was also the reason why he had been stuck at the peak of the nascent soul stage and had not broken through for a long time. And on the shelf against the wall there was a whole row of spirit condensation pills. Chin Mo couldn't help but look up. On the top shelf of this elixir rack there was also a transparent box containing a pill. A golden sparkling pill lay in the box. It was the Spirit Division pill. Chin Mo swallowed excitedly. To step into the Aperture Egress Grand Realm from the nascent soul realm, the required advancement pill was precisely the Spirit Division pill. Previously, Chin Mo had never thought about breaking through the nascent soul realm because the materials required to refine the Spirit Division pill were simply too scarce. And even if he could find the medicinal materials to refine the Spirit Division pill, the success rate of refining it was only 10. Even if Grandma Luo came, she could only increase the success rate to 30. This was also the reason for Chin Mo's despair, but it seemed to be an opportunity given by heaven. Seeing so many spirit condensation pills, seeing the Spirit Division pill on top, Chin Mo had a crooked idea. At this moment, the old man managing the medicine storeroom slowly walked over, holding a medicine pill in his hand. He walked over with a bitter smile. "My dear, I finally found it." Chin Mo smiled and put the laxative pill in his pocket, looked at the table and poured out the tea from the cup. While the old man wasn't paying attention, Chin Mo crushed the laxative pill and put it in. Not long after, the storeroom keeper was chatting with Chin Mo when his face suddenly changed. He immediately bent over and clutched his stomach, his face flushed red from holding it in. Chin Mo pretended to be surprised and said, "Sir, what's wrong with you?" The old man in charge of the storeroom hurriedly picked up the paper on the table and ran out. As he ran, he didn't forget to shout at Chin Mo, telling him to leave quickly. Leaving here at extreme speed, Chin Mo also walked out of the warehouse. He only stopped again when the storeroom keeper ran out of the elixir storeroom. Now, Chin Mo was the only one left in the entire elixir storeroom. Chin Mo closed all the doors. To ensure a smooth exit with the elixirs and not arouse the suspicion of the guards outside, Qin Mo opened the bottles of spirit condensation pills and began frantically stuffing them into his mouth like snacks. In less than 10 minutes, Qin Mo had swallowed all 100+ bottles of pills. He then climbed a ladder, took down the spirit division pill from the top shelf and tucked it directly into his clothes. Hiding just one pill made leaving much simpler, and he didn't arouse any suspicion from the Red Plum group when he left. But in reality, Qin Mo was barely holding on. He could feel the hundreds of spirit condensation pills beginning to take effect inside him. Qin Mo gritted his teeth, relying solely on his willpower and determination to support his fading consciousness. Everything depended on his will and the integration of the power. After an unknown amount of time, the car stopped in front of the villa on Xinyan Street. Qin Mo then hurried out of the car, went home and shut the door. He quickly sat cross-legged in the center of the Great Spirit Lake formation and activated it. The vast spiritual energy, no longer suppressible, erupted in an instant. At that moment, Shen Yan, having collected a large number of weapons and supplies from the armory, walked happily toward the elixir storeroom. But as soon as Shen Yan entered, he found the entire storeroom empty. He looked around and was so frightened he involuntarily took a step back. Heavens, the entire row of spirit condensation pills was completely empty. Shen Yan instinctively sensed something was wrong and quickly turned to run. But just then he ran straight into the returning storeroom keeper. When the keeper saw Shen Yan trying to flee in a panic and glanced at the empty medicine bottles scattered on the floor, he instantly understood what had happened. He grabbed Shen Yan's sleeve and started shouting. Shen Yan hastily pushed the old man away, anxiously explaining that it wasn't him. Just a few seconds later, hundreds of Red Plum group members from outside rushed in. At the same time, Zhan Hen was also on his way to the elixir storeroom. When Zhan Hen saw the scene in the elixir storeroom, he couldn't help but frown. The storeroom keeper hurried over, pointed at Shen Yan and yelled, "He stole the team leader's elixirs." Shen Yan defended himself desperately, his voice growing hoarse from shouting. Zhan Hen ignored their argument. Frowning as he looked at the more than 100 empty spirit condensation pill bottles scattered on the floor, he then suddenly thought of something and looked up to the top shelf. It was empty. The spirit division pill was also gone. This was a catastrophe. The missing elixir was no ordinary pill. The one that vanished was the spirit division pill, a breakthrough elixir essential for a peak martial arts expert to ascend to the legendary martial god realm. A single spirit division pill was worth more than hundreds of millions of martial currency. Zhan Hen's fist slowly clenched, his face contorted with anger. He temporarily forgot his grudge against Situ Yu, turned abruptly, and walked menacingly toward Shen Yan. He grabbed Shen Yan's clothes, lifted him into the air, and looked at him coldly. "Deputy Group Leader Shen, I thought you had behaved yourself these past few years. I didn't expect you to resort to such tricks again." Unable to defend himself, Shen Yan could only shake his head repeatedly, constantly repeating the same denial. Zhan Hen sighed and looked at his hand, a strange smile on his face. Shen Yan's hand only had a thumb left. "I see your thumb is useless as well." After speaking, Zhan Hen threw him to the ground. Dozens of Red Plum group members rushed forward and pinned Shen Yan firmly to the ground. One of them pulled out a dagger and aimed it at Shen Yan's thumb. The next second, Shen Yan's gut-wrenching, agonizing scream echoed through the elixir storeroom. Accompanied by his screams, Zhan Hen slowly walked out of the storeroom. "Group Leader Shen, I'm giving you 1 month to hand over all the elixirs. If you fail to do so within a month, I will take another one of your fingers as punishment for being overdue." The members of the Red Plum group all left with Zhan Hen. Meanwhile, in Qin Mo's villa, he was undergoing a breakthrough. Qin Mo let out a low, deep roar as hundreds of spirit condensation pills raged within him, and a vast, abundant spiritual energy surged through his body. Qin Mo clenched his jaw, his body trembling as the spirit lake began to churn violently. The nascent soul, suspended above the blue spirit lake, was now enveloped by the medicinal power of the spirit condensation pills and the spiritual energy. The phantom-like infant gradually began to move. Qin Mo roared, no longer holding back. All the medicinal power and spiritual energy he had previously suppressed erupted at this moment. The slumbering infant on the spirit lake was still frantically absorbing the spiritual energy from the lake below. From the nascent soul realm to the aperture egress grand realm, Qin Mo slowly exhaled, opening his eyes while breathing heavily. He could feel a transformative change in his body as if he had been reborn. Then the phone suddenly rang. Not long after, Qin Mo put away the phone, changed into a clean set of clothes, and hurried out the door. In truth, that Shen Yan would be framed by him was within Qin Mo's expectations. But Qin Mo hadn't planned to do this. It was Zhan Jiyu who had called. Qin Mo hadn't expected the situation to be so severe that Zhan Hen had actually crippled another of Shen Yan's fingers. Qin Mo arrived at Xiang Street and knocked on the door. The moment the door opened, Qin Mo was about to speak, but the person who opened it bowed slightly to him. "I am a subordinate of Deputy Group Leader Shen. Mr. Situ, please follow me." In the spacious living room, Shen Yan lay in agony on the sofa. His severed finger, wrapped up, was placed on the coffee table. Shen Yan struggled to get up, looking disheveled. Qin Mo quickly walked over. "Deputy Group Leader Shen, there's no need for that." Chin Mo sighed softly and picked up the severed finger from the coffee table. The wife quickly stood up, wanting to snatch it back, saying, "Mr. Situ, what are you trying to do?" Chin Mo smiled kindly and said, "I'm here to reattach Deputy Group Leader Shen's finger." Shen Yan was somewhat surprised. Team Leader Situ knew this kind of skill. Chin Mo smiled, crouched down, and used his spiritual energy to guide a golden thread and slowly began to suture Shen Yan's finger. A moment later, Chin Mo finished the last stitch. Shen Yan gave his wife a wry smile. Understanding his meaning, the wife placed a towel on the coffee table, gave Chin Mo a cold look, and left the room. Suddenly, Shen Yan excitedly grabbed Chin Mo's hand, his forehead trembling as he asked, "Do you know the whereabouts of the spirit condensation pills and the spirit division pill?" "You must know, right?" Chin Mo looked confused, indicating he didn't know what had happened. Shen Yan looked up and suddenly grabbed Chin Mo fiercely. "You really don't understand." Chin Mo shook his head blankly. Instantly, Shen Yan attacked. His left fist, containing immense power, swam toward the face of the nearby Chin Mo. The power of a martial arts grandmaster erupted in an instant, and a heat wave from the fist rushed toward Chin Mo's face. "Is this guy really only at the martial arts grandmaster level? I'll know for sure once I make a move." Chin Mo was already scared stiff, his clear pupils unmoving. Just then, Shen Yan abruptly pulled back his fist. He looked at Chin Mo blankly and said, "You really are a martial arts grandmaster?" Looking at the cowardly Situ before him, whose legs were weak with fear, Shen Yan studied his eyes with suspicion, his mind in turmoil. "I'm sorry, I must have frightened you, Team Leader Situ. If Mr. Situ's strength is truly only at the martial arts grandmaster level, then you definitely wouldn't know the whereabouts of the elixirs." He then had someone escort Chin Mo out of the compound. After leaving the compound, Chin Mo stretched lazily. He glanced back at the Xiang compound and couldn't help but reveal a strange smile. Shen Yan was a breakthrough point. Chin Mo made his move. He was finally going to take on the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion. Shen Yan was a breakthrough point. Only through investigation did Chin Mo learn that over a decade ago, Shen Yan had slaughtered Zhan Hen's entire family. At that time, Zhan Hen was only 12 years old. Shen Yan took a liking to him, took him in as a disciple, and brought him back to the Red Plum Group. Zhan Hen endured humiliation for 15 years, and with what seemed like god-tier cultivation talent, he reached the terrifying martial soul grand realm at the young age of 27. On Shen Yan's birthday, Zhan Hen laid his cards on the table and challenged him. Both were in the martial soul realm, yet Shen Yan couldn't withstand 3 of Zhan Hen's moves. The first move destroyed his left eye, the second sliced off his ear, and by the third, Shen Yan was utterly defeated. Thus Zhan Hen became the new leader of the Red Plum Group. Naturally, Shen Yan was not convinced and challenged his position 3 times, only to have a finger severed by Zhan Hen each time, however. Ever since a certain woman appeared, he had completely changed. He no longer fought or argued, becoming as timid as a mouse and treating Zhan Hen with the utmost respect and courtesy. Chin Mo sat calmly on the sofa. Shen Yan was also unwilling to accept his fate. He was weak and timid now only because he lacked the kindling to set him ablaze. He could cooperate with Shen Yan to overthrow the Plum Blossom Group. The next morning, Zhan Hen came to visit, and Shen Yan followed. But to Chin Mo's surprise, Shen Yan, who usually kept a low profile, had brought a girl with him. Zhan Hen glanced faintly at Shen Yan, but then his eyes fell on the girl standing behind Shen Yan, and he couldn't seem to look away. The girl was exceptionally beautiful, in no way inferior to Bai Sushui, which gave Zhan Hen a powerful urge. He felt as if he could smell the scent of love again. Shen Yan called out to Zhan Hen for a while before he finally snapped out of it. After speaking, he walked into Chin Mo's villa. Zhan Hen couldn't help but look back one more time. Seeing Zhan Hen was still following behind Shen Yan, he seemed to have thought of something. He gave Shen Yan a meaningful look and then said lightly, "The Pavilion Master has issued an urgent order. In 3 days we will split into 4 groups and launch a full-scale assault on Qin Huang Street." Even Chin Mo thought he had misheard. He and Shen Yan both looked up in shock, staring at Zhan Hen in disbelief. Qin Huang Street was the Qin family's main base. The idea of attacking the Qin family would be a joke if it got out in Tianian City. Chin Mo hadn't expected Mei Wu to act so quickly. Seeing their shocked expressions, Zhan Hen wasn't surprised at all. "I was also surprised when I first heard it, but the Pavilion Master said that in 3 days the Qin family will surely be vulnerable. We just need to attack the Qin family with all our strength." Pavilion Master Mei Wu's words have always been reliable. You don't need to doubt it, just follow the order. Shen Yan and Chin Mo could only manage a forced smile. There were too many suspicious points, leaving Chin Mo completely unable to figure it out. But one thing Chin Mo was sure of was that 3 days from now would likely be his only chance to turn the tables, so it was decided. They would gather for an emergency meeting at 8 p.m. in 3 days and act together. As Shen Yan walked out, the girl outside immediately followed behind him again. Zhan Hen couldn't help but frown, momentarily lost in thought. Chin Mo called his name, and he snapped back to reality excitedly. "I have something to ask you." Chin Mo smiled. "If you have something to ask Team Leader Zhan, just ask directly." The person next to Chin Mo asked in a low voice. Zhan Hen glanced at the person next to Chin Mo and asked quietly, "Who is that girl following Shen Yan? I've never seen her before." Chin Mo scratched his head and said, "That girl is Deputy Group Leader Shen's concubine." Hearing this, Zhan Hen fell into deep thought again, and couldn't help but ask, "What's her name then?" Chin Mo replied that he heard her surname was Sun. "I'm not exactly sure about the details." Zhan Hen thought the name was lovely. That evening, after Shen Yan finished his work with the Red Plum Group and returned home, there was an urgent knock on the door. A guard said anxiously, "Deputy Group Leader Zhao is here with another message." He then looked ahead and said, "I've come this time to relay Team Leader Zan's words. You know you made a huge mistake at the elixir storeroom, but Team Leader Zan is kind-hearted after all, so he has thought of a solution for you. I heard Deputy Group Leader Shen has a woman with the surname Sun. Team Leader Zan saw her once before and greatly admires the girl. Send this girl to Plum Blossom Street, and as for the elixirs he can also grant you an extension." After hearing this, Shen Yan felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. He stood up and said it was impossible. Seeing his bloodshot eyes, Zhao Si waved his hand in refusal and hurriedly told him to scram. Zhao Sigo stood up fearfully and took 2 steps back in terror. In all these years he had never seen Shen Yan so furious. It was as if the fearless man from the past had returned. After Zhao Sigo and his men left, Shen Yan sat weakly in his chair. He was at a complete loss, muttering to himself. How could he know? Suddenly he thought of someone. In the entire Tianian city only one person knew his wife's true identity. That night, while Qin Mo was in the living room discussing strategies with Zan Jiyu, the villa door was kicked open with a loud bang. Feng Pan was outside, desperately trying to block Shen Yan. "Situ, you despicable villain, may you die a horrible death. It was you who told him about my wife, wasn't it?" Shen Yan angrily recounted what had just happened. After hearing this, Qin Mo couldn't help but sneer. "You don't really think I told Team Leader Zan, do you?" When Zhao Sigo relayed the message he could have just said, "Your wife." Why be so dismissive? Does he think a woman is unimportant? After hearing this, Shen Yan stood there in silence. What Situ Yu said did make sense. If Zan Hen knew the woman by his side was his wife, why would he let Zhao Sigo speak so casually? At this moment, Shen Yan's nerves were completely frayed. He had grown numb to living in this abyss and had no desire to resist, wanting only to live on in the depths. But now he desperately wanted to escape. He wanted to escape this abyss, because in that abyss was his one weakness that could not be touched. He clenched his fist so hard that blood seeped out between his fingers. Then he knelt heavily before Qin Mo. "Team Leader Situ, please help me. You are the only one I trust. After this, I want nothing from the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion, or the Plum Blossom Group. I only want my wife to be safe." Qin Mo had never dreamed that the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion would dare to attack the Qin family. This was perhaps Qin Mo's only chance to make a move. The next evening, Team Leader Situ ordered all residents to stay indoors. At that moment, outside Qin Mo's villa, 32 members of the Mo group and 100 members of the Yi group had already assembled. His team was like a pack of wolves and leopards that had been injected with stimulants. Qin Mo said 2 words to them. "It's time for us to return to the battlefield." The Mo group and Yi group acknowledged the order. 132 members clasped their fists and shouted. The operation began. The members of the Mo group split up and moved from both ends of the street. At this time on Xiang Street, over 300 members of the Red Plum group had quickly assembled, gathering at the Xiang compound. Many of them had fought alongside Shen Yan to build their empire. These old veterans who had been with the Plum Blossom group since its inception were to launch a powerful attack on Plum Blossom Street. When Shen Yan said this, everyone was shocked. The tension was palpable on every face, but it quickly turned into excited smiles. This roar echoed through the sky, representing their determination. Old soldiers never die. Plum Blossom Street Red Plum headquarters. Nearly 500 members of the Plum Blossom group had gathered here. Just then, 2 rows of vehicles appeared in the distance. Shen Yan stepped out of the motorcade. When the Plum Blossom group members saw these people, they couldn't help but smile contemptuously. Both Shen Yan and the brothers he brought with him were already a thing of the past for the Plum Blossom group. Shen Yan's gaze met Zan Hen's directly, no longer with the downcast timidity of before. "Today I, Shen, have come to kill the last fish that escaped the Zan family's net." More than 300 members of the Red Plum group drew their weapons simultaneously and charged at the Plum Blossom headquarters members around them. In an instant, splashes of blood and snowflakes danced and intertwined in the air. Shen Yan drew a sharp dagger and slashed at Zan Hen's ear. Zan Hen also let out a painful scream. One of his ears had already fallen to the ground. He looked at the scene before him in astonishment, saying in disbelieving agony, "Shen Yan, you're rebelling." Shen Yan licked the cold blood from his dagger and revealed a strange smile. "I, Shen Yan, follow no rules in the Red Plum group. This is my 4th challenge to Team Leader Zan Hen." At this moment, within Wudu Street, outside the Red Plum group, they were now considered the primary fighting force. As the warriors were chatting quietly among themselves, the crisp sound of footsteps approached from the distance. A large, dark mass of people walked over from afar. The crowd filled the entire street, completely blocking the road on Wudu Street. Song Tai was a bit confused when he saw the approaching group. They were from the Purple Plum group, but just then the 100 or so newcomers simultaneously took off their coats, tossing their Purple Plum group windbreakers into the snowy night sky. They shed all their disguises and removed the masks from their faces. Removing the masks revealed their true faces, including Qin Zifang, Tang Yu, Wei Xuan, and Feng Pan. Familiar faces appeared before the contestants like a nightmare. No one had expected that the organization that had left Tianian City for several months would once again return. The expression on Song Tai of the Yi group completely froze. "Why are you here?" Song Tai didn't even notice that his own legs were trembling. The 100 Yi group had them trapped from both sides, the street completely sealed off. A strange smile played on Qin Zifang's lips. By order of group leader Qin, I have come to execute the traitors. Song Tai was struck dumb as if by lightning, completely frozen in place. Isn't he already dead? Qin Zifeng and the others just smiled and shook their heads. It was laughable watching the warrior corps desperately searching for Qin Mo's figure like a headless chicken. Stop looking. We don't need group leader Qin to handle a street like this. Tang Yu suddenly remembered something. Before we came, Mr. Qin instructed us that none of you are to even think about surrendering. The 100 Yi group instantly charged forward. Before the 100 or so warriors could react, they were immediately separated by the Yi group members. They were no match for the 100-man Yi group. In a private room on the second floor of the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion, Rong Kaier walked in quickly from outside and stood respectfully beside Pavilion Master Mei Wu. The people from the Qin family's 3 main streets have all left Tianian City and headed to the ancient battlefield. Qin Ziang has summoned all his men, gathering the forces of both the Qin and Zong families to provide strong support to the front lines. The smile on Mei Wu's lips was of course impossible to hide. She had lived in panic for 20 years, but now she had never felt so at ease. Rong Kaier bowed her head and continued. Qin Ziang sighed, called and asked you to go over at 10 tonight to hand over the tokens for the 4 streets to him. Hearing this, Mei Wu smiled enchantingly. Of course I won't give him the street tokens, but I have prepared a grand gift for the Qin family, one they will surely love. Suddenly a heavy thud was heard. Rong Kaier frowned and said softly, Pavilion Master, it seems something is happening outside. Mei Wu was still lost in another world. What could be happening? Is it the good news from Team Leader Zan? Rong Kaier stammered. No, it seems like something has gone wrong, as if she hadn't heard. Mei Wu began to dance happily, expressing 20 years of forbearance in this dance. Right now Mei Wu was happy. For some reason the noise grew more and more intense. Suddenly flowers of blood bloomed on the windows. The frost was stained blood red, dyeing the windows around the hall a strange bloody crimson. The chaotic crowd in the hall huddled together in fear. Watching the glass windows turn redder and redder, they could only press tightly together, all of them trembling in terror. Seeing the scene below, Rong Kaier anxiously reminded her. Master, something has happened. Mei Wu's heart was still pounding as she laughed manically. What happened? Is it the joyous news of the Qin family's destruction? Qin Mo, son of Shui Luoji of the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion, has come to pay his respects to Pavilion Master Mei Wu. When that familiar voice echoed through the night sky, all peace and harmony were shattered, and the dance finally stopped. The top power in all of Huasha was so frightened by a single voice that they stood frozen on the spot. That was because the person speaking had died months ago. This voice filled Mei Wu with absolute terror. The first thing she remembered was the last thing he had said to her when he left. You'd better hope I never make a comeback. When that time comes, I will slice you piece by piece. The man named Qin Mo had returned. By the time people wrapped their clothes tighter and tried to flee the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion, it was already too late. The 32-person group had already blocked the entrance. Qin Mo stood at the head holding a silver-white dragon cold sword. Mei Wu, come out and face your death. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of guards appeared from all directions, blocking Qin Mo's path. With a loud rumble, Mei Wu slowly emerged from her chambers. The Radiant Sun and Moon Grand Formation rose, and the entire Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion began to tremble. The ground cracked like an earthquake amid the roaring sound, and a blood-red stone slowly rose from deep underground, suspending itself in midair. With the formation in place, Mei Wu stood on the main balcony of the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion. She looked down coldly at Qin Mo in the distance. Call Team Leader Zan immediately. Tell them to come for support, quickly. Rong Kaier was about to pick up her phone to call Zan Hen when a message suddenly came through saying Red Plum Street was under siege. Shen Yan has rebelled with the people from Xiyang Street. Hearing this, Mei Wu's expression stiffened, but she didn't panic. We still have Wudu Street. Call all the warriors to support us. Before Rong Kaier could pick up the phone, a notification arrived. Song Tai had sent her a request for support, and then there was nothing but silence. At this moment, Mei Wu instantly became tense. The Plum Blossom Group and the Warrior Corps, her closest forces, were now in this state. Suddenly, Mei Wu gritted her teeth. Her only option was to find Situ Yu. Rong Kaier then reluctantly called Situ. The moment the call connected, a loud phone ringtone suddenly echoed through the night sky. Mei Wu looked down at Qin Mo below. Qin Mo held his phone, looked up and waved it at Mei Wu with a smile. I am Team Leader Situ. I'm done pretending. Looking at Qin Mo's triumphant expression, Mei Wu was completely stunned. Over the years, besides the Qin family, very few things could frighten Mei Wu. The returned Qin Mo before her felt terrifying, but Mei Wu quickly composed herself. A strange smile appeared on her lips. This Radiant Sun and Moon Grand Formation was personally set up by your father back then to protect your mother. Do you think you can break this formation and enter my Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion today? She knew Qin Mo's strength. The nascent Soul Grand Realm was not enough to break the Radiant Sun and Moon Grand Formation. After hearing this, Qin Mo tightened his grip on the dragon cold sword, the joints in his hand cracking. Mei Wu smiled as she watched Qin Mo's angry expression. So what if you're back, Qin Mo? Did you come here to die? You couldn't defeat my Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion months ago, and you still can't today. Qin Mo suddenly drew the dragon cold sword slowly. The silver-red dragon cold sword was exceptionally dazzling under the snowy night. As Qin Mo drew his sword, the chattering crowd fell silent. He wants to cleave the Radiant Sun and Moon Grand Formation. Is he insane? The crowd watched in stunned silence, their eyes glazed over. Rong Kaier nervously gripped Mei Wu's hand. She couldn't possibly be worried that Qin Mo could shake the radiant sun and moon grand formation. Mei Wu smiled faintly, somewhat relaxed. Don't worry, Qin Yan'an's grand formation isn't that easy to break. Mei Wu was only halfway through her sentence when her expression suddenly froze. A loud boom was heard. In an instant, the vast spiritual energy in Qin Mo's body erupted, pouring into the dragon cold sword. Mei Wu said, somewhat dazed, he should be in the nascent soul grand realm, right? Her question sounded more like a form of self-reassurance. Qin Mo's eyes were bloodshot, burning with a mad rage. My father set up this formation to protect my mother, not to protect you, her murderer. Then a roar echoed through the silent snowy night sky. Tonight these 3 sword strikes are a gift from my old man to your radiant sun and moon pavilion. For the first strike, Qin Mo swooped down and the dragon cold sword slashed violently at the radiant sun and moon grand formation. The sword energy that filled half the night sky crashed down as well. The entire radiant sun and moon pavilion shook violently with the massive sound. A crack actually appeared in the radiant sun and moon grand formation, which was as solid as a fortress wall. At this moment people could no longer laugh. They scrambled like headless chickens, terrified, searching for a place to hide. Mei Wu subconsciously shook her head, a tremor in her voice. Impossible. The second strike. Before the crowd could recover from the panic, Qin Mo's figure leapt up once more and the sword energy that blotted out the sky attacked again. Its sword energy was in no way weaker than the first strike. With a loud bang, when the dragon cold sword struck the radiant sun and moon grand formation again, people could feel the heavens shaking. By now, the formation had been split open with a crack several meters high. Mei Wu sighed heavily. Qin Mo's strength is probably not at the nascent soul grand realm. Mei Wu asked Rong Kaier faintly, have the 4 wings of Plum Blossom been notified? Rong Kaier nodded quickly. They are heading north, but they still need some time. After speaking, Rong Kaier asked with some concern, when the 4 wings of Plum Blossom return, are you confident they can defeat Qin Mo? Mei Wu remained silent, not answering. Even now she could not give such an answer. But the radiant sun and moon grand formation and the white plum group were not her final trump cards. Before the aftershock of Qin Mo's second strike had even dissipated, he immediately rose again. For the third strike he unleashed nearly everything he had. Qin Mo mobilized the spiritual energy from half the spirit lake, forming a majestic sword energy far more exaggerated than the previous 2. When the third strike landed, all dozen-plus buildings of the radiant sun and moon pavilion collapsed at that moment. This sword energy completely cleaved the radiant sun and moon grand formation apart. Only the main pavilion at the center of the radiant sun and moon pavilion managed to stabilize after several tremors. Under these 3 sword strikes, the century-old radiant sun and moon pavilion was destroyed in an instant. Just then, snowflakes shaped like white plum blossom petals began to slowly descend from the sky. In the darkness of the night, 4 white figures rushed over from the distance, their 4 bodies blocking Qin Mo's path and cutting off his route to the main pavilion. The power of all 4 of them erupted simultaneously. The 4 wings of Plum Blossom attacked Qin Mo like a gust of wind. Qin Mo was about to draw his weapon and swiftly dodge when suddenly 4 figures pushed him aside. Panting, Qin Mo got up. Who was that? He saw Zan Jiyu, Feng Pan, Long Wu and He Pingyi standing awkwardly beside him. Zan Jiyu scratched his head sheepishly. Group leader Qin, you go deal with Mei Wu. Leave these 4 to us. Qin Mo couldn't help but purse his lips. Letting the 4 seniors of his Mo group pay the price. Qin Mo patted the snow off his rear and said, you guys fight then. The 4 were somewhat bewildered by the situation. The 4 wings of Plum Blossom were a bit worried when facing Qin Mo, but against these 4 they were flustered. 20 years ago, before they became famous, these 4 were the legendary figures of Tianian City. The 4 wings of Plum Blossom had no choice but to brace themselves and face the 4 seniors. Feng Pan's weapon clashed fiercely with Mei Yi's, the impact making Mei Yi's chest ache. As he fought, he kept encouraging his junior. Come on, you can do it. The 4 wings of Plum Blossom were on the verge of a mental breakdown. Qin Mo entered the main pavilion of the radiant sun and moon. Mei Wu sat there, seriously applying makeup in the mirror. After a long time she finally turned around and stood before Qin Mo with a smile. Mei Wu gave a lonely smile and said, we can continue to cooperate. The Qin family's 3 main streets are basically empty now, and Qin City doesn't have many main forces. Our goals are the same, why not join forces? You are the king of Washa's martial arts and I can be the person by your side. Hearing this, Qin Mo said faintly, Qin Mo, I told you, don't give me a chance to make a comeback. The day I return is the day I kill you. I will destroy the Qin family sooner or later, but before that I will kill you first. Then Qin Mo slowly drew his dragon cold sword and pointed it at Mei Wu. Mei Wu suddenly slammed her palm against a beam of the main pavilion. Alright then, let's fight. With a loud bang, the top of the main pavilion completely collapsed. Feng Pan and the other 3 group leaders also looked up, their gazes fixed. The 4 wings of Plum Blossom lay in the snow, already on the brink of death. Had it begun, the final battle, with the Plum Blossom group no longer in the way? The guards of the radiant sun and moon pavilion were no match for them. The strongest, the 4 wings of Plum Blossom, had been taken care of by the 4 from the Mo group within half an hour. Everyone had become spectators of this ultimate battle in the snowy night. Qin Mo's dragon cold sword scraped across the ruins, creating countless sparks as he roared furiously at Mei Wu. Tonight is the night you die. The 2 of them instantly unleashed their full power. Spiritual energy swirled around Qin Mo and that power surged toward Mei Wu in an instant. The crowd exclaimed, "It's the Aperture Egress Grand Realm." Even in Tianian City, the Aperture Egress Grand Realm, not counting the old monsters of the city, was definitely one of the top existences. Immediately after, a white wave exploded around Mei Wu's body. The moment Qin Mo rushed over, she also made her move. Peak of the martial Dao. The crowd gasped, looking on in disbelief. It was indeed the last of the 5 petals of the plum blossom. With a loud bang, Mei Wu's white sleeve and the dragon cold sword instantly scraped against each other. The collision between the two caused the main pavilion to shake violently. A second later, Qin Mo and Mei Wu quickly pulled away from each other and executed the Zhonghun sword technique. Qin Mo was already at the Aperture Egress realm, so his Zhonghun sword technique was even more ferocious. The extreme cold domain unleashed by the Zhonghun sword technique, just the aftershock from its formation, killed several of the onlookers present today. At this moment, Mei Wu was in the center of the battlefield, and her movements instantly became sluggish. Qin Mo stabbed with his sword. She reacted extremely quickly, but the sword still grazed her shoulder, instantly creating a gash. While everyone was shocked, Mei Wu also began to counterattack, enduring the sharp pain in her shoulder. She leapt lightly and performed the martial Dao dance technique. At this moment, her figure rose with it, her body completely igniting like a nimble fire phoenix enveloped in flames, fiercely charging toward Qin Mo. The crowd stared intently at this scene, but the battlefield was shrouded in white mist. They couldn't see anything clearly, but just as the white mist dissipated, a heart-wrenching, painful scream came from within the mist. It was Mei Wu's voice. Qin Mo held the drunken god brush in one hand and the dragon cold sword in the other. In just a few dozen seconds, Qin Mo had broken her martial technique. Qin Mo looked at her coldly and said, "It's time to end this." Mei Wu, now crying, said she wasn't dead yet, and she hadn't lost. Then Mei Wu suddenly clasped her hands together and unleashed the forbidden martial dance technique, the blood dance. Mei Wu had played her last card. In an instant, her entire body turned into a person of blood. Qin Mo quickly retreated, but the red silk was simply too fast. Before Qin Mo could retreat far, 2 red silks swiftly wrapped around his wrists. No matter how much Qin Mo struggled, he couldn't escape. The blood silks were like 2 hands locking him tightly. Mei Wu was determined to drag Qin Mo down with her, even if it cost her life. Feng Pan couldn't help but stand up in worry. This couldn't go on. Once this forbidden technique was wrapped around group leader Qin's hands, it would be almost impossible to break free. Zhan Jiyu frowned and said, "Wait a little longer." Qin Mo, however, looked calmly down at Mei Wu below. He floated in midair as if he had given up resisting. "Is this all you've got?" Mei Wu swayed slightly, viciously, as if she wanted to kill Qin Mo with this. Qin Mo sighed lightly and said, "It's time to end this." He then slowly closed his eyes and in an instant opened them again and shouted, "Ancient martial divine technique, divine illumination." In Qin Mo's golden eyes a crimson flame flashed and the red silks instantly burst into a raging fire. Mei Wu let out a gut-wrenching scream. She took 2 steps back and fell weakly into the snow. Qin Mo descended from midair and said faintly, "Your era is over." The radiant sun and moon pavilion stood in Huasha for 100 years, and no one dared to provoke it, yet it was destroyed by Qin Mo's 3 sword strikes in an instant. The master of the radiant sun and moon pavilion, who had dominated Huasha's martial arts world for decades, was killed by Qin Mo in a single move. Upon hearing the news of Qin Mo killing Mei Wu, the secluded godly families immediately rushed over, because they knew the godly key must be in Qin Mo's hands at this time. It was time to tell him the secrets that only the secluded families knew. This godly key was the key to the ancient battlefield. Decades ago, the Zong family and the Qin family produced 2 astonishingly talented individuals, namely the current heads behind the Qin and Zong families, Qin Ming and Zong Tian. The 3 of them had reached the half-step immortal realm more than 20 years ago, but they were not satisfied with the status quo. They wanted to become true immortals. So Qin Ming had a terrible idea. He wanted to open the immortal God Well and return Earth to the age of spiritual energy. The immortal God Well had been sealed in the ancient battlefield for thousands of years, and no one knew the consequences of opening it. "This is why your father told us everything," which led to Qin Ming's pursuit. Shen Yi sighed. "It was precisely because Qin Mo was notified that we were able to reach the ancient battlefield in time and stop the Qin family's plan. This prevention lasted for 20 years, but now we can no longer stop them." Qin Ming somehow found Zong Tian and brought him back. After Zong Tian returned, he agreed to Qin Ming's plan. Shen Yi suddenly looked at Qin Mo. "Speaking of this Zong Tian, you should have met him." Qin Mo looked indifferent. Shen Yi said gravely, "He is the master of Tianmen, old Tian." Qin Mo suddenly remembered he didn't expect old Tian to still be alive. Shen Yi's looked at Qin Mo seriously. "Now with the Zong family, our 2 families can no longer resist. We need help. We need you, Qin Mo." Qin Mo gradually understood a lot. He suddenly had a question. "Where was the entrance to the ancient battlefield?" Shen Yi said faintly. "It is located in a mysterious place in Huasha. Perhaps you, Qin Mo, have never heard of Huasha's forbidden land." After hearing this, Qin Mo's eyes widened in surprise, his mouth agape in disbelief. Shen Yi's glanced at him doubtfully. "But you know this place?" Qin Mo also scratched his head in confusion and asked, because he had never seen anyone live there. Shen Yi smiled helplessly and couldn't help but glare at Qin Mo. "Living there is harder than living in the Sahara Desert. In 20 years I've traveled to and from the barren lands more than 10 times. Let alone a living person, I haven't even seen a living bird." he couldn't help but look at Chin Mo, who was sitting there lost in thought. "What's wrong with you? Why do you look like you've lost your soul?" As soon as I mentioned the barren lands, Chin Mo didn't know how to explain this kind of thing. Could it be that the Long family was hiding more secrets and had many unspoken difficulties? Chin Mo suddenly remembered something from 2 days ago and changed the subject. What did Mei Wu say before? Qin City is empty. The 3 main streets of the Qin family are deserted. Have they all gone to support the ancient battlefield? Hearing this, Shen Yi's analyzed. The Qin family has invested all their trump cards into the ancient battlefield this time. There aren't many people in Tianian City. After all the elite main forces are not here. Qin Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. This bright gaze made Shen Yi's a little uneasy. Qin Mo suddenly laughed happily. "Senior, I have an idea." Shen Yi's body suddenly shook violently. No. Then Shen Yi sighed heavily. "Are you sure?" Qin Mo said with a smile. "I don't know either, but I've been waiting for this day for a long time." Then Qin Mo promised. "Senior Yis, don't worry. Once I'm done with matters in Tianian City, I, Qin Mo, will definitely take up this heavy responsibility and support the ancient battlefield." Shen Yi sighed and shook his head after hearing this. He didn't say much more, stood up and slowly left. Qin Mo began to prepare for the next battle, one that would shake the entire Wuxia martial arts world. Qin Mo had originally planned to prepare thoroughly, but that night a luxurious Mercedes-Benz appeared, accelerating Qin Mo's plans. Qin Mo looked faintly at the 2 people sitting in the car. "Since you're here, please come in." In the villa's living room, Qin Huang sat there arrogantly with his legs crossed. Qin Ziang was also calm and composed, as if he were in his own home. "Qin Mo, you were originally a member of the Qin family. As long as you come back, the Qin family is willing to return your surname to you. At the same time, the 4 streets will still belong to you. You just need to hand over the tokens for the 4 streets and you can take a seat as a core member of the Qin family." Qin Ziang said this as if he were bestowing a great favor upon Qin Mo. Qin Mo suddenly burst out laughing, then abruptly stopped his smile. "So you're saying your Qin family welcomes me back now?" Qin Ziang shook his head after hearing this and said, "No, we have agreed to let you return to the Qin family." At this point he was still maintaining the face of the Tianian Qin family. Qin Mo suddenly stood up and said, "Come out with me." Qin Mo looked into the distance and said, "Do you see the end of the street? If the Qin family members are willing to kneel all the way to the end of the street, I, Qin Mo, will consider returning to your Qin family." Hearing this, Qin Ziang and Qin Huang were both stunned, their bodies trembling with anger. "Qin Mo, you really don't know what's good for you." Qin Mo looked at the 2 of them angrily. "It's you who don't know what's good for you. Did you know what's good for you when you forced my parents to their deaths? Did you know what's good for you when you kicked me, Qin Mo, out of Qin City and humiliated my surname? Today the villain plays the victim, saying such shameless words. You'd better get the hell out of here." Qin Huang pointed at Qin Mo in anger. After speaking, Qin Mo ruthlessly shut the door, leaving Qin Ziang alone and disheveled outside. Qin Ziang's face darkened as he said, "Let's go." Just as the 2 were about to leave, a sentence suddenly came from inside the villa. "Qin Ziang, go back and tell the Qin family to get ready. In 3 days I will level Qin City." The next day, Qin Mo took a helicopter and in front of everyone in Tianian City officially declared war on the Qin family. Qin Mo's sudden declaration of war caught them completely off guard. They couldn't believe it. Qin Ziang was so shocked he couldn't speak. He had thought the words Qin Mo left him with yesterday were a joke, but who would have thought that the next day he would use this method to formally declare war on the Qin family? No one had expected that Qin Mo, who had been driven out of the family like a dog, would dare to declare war on the Qin family, which stood proudly over all of Wuxia. Just a few months later, tonight more than 400 members of the Qin City Guard were on high alert patrolling. Tonight was the day of Qin Mo's challenge. The Qin family members still had a relaxed attitude. They were convinced that Qin Mo was just bluffing. As 2 city guards were chatting, one of them suddenly noticed that the person beside him had gone silent. He turned to look back and there was no one behind him. Suddenly a voice said. A dark figure slowly walked over from behind him, revealing a strange smile, his face covered in blood. The city guard was horrified and took a step back. This person was smoking a cigarette and waved his hand again. "You can't beat me. Inform your superiors immediately and tell them we're here." Qin City immediately sounded a level 1 alert. Hundreds of city guards on the city walls lit the city lamps. At the same time, another fleet of cars appeared, each with a large character on it. Yi Mo Do Mei, representing the 4 street forces under Qin Mo. Qin Mo led the strongest fighting force from the 4 streets, more than 1,600 people, and surrounded Qin City. Qin Mo didn't waste words. He then drew his dragon cold sword and a blade of light shot into the sky. When the other 3 leaders saw the blade of light slash across the night sky, they almost simultaneously gave the order to attack the city. More than 1,600 people from the 4 districts rushed towards the drawbridge at the 4 city gates. At this moment, the ground of Qin City Street was shaking. More than 400 city guards also jumped down from the city walls at the same time, and a fierce battle broke out instantly. With only 400 guards, each city gate had at most 100 to resist, but when facing the city guard, immense pressure fell upon Qin Mo's 4 streets. 400 city guards, half at the martial destruction realm, half at the martial soul realm. This city guard force, placed on any street, could be called the overlord of that street. This is why we are facing an army of over 1,600 people from 4 streets. Qin Tian's expression showed no hint of panic. After all, many of these 1,600 people were at the martial cauldron realm, with the more formidable ones only at the martial destruction realm. These people were no match for the Qin city guard, only the people from the Mo group could handle them with ease. In an instant the battle at the bridgehead reached a tragic intensity, one person after another being knocked into the moat from the bridgehead. Qin Mo and Qin Tian quietly watched the battle. Both wore earphones through which they could hear Zhang Jiyu directing the battles on all four fronts. He was the overall commander of the attack. He was not only responsible for the main gate but also kept an eye on the situations on the other three fronts. As for Qin Mo, he had to conserve his strength. This was just the beginning of this great battle. Inside the main villa of Qin City, Qin Huang burst into the study. "Dad, did you hear that? Qin Mo really led the four streets to attack. Qin Mo is really here. We are now surrounded on all four sides. Our Qin City has been surrounded." Hearing this, Qin Ziang slapped his son directly across the face. "Useless thing, Qin Mo is only a year older than you. Look at your useless state, then look at Qin Mo." Qin Ziang waved his hand and said, "Let him be, you just sit here peacefully. Qin City is not a place Qin Mo can enter just because he wants to." Eastgate battle. Feng Pan wielded a green dragon battle staff, leading his subordinates like a fierce tiger fighting at the very front. He was the leader of the Eastgate, but he didn't do much commanding. He was too busy fighting like a madman himself. How could he have time to manage the brothers of the Eastgate? There were indeed many martial soul-level experts within the Stone City Guard, but for the battle at the Eastgate, these martial soul-level experts were powerless now, because they had to cross the great mountain that was Feng Pan, not to mention the one closely following behind Feng Pan, Pan Feng, who wielded a bronze hammer. This master and disciple pair had gone mad. Martial god technique, explosive green dragon. More than 10 corpses already lay around Feng Pan, and his body was completely stained blood red. All of it was the enemy's blood. Feng Pan was very happy with such a scene. He didn't have a satisfying fight in the battle at the Radiant Sun and Moon Pavilion. Now, facing so many martial soul-level masters, his adrenaline was soaring, making him completely excited. Qin Ji swallowed hard. "Third brother, it seems the situation is getting out of control." At the beginning, the guards still had the upper hand, even pushing back the people from the four streets a little, but it was still a case of starting high and ending low. 20 minutes later, the people from the four streets counterattacked like a tide again. Some of the city guards were so exhausted from the bloody battle that they had no strength left. On one hand, it was because the numerical advantage of the four streets was huge. On the other hand, the top fighting power of the four streets was also irresistible. Just Feng Pan and Long Wu alone were difficult for the city guards to deal with. But in terms of fighting power, city guard was still no match for Qin Mo. The city guard was already strong enough, 400 people holding off more than 1,600 for nearly half an hour, at least eliminating hundreds of warriors from the four streets. But after half an hour, they couldn't hold on any longer. Qin Tian looked down and said faintly, "It's fine, most of those who died were at the martial destruction level. The city guard still has a majority of martial soul level members. My Qin family's guards can hold on for at least another half an hour," Qin Yi said nervously. "But if this continues, the city guard will eventually collapse." He had been observing the situation at the four city gates all along. The East Gate was buried by people, and the South Mansion had Long Wu. These two people indeed have a lot of character. Qin Tian pondered for a moment and told fourth brother to ask the Nian group to join the battle and help the city guard. Qin Ji quickly made the call, and Qin Mo had also been paying attention to the battle. There were surveillance cameras at all four battlefields. He was at the north gate on one side, and monitoring the other three gates through video on the other. Suddenly Qin Mo looked up at the city wall. More than 100 men in suits suddenly appeared on the four city walls. He could vaguely see words embroidered on their chests. Qin Mo secretly thought, not good. This was a group that killed with thought power, a thought-killing organization that could kill from 100 meters away with their thoughts. Previously, at the World Martial Arts Arena, Qin Mo was almost instantly killed from a distance by the Qin family's Nian group. Fortunately, at that time, Qin Mo was already at the nascent Soul Grand Realm and had forcibly activated the phantom world of the ancient martial divine technique, divine illumination, by opening his spirit domain and forcing his eyes, thus escaping a fatal blow. But for the army Qin Mo brought, the appearance of the Nian group was simply a terrifying tool. Many people at the martial destruction and martial cauldron realms at the four gates instantly exploded and died, falling to the ground. With the help of the Nian group, the city guard quickly counterattacked. They might not be able to defeat experts like the Mo group, but killing these people controlled by thought power was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. At this time, Zangu's command came through the headset, "Retreat." It's the Qin family's Nian group. Long Wu and Feng Pan froze for a moment before reacting, also shouting for their soldiers to retreat. Divine thought has a distance limit, especially when using divine thought to kill people. The distance limit is even greater. Just as the army was retreating, a firm voice sounded in everyone's ears. No need to retreat. Everyone couldn't help but look up, only to see street leader Qin's voice flying into the sky. Ancient martial divine technique, divine illumination, phantom world. At this moment, Qin Mo's figure leapt up and suddenly opened his eyes. The second stage of divine illumination, phantom world, reappeared, and the powerful mental force swiftly backlashed against the people of the Nian group. One of the Nian group members let out a painful cry, exploded, and fell to the ground, motionless. Before Qin Tian could worry, Qin Nian interrupted him and said, "Don't worry." Qin Mo maintained his attack state while simultaneously opening the phantom world. He couldn't last long. Hearing this, Qin Tian breathed a sigh of relief, but it was not at all as he thought. When Qin Mo was entangled, he still persisted. Qin Mo wanted to wipe out all the members of the Nian group. At this point, Qin Nian had also lost his sanity, no longer as calm and composed as before. "I didn't expect Qin Mo to risk his life to protect his soldiers. I'll go meet him." Qin Nian could not hesitate any longer. If he let Qin Mo continue like this, he was afraid. The Nian group. Qin Nian's figure suddenly stood up straight, and soon his eyes met Qin Mo's. The golden light in their eyes seemed to collide in an instant. The two fought from a distance. It seemed that the two did not touch, but their mental powers were fiercely colliding with each other. "For street leader Qin, for the honor of our 4 streets, let's fight!" The huge battle cry sounded again, and the brothers from the 4 city gates launched their attack again. The mental power duel between Qin Mo and Qin Nian continued. Finally, after a long while, Qin Nian's pupils began to dilate. Another popping sound echoed under the night sky in his pupils. Then Qin Nian's right eye let out a heart-wrenching scream. Without their leader, Qin Nian, the Nian group could hardly withstand Qin Mo's pressure. All 100+ members fell, and the battle once again became incredibly intense. The strength of the Qin city guard was somewhat exaggerated. Even at the same realm, the city guard showed instances of crushing their peers. Qin Mo could no longer hold back his strength. He had to set an example for his soldiers and lead them to fight their way across the bridgehead. It was time for the dragon cold sword to be unsheathed. Qin Mo and the dragon cold sword suddenly appeared, and he charged directly into the North Gate Bridge with his sword. "Street leader Qin has entered the battlefield. Everyone follow me." The warriors of the 4 gates received the news that street leader Qin had entered the battlefield, and their morale instantly soared. Unsheathed martial technique, crimson flame sword technique, cloud exploring dragon hand. At this moment the dragon cold sword was brandished, and its body ignited with flames. Qin Mo's movement technique became 100 times faster as he charged towards those at the martial soul realm. With the crimson flame sword technique, plus the cloud exploring dragon hand's movement technique, Qin Mo moved freely on the battlefield, and even the temporary martial soul realm. The several family heads on the rooftops of the tall buildings on all 4 sides couldn't help but gasp. How could someone in Washa teach such a person? Have you heard who Qin Mo's master is? These martial arts techniques seem to have never appeared in this era. Everyone shook their heads. With Qin Mo's addition, only less than 100 of the 400+ people remained. At this time, the person next to him stammered, "Third brother, if we don't make a move, Qin Mo is going to fight his way to the Qin city gate." Qin Tian, as calm as ever, said, "Go and ask the family head for instructions. The city guard requests to use the power of the 9 great spirit beasts." Qin Chi nodded excitedly, then scrambled down the city wall. In the meeting room, Qin Chi stumbled in. "Third brother requests to open the cages of the 9 guardian spirit beasts." Qin Huang sat on the sofa nervously swallowing at these words, but dared not show his fear. Qin Xiang gently closed his book and looked at the firelight on the horizon outside the window. "So soon? I agree." After hearing this, Qin Chi was overjoyed and hurried away. Switching to the North Gate bridgehead, Qin City South Gate. At this time, the West Gate bridge had been bridged, and everyone was heading towards the city gate. Feng Pan let out a furious roar and ordered the brothers of the East Gate to attack again. Suddenly, Zhang Gu's voice came through the headset. "Wait." Everyone stopped in their tracks. Feng Pan stopped unhappily and said, "You want me to stop alone so you can take a city gate for yourself, right? Last name Zhan, I'm telling you it's impossible. I am the strongest vanguard of the Mo group, and I won't allow anyone to be faster than me." Before Feng Pan could finish his words, a series of beastly roars like that of an azure dragon suddenly came from the horizon. The faces of the several family heads on the rooftops couldn't help but freeze. The Qin family still possesses the power from hundreds of years ago but has never used it. Will it really appear? Even when they were hunting down Qin Yinan back then, they never used this powerful force. Then Wu Shen said tremblingly, "The Qin family's 9 guardian spirit beasts are coming out." A dragon's roar. The roar of the strange sound was hard to describe. The crowd from the 4 streets couldn't help but slowly retreat. The ground shook more and more violently, as if a massive earthquake was about to occur. Just then, a fiery light suddenly illuminated the night sky, and the entire Tianian city was enveloped in a fiery red. This was a group of ancient spirit beasts with the blood of ancient sacred beasts flowing through their veins. But no one had expected that Qin Mo could push the Qin family to this extent. The crowd couldn't help but look up. A piercing phoenix cry resounded through the night sky. It was the sacred beast, a fiery spirit 100 phoenix. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, the ground suddenly shook violently. A giant snow wolf several zhang tall leapt lightly onto the city wall. Wu Shen swallowed hard. The solitary wolf of the snowy region. In almost an instant, the other 7 spirit beasts pounced down at the same time. When the dragon scale sacred beast joined the battlefield, it charged crazily towards Qin Mo as if it had been injected with chicken blood. The battle situation was instantly crushed by the 9 sacred beasts. Qin Mo could hear the cries and painful pleas for help from the people of Street B. Qin Mo, Long Wu, Feng Pan, Feng Shao, and some of the strongest combat forces from the 4 streets couldn't hold out much longer against the powerful destructive force of the 9 spirit beasts. Qin Mo had the spirit beast binding formation, but he needed time. Wu Shen said faintly, "It's all over." The Qin family's foundation is too strong. Just as they were discussing, a frantic cry suddenly rang out from the battlefield below. Milkball, come save me. Qin Tian subconsciously looked around nervously, wondering what the hell a milkball was. Just then, a small white dot suddenly appeared on the empty Qin Huang Street. It was only when a dog's bark sounded that everyone realized a small puppy was running along Qin Huang Street. Hearing the bark, Qin Mo turned around in delight. Everyone, don't panic. Milkball is here. The people from the 4 streets all looked in the direction Qin Mo was pointing and were a little dumbfounded when they saw the little guy. They thought street leader Qin had some trump card, but it turned out to be just a small dog. This little dog probably couldn't beat anyone, could it? Then Qin Mo picked up Milkball and at the same time pointed at the 3 spirit beasts rushing from a distance and said loudly, "Let me show you my dog, otherwise you're not respecting me." Just then, Milkball jumped down from its owner's arms. Its white fur instantly stood on end and it let out a heaven-shaking bark at the dragon-scale sacred beast that was rushing over first. With this series of barks, the ground seemed to tremble slightly. Qin Tian smiled disdainfully. Another young spirit beast, but what good would a couple of barks do? But just then, the 9 great spirit beasts of the Qin family actually gradually stopped their movements. They suddenly stopped their bodies and then, following the sound of the barks, they all ran towards the north gate. They stood side by side, forming a line, all obediently lowering their heads. Qin Ji on the city wall with red eyes frantically shouted, "What are you afraid of? You can knock it away with one punch, charge for me." But the 9 great spirit beasts lay there obediently, only occasionally letting out a tentative bark towards Milkball. Milkball was still barking frantically, as if only this sound could intimidate the 9 great spirit beasts. Seeing this, Feng Xiao and the others wiped the sweat and blood from their foreheads and breathed a sigh of relief. Only Qin Mo slowly frowned. He knew that Milkball was gradually losing its strength. Milkball was relying on the pure Qilin bloodline in its body to bluff all 9 of the Qin family's sacred beasts. But with Milkball's current strength, although its bloodline had awakened, it was still very young. It was not qualified to challenge these sacred beasts that were hundreds of years old, and it certainly couldn't do it. The solitary wolf of the snowy region and the other spirit beasts gradually seemed to realize something and slowly developed the idea of a tentative attack. When Milkball's barks became weak, it didn't have much spiritual energy left in its body for its frantic barking. Qin Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. His gaze slowly turned to the dragon-scale sacred beast, revealing a wicked smile. He grabbed the dragon-scale sacred beast claw and dragged it out. The dragon-scale sacred beast was forcibly dragged out from the group by Qin Mo. It wanted to resist, but facing Milkball's angry barks, it didn't dare to struggle. The other 8 spirit beasts just watched their companion being dragged away. Qin Mo recited in his heart and threw out a dozen spiritual talismans. The dragon cold sword appeared at this time. "I offer my sword to sacrifice to Xuanyuan, may all things descend from the heavens." The spirit beast is revealed. "I borrow the power of heaven to suppress the spirit beast." At the same time, Qin Mo suddenly opened his eyes. Golden light enveloped his body, and several bolts of heavenly thunder descended from the night sky. The ancient Chinese formation, the spirit beast binding formation, and at the same time all the talismans scattered, sticking to various parts of the dragon-scale sacred beast body. The dragon cold sword also fell at the same time, the sharp sword light cutting through the dragon-scale sacred beast's thick skin. From the talismans, a dozen blue light afterimage swords flew out like the light of nails, pinning the dragon-scale sacred beast's huge body to the ground. At this time, Wu Shen exclaimed in surprise, "It's the lost ancient grand formation, the spirit beast binding formation." Qin Mo's foundation was truly too profound. The solitary wolf of the snowy region finally couldn't hold back any longer. After letting out a long howl to the sky, it swiftly rushed towards Milkball, while Qin Mo's dragon cold sword stabbed into the dragon-scale sacred beast's thigh. Just then, Qin Mo's dragon cold sword anxiously shouted, "Milkball, get on it!" And just as Milkball moved, the 8 spirit beasts also rushed towards Milkball at the same time. Milkball desperately ran to the front of the dragon-scale sacred beast and drank mouthfuls of the scorching hot blood gushing from the dragon-scale sacred beast. Just as the 8 spirit beasts arrived in front of it, Milkball raised its head again, and the earth-shattering bark sounded once more. Qin Mo used the dragon-scale sacred beast as a supply station for Milkball. After this furious roar from Milkball, the 8 spirit beasts that had charged over immediately stopped in their tracks, their bodies trembling in fear. This time they didn't even dare to let out a tentative bark, and in the process Milkball's strength was also continuously increasing. The flames of its burning fur grew larger and larger. Milkball suddenly leapt up and violently spewed a huge flame towards Qin City. Sacred Beast Martial Technique, Qilin Fire. A great fire, several times larger than the 9 sacred beasts, rushed into Qin City. Fires burned all around Qin City. Qin Mo ordered Milkball to suppress the spirit beasts and launched the general attack again. When they were almost at the city gate, they saw an old man sitting in a rocking chair. Qin Mo then slowly stopped and signaled for everyone to halt. Everyone retreat outside the bridge. The situation here cannot be resolved. At this moment, the old man at the city gate spoke. Group leader Mo, please leave the city gate. The crowd from the 4 streets retreated from inside the bridge to outside the bridge. At the south gate of Qin City, the old man stood up from his rocking chair on his own. Long Wu stood more than 10 meters away from the old man, slowly clenching his fists. Mr. Xiao, Zi Kun smiled and nodded. I didn't expect years to pass by in the blink of an eye. Seeing that you still have the courage to face me, I'm glad to see a junior like you, Long Wu. He looked down and listened to Xiao Zi's words. At the same time, the North Gate's gate god Feng Ling fought against Qin Hai. The West Gate's gate god Shen Qing fought against Zhang Jiyu. The East Gate's gate god Cao Bing faced Feng Pan. The 4 martial god-level elders rushed towards the 4 people at the same time. When the power of the 4 erupted, the buildings around Qin Huang Street began to stir. When Feng Ling struck at Qin Mo with his palm, Qin Mo quickly took a step back. His palm strike hit empty space, but it blasted sparks out of the air. Since coming to Huasha 2 years ago, Qin Mo had fought countless vicious battles, but this was the first time he had felt such unprecedented pressure. Go away, I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight. Feng Ling didn't even draw the brush hanging from his waist. He muttered as he fought, like a mother comforting her child. On the 4 battlefields, apart from Feng Xiao who could fight back and forth on the other 3 fronts, the gate gods displayed extremely strong suppressive power. When Feng Ling's second palm strike came, Qin Mo had to use a martial technique to block it. But when Feng Ling struck the spirit shield, a crisp cracking sound was heard. The thick spirit shield was shattered by Feng Ling's palm. Feng Ling drew the judge's brush from his waist. He suddenly brandished it in the air with a flourish, like a dragon soaring and a phoenix dancing. Martial god technique, Inkthorn. When the judge's brush floated up, many black judges appeared in the sky, and countless inkthorns swiftly pierced towards the great sage spirit wall. With a loud bang, the great sage spirit wall instantly collapsed and fell into the moat. Qin Mo stopped, still in shock. Feng Ling's martial technique was very similar to his father's. His weapon was a brush, and his martial technique was also condensed from ink. Qin Mo stared blankly at Feng Ling standing at the end of the Taobao guard moat. Senior, how can you have the same martial technique as my father? Feng Ling looked down and chuckled softly. He is my only disciple. Then Feng Ling looked up at the sky, lost in a long memory. Feng Ling looked at Qin Mo and said, so don't retreat, understand? Hearing this, Qin Mo realized that his dirty, wrinkled eyes were actually red. The dragon cold sword was raised. It was time for the two to formally duel. The martial technique Dragon's Roar was unleashed. A phantom sacred dragon charged from the sky as if it wanted to swallow the entire Qin Huang Street into its belly. The judge's brush in Feng Ling's hand kept drawing. A large amount of ink appeared in the sky. Before the sacred dragon could charge down, it let out a dragon-like roar, a dragon's moan. The phantom sacred dragon had already been eroded and dissipated by the ink rain. Qin Mo fell into this area, and everything was exhausted. Qin Mo tiredly got up from the ground. The dragon cold sword supported his body. Qin Mo wasn't seriously injured, but after a long battle, he gradually had a familiar feeling. The feeling he once had in the Barren Lands. Back then, when he often fought with the Long family, every time he felt he could beat the Long family, he would be suppressed by him. This feeling appeared again when fighting against his opponent's generation. At this time, Feng Ling stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Qin Mo across the moat as if he were quietly waiting for him, and then said, "Stop fighting, go back." From the beginning of the battle until now, Feng Ling had been repeating these words. Qin Mo, on the other hand, bit his teeth hard. He raised a brush in his left hand and stood up again with the dragon cold sword. After standing up again, Qin Mo activated the nascent soul's unique spirit domain. Instantly, heaven and earth began to activate. With Qin Mo at the center, the barrier spread out in all directions. Martial technique, Dragon's Roar. At this moment, the dragon cold sword emitted a dazzling light, was fiercely thrown by Qin Mo, and flew into the sky. Dragon's Roar again, kid, are you out of moves? Feng Ling smiled disdainfully. He casually tapped a few times in the air with his brush. Martial God Ink Rain. Dragon's Roar had already been used once by Qin Mo. This was the second martial technique tonight. If it failed again, he wouldn't be able to use the martial technique for a long time, but just then, Qin Mo put down his brush almost at the same time. Ink Rain martial art copy. The two of them used Ink Rain almost at the same time. 2 black rains fell at the same time. It was almost impossible to distinguish between the 2 rains. Then the phantom of the sacred dragon was not blocked by the Ink Rain this time. With a roar of a dragon, it charged up. Feng Ling was shot down and landed steadily on the ground. At this moment, he couldn't help but praise, seeming very satisfied with Qin Mo's fighting style. Qin Mo had used the principle of ink fusion, merging his ink rain into Feng Ling's ink rain, thus preventing his ink rain from destroying the sacred dragon's phantom. Qin Xiang watched from the pavilion of Qin City, frowning with a complicated expression. He somewhat didn't want to watch the situation at the North Gate anymore. He still remembered what his father had said before. Let me and my elder brother hear about the 4 great gate gods. He said that the 4 great gate gods were 4 scattered cultivators who had been defeated by him. If these 4 were placed in Tianian City, any one of them could be called the master of a street. Although Senior Cao had the Cao family's weapons, Mr. Shun had the time domain and many different attack methods, none of these 3 had ever injured him. Only Feng Ling, with the drunken god brush in one hand, fought for 2 days and 2 nights before being defeated by his father. How could a powerhouse of a generation who could almost rival his father only have this much strength today? Qin Tian sighed helplessly and said, "There's no other way. Feng Ling has no children in his life. I heard that back then my elder brother had been pestering Senior Feng since he was born." After hearing this, Qin Xiang sighed heavily. How could he possibly go all out to kill Qin Mo now? Then the figures of Qin Mo and Feng Ling quickly pulled apart in the void. drawing a picture, martial technique, painting the rivers and mountains. Several void vortexes appeared in the air, ink-dyed leaves flew and ink-dyed countless weapons. The great tiger had not yet unfurled and the ink-dyed great mountain slowly descended from the horizon. Feng Ling stood quietly in place. He looked at the falling mountain, at the leaves flying all over the sky, and then Feng Ling smiled happily. He slowly raised his judge's brush and with one stroke the dust judged all the people in the world. Time cannot change it either, ending the sole calamity of a previous life. Then Feng Ling slowly put away the brush at his waist, bowed slightly towards the gate and left the north house of Qin City. He walked up to Qin Mo and sized him up. Let's go, it's boring." Then Qin Mo bowed respectfully to the departing Senior Feng. He couldn't defeat Senior Feng. In fact, Qin Mo could have lost immediately from the beginning, but Feng Ling chose to spare him. Qin Mo probably couldn't understand and couldn't figure out why he, who considered himself a smart person, couldn't figure out why Senior Feng conceded defeat after asking just one question, but it was mainly related to his father. At this time, Qin Mo called Zhan Jiyu and asked him how things were on his side. Zhan Jiyu cleared his throat and shouted, "Only Long Wu is left, except for the South Gate, the East City Gate and the West Gate have all been breached." After hearing this, Qin Mo was a little angry. "Why don't you guys go and help him?" The other end of the phone was silent for a long time before speaking, and half a day passed before he spoke. "The South Gate is Shao Zian." Qin Mo instantly understood. He had heard people talk about the battle above the South Mansion, the fateful duel between Guanzi and Long Wu, the battle that had besieged the South Mansion for a full 20 years. So they couldn't interfere in that fateful duel. Senior Long Wu probably didn't want anyone to help him either. "Let the South City Gate be quiet. Your East and West Gates have already separated the brothers of the South Gate. Let Long Wu tie up Shao Zi at the South Gate. We will launch a general attack from the remaining 3 gates." To the 4 city gates the soldiers gathered again. The general attack could only begin after the street leader gave the word. At this time a strange smile appeared on the corner of Wu Shen's mouth on the rooftop. "If I didn't dare to act before, I'm more confident now." The many family heads looked at him in confusion. Qin City was already in a state of anxiety, and the city was long empty. Everyone already understood the meaning behind Wu Shen's words. The family heads looked at each other and slowly nodded. "Attack Qin City!" Qin Mo's shout echoed through the night sky. Nearly 1,000 people from the 4 streets poured into Qin City, and just at this moment thousands of dark figures finally appeared. Feng Pan pointed to the rooftop, then jumped down, counting the figures one by one, and a terrified scream came from behind him. The Gao Wu Sun family, the Gao Zheng Sun family, the Gao Wu Wu family, a dozen of Tianian City's top families all appeared in the darkness. Street leader Qin, at this time Wu Shen, ran to Qin Mo, also with a smile on his face. "The Qin family pursued your father 20 years ago. I couldn't stand it then. Tonight we in Tianian City will break through this 1,000-year-old Qin City together." Hearing this, Qin Mo glanced at them faintly. "Do as you please." Then Qin Mo led everyone and charged into Qin City. In an instant Qin City was a sea of fire. Qin City had been breached. Those who gave up resistance would not be killed. A crisp voice echoed within Qin City. There were thousands of clansmen in Qin City, but not a single one surrendered. The thousands of Qin family clansmen and the people of Tianian City had long been fighting together. The people of the Qin family were willing to fight to the death, and no one in Qin City surrendered. The strongest in Qin City now were the 4 heavenly gate gods and the 9 great spirit beasts, the 4 divine power great spirit beasts, followed by the city guard. The combat power of the rest of the Qin family clansmen was completely unable to withstand the fierce attack from the 4 streets. Feng Shao squinted and smoked a cigarette. "This is not the true combat power of the Qin family. The combat power of the Qin family head is not here, but if we can take down Qin City it can be considered a challenge to the Qin family in Tianian City." Qin Ziang slowly walked out of the main building. Behind him were some of the core members of the Qin family. Qin Ziang said faintly, "Qin Mo, you have already proven yourself. It was my fault. It was the Qin family's fault. It's time to end this. And Qin Mo, you understand, if all the martial artists were here with your current strength you couldn't even break through the moat." Hearing this, Qin Mo looked at Qin Ziang's calm face and he suddenly burst out laughing, looking up at the sky. He pulled Qin Ziang in front of him, the two of them so close they were almost only a foot apart, so close almost only a foot apart. Qin Huang beside them was so scared he slumped to the ground. He curled up into a trembling hedgehog, holding his head and squatting on the spot. "Let me go, let me go." A loud slap broke the silence of the confrontation at this moment. Qin Mo slapped Qin Huang heavily, making Qin Huang spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Qin Ziang looked at Qin Mo with anger and childishness. He clenched his fists, his whole person as if about to explode with anger. "Qin Mo, just you wait. Your father's fate will be your fate." As soon as his words fell, the dragon cold sword fiercely cut through the night sky and a sharp sword light came. Qin Mo had already arrived in front of him, staring at him coldly and shouted, "I want you dead." Qin Mo fiercely raised the dragon cold sword and temporarily walked towards Qin Ziang. Just then the void suddenly distorted, and a blurry figure walked out of the illusory air. The appearance of this phantom was somewhat blurry, but even if it were turned to ashes Qin Mo would recognize it. It was the head of the Qin family named Qin Ming. Qin Ming came through the void. Seeing Qin Ming appear, Wu Shen, Sun Qishan and others knelt down on the ground. The Qin family members were overjoyed to see this, and thousands of clansmen immediately bowed and kowtowed. Zhang Jiyu and the others suddenly frowned, looking at Qin Ming nervously. He watched Qin Mo indifferently and said in a deep voice, "Let Qin Huang go." Qin Mo's eyes widened as he walked up to Qin Ming and touched the phantom. His hand passed directly through the phantom like passing through an illusion. At this moment Qin Mo carefully asked, "And you?" Qin Ming repeated his old words, "Let him go." Hearing this, Qin Mo made a reckless move at this moment. He took off his pants in front of everyone and pissed on Qin Ming's phantom. Everyone was completely stunned when they saw it. Even Zhang Jiyu and Feng Pan's eyes widened. Qin Mo shook twice, pulled up his pants with a grin and said, "Old man, you can only talk to a ghost now. It seems you can't beat me." Qin Ming gritted his teeth and said, "I will kill you, Qin Mo, even from 1,000 li away." Hearing this, Qin Mo glared and said, "Unfortunately, we are now 1,000 li apart." At this moment, Qin Ming suddenly roared, "Enough, Qin Mo, you are a member of the Qin family. How can you do this?" Qin Mo smiled lightly and replied, "For more than a year I have returned the surname Qin to you, Qin family." As soon as his words fell, a cold sword light pierced into Qin Xiang's chest. Qin Xiang suddenly stiffened and his body fell softly to the ground. Qin Ming's anger exuded heavenly might. "Qin Mo, I will definitely kill you," Qin Mo said faintly. "I'll give you 3 days. I'll wait for you here in Qin City for 3 days for you to come and kill me. 3 days later will be your death day." As his words dissipated, the phantom formed a vortex and disappeared. The Qin family members looked at Qin Xiang's body on the ground. Before Qin Mo could speak, they all slowly knelt on the ground and headed towards the north gate of Qin City. "Kneel and walk." Zhang Jiyu looked at the crowd kneeling and moving away and asked in a low voice, "Group leader Qin, are you really going to wait for Qin Ming to come?" Qin Mo was dumbfounded and gave him a look. "Wait for what? I can't beat him. In 3 days we'll go to the northern ancient battlefield. It's the perfect time to lure the tiger out of the mountain." At this time the battle at the south gate was over. Xiao Zi fell to the ground a bloody mess, motionless. Long Wu's meridians were all severed. He looked excitedly at the approaching Qin Mo. Even Qin Mo couldn't save him from such a severe injury. At most he could only help Long Wu prolong his life, but he was afraid he would have to spend the rest of his life in a hospital bed. No, the ancient battlefield. Maybe Senior Zion can help. Qin Mo planned to transport all the spirit beasts to the barren lands this time to the ancient battlefield. Qin Mo only planned to bring the Mo group and the Yi group. After 3 days of travel, they arrived at the forbidden area of Huasha. It was Qin Mo's hometown. At this time in Tianian City, a ray of light cut through the night sky, and Qin Ming's figure stood steadily on the roof of the main building of Qin City. 3 days later, Qin Ming arrived as promised. He stood there quietly waiting. After waiting for a whole night, he learned a very sad fact. He had been tricked by Qin Mo, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He glanced at Wu Shen, who was kneeling on the ground. "I'm sorry your father served me all these years. The other night your Wu family participated in the Qin City affair. I don't want to argue with you about it. Don't make me destroy your Wu family with 1 palm." Wu Shen's face trembled as he repeatedly agreed. Then Qin Ming's figure suddenly left, disappearing from the Wu family courtyard in an instant. 2 days later, Qin Mo's convoy had been driving for nearly a week. Finally, just as they were about to leave the border of Huasha, the convoy finally stopped. The several items in the container were all released. Milkball frantically barked at the 8 spirit beasts to suppress them. Qin Mo smiled and said, "Let them into the forest." Milkball nodded and barked twice at them. The 8 spirit beasts rushed into the barren lands as if they had been granted a great amnesty. Just as the dragon scale sacred beast wanted to happily run into the barren lands, Milkball suddenly bit its leg tightly, pulling it hard and not letting go. The dragon scale sacred beast stood there stunned. It looked at Qin Mo pleadingly, and then at Milkball pleadingly. The meaning in its eyes was, "Please forgive me." Seeing how pitiful it was, Milkball also rubbed against the dragon scale sacred beast's thigh. "Do you like it? You're clearly just greedy for its blood." But thinking about Milkball and the dragon scale sacred beast being equivalent to a mobile gas station, with the dragon scale sacred beast and Milkball, it would be a perpetual motion machine-like existence. Not bad either. Qin Mo coughed dryly and rolled his eyes. "Dragon scale sacred beast, I admire your strength and hope you can join my team. Do you want to join?" Hearing this, the dragon scale sacred beast shook its head like a rattledrum. Qin Mo directly ignored it, shaking his head happily and saying, "Since you've agreed, everyone welcome the dragon scale sacred beast to join." A warm applause sounded from the crowd. Milkball happily jumped onto the dragon scale sacred beast's large head. It let out an excited bark. The dragon scale sacred beast stared with bewildered large eyes, 2 lines of tears streaming down. How could these people be such dogs? The scene switches to the barren lands of Huasha. When stepping into this familiar place again, a sense of intimacy washed over him. Occasionally one could see rare and exotic beasts appearing. They were somewhat familiar with Qin Mo's scent and ran away in fear. Apart from these strange monsters, the most common things here were the desert and the ceaseless sandstorms. From the moment he entered the barren lands, the godly key in his pocket emitted a faint blue light. Qin Mo took out the godly key. There was a gravitational force in the godly key pulling Qin Mo forward. That was the entrance to the ancient battlefield. At this time, Zhang Jiyu asked group leader Qin, "We're going to the entrance of the ancient battlefield, right?" Qin Mo shook his head and said, "Before we go, we're going to a place first." Zhang Jiyu was stunned and asked, "Where? It's so desolate here. What is there?" Qin Mo smiled and interrupted Zhang Jiyu, saying that he wanted to go home and have a look. After 2 years of being away, how could he not go home and have a look? Qin Mo was the sole successor of the 5 elders. Now he had returned to the place where he had lived for 20 years, but he could no longer see the 5 grandfathers and grandmothers of the past, and he didn't even know where the old house had gone. Qin Mo looked around in confusion. Just then the godly key in Qin Mo's pocket suddenly flew into the air. This key opened a door in the void again. At this time Qin Mo shouted, "Everyone, hurry in." Not long after, Qin Mo and the others entered the ancient battlefield one after another. On the desolate beach in the distance, young Guanchen smiled helplessly. Qin Mo had already entered the barren lands. Long Yihan raised his head and shook his gourd. "No more wine. Hurry back and tell Lu Dezui to make some for me." Long Yihan was clearly dodging the question. Young Guanchen sighed. "If only we had the courage to enter the ancient battlefield. Actually, you're also worried about Mo's safety, aren't you? After all these long years, we only have this to hold on to." At this, Long Yishan's face turned cold and his whole body trembled. "Don't mention it," he suddenly roared at young Guanchen in a frenzy. "We can't control ourselves. We can't talk about that place, let alone go there." In the northern ancient battlefield, Qin Mo closed his eyes and opened them again in an instant. He could sense the presence of animals and humans within a 100-mile radius, but he couldn't locate the Shen and Luo families. At this point, Zhang Jiyu said, "This won't do. Our group should prepare, then split up to search. It will be more efficient." Qin Mo listened and nodded helplessly. After jumping and running through the forest for half a day, Qin Mo suddenly stopped with a stomachache. Then his figure leapt down, landed on the ground and pulled down his pants. Qin Mo squatted down and happily grunted as he relieved himself. Just then the sound of footsteps suddenly came from a distance. Qin Mo's eyes widened and he nervously stopped his excretion. He looked around in panic. Not far away a group of people gradually approached. It was a rather large formation, no less than 3,000 people. Suddenly a little girl's voice cried out, "Look, someone's taking a dump." Countless pairs of eyes followed the direction of the little girl's finger. "Holy crap, isn't that Qin Mo?" A large crowd of people rushed over in a massive wave. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. Zhang Shenming and his son Zhang Sheng walked forward, one in front of the other. It was truly a case of finding something without even looking. The 3rd house of the Zhang family had just entered the ancient battlefield not long ago and had already caught Qin Mo. Qin Mo quickly thought to himself that these people from the 3rd house of the Zhang family must have entered the ancient battlefield a few days before him. Judging by their appearance, they probably didn't know he had already conquered Qin City. After washing his butt with his hands, Qin Mo walked up to the people from the 3rd house of the Zhang family. Zhang Shenming sneered and was about to order his men to seize Qin Mo, but at that moment Qin Mo suddenly slapped him. With that slap, not only Zhang Shenming but also the surrounding members of the 3rd house were a bit stunned. Zhang Sheng was the first to react, roaring, "How dare you hit my dad?" Before Zhang Sheng could rush to Qin Mo raised his hand and delivered a loud slap. "Who do you think you are?" Qin Mo looked at Zhang Shenming coldly. "To the current head of the Qin family, how dare you speak so insolently?" Seeing this, the crowd was completely dumbfounded. Before the crowd could react to Qin Mo's words, Qin Mo suddenly pulled out a street command token from his bosom. The Qin Huang street command token, Ming Huang Sheng, appeared before everyone. "Open your dog eyes and see what this is." When the crowd saw the Qin Huang street command token in Qin Mo's hand, they nervously swallowed their saliva and subconsciously took a step back in fear. At this moment, Zhang Shenming stammered and asked, "What on earth is going on?" Before they entered the ancient era, they only knew that Qin Mo had breached the Fengyue pavilion and retaken the 4 streets. They didn't know what had happened after that. The ancient battlefield was completely isolated from the outside world. Unless one was a powerhouse like Qin Ming, who could send a wisp of divine sense across 2 planes, no one else could do something so formidable. Qin Mo snorted coldly and said, "After taking the 4 streets, I have already subdued and integrated the Qin family. With the might of the 4 streets, I, Qin Mo, have long since returned to the Qin family. I was originally a young master of the Qin family. My grandfather Qin Ming, reminiscing about old times, let go of our past grudges and specially bestowed the Qin Huang street upon me. I am the future head of the Qin family. This time, I am here on my grandfather's orders, leading the elite forces of the 4 streets to aid the ancient battlefield." Hearing this, the crowd had not yet recovered from their surprise. Qin Mo suddenly took out the remaining 2 street command tokens. "The command tokens of the 3 streets of the Qin family are all in my possession. You people of the 3rd house of the Zhang family, seeing your governor general, why don't you kneel?" The members of the 3rd house of the Zhang family looked at the head of the 3rd house, Zhang Shenming, in unison. Zhang Shenming hesitated for a moment, then bit his teeth hard, cupped his fist towards Qin Mo and said, "Greetings, Governor General of the Qin family." More than 3,000 people knelt down in unison before Qin Mo. "Greetings, Governor General of the Qin family." Qin Mo coughed lightly. "All right, rise, Uncle Shenming, you've worked hard." Qin Mo helped Zhang Shenming up with great consideration and offered his condolences to the Governor General. Zhang Shenming smiled and chatted with Qin Mo, while Zhang Sheng beside him also smiled fawningly. Although their faces still bore fiery palm prints, it couldn't stop them from befriending this Governor General of the Qin family. As they talked, Qin Mo suddenly remembered something. "You were ordered to go to a designated camp, right?" Zhang Shenming nodded, indicating that was correct. Qin Mo suddenly said seriously, "Forget the previous orders, everyone stand by on the spot." Zhang Shenming hesitated for a moment. "Governor General, may I ask?" Qin Mo suddenly interrupted him sternly. "You wait where I tell you to wait. Why so many questions? This is a classified matter. Many things cannot be said nor can they be done. I have already saved the lives of everyone in your third house. Zhang Shenming was startled, cold sweat dripping down his back. He repeatedly thanked Qin Mo. At this moment Qin Mo said, "Give me the map. I'll go scout for intelligence first. You all stay put." After speaking, Qin Mo's figure immediately leapt up, moved quickly through the forest and disappeared. The strongest family in all of Huasha was so intimidated by the 3 tokens in the young man's hand that they knelt to the ground. It was only because these 3 street command tokens were the very foundation of their standing in Huasha. What they didn't know was that Qin Mo did not, as he claimed, receive the street command tokens as a gift from the family head, but rather he had snatched them after slaughtering his way through several streets. After leaving the Zhang family's main camp, Qin Mo took the Mo group and Yi group members to the main battlefield of the Qin family. Suddenly a roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. "I am Qin Mo, the Governor-General of both armies. I have come with the command tokens of the 3 streets of the Qin family to supervise the battle. Everyone make way quickly." The patrolling members of the Qin family looked towards the eastern path in astonishment when a strange beast charged out of the forest. The faces of the Qin family members turned pale with fright. The Qilin sacred beast, that is our Qin family's Qilin sacred beast. On top of the Qilin sacred beast's head was none other than Qin Mo. At this moment members of the Qin family's main house ran out of their tents one after another. Qin Mo wore a black trench coat, holding the command tokens of the 3 Qin family streets high in his hand, and surrounding the Qilin sacred beast were familiar faces, the members of the Mo group and the Yi group. Just as Qin Mo was about to charge into the Qin family's main camp and speak, several figures suddenly appeared in Qin City's Zhang City like shooting stars. It was the Qin family's first elder Qin Feng, the Qin family's third elder Qin Lin, the Qin family's second elder Qin Du, the Zhang family's first elder, Zhang Wen, and the Sun family's elder, Zhang Yila. 4 top-tier powerhouses levitated in midair. They looked down indifferently at Qin Mo and the others who were like ants below. With a hint of arrogance and disdain, Qin Mo raised the 3 street command tokens and pointed them at the 4 from afar. "I am the Governor-General of the Qin and Zhang armies, specially dispatched by my grandfather Qin Ming to aid the ancient battlefield." Grandfather said that seeing the 3 street command tokens of the Qin family is like seeing him in person. Both the Qin and Zhang armies are to obey my command. Countless Qin clan members walked out of their tents in the city. They looked at Qin Mo with surprise and confusion, their faces filled with disbelief. The dense crowd in the main camp stretched as far as the eye could see. There were nearly 20,000 people here at this moment. Qin Mo nervously swallowed his saliva, striving to maintain a calm expression. Qin Lin said in a low voice, "The command tokens are real. They have the Qin family's special mark. They can't be forged." Qin Feng looked at Qin Mo with suspicion and said, "Qin Mo, have you submitted to the Qin family?" Qin Mo immediately retorted, "What else? Don't you know why the family head suddenly left the ancient battlefield?" Qin Feng and Qin Du exchanged a glance and both slowly shook their heads. Qin Mo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately these two didn't know what was happening outside. If they did, his act would be over. Then Qin Mo suddenly became serious. "I, Qin Mo, am originally a member of the Qin family. After the Linglun Pavilion incident, I naturally submitted to the Qin family. After destroying the Fengyue Pavilion, I naturally submitted to the Qin family. I told my grandfather my thoughts and he was overjoyed. He personally came to Tianyan City to pass the tokens to me and appointed me as the Governor-General of the Qin and Zhang armies to aid the ancient battlefield and lead the troops in battle. Do you still dare to block my path?" Hearing this, Qin Feng and Qin Lin couldn't help but slow down. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Mo was currently standing on the dragon scale sacred beast and holding the 3 street command tokens, it would be hard for them to believe what he said. This kid just submitted and Big Brother is already treating him so well? Qin Feng frowned, his gaze fixed on Qin Mo. "How can you prove that what you said is true?" Qin Mo suddenly sneered and said, "If you don't believe me, then you can wait until grandfather arrives to discuss it. But if second granduncle disobeys orders on the front line, I wonder what the punishment will be when grandfather returns." Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. If this was truly Qin Ming's order, any defiance would have serious consequences. Qin Du hesitated and said, "I think it's true, otherwise Big Brother wouldn't have given him all 3 street command tokens. Besides him giving them, how else could he have gotten them? Could he have conquered Qin City and snatched the tokens?" Qin Feng smiled and shook his head. That was impossible. Qin Feng thought for a moment, then waved his hand at the crowd below who wanted to speak. "All right, let Governor-General Qin in." After the people made way, Qin Mo stood on the head of the dragon scale sacred beast but showed no intention of coming over. Qin Feng looked at Qin Mo with confusion and said, "Governor-General Qin, what's wrong?" Qin Mo suddenly roared, "I said, seeing these 3 tokens is like seeing my grandfather. Is this how you greet my grandfather? Kneel before me?" Qin Feng bit his lip hard and gestured to his younger brother and the 2 Zhang family elders. The elders knelt on one knee and respectfully greeted Governor-General Qin. Nearly 20,000 people knelt on one knee and bowed to Qin Mo. The loud unified roar of nearly 20,000 people naturally echoed across the skies of the floating wind plains. In the divine city to the west, Chen Yi's and the others were completely stunned. For 20 years this powerful army had never bowed its head even when facing the Luo and Shen families, yet now they were all kneeling on the ground for Qin Mo. Chen Yi's face twitched as he said worriedly, "This kid is playing with fire," but just then Qin Mo felt Qin Ming's energy gradually shrinking and rapidly rushing towards them. Qin Mo looked back with longing at the vast sea of kneeling people behind him. He led the Mo group and Yi group and slowly walked west. The soldiers of the Qin and Zong armies were gradually stunned. They couldn't help but slowly straighten their backs and stand up in a daze. "Governor General Qin, why are you heading to the western battlefield? The west is the territory of the Luo and Shen families." A soldier cleared his throat and shouted, "Governor General Qin, you're going the wrong way. That's not the territory of the Qin and Zong armies. That's enemy territory." But Qin Mo seemed not to hear, slowly leaving the main camp of the Qin family and heading straight west. Qin Mo and his group had no intention of stopping. Just as they stepped 1 foot out of the main camp, Qin Mo suddenly slapped the dragon-scale sacred beast fiercely, leading the Mo group and Yi group in a desperate flight. Just then a dry thunderclap sounded in the sky, and a huge phantom of a human face covering half the sky slowly materialized. This phantom face was none other than Qin Ming. Qin Ming's angry voice boomed across the heavens and earth like a divine decree. "This boy, Qin Mo, has breached Qin City, stolen my 3 street command tokens, destroyed my Qin sect in Tianyan and killed my Qin clan members. Hear my command, execute Qin Mo immediately." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng let out a furious roar. "Whoever among us kills Qin Mo and takes his head will be handsomely rewarded. Kill him, that liar." At that moment, all nearly 20,000 soldiers rushed out of the Qin and Zong main camp chasing after Qin Mo. Qin Mo was so scared he almost wet his pants. At the same time, he let out a world-shaking roar towards the Luo and Shen main camp. "Seniors, come save me quickly." Qin Feng and Qin Lin acted upon hearing the sound, and it looked like the 4 elders were about to catch up. Just then, 2 rays of light suddenly appeared in the sky above the divine city. When Qin Feng saw the unusual movement in the divine city, he immediately acted decisively. With a loud bang, he slammed his palm onto the ground. The ground rumbled and cracked open with countless fissures. As Qin Mo and the others were in hot pursuit, the wind howled. Qin Feng let out a thunderous shout. An endless darkness split open from underground and violent tornadoes erupted from the fissures. As the strong winds surged from the fissures, gusts of wind swept towards Qin Mo and the others. Just then, Shen Yi's had already arrived by Qin Mo's side. He pointed a finger at the pursuing gale and at what was behind him. After a loud bang, the fissures that had just opened instantly slammed shut, and the gale was completely locked underground. Everything returned to normal in an instant. Qin Feng and the others suddenly stopped in their tracks and said coldly, "Senior Shen is making a move at will. Is this an attempt to break the unwritten rules of the battlefield?" Shen Yi smiled and shook his head. "The war hasn't started yet, and I don't want to break the rules either. Besides, the first one to make a move wasn't me, it was you." Qin Feng gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. "This boy, Qin Mo, has humiliated our Qin and Zong armies and breached our city of Tianyan. He deserves to die 10,000 times over. Besides, he is not a member of your Luo and Shen families. Our Qin family's affairs do not require senior's intervention." Hearing this, Shen Yi frowned slightly and said, "According to Qin Feng's logic, this is indeed handling their own family matters." At this moment, Qin Mo suddenly stood up and said to the crowd, "I changed my surname yesterday. I have nothing to do with the Qin family anymore. I am Senior Shen's grandson, his biological grandson." Qin Feng's face turned ashen as he angrily clenched his fists. "Let's go." Qin Feng waved his hand unwillingly and led the crowd away. On the way back to the Luo and Shen camp, Qin Mo respectfully greeted the 2 seniors. The 2 seniors patted their heads in frustration, looking at Qin Mo with wry smiles. As soon as he entered the ancient battlefield, Qin Mo instantly became a celebrity. After the banquet, Qin Mo discussed Long Wu's matter with Luo Xian. He led a group of people towards Long Wu's room. Long Wu tilted his neck and smiled at everyone. "Seniors, friends, forgive me for not being able to rise. I'll greet you all like this." Luo Xian said, "Sisters, please help take a look." After examining him, Luo Lian sighed sadly. "This person can be saved, but it's not easy. All the meridians in his body are severed. It's not even appropriate to use the word severed. It should be said that his muscles and bones are shattered. To restore him to his original state, we must reconnect all his meridians." Feng Pan asked nervously, "Is it difficult?" Luo Yu said gravely, "Extremely difficult. To reattach his meridians, he needs a special kind of glue. The ancient coagulation flour, ground into a powder not made into glue, can mend his muscles and bones." Qin Mo was a little confused at this point. He had studied flowers and trees since he was a child, but this was the first time he had heard of the ancient coagulation flour. Luo Xian explained, "The ancient coagulation flour does not exist on Earth. Only the rich spiritual energy of the ancient battlefield, nourished for 1,000 years, can cultivate a single stalk of the ancient coagulation flour." Hearing this, Qin Mo exclaimed excitedly, "Isn't that great? No effort needed. Where is the flour? I'll go get it." Luo Xian and the others exchanged a glance and sighed. In the primate area of the floating wind plains, hearing Luo Xian's words, Shen Yi's and the others were stunned, almost simultaneously shaking their heads helplessly. Shen Yi stepped forward and patted Qin Mo's shoulder. "He's beyond saving," Qin Mo asked anxiously. "What do you mean?" Shen Zilong looked at Qin Mo helplessly. "There are many strange beasts on the ancient battlefield, and in the floating wind plains the king of the beasts is the ancient ape man. They are enormous, coupled with their intelligence and great strength. 20 years ago, the four great families reached an agreement with the ancient ape men not to enter their habitat in the floating wind plains, and they would remain forever neutral. Whichever family dares to step into the primate beast area will become the enemy of the ape men. This person cannot be saved. Hearing this, Feng Xiao's eyes turned red. He suddenly let out an angry roar and wanted to rush out the door. I'll go get it myself. Shen Wuming, standing at the door, stepped on Feng Xiao. Do you think this is the Zhonghu, a place where you can vent your Zhonghu righteousness as you please? Your position represents not just one person but all of us. After speaking, Shen Wuming blocked the doorway. I'll make it clear today. Whoever dares to go to the primate beast area, I'll make sure they die, Shen Yi shouted at Shen Wuming. Ajin, that's enough. We can talk things over. Shen Wuming snorted coldly. Although he moved aside, he stood at the door that day, telling the Mo group with his actions that he was not joking. Feng Xiao roared arrogantly, if it's a fight you want, then let's fight. I was just getting bored from not having an opponent for a few days. Just as he was about to charge forward, he was stopped by a frowning Qin Mo. Feng Pan stood to the side, hugging the Azure Dragon battle saber, unconvinced. When it came to fighting, the Feng family had never acknowledged any so-called seniors. Even if Qin Ming stood before him, he would dare to take him on. Qin Mo remained silent for a long time before asking Shen Yi's, if I want to get the ancient coagulation flower, how many men would I need? He didn't expect Qin Mo to still not give up. He could only sigh helplessly and say, at least 20 to 30,000 men. There are nearly 10,000 ancient ape men in the primate beast area. It would require a heavy price to obtain it. After saying that, Qin Mo suddenly smiled and walked out. Shen Wuming's fist instantly punched through the doorframe, tightly blocking Qin Mo's path. What the hell do you think you're doing? Feng Xiao immediately rushed forward. Qin Mo gently waved his hand, pulling him back, and at the same time said with a faint smile, I'm going to get the ancient coagulation flower. I'm not taking anyone, nor do I need anyone from the Shen or Luo clans. Hearing this, Shen Wuming finally let Qin Mo go. He shouted at Qin Mo's back, Kid, if you can bring back the ancient coagulation flower safely, I'll give you my position as the commander of the 3rd Army Corps. I refused to believe it. Qin Mo certainly couldn't bring back that flower unharmed. But don't forget, the people from the 3rd house of the Zong family were still in the floating wind plains, waiting for news from Governor General Qin. The majestic great families of Huasha were being played like a fiddle by a single Qin Mo, willingly marching to their deaths. News of Governor General Qin's arrival quickly spread through the tents of the 3rd house of the Zong family. Zong Shenming ran forward excitedly, his heart blooming with joy, but as soon as Qin Mo sat down he let out a sigh. Your Zong Tian family head suffered a qi deviation during his cultivation and was severely injured. Zong Shenming's face turned pale with fright, somewhat in disbelief. An old monster like the family head who was already half a step into the immortal realm, how could he still be injured during cultivation? Qin Mo asked from a commanding position, do you know that Zong Tian is an evil cultivator? Zong Shenming nodded blankly. Zong Tian is an evil cultivator. Only a few high-level members of the 4 hidden families know about this. At this point he already trusted Qin Mo 100%. Every year during the blood sacrifice for ancestral return, evil cultivators must endure endless torture. Old senior Zong Tian finally couldn't hold on any longer. A few days ago he suddenly collapsed during his cultivation and was severely injured. I don't know where that dog Shen Yi's got the news, but after learning that Zong Tian was seriously injured, he led the Luo and Shen families to launch a fierce attack on the Qin and Zong main camp. Now, 100 li away, the soldiers of our Qin and Zong armies are rivers of blood. The Qin and Zong armies have suffered repeated defeats. I'm afraid things are not looking good. Then Zong Shenming suddenly stood frozen in place. Is he really beyond saving? Qin Mo said calmly. He can be saved. To save him we must have the ancient coagulation flower. Moreover, the place where the ancient coagulation flower is located is guarded by ancient ape men. To obtain it we need at least 2,000 to 3,000 people. The Qin and Zong main city is now in a precarious situation. How can we possibly deploy so many people to get that ancient coagulation flower? That ancient coagulation flower. After Zong Shenming heard this, his expression gradually relaxed. He threw down his weapon and let out a series of frantic roars at Qin Mo. Governor General Qin, what do you take our 3rd house of the Zong family for? Do you really think of us in the 3rd house of the Zong family as deserters? I have 2,000 or 3,000 men here. How can you just turn a blind eye to them? Qin Mo frowned and said, I just want you all to live well. Zong Shenming angrily pushed Qin Mo away. The 3rd house doesn't need it. The ancient coagulation flower, my 3rd house will bring it to you. Hearing this, Qin Mo nodded in admiration. Zong Shenming immediately changed his orders. All personnel were to prepare and march west. When they arrived at the floating wind plains, they were blocked by the 4 words neutral zone on a dilapidated sign. Zong Shenming asked Qin Mo with confusion, what is the neutral zone? Qin Mo scratched his head and said, that's the neutral killing beast zone. In this area people can hunt wild beasts at will. Zong Shenming slowly nodded. I see. With that, Zong Shenming drew his sword and pointed towards the neutral zone. figures leapt up under the cover of night and entered the neutral zone. Each of them had a drawing of the ancient coagulation flower. Seeing Governor General Qin dismount from his white horse, Zhang Shenming said anxiously, "Governor General Qin, what are you doing?" Qin Mo said excitedly, "Seeing you all working so hard, how can I as the Governor General stand by and do nothing?" At the same time, Qin Mo drew his dragon cold sword. Seeing the Governor General about to dismount, Zhang Shenming hurriedly stopped him. "No need, Governor General. You just stay here and wait for us to bring you the ancient coagulation flower. As long as you take it back and put in a few good words in front of family head Zhang Tian, that will be enough." Qin Mo scratched his head and sheathed his passionate blade. "All right everyone, do your best." As his words fell, his figure immediately flew up, leapt over the barbed wire fence, and disappeared into the night. The members of the third house searched in an orderly fashion. Suddenly, not far away, Zhang Sheng let out an excited cry. "I found it!" Zhang Sheng carefully grasped the flower stem and looked at it gently. Before he could cut the stem, he heard a loud bang. The entire neutral zone exploded. Qin Mo's eyes widened as he stared in amazement at the spectacle before him. The barbed wire fence surrounding the neutral zone was actually hiding a huge formation. These ancient ape men actually know formations. Qin Mo nervously swallowed his saliva. Fortunately, he had Zhang Shenming and his men. The people of the third house of the Zhang family were instantly thrown into a panic. The neutral zone was completely sealed off. Zhang Shenming carefully waved his hand. "Everyone, keep searching, be careful." Zhang Shenming now only wanted to find 3 stalks of the ancient coagulation flower. Compared to the potential danger ahead and the great merit he could achieve, the latter was more attractive. Just then, someone suddenly fainted and fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth with green froth, green blood flowing from his ears and nostrils. Then, one after another, the members of the third house collapsed. This environmental formation produced a poisonous gas. The entire neutral zone existed within the boundary of this invisible poison. People no longer had the heart to search for any ancient coagulation flower. Everything was in complete chaos. But just then, a bizarre scene occurred. The poisonous gas barrier suddenly opened a small door to the outside world. Someone shouted, "There's a gap in the barrier over there." The crowd ran towards the small opening in the barrier like madmen. Suddenly, Zhang Shenming's figure descended from the sky. He immediately blocked the small door leading outside. "No one is allowed to retreat. Until we find 3 stalks of the ancient coagulation flower, no one is allowed to leave. Everyone, hold your noses. As long as you breathe through your mouths and not your noses, the poison gas won't enter your bodies." At this, the crowd looked at each other nervously and finally gradually retreated. But just as the crowd retreated to continue their search for the ancient coagulation flower, a world-shaking roar suddenly echoed through the neutral zone. "Greedy humans, greedy race, I want you dead. For breaking the neutral law, you all must die." Just as the crowd stood stunned before they could react, everything was accompanied by shaking and a great change in their faces. When the crowd saw what was coming, they all retreated in panic. On the ground, monkeys nearly 2 meters tall came running. Figures suddenly appeared in the darkness from all directions. Leading them was a giant ape nearly 3 meters tall, like a small mountain. He pointed at the members of the third house and let out a furious roar. Nearly 20,000 giant apes were charging towards them. This was a group of ancient giant apes. Humans had signed an agreement with the Ape King 20 years ago. Neither side was to enter the other's territory. But under Qin Mo's deception, the 3,000-plus members of the third house of the Zhang family had entered the ancient ape's territory to search for the ancient coagulation flower. Accompanied by the fury of the ancient jade, the ancient ape king roared. Countless ferocious ape men ceaselessly charged towards the people of the third house. Facing the charging army of ape men, Zhang Shenming quickly gave orders. "Members of the third house, 20 squads. The first 100 squads will resist this wave of attacks. The 100 squads behind will continue to be responsible for finding the ancient coagulation flower." The combat power of a single ape man was no match for the people of the third house, but the number of ape men was too great. The people of the third house kept falling, eventually being swallowed by the army of giant apes. A member of the third house ran to Zhang Shenming's side. "House head, we can't hold them back, there are too many of them." Watching the members of the third house fall one after another, Zhang Shenming gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He glanced at Xiao Li beside him and said, "House head, aren't you ready yet?" Zhongla widened her bright eyes. Yes, her hands were currently emitting a pink glow. She had been preparing ever since they entered this place. "Dad, just a little longer." As the battle progressed, the rate of death was about to reach its peak. He couldn't wait for Zhongla. Just as Zhang Shenming was about to cease resistance and order a full retreat, a victorious report suddenly came from the crowd behind who were searching for the ancient coagulation flower. Only one more left. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shenming was overjoyed and abandoned the idea of retreating. He took off his coat and instantly rushed to the front line of the battlefield. Martial soul skill, thick earth, myriad things. He slammed a palm onto the ground and a crack suddenly spread out from him as the center. Flowers, grass, trees, and the ground were all lifted up, and a wall of earth dozens of meters thick abruptly separated the battlefield. The thick earthen wall was too smooth, those apes couldn't climb over it at all. They roared angrily from behind the wall, but before the Zhang family members could catch their breath, they heard a roar from the distance, and a large group of ancient ape men now made way for a path. The neutral zone fell into a brief silence, and a giant ape nearly 3 meters tall appeared. This ape was the king of the neutral zone, known as the ancient ape king. In just a moment the ape king reached the thick earthen wall. He threw a boulder the size of a hill. With a violent crash, the thick earthen wall was instantly smashed with a large hole, and the entire wall then completely collapsed. Those ape men crossed the yellow dust and charged again. The people of the third house could only flee. The small gate not far away became their only hope. In the distance Chin Mo frowned as he watched all this, saying, "Why aren't they fighting back?" Chin Mo was very frustrated. He really wanted to shout at the people of the third house, "Come on everyone, we're just one ancient coagulation flower away from curing Long Wu." Seeing them retreat, Chin Mo was very anxious. Suddenly his gaze hardened and he couldn't help but look at a thin black shadow in the distance. While everyone in the third house was retreating, that little girl stood foolishly in place. Her right hand was covered in a strong pink halo. Facing tens of thousands of ancient ape men, the little girl bit her finger and smiled foolishly. Just as the army of tens of thousands of spirit beasts was about to engulf her body, she suddenly slammed her hand shining with a pink light onto the ground, emitting a clear girlish voice in the noisy night. Ancient martial divine skill, Moon Eclipsed. As the little girl's palm hit the ground, a pale pink halo gathered, and with her palm as the center, a pink wave burst out. Chin Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. When he heard that sound, he subconsciously squatted down. By the time Chin Mo came to his senses, the pink light had already spread throughout the entire neutral zone. Those charging ancient ape men stood foolishly in place as if drunk, swaying on the spot. They giggled, completely losing their minds. The ape king, who was charging at the very front, had already reached Zongla when the little girl cast the ancient martial divine skill, Moon Eclipsed. "Uncle, don't fight, you'll make little Zongla cry." Little Zongla with red eyes looked up at the ape king foolishly and cutely. One of her hands stroked the ape king, and her remaining pink light slowly entered the ape king's body. The ape king gradually stopped his swinging fists. "That's a good boy." Zongla happily wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, revealing a lovely smile. The tens of thousands of ancient ape men stopped moving. In the distance, Chin Mo nervously swallowed his saliva. A little lowly could actually control tens of thousands of people. If this little lowly were sent to the battlefield, how many people would the Luo and Shen families lose? Zhang Shenming and his group, who were retreating, quickly stopped. "Lala, well done." At this moment, Zhang Shenming shouted, "1 minute at most, quickly find the last ancient coagulation flower." The duration of Moon Eclipse charm increased or decreased based on the strength of the enemy's mind. If it were ordinary spirit beasts with low intelligence, controlling them for 5 minutes would be normal. But for these ape men who had developed some intelligence, controlling them for 1 minute was already the limit. If used on humans, the duration of the charm would be greatly shortened. But 1 minute was enough. The people of the third house of the Zong family hurriedly continued their search. Half a minute ago, a member of the third house suddenly held up an ancient coagulation flower and shouted excitedly, "Found it, the third ancient coagulation flower." Zhang Shenming didn't have time to celebrate before he hurriedly shouted, "Everyone retreat, get out of here quickly." The crowd quickly ran towards the small gate. Just as everyone was leaving, the angry roars of the apes sounded again, and they charged towards the fleeing people once more. But it was a bit late now. Zongla was the last one to reach the gate. She turned her head and waved at the charging monkey uncles. "Goodbye, monkey uncles." The charging apes had lost their minds with anger. They wanted to continue the chase but were fiercely stopped by a powerful voice. This was a group of ancient ape men who had signed a contract with humans 20 years ago. Neither side was to enter the other's territory, and neither side was to disobey the other's orders. These spirit beasts obviously respected the established rules more. After everyone had left the neutral zone, those ape men who had lost their minds and still wanted to continue the chase were immediately stopped by the ancient ape king. The ape king saw a Zong character printed on their clothes, and the ape king seemed to understand something. Chin Mo, with red eyes, ran towards the people of the third house. He grabbed Zhang Shenming's shoulders. "The third house is blameless. All the soldiers of my third house are heroes. It's a pity that many soldiers of the third house died in the neutral zone and will probably never witness the glory of Qin and Zong again." After speaking, Chin Mo was about to kneel. Seeing this, Zhang Shenming hurriedly supported him. "Governor General Qin, you mustn't. Your status is not appropriate." Chin Mo nodded helplessly and had to listen to old brother Shenming. After everyone returned to the camp, many people fell asleep immediately. In a short while, Zhang Shenming straightened his clothes and walked out of the tent. At this moment, Chin Mo frowned slightly, watching him approach, and knowingly asked, "Uncle Shenming, what are you doing?" Zhang Shenming smiled and said, "I will accompany you to the Qin and Zong main camp. We will escort the ancient coagulation flower there together." Escort was a nice word. To put it bluntly, Zhang Shenming was afraid that Chin Mo would steal his credit. Chin Mo hesitated and stuttered, "I can just take it back for you." Zhang Shenming smiled and insisted, "Governor General Qin, I will go with you." Chin Mo shook his head, his tone firm no. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shenming was stunned and asked, "Why?" Chin Mo then said resolutely, "I will take this ancient coagulation flower back for you. All the credit will go to your third house. I, Chin Mo, will not take a single penny, but you cannot go with me." Zhang Shenming suddenly sneered, "Governor General Qin, are you trying to take all the credit for yourself?" Chin Mo suddenly said with red eyes, "I'm thinking of you and your third house. Right now the Luo and Shen armies are attacking Qin and Zong. Qin and Zong are short on manpower. When family head Zong Tian sees you, he will definitely make your third house join the battle immediately. The people of your third house are all seriously injured now. Do you, Zong Shenming, want to lead your people to their deaths again? I'm thinking of your third house. And yet you judge a gentleman by your own petty standards. After speaking, Qin Mo even wiped away his tears. Zong Shenming stared blankly at Qin Mo. He thought Governor General Qin wanted to take this bit of credit for himself, but he never expected the Governor General to be worried about the casualties of his brothers. Qin Mo, he was truly too good. Zong Shenming, with red eyes, knelt on the ground, choking back sobs. How can my Zong family's third house be so worthy of such kindness from Governor General Qin? We can hardly repay your kindness in this life or the next. Qin Mo sighed, slowly helped him up, and took the 3 stalks of the ancient coagulation flower from his hand. There has been enough bloodshed on the battlefield. I just don't want too much blood on the ancient battlefield. Zong Shenming obeyed Governor General Qin's words and continued to wait on the spot. Qin Mo hummed a little tune, leisurely walking on the jungle path. He was not heading towards the path to Luo and Shen. Qin Mo didn't want to go back to the Divine City yet. There was still one thing Qin Mo needed to do himself. Afterwards, Qin Mo hid the 3 stalks of the ancient coagulation flower in a hidden place. The scene cuts back to the neutral zone. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted at the border of the neutral zone. An ape-man leader quickly ran over, chattering something to the Ape King while pointing into the distance. Hearing his words, the Ape King immediately frowned and quickly ran to the border of the neutral zone. A group of ferocious ape-men looked angrily at the young man before them. The next second, Qin Mo once again stepped into the neutral zone, and instantly countless ape-men surrounded him. The Ape King sized up this young man from top to bottom. Qin Mo carried no weapons and had no hostility. Seeing the Ape King appear, Qin Mo smiled and said, "I want to talk with everyone." The Ape King spoke in a low human voice, asking, "Who is Qin Mo?" Qin Mo said he represented the Luo and Shen allied forces and was here to negotiate with the Ape King. The Ape King pondered for a moment and decided to bring Qin Mo in first. "We just want to survive. You humans are too much. You've destroyed our home." Qin Mo nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the Qin and Zong allied forces are too much. The ones who attacked you last night were the people from the third house of the Zong family. As you probably know, the neutral zone has many precious resources, so their intrusion last night was just a test. After this test, next time they will choose to take over this area." The Ape King was right here. The weapons held by the ape-man guards on both sides also trembled. They knew they were no match for the people outside. Suddenly, Qin Mo broke the silence with a deep voice. "Right now, only our Luo and Shen allied forces can save you." The ancient Ape King raised his head, looked at Qin Mo with a complex expression and said, "You are also humans. Why should I believe you? Why should I believe you? Don't you want to possess this place too?" Hearing this, Qin Mo smiled and said, "We naturally want to possess this place too, but from a geographical perspective, if we, the Luo and Shen, want to occupy the primate beast area, we must cross the Qin and Zong main camp to attack, which is obviously an unrealistic plan. We don't want it, and naturally we don't want the Qin and Zong to get it. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, isn't that right?" Hearing this, the Ape King silently lowered his head. After a long time he raised his head, his cheeks trembling as he stammered, "What do we need to do now?" Qin Mo smiled and said, "You and I will join forces to attack the Qin and Zong." The Ape King stood stunned for a long time. He hesitated and thought for a long while before slowly nodding. Last night the people of the Qin and Zong had injured so many ape-men, and the Ape King had long been dissatisfied with them, only holding back due to a lack of strength. Now with a powerful ally like the Luo and Shen, they could fish in troubled waters. It was better to take the initiative than to sit and wait for death. Qin Mo smiled and nodded. "We'll use fireworks as a signal. When they explode in the sky, that will be the day you take action." Qin Mo smiled and walked up to the Ape King, looking up at his huge figure and said, "Happy to cooperate." The scene changes. The third house of the Zong family had expended their manpower to get the ancient coagulation flower for Qin Mo, but Qin Mo instead joined forces with the Ape King to attack the Qin and Zong allied forces. After leaving the neutral zone in the jungle, Qin Mo retrieved the ancient coagulation flower he had hidden. Floating Wind Divine City. At this moment Shen Zilong looked into the distance and shook his head conclusively. "The ancient coagulation flower can't be obtained. As long as that kid comes back safely, that's good enough. We'll just try to persuade him again. We shouldn't ruin the overall situation for one person." Shen Yi's and Luo Zion also slowly nodded. Just then, the gate of the Divine City opened with a bang. After Qin Mo entered the Divine City, the gate immediately slammed shut again. Everyone ran down from the city wall. Shen Yi smiled and patted Qin Mo's shoulder, saying, "It's good that you're all right." As Shen Yi's walked, he patted Qin Mo's shoulder and comforted him. "Once the war situation stabilizes, old Luo and I will personally go and talk with the Ape King of the neutral zone. Although the 3 stalks of the ancient coagulation flower are extremely precious, as long as we offer generous terms, we won't have to worry about not getting them." Shen Wuming snorted coldly from the side. "Kid, aren't you very capable? You were blowing your own horn so loudly last night, speaking with such heroic spirit. Where did you, Qin Mo, hide tonight? Were you sleeping in the woods?" Qin Mo smiled and looked at Shen Wuming. "Senior Wuming is right to lecture me, but I didn't hide nor did I sleep. I went to get the ancient coagulation flower." Shen Yi's also looked at Qin Mo with a headache. At Qin Mo's age he was still stubborn and suffering for the sake of his pride. He had to give him a way out. Qin Mo, you worked hard for this matter all night. It's normal not to have the flower. Let's just discuss this matter. You don't have to say anything, Qin Mo then said. Who said I don't have it? Suddenly, Qin Mo stunned everyone. At this moment, Qin Mo took out a small bag from his bosom and threw it directly to Luo Xian. Senior Xian, I'll have to trouble you. Everyone stared blankly at the small bag in Luo Xian's hand. Luo Xian also opened it in surprise. She nodded stiffly and stammered, "It is indeed the ancient coagulation flower." At this moment, everyone fell silent. There was an uproar in the crowd and everyone stood frozen in place incredulously, watching what was happening before them. Next, I'll chat with Senior Shen Yi's about the matter of the Mo and Yi group's assignment. Qin Mo then shook his head and said, "It's all right. I'll follow the arrangements." Qin Mo thought to himself, the strength of the Mo and Yi groups is not weak, at least at the level of the first or second corps. As long as he didn't have to work with that alcoholic commander of the third corps, it would be fine. Shen Yi's didn't expect Qin Mo to be so easy to talk to and replied with a smile, "We discussed it for a long time and decided to assign you and the Mo and Yi groups to the Shen third corps." After hearing this, Qin Mo immediately stood up. Shen Yi's knew what Qin Mo wanted to say and directly interrupted him. "It's because everyone in the Mo and Yi groups is very strong that you are all assigned to the third corps. Qin Mo, do you understand what I mean?" Shen Yi's words were somewhat gratifying to Qin Mo. The area of the Shen third corps camp was not small. In the camp, tents were scattered everywhere and many tents were torn with holes. The ground was also overgrown with weeds. Entering this place, Qin Mo found it hard to believe that this was a place where people lived. It felt like a long-abandoned camp overgrown with weeds and devoid of life. Qin Mo and his group stood silently in place. Feng Pan bowed his head, lost in thought. Qin Mo frowned, indicating that no one lived here. Especially the beds. Not only were there cockroaches, but also dried bloodstains that couldn't be washed off. The main reason was that resources on the ancient battlefield were very expensive. All living resources needed to be transported by people from the outside, opened once every 100 days and only for a few minutes each time. Many restrictions led to a lag in living resources. Especially each time resources were delivered, the Luo family had to be guaranteed first, followed by the Shen first and second corps, and finally the Shen third corps. After 2 resupplies, the third corps here basically got nothing after a long time. Zhang Jiyu said this couldn't go on. If we stay with them for a long time, we'll also be affected by their negative emotions. Don't look at the Mo group's fighting spirit now. If 2 months pass, they'll probably be the same as them, but there are very few supplies now, and there's nothing that can be changed. Suddenly, Qin Mo's gaze fell on the third house of the Zong family. The next night, the Mo and Yi groups set out at the same time, bringing the dragon-scale sacred beast, mainly for transporting supplies. Otherwise, with so many supplies from the third house of the Zong family, it would be impossible to transport them all by vehicle. This time, Qin Mo promised it would be the last time he tricked the third house. In the camp of the third house in the floating wind plains, Zhang Shenming was once again counting flower petals alone, waiting for Governor General Qin's return. He was afraid that the ancient coagulation flower wouldn't be delivered and that Qin and Zhang's power would be gone. In that case, the efforts of the third house would be completely wasted. Just then, a long cry that was neither a tiger's nor a roar suddenly came from the distance. Following that, the ground rumbled and vibrated. Zhang Shenming hurriedly threw down the flower branch and stood up nervously. It can't be that the Luo and Shen allied forces have broken through Qin and Zhang city and killed their way here, can it? The crowd instantly fell into a panic. As the rumbling grew louder, a figure several zhang tall finally broke through the darkness and revealed itself. It's Governor General Qin. Someone recognized the person sitting on the dragon-scale sacred beast. It seemed that Governor General Qin was indeed a favorite of Qin Ming's now. Even the Qin family's 9 spirit beasts Old Master Qin was willing to bestow upon him. When the people of Mo and Yi appeared, they quickly dispersed and surrounded the third house. The crowd immediately became nervous. They nervously looked around and couldn't help but grip their weapons. Zhang Shenming forced a smile and said to Qin Mo, "Governor General Qin, what is this?" Suddenly, Qin Mo's majestic roar interrupted Zhang Shenming's words. "Third house of the Zhang family, listen to my command." Qin Mo unfolded a piece of paper and at the same time looked at the people of the third house sternly and said coldly, "What, you won't even listen to the orders of the Qin and Zhang?" The people of the third house only reacted then. Zhang Shenming was the first to kneel and he hurriedly pressed down with his hands and shouted, "Kneel, everyone, kneel." The people of the third house immediately knelt on one knee, cupped their fists and bowed their heads. This was the most miserable hidden family. Qin Mo swore that this was the last time he would trick the people of the third house. He led the 2 groups of Mo and Yi and swaggered into the camp of the third house of the Zong family. Order of the Qin and Zong allied forces. The third house of the Zong family was ordered to act in a time of crisis and defeat. Zhang Shenming is hereby appointed as the Deputy Governor General of the Qin and Zong allied forces, and the soldiers of the third house of the Zong family are hereby bestowed with the title of Fierce and Mighty. Zhang Shenming's cheeks trembled with excitement, and his eyes became a little moist with emotion. He suddenly remembered something and asked Qin Mo, "Governor General Qin, how is the war situation?" Qin Mo said happily, "With your ancient coagulation flower, family head Zhang Tian recovered immediately, and the situation on the front line has also stabilized." This time, besides announcing the reward, I will also help you pack up your tents and deliver the supplies. After hearing this, Zhang Shenming agreed and hurriedly went back to his tent to change clothes. Tonight he wanted to be the most handsome. In front of 20,000 people of the Qin and Zhang, as the head of the third house, he would accept the cheers of the Qin and Zhang allied forces. Not long after, Qin Mo and the others had already packed up all the supplies of the third house of the Zhang family. Qin Mo informed Zhang Shenming and the others that they would go ahead first. Governor General Qin was as considerate as ever. When they returned to the front line, Zhang Shenming would definitely thank Governor General Qin in person. He had done too much for the third house. On the way back, Qin Mo patted the dragon-scale sacred beast. The group quickly walked on the small path. He had borrowed everything from the third house. He only wanted to borrow their pants. If they waited until they returned to Qin and Zhang, all the previous pretenses would be exposed. About 2 hours later, they arrived at the city wall of the Luo and Shen allied forces. The people of the Luo and Shen families were awakened by the huge commotion caused by Qin Mo. Everyone was stunned to see Qin Mo and his group return. Everything on the carts was clearly visible. Tents, pots and pans, potions, supplements, and so on. Such a large amount of supplies could completely support a corps. Qin Mo got off the dragon-scale sacred beast and said to the crowd with a smile, "What are you all staring at? Come and get the supplies." The people of the Shen Third Corps only reacted after half a day, and excited cheers echoed through the night sky for a time. At this moment the people of the third house of the Zhang family were on their way to the Qin and Zhang main camp, each with an indescribable sense of pride. They were the fierce and mighty soldiers personally taught by Qin Mo, and they subconsciously puffed out their chests as they walked. Not long after, the people of the third house arrived at the Qin and Zhang main camp. Just then, Zhang Shenming let out a long cry to the sky. The Deputy Governor General of Qin and Zhang, leading the fierce and mighty soldiers, has returned. This huge roar awakened everyone in the Qin and Zhang main camp. The crowd looked into the distance, breathed a slight sigh of relief, and then looked at the crowd in the far east. This group of people carried torches and traveled light. They were so poor they didn't even have a horse, and they used their martial arts skills to fly towards the great city of Qin and Zhang. The newcomers were none other than the third house of the Zhang family, a group that should have come to aid the floating wind front line long ago, but the number of people seemed to be a bit small at a glance. What, Qin and Zhang Deputy Governor General, fierce and mighty soldiers, have returned? This scene seemed familiar to everyone. Suddenly, everyone remembered that a few days ago, Qin Mo had rushed through Qin and Zhang using the false name of Governor General Qin to deceive the Qin and Zhang army. This was still a disgrace to the Qin and Zhang army. The elder of the third house of the Zhang family, Zhang Yila, looked gloomily at the people of the third house. She then questioned, "Why have you two come?" But Zhang Shenming smiled proudly and took out the Deputy Governor General's token in his hand. "I am Zhang Shenming, the Deputy Governor General of Qin and Zhang. Everyone make way quickly." Zhang Yila and the other three looked at each other in confusion. Zhang Yila laughed in anger. "Zhang Shenming, it's one thing for you to be late, but you're also doing this. Brother, be clear." Zhang Shenming shouted in surprise, "Don't you know yet?" At this moment, Zhang Shenming thought to himself, could this Deputy Governor General have been secretly bestowed by family head Zhang Tian? Even the four elders didn't know. It seemed this position was indeed extraordinary. Zhang Shenming smiled even more proudly and shouted, "Call family head Zhang Tian. It seems this matter can only be discussed with him. You are not worthy." Zhang Yila's face was distorted at this moment. Her figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Shenming, and a loud slap landed on his proud face. "What? The Zhang family can't control the third house today? You want to rebel?" Zhang Shenming endured the pain and shouted, "Why did you hit me? Old Master Zhang Tian's life was saved by our third house. I want to see Governor General Qin. You have no right to touch me. You are insubordinate." The three words Governor General Qin had indeed been a taboo in Qin and Zhang for the past few days. Seeing this, the crowd whispered. He wouldn't have been fooled by Qin Mo too, would he? When Zhang Shenming heard the crowd's whispers, his expression became grave. Zhang Shenming slowly realized something, and Zhang Yila asked faintly, "A few days ago, Qin Mo rushed through the great city of Qin and Zhang with great fanfare, using the title of Governor General Qin. Have you met him?" The crowd looked at the people of the third house with a smile that was not a smile. Zhang Shenming knelt on the ground, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He stammered that he had not met any Qin Mo. The people of the third house instantly looked as if their spines had been broken, and they all wilted. Zhang Yila questioned again, "Why are there so few of you, and where are all your things?" Zhang Shenming was stunned for a long time and stammered, "We encountered a wild beast on the way. On the way to escape, we couldn't get away, so we lost everything." Qin Feng was a little surprised. He suddenly realized something and said nervously, "You didn't accidentally enter the neutral zone, did you? No one is allowed to enter there. The neutral primate beast zone is forever neutral. If anyone provokes them, they will immediately bring a lot of trouble to the entire army." Zhang Shenming hurriedly came to his senses and waved his hands and shook his head repeatedly. At this time, in the Luo and Shen main camp, Qin Mo looked at the drunk Shen Wuming and said with a smile, "Senior Wuming, you said you were going to piss at the foot of Qin City, so don't forget other things. Forget about this bet." Shen Wuming bit his lip and stood up from the ground with a whoosh. "Let's do it. What am I afraid of?" The two stared at each other. At a time when the two armies were at war, someone actually dared to piss on the enemy's city wall. Shen Wuming's figure then disappeared from before Qin Mo. In the Qin and Zhong main camp, a person rushed in anxiously. The commander of the Luo and Shen Third Corps is here. Shen Ming and the others exchanged a glance, and the 6 figures in the conference room immediately disappeared. When everyone came out, they saw Shen Wuming squatting down, pulling down his pants and taking a dump right at the foot of the city wall. Everyone was stunned. Who would have thought that the commander of the dignified Third Corps would come all the way to the foot of Qin City to do such a vulgar thing? Suddenly, a familiar figure descended from the sky. Qin Ming flew to the city wall, and at the same time Shen Yi's figure also suddenly appeared like a meteor heading towards Qin City. The moment the Luo and Shen people were laughing, their nerves tensed up. Shen Wuming naturally also sensed the extraordinariness of the newcomer. He squatted there, looked up at the head of Qin City, and saw Qin Ming also looking at him coldly. His butt tightened and he hurriedly pinched off his poop, then ran away with his pants up. Qin Ming snorted coldly and grabbed in the void. Shen Wuming, who was about to escape, was imprisoned in midair as if an invisible rope had bound him tightly, unable to move. "Break for me!" Shen Yi's voice came through the air, but was it his voice? He clenched his empty hand and an invisible sword went towards Shen Wuming. With a crisp sound, the invisible restraint on Shen Wuming was broken. Qin Ming looked at Shen Yi's coldly and said, "Hand over Qin Mo quickly, and there's still room for maneuver between you and me." Hearing this, Shen Yi sneered. "What room for discussion is there still between us?" Qin Ming was indifferent for a long time. Then a token suddenly flew out of his hand. The Qin order suddenly stuck on the battlefield. In 3 days, the Qin and Zhong will launch a general attack determined to break the floating wind defense line. After Shen Yi's and Shen Wuming returned from the battlefield, the laughter in Luo and Shen was gone. At this time, Shen Yi said calmly, "In the past, the Qin family couldn't break through the 2 great cities of Luo and Shen on their own, but now with the Zhong family, the Qin family also has this strength. Everyone should strengthen their preparations in the next few days." The next morning, loud training sounds came from the Shen 1st and 2nd Corps. Only the Shen 3rd camp was unusually quiet. All 8 members of Qin Mo's group stared with wide eyes. "What are you all doing?" Group leader Qin, "Aren't you asking the obvious? What else could I be doing?" Qin Mo rushed up to Shen Wuming and stopped, delivering a resounding slap to Shen Wuming's hand. Everyone was jolted awake. "Major Wuming, the Shen 1st and 2nd Corps have already started preparing for battle. Are we just going to sit here?" Shen Wuming retorted. "What else?" This bewildered retort truly stumped Qin Mo. Qin Mo then let out a laugh of exasperation. "Shouldn't we start preparing early too?" Shen Wuming glanced at him and said, "Prepare for what?" Qin Mo said angrily. "Prepare for battle. What did you think you were going to do?" Hearing these nonchalant words, Qin Mo gradually clenched his fists in anger. "All of you start preparing." Suddenly, a dragon chill sword appeared and instantly plunged into the ground. "If anyone disobeys my words, this sword will execute them without mercy." Just then, a middle-aged man stood up. "We are very grateful to Group Leader Qin. You've helped us improve our environment. Our 3rd Corps will not forget your kindness. But this doesn't mean you can boss us around here, Captain Qin. It's not your place to make decisions here." Shen Wuming frowned slightly and pressed his hand down. "All right, Shen Sanyu, sit down." Only then did Shen Sanyu give a cold snort and sit down. After he sat down, Shen Wuming whispered to Qin Mo beside him, "Although the Shen 3rd Corps is lazy, they are all people who respect strength. Don't take what Shen Sanyu said to you to heart. As for preparing for battle," before Shen Wuming could finish, Qin Mo interrupted him with a cold voice. "So you respect strength, do you? If you don't listen, I'll beat you until you do. Let's begin. Everyone get moving. Group Leader Qin, let's just forget it." The former Deputy Commander Yu, came down from the 1st Corps. "His strength is considerable. We are a family, there's no need for this." The others also hurriedly began to mediate, but before anyone could persuade him, Shen Sanyu slowly stood up. "Since Group Leader Qin is willing to offer guidance, then I can provide some pointers." The crowd nervously swallowed their saliva. Shen Wuming also shook his head helplessly. Shen Sanyu had fought his way up from the battlefield. Even if he had lost his fighting spirit now, he was still a master. Although Qin Mo was a prodigy of the hidden sky, it would be very difficult for him to compare with the experienced Shen Sanyu, especially since this person was once the 2nd in command of the Shen 1st Corps. The number of onlookers grew, but Shen Sanyu was in no hurry. He stood quietly in place. Qin Mo curiously asked him what he was still waiting for. Shen Sanyu glanced around faintly and said, "I'm waiting for an audience. Let's wait a little longer before we fight." After a while, Shen Sanyu calmly said, "All right, that's about enough. With so many spectators to cheer us on, I shouldn't waste this opportunity to make a move." Qin Mo drew his dragon chill sword and said, "Then I'm coming." Shen Sanyu thought for a moment and said, "Wait, if I make a move you will definitely get hurt. How about this? You and I will have a 1-palm duel. Just 1 palm to decide the winner. What do you think?" If it weren't for Shen Sanyu's serious attitude, Qin Mo would have really thought this old man was just showing off. He spoke very seriously, as if he could take Qin Mo's life with a single move. Qin Mo nodded and agreed to Shen Sanyu's proposal. Shen Sanyu instantly erupted with his full strength. The combat power of a peak martial god Grand Realm suddenly surged forth. Then, with a heaven-shaking bang, the crowd felt the ground tremble slightly. The moment the two met, the yellow sand around their center was violently swept up. After the yellow sand quickly dissipated, the two were still palm to palm. They stood there motionless like two sculptures. Just then a trace of blood suddenly trickled from the corner of Shen Sanyu's mouth. He flew back several meters, then spat out a mouthful of blood in midair and fell heavily to the ground. The crowd's eyes widened, their eyeballs almost popping out. Deputy Commander Yu had actually lost. Qin Mo was just too strong to have such a foundation at the age of 22. The scene cuts to the next morning. The gates of the two great cities and 4 camps of Qin and Zong boomed open, and nearly 2,000 people rushed out from the various gates. At the same time, a rough voice came from Luo and Shen's great city. The Qin and Zong allied forces are out of the city. All operations begin immediately. 4 people walked out from Qin City and Shen City at the same time. Shen Yi's, Luo Xian, Qin Ming and Zong Tian looked at each other from afar, watching each other indifferently. Qin Ming looked at the people of Luo and Shen and said calmly, "Why are Luo and Shen blocking my way? Army of Qin and Zong, hear my command, attack." With a loud bang, the 20,000 men of Qin and Zong charged towards the 3 great Shen Corps. The Luo and Shen forces also charged out together as Shen Yi's issued the divine command. Shen Yi's, Luo Xian, Qin Ming and Zong Tian, the 4 great martial arts masters of Hua, stood quietly on the city walls observing. After all, if experts of their realm were to make a move, the battle would become even more tragic. Qin Lin led the Lin Corps and Zong Yila led the 3rd house of the Zong family. Slowly walking towards the Shen 3rd Corps, Zong Shenming, Zong Sheng and everyone in the 3rd house had long been holding back a wave of anger. The 3rd house would not forget that bastard Qin Mo even in death. They wished they could cut Qin Mo into 1,000 pieces immediately, but Qin Lin suddenly told them to stop and gave an order to the 3rd house, which was very puzzling. Zong Shenming couldn't help but say, "Senior Qin Lin, the enemy is right in front of us, why aren't we charging?" At this time, Qin Mo also ordered Mo and Yi to prepare for battle. But the Shen 3rd Corps still showed no movement. Shen Wuming rubbed his sleepy eyes and lazily looked at Qin Lin in the distance, saying, "There's no need, you guys go to other battlefields." Qin Lin smiled and asked in return, "Not even going to put on a show?" Qin Mo, Ping Yi, Fei Yi and the others listened to the friendly conversation between the 2 leaders, lost in thought. Shen Wuming yawned and said tiredly, "You know you can't break through anyway except for that old fellow Qin Ming." Qin Lin smiled and shook his head. "Can't break through is can't break through, but we still have to put on a show. If we don't even put on a show, it looks a bit unbecoming." Qin Mo and the others' eyes widened. What nonsense were they talking about? I can't understand a single word. Shen Wuming impatiently waved his hand and said, "Do as you please." At this moment, Shen Wuming suddenly pointed his wine gourd towards the sky. Martial soul skill, immortal gourd turtle shell formation. Shen Wuming abruptly pointed at the wine gourd and a green light shot out from between his 2 fingers, making the wine gourd even more dazzling. With a loud rumble, the wine gourd smashed heavily into the center of the Shen 3rd Corps position, serving as the formation's eye. The green light gradually formed a complete large turtle, and the position of the Shen 3rd Corps members was right under the turtle shell. Qin Mo and his group were all dumbfounded. By the time they reacted, the brothers of the Shen 3rd Corps had already taken out poker cards from their pockets, their mahjong boxes, beer and peanuts. 2 or 3 people gathered happily playing games on this bloody battlefield. Shen Wuming waved at Qin Lin, who was not far away, signaling for them to get lost. But just then, Qin Lin ordered his men to continue their attack. The people of the Zong family's 3rd house immediately became anxious. "Senior Lin, why are we retreating now? Let's try to attack. It's just a formation." "I don't believe we can't break it." Qin Lin suddenly turned his head and gave them a cold look. "You explain it to your people." Zong Yila looked at the people of the 3rd house and said faintly, "His wine gourd is called the Drunken Sky Gourd. On this ancient battlefield, only 4 people can break it." Zong Shenming hurriedly asked which 4 people. "Call one of them to destroy it." Zong Yila glanced at him coldly. "The 4 who are watching the battle from the 2 great cities of Qin and Shen." Zong Shenming and the others immediately shut up and followed the Lin Corps to the central area for support. Inside the turtle shell formation, the brothers of the Shen 3rd Corps were having a great time playing landlord mahjong and all sorts of games with great joy. It took a long time for Qin Mo and the others to gradually come to their senses. He gave this group of people a cold look, beckoned to Mo and Yi and said, "Let's go." Qin Mo and his group walked out without looking back. From today onwards, we, Mo and Yi, are separating from the Shen 3rd Corps. The lingering sound did not dissipate for a long time. In the central region, the 2 armies clashed, entering a white-hot stage with spirit beasts rampaging wildly on the battlefield. The Shen family was at a complete disadvantage in numbers, and the Lin Corps and the 1st house in the central region were the strongest forces of the Qin and Zong families. After the people of the 3rd house saw Qin Mo, they were like warriors with burning hearts, picking up their weapons and immediately charging towards Qin Mo. "Kill this damn scoundrel." Seeing Qin Mo running over from Shen Wuming's side, everyone in the 3rd house was ignited. Qin Mo glared at the people of the 3rd house and muttered something under his breath. The 3rd house instantly exploded. The words "fierce and mighty soldiers" were a taboo for the 3rd house, especially when spoken from Qin Mo's mouth. It was simply a humiliation, and they went completely insane. More than 1,000 people crazily rushed towards Qin Mo. At this moment, Qin Mo's expression changed, and he turned and ran, feeling somewhat intimidated in his heart. With several hundred people surrounding him, how could he not panic? But with nearly 2,000 people chasing Qin Mo, they could wear him down to death. Qin Mo then shouted that he was once their governor-general. Qin Mo shouted as he ran. This was a naked taunt. "Are you even speaking human?" This immediately drew more anger from the 3rd house. Qin Mo is the most despicable person we have ever seen. Unconsciously, the number of people chasing Qin Mo gradually reached more than 4,000. Although Qin Mo hadn't killed a single person, he had become a guide on the battlefield. People who were continuously thwarted and enraged by Qin Mo joined the ranks of those chasing him. At this time, Qin Mo used the martial skill Lingbo Weibu, the ultimate martial skill Wind and Cloud Immortal Body Art, and the Du Tanyan Long Hand. As Qin Mo ran wildly, he continuously used movement martial skills. The pursuers were dazzled by the sight. In the end, after an hour, the situation changed. Qin Mo was still running in front, his stamina already somewhat depleted. Some observant people in the third house noticed this and, as if injected with chicken blood, rushed towards Qin Mo again. Qin Mo felt like he was about to collapse. He was already drenched in sweat and his steps were a bit unsteady. It was only then that Qin Mo realized he had played too big, attracting nearly a quarter of the Qin and Zong forces to chase him. Suddenly, a plan came to Qin Mo's mind. He turned around, no longer running around the central battlefield, but directly towards the Shen Third Corps in the left area. Shen Third Corps, save me, open the gate, let me in. Qin Mo rushed out of the central battlefield and ran frantically towards the green turtle. The crowd hurriedly looked at Shen Wuming. Commander, open the gate and let Commander Qin in. He seems very tired. Shen Wuming hurriedly pointed a finger at the wine gourd in the center of the turtle shell formation. He roared and a green light shot into the wine gourd. The turtle's head opened and Qin Mo's figure leapt up, rushing towards the turtle's mouth. The pursuing Qin family members still wanted to drill into the turtle's mouth, but it suddenly closed. The crowd angrily pounded on the immortal gourd turtle shell formation, making a chaotic sound of fury. Shen Wuming looked indifferently into the distance, then suddenly frowned and looked towards the central battle zone. Zong Shao of the Zong family's first house was leading his men to besiege Shen Fan. Shen Fan held his sword in a reverse grip, his body already covered in wounds. Although Qin Mo had relieved a lot of pressure on the main front, the Qin and Zong forces were still numerous. Shen Fan was a famous general of Shen City, besieged by more than a dozen of Zong Shao's men. Qin Mo recovered his spiritual energy and sat down next to Shen Wuming. Shen Wuming's brows were tightly furrowed as he said, Shen Fan is about to fall. Following the direction of his finger, Qin Mo also frowned. Shen Fan was the commander of the Shen First Corps. If he fell, the Shen First Corps would likely collapse. But looking at the Qin and Zong forces surrounding them from all sides, Qin Mo sighed, I can't ask him. Shen Wuming glanced at Qin Mo faintly. I have a way to get you out, Shen Wuming whispered in his ear. Then Shen Wuming secretly conveyed his orders. The brothers of the Shen Third Corps hesitated for a moment, then all slowly nodded in agreement. The people outside the formation suddenly heard an angry roar from within. Who told you to go out on your own? Qin Mo roared angrily at Shen Wuming. All the Qin and Zong people outside the formation were stunned. They were fine just a moment ago, and now Qin Mo and Shen Wuming were suddenly arguing again. Shen Wuming was so angry he hurriedly said good several times. If you want to die, Qin Mo, then don't live. I won't protect you either. After speaking, Shen Wuming pointed at the drunken immortal gourd and there was a loud bang. The turtle's mouth in the air opened again. The eyes of the Qin and Zong people suddenly lit up and everyone became excited. The immortal gourd turtle shell formation is open. The Shen Third Corps can't protect Qin Mo, let's go kill him. The people of Qin and Zong jumped up like madmen and rushed into the turtle shell formation. Just as these people were about to fall into the immortal gourd turtle shell formation, several small doors suddenly opened on all four sides of the formation. Who'll drink tomorrow, run? Qin Mo and the several thousand men of the Shen Third Corps all ran out of the large formation. The Qin and Zong people who had just rushed in now realized they had been tricked again. The immortal gourd turtle shell formation had become a sealed space once more. The several thousand Qin and Zong people trapped inside let out frantic roars. They had done nothing today but been played by Qin Mo and the Shen Third Corps. Qin Mo chuckled and scratched his head, saying, I did it to protect you. This turtle is very safe. Seeing this, Qin Ming's face twisted slightly. This Qin Mo must be eliminated. His biggest regret was that he hadn't eliminated Qin Mo back then, thinking he was still fledgling at that time. Qin Ming didn't even spare Qin Mo a glance. Who would have thought that after more than a year the kid from Hidden Sky City could cause him so much trouble? Shen Wuming said to Qin Mo, they can be trapped for an hour. After an hour the formation will slowly weaken. He glanced at Qin Mo and continued, Qin Mo, aren't you coming back with us? Qin Mo smiled and shook his head, saying he was going to save someone. Before Shen Wuming could reply, Qin Mo's figure quickly disappeared. At this moment, Shen Sanyu stammered in a low voice, this kid is actually a lot like we used to be. At that time, no one spoke, which was considered a tacit agreement with his words. Qin Mo's figure once again entered the central battlefield. By this time, Mo and Yi had already joined the central battlefield. The divine calculator anxiously shouted into the earpiece, Shen Fan is injured, Shen Fan is about to fall. The nearby Shen First Corps quickly provided support. Above Shen City, Shen Yi's leaned against the city wall, his eyes wide looking at Shen Fan nervously and anxiously. Shen Fan was his son. Watching Shen Fan being besieged by more than a dozen people, his heart was burning with anxiety. Seeing this, Luo Xian frowned and said, this is not easy. Shen Yi's gritted his teeth and said, why don't you make a move? He closed his eyes in pain and shook his head resolutely. Even if his son died, he could not make a move. Once he made a move, Qin Ming and Zong Tian would inevitably make a move as well. By then, the casualties of the Shen family would be even more severe. Luo Zion looked at Yiz's pained expression with a heavy heart. She knew he was sacrificing his son's life for the greater good of the Shen family. Just then a loud shout came from the battlefield. "Uncle Fan, don't be afraid. I, Qin Mo, am here to save you." He was a fierce general in the Shen family army, but today he was besieged by the Qin allied forces. If he fell, the Luo and Shen allied forces would be greatly weakened. Just then, as if a meteor streaked across the sky, Qin Mo's figure suddenly landed beside Shen Fan. There were more than a dozen Qin and Zong people surrounding Shen Fan. It wasn't enough to just help Shen Fan fight, he also had to quickly heal Shen Fan. Seeing this scene, Qin Ming rarely showed a look of joy. Even if Qin Mo had heaven-defying abilities, it would be difficult to save Shen Fan. If the Luo family's medical team couldn't arrive within a minute, Shen Fan would die from blood loss. That brat Qin Mo doesn't know medicine either. Upon hearing this, Zong Tian coughed and said, "Qin Mo, does he know medicine?" Hearing this, Qin Ming sneered dismissively. "So what if he does? Shen Fan is seriously injured and needs immediate treatment, unless Qin Mo has some kind of divine medicine." As soon as Qin Ming's words fell, Qin Mo suddenly pulled open his coat. The dozen or so people surrounding him looked at Qin Mo's actions thoughtfully, but in the next second everyone's expression went completely blank. Inside Qin Mo's coat it was filled with bottles and jars of pills. Qin Mo had specially sewn countless small pockets inside his clothes, each pocket filled with a jar of pills. He carried all kinds of pills with him. Qin Mo quickly searched, and after finding the golden wound pill, he immediately took one out for Uncle Fan. Shen Fan didn't hesitate and immediately swallowed the pill. His external injuries, no matter how severe, began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few dozen seconds, all the wounds on Shen Fan's body had stopped bleeding. "Go, Uncle Fan." "Qin Mo, I'm going to help in other places." Qin Mo smiled and patted Shen Fan's shoulder. Then his figure quickly disappeared. Qin Mo's figure once again shuttled across the battlefield. Whenever he encountered an injured brother, he would stop. The people of Qin and Zong watched as the people of Luo and Shen, whom they had struck down, stood up again. The crowd angrily chased after Qin Mo again. They gave up on the other members of the Shen family. "We must solve this problem first." Qin Mo ran while distributing pills on Qin City's wall. Qin Ming rubbed his temples with a headache. If this continued, Qin and Zong wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Qin Ming said calmly, "It's time for that little granddaughter of the Zong family to make a move. As long as we use the ancient martial divine skill to control Qin Mo, we can kill him together. Otherwise, this person will recover to normal." Zong Tian quickly nodded. He had the same idea. He immediately sent a sound transmission to Zong Shenming, ordering Zongla to activate the ancient martial divine skill. Just then, Zong Shenming suddenly stood out excitedly, his face flushed with excitement. "People of the Shen family, I am Zong Shenming of the third house. Today accept the baptism of my third house." He was lucky not to be trapped in the turtle shell, which was why he could run out now. At this moment, Qin Mo suddenly realized something and shouted for everyone to step back. The people of the Shen family looked at Qin Mo in confusion. Hearing Qin Mo's words, the crowd couldn't help but take a few steps back. Zong Shenming's body trembled with excitement. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. This was an opportunity to make a name for himself. After Zongla used the ancient martial moon eclipsed, Zong Shenming could also imagine the stunned look on Luo and Shen's faces. Zong Shenming shouted happily, "You guys from Luo and Shen, wait for death?" Then he suddenly opened the small room that looked like a doghouse. He pointed forward excitedly and let out a thunderous roar. Zongla moon eclipsed martial skill, control everything. At this moment the air was exceptionally quiet, even a bit awkward. It was so awkward that one could hear the birds flying by and chirping. Zong Shenming shouted again, "Zongla, go." But what answered him was still an awkward silence. The Shen family members opposite began to whisper, "Is there something wrong with the brains of the Zong family's third house? Who is Zongla? Where did she come from?" Hearing the noisy discussion from the other side, Zong Shenming was stunned. He stiffly turned his head to look into the small room, only to find it was empty. Zongla's figure was long gone. The Qin and Zong onlookers all covered their faces, having lost all face along with Zong Shenming's shouts. Qin Ming also frowned slightly, not understanding what had happened. At this moment Zong Tian slapped his forehead and said he probably didn't watch Zongla properly. Qin Ming was already too angry to speak. Zong Tian subconsciously glanced at Qin Ming. Qin Ming's brows were tightly furrowed, his expression very unpleasant. "Let's call it a day." After speaking, he walked down from the city wall unhappily. The gong sounded to retreat. Zong Shenming stood foolishly in place like an idiot and was finally dragged back by a few Zong family members. "Where did Zongla go?" he suddenly cried out. In the jungle north of Floating Wind, ever since entering the wilderness, Xiao Shuang had been arranged by Qin Mo to stay in the main camp and had never shown his face. Unexpectedly, he helped Qin Mo out in a big way today. When the two armies went to war, Xiao Shuang took advantage of the empty camp to sneak out and accidentally ran into Zongla of the Zong family's third house. Xiao Shuang liked her at first sight, and then took Zongla to a small grove far away. There were no children on the battlefield, so the two quickly became good friends. Zhu Xiaoshuang affectionately took out a Weilong spicy strip to feed Zongla. Zhongla nodded happily. Being with Zhu Shaoxuang, she always forgot her past difficulties. The sky gradually darkened, and the sounds of shouting and killing in the distance also faded. Zhu Shaoxuang knew that it was probably his brother and the others sounding the retreat. He scratched his head and said, "Shaola, my brother and the others are coming back. If I go back late, I'll be beaten again." Zhongla was a bit reluctant. It was only then that she recovered from her happy moments. Zhongla hurriedly jumped down from the dragon scale sacred beast. She hugged the dirty little bear, bit her finger, and asked cautiously, "Can I see you again?" Zhu Shaoxuang happily nodded in agreement. "We'll meet here again tomorrow." Shaoxuang suddenly hesitated. "But I'll only bring 1 pack of spicy strips tomorrow." Zhongla also happily agreed and then went back happily. It was just that the closer she got to the third house's tent, the more scared Zhongla became. She couldn't help but remember that today was the day she was supposed to go to the battlefield, and she also couldn't help but remember her father's instructions not to attack the people of the Shen Third Corps because the third house was destroyed and all its members were angry, and people might set fires. After Zhongla returned to the camp, she was locked in a small dark room by Zhang Shenming. The battle did not go as planned, and Qin Hao was very unhappy. His status in the Qin family was not high to begin with, and he had hoped to enhance his prestige through this campaign, but it was all messed up by that troublemaker Qin Mo. At this moment, he decided to do something big tonight, enough to shock the entire Qin and Zhang main camp. He would kill Qin Mo with his own hands to show his ability. He quietly came to a high ground. Qin Hao squinted at the quiet Shen Third Corps camp in the distance. He sneered coldly, took out the dragon-carved precious bow from his back and shouted, "Wu Jin martial skill, myriad arrows." The dragon-carved precious bow emitted a blood-red light, shrouding the entire small hill in a strange color. Just as Hao was about to release his fury, he let go of the bowstring. Countless arrows whistled, piercing through the void one after another. More than 2,000 people were sleeping on the grass. Their tents had been taken by Qin Mo, so they could only sleep on the ground. Just then, Shen Wuming suddenly shot up. After him, Shen Sanyu and Shen Feng also stood up abruptly, looking up at the night sky almost in unison. Shen Wuming fiercely conjured the drunken immortal gourd, shouting, "Martial soul skill, immortal gourd turtle shell formation." A phantom large turtle suddenly enveloped the entire Shen Third Corps camp, and then a clanging sound of collision was heard. Rocket arrows only showed their true form when they hit the turtle shell of the immortal gourd turtle shell formation. A rain of arrows fell from the sky like a rain of fire from heaven. All the sleeping members of the Shen Third Corps were awakened. Even the people in Shen City, Luo City and the surrounding tents were awakened by the commotion. Fortunately, Shen Wuming reacted quickly enough to open the immortal gourd turtle shell formation when the fire rain fell. At this moment, a few members of the Shen Third Corps suddenly shouted anxiously, "The thatched hut is on fire, and the thatched hut is not covered by the turtle shell formation." Instantly, the thatched hut and the surrounding area were engulfed in a raging fire. Shen Wuming abruptly stopped the immortal gourd turtle shell formation, and the entire Shen Third Corps immediately rushed towards the thatched hut. They let the rain of fire fall on their bodies, their eyes seemingly only on the thatched hut. Then they desperately rushed into the thatched hut. Qin Mo watched foolishly. This was the first time he had seen the Shen Third Corps so serious. A member of the Shen Third Corps rushed in only to be seen running out again, holding urns. On them were the names of their children, lovers or friends. They held the urns in their arms, letting the flames scorch them. It wasn't until they walked out of the sea of fire and reached a safe area that Shen Ying at some unknown point walked to Qin Mo's side. The Third Corps has no rules, but Third Master once promised these brothers that if they came to the Shen Third, he would one day lead them out of the ancient battlefield and send the ashes of their family and friends back to their hometowns. If this is a rule, then this is perhaps the only rule of the Shen Third. Then Qin Mo's figure leapt up and rushed towards the Shen Third Corps Holy Spirit Wall. Qin Mo hovered in midair and also raised his hand, spreading his spiritual energy. Seeing that even Shen Yi's had appeared, Qin Hao could only retreat first. About a few minutes later, another crisp sound was heard, followed by Shen Wuming's angry roar in the thatched hut. The entire thatched hut finally could not withstand the attack of the flames and collapsed with a bang. Shen Wuming collapsed to his knees, utterly frantic. He scooped up a handful of ashes, howling and weeping like a madman. Those were the ashes of his wife, son and grandson, his only spiritual anchor. From atop Shen City's wall, Shen Yi's roar echoed, "This is a time of truce. If you want revenge, you must wait until tomorrow's battle." He knew where Shen Wuming intended to go. Shen Wuming stopped but did not turn back, leaving only his silhouette for the crowd to see. "I can't wait a single moment longer." Shen Yi's couldn't help but frown. "The Luo and Shen allied forces need to rest. We can't fight continuously." If Shen Wuming acted irrationally and broke the truce, the Luo and Shen forces would be in an even more difficult position. Shen Yi shouted, "If you insist on going from this day forward, you are no longer part of the Shen family. A military order is absolute." "Shen Wuming, how long will you continue this foolishness?" Shen Wuming paused for a moment, then let out a cold laugh filled with desolation. "Then let me be cast out of the Shen family." Alone, he clutched his wine gourd and walked into the boundless dark battlefield. In the Qin family's left camp, Qin Hao walked in excitedly. "I charged straight to the hilltop and unleashed a volley of 10,000 arrows, burning the Shen Third Corps to the ground. It's strange though, that old geezer from the Third Corps, Shen Wuming, clearly set up his immortal gourd turtle shell formation to block it, but then he retracted it to save some thatched hut. I thought I wouldn't be able to burn the Shen third core, but I actually managed to do it. Qin Hao smiled smugly, pleased with his own cleverness and the great merit he had achieved, striking a blow against the Luo and Shen allied forces and killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Qin Lin closed his eyes and shook his head helplessly. Something's not right about this, Qin Hao asked in confusion. What's wrong? Qin Lin said slowly. You've angered the Shen third core. You've crossed their line. Qin Hao was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong with the Shen third core? Those guys are nothing but a bunch of cowards on the battlefield. Besides their turtle shell formation, they have nothing. Qin Hao chuckled to himself. Don't tell me that Shen Wuming is actually going to come and kill me? The third core hadn't fought in years. Would they really come to kill him over a thatched hut? Qin Hao didn't believe it, but Qin Lin said with absolute certainty, they will definitely retaliate. The Shen third core and I have always been old rivals. No one understood that old fellow Shen Wuming better than Qin Lin. Hearing his grandfather's certain tone, Qin Hao's expression fell. He swallowed nervously and forced a laugh. How is that possible? Just then a loud bang echoed from the sky nearby. A thunderous roar shook the heavens and the earth. A furious shout boomed over the Qin and Zong camps. Qin Hao, you little whelp, get out here and die. The 4 formidable martial saint-level experts were actually no match for Shen Wuming, who was of the same rank. Shen Wuming's eyes were bloodshot. With a furious roar, he unleashed his drunken immortal gourd martial saint technique. Gourd Heaven, a massive wine gourd tens of meters in radius and 100 meters tall, now hovered in midair, held by Shen Wuming's single hand. Instantly, countless people from the Qin and Zong camps poured out like a tide. Before the Qin and Zong forces could react, Shen Wuming hurled the massive gourd down. With a heaven-shaking crash, it smashed into the adjacent camp like a collapsing mountain. Those who couldn't escape in time were instantly crushed to pieces. The people of Qin and Zong were utterly stunned. Who could have imagined that the perpetually drunk old man would charge into the Qin family's Lin camp alone tonight? Just then a figure emerged from the main tent. Qin Lin's figure instantly floated into midair, facing Shen Wuming from a distance. Several grand elders from Zong City and Qin City also appeared abruptly. The 3 elders immediately surrounded Shen Wuming, their eyes cold. Qin Feng questioned Shen Wuming icily, "Are you insane?" But Shen Wuming's bloodshot eyes were fixed on the terrified Qin Hao. Tonight's matter has nothing to do with Qin, Zong, Luo, or Shen. Tonight I will kill only Qin Hao. Anyone who dares to stop me is an enemy of Shen Wuming. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Wuming's figure shot towards Qin Hao. The 4 elders pursued Shen Wuming almost simultaneously. Shen Wuming glanced back at the 4 pursuers, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he shouted, "Rise!" The gourd that had crashed into the nearby camp suddenly stood upright with a boom. It collided with the 4 pursuing Qin and Zong elders, obstructing their path. Qin Lin grew anxious. The 4 had no choice but to bypass the gourd and fly into the sky. But by then Shen Wuming had already reached Qin Hao. Before Qin Hao could even form a terrified expression, a palm strike slammed into him. Qin Hao's figure flew back several dozen meters, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood before crashing heavily to the ground. A few seconds later, Qin Lin and the other 3 finally arrived. Seeing his grandson grievously injured, Qin Lin's eyes turned crimson with rage. "Shen Wuming, I will have your life tonight." The 4 martial saint realm experts instantly unleashed their full power. 4 martial saint-level powerhouses besieged Shen Wuming alone. Everyone from Qin and Zong watched in a daze. People from nearby camps hurriedly retreated, fearing they would be caught in the aftershock. Atop the 2 great cities of Luo and Shen, Shen Yi's and the others also stood on the city walls, gazing at the distant camp. At this moment, Qin Mo's brows were tightly furrowed, his expression complex. He desperately wanted to help Shen Wuming, but he also knew that if he did, it would represent the stance of the Luo and Shen allied forces, which would throw the entire situation into chaos. Beside him, Feng Yuan trembled with nervousness, saying, "The 4 elders are attacking at the same time." Hearing this, Qin Mo sighed helplessly. The pressure from 4 martial saint realm experts could be felt even from thousands of meters away. Qin Mo felt a surge of worry, but to his surprise Shen Yi's calmly interrupted him. "Those 4 can't kill him." His gaze fixed on the distant battle, he said with serene confidence, "Unless Qin Ming and Zong Tian make a move, those 4 alone, even united, cannot kill him." Shen Yi's nonchalant words made even Qin Mo feel like he was just posturing. It wasn't until Qin Mo and the others silently watched the battlefield that he understood why Shen Yi's dared to say so. Just as the 4 elders led by Qin Lin closed in on Shen Wuming, the gourd hovering in midair instantly shrank, and this area of effect only encompassed Shen Wuming and Qin Hao. Qin Lin's devastating palm strikes, which could shatter anything, only created a shower of sparks upon hitting the phantom turtle shell. Outside the immortal gourd turtle shell formation, Qin Lin let out a series of frantic roars. Qin Feng and the other 2 frowned, immediately sending someone to report the situation to the 2 family heads who were in seclusion. Inside the formation, Shen Wuming slowly walked towards Qin Hao step by step. Terrified, Qin Hao shuffled backward on his feet. "Senior Wuming, you can't kill me. You're inciting a war between our armies." Shen Wuming slowly raised his fist. He didn't want to say another word. A single punch shot towards Qin Hao. Just then a thunderous roar suddenly echoed. "Insolence!" The voice seemed to come from the heavens, forming a wave of pressure that pierced through the turtle shell formation, pressing down directly inside and forcing Shen Wuming to halt his attack. Shen Wuming struggled to turn around. The intense pressure rendered his body immobile. In the night sky above Qin City and Zong City, 2 figures shot over like meteors. Qin Ming looked at Shen Wuming coldly, then frowned as he gazed towards the distant Luo and Shen cities. Shen Wuming, you have some nerve. As the commander of the Shen Third Corps, you dare to barge into my Qin and Zong camp alone. You represent the Luo and Shen allied forces. Now you have broken the truce agreement. Shen Wuming struggled to lift his head, his trembling body restrained as he forced out the words. Tonight I have already left Luo and Shen. This person has no further connection to Luo and Shen. Zong Tian frowned slightly. He looked at the silent Qin Ming beside him and asked, what should we do? Qin Ming said indifferently. Kill him. Zong Tian nodded slowly. He raised his palm and waved it through the air. A crescent of purple mist instantly spread out, enveloping the immortal gourd turtle shell formation. Then, Zong Tian abruptly clenched his fist. With a sharp crack, the immortal gourd turtle shell formation shattered instantly under his blow. The people on the walls of Luo City and Shen City were all filled with worry. With Zong Tian and Qin Ming making a move, Senior Wuming was no match for them. Just then, Qin Mo's figure suddenly leaped up, landing on the city wall before flying towards Qin City. Shen Yi's gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. His figure shot out of Shen City like an arrow loosed from a bow, instantly catching up to Qin Mo and blocking his path. Qin Mo frowned suddenly. Senior Yi's, I just don't want to. Shen Yi's lowered his head and interrupted with a smile. You just don't want to feel guilty. Neither do I. He is, after all, a man of my Shen family and my brother. Leave this to me. Although he was a peak martial Saint Realm expert, capable of handling even 4 experts of the same level, the Zong family head, Zong Tian, had also made a move, and had shattered his immortal gourd body protection with a single blow. Just as Zong Tian was about to clench his fist and instantly kill Shen Wuming, Shen Yi's figure suddenly rushed in. He pointed 2 fingers at Shen Wuming, and the invisible restraints on Shen Wuming instantly broke. Shen Yi suddenly appeared, shielding him. Tens of thousands of Qin and Zong troops drew their weapons, standing at the ready, facing Shen Yi's arrival. With a single word from Qin Ming, an attack from nearly 20,000 men would rain down. Qin Ming looked at him coldly and said, Shen Yi's, do you wish to break the agreement of the 4 family heads? The 4 family heads of Qin, Zong and Luo Shen had an agreement not to engage in combat. After all, people of their level were only meant for defense. If they were to act, it would likely shake the very heavens and earth. Shen Yi smiled faintly. What about Zong Tian? Zong Tian said coldly. Shen Wuming charged into my Qin and Zong camp, disregarding the truce agreement. According to the agreement, he should be handed over to Qin and Zong for punishment. Shen Yi smiled. He is no longer a member of my Shen family. Zong Tian retorted, if he's not a member of the Shen family, this is none of your business. Shen Yi's laughed twice, looking down at Qin Hao, who was hiding behind a tent. Qin Hao of the Qin family, in the middle of the night, shot fire arrows at my Shen Third Corps, causing a sea of fire. Since Qin Hao violated the truce agreement, shouldn't he also be considered deserving of death? Hearing this, Qin Ming and Zong Tian were suddenly in a difficult position. They couldn't help but look into the distance. Qin Lin's unit sighed helplessly, and could only nod. Qin Ming immediately raised his eyebrows. Shen Yi's quickly said, we can consider it even. Besides, the Shen Third Corps has already withdrawn from my Luo and Shen forces, so he doesn't represent us. Qin Ming hesitated for a moment, then looked at Shen Yi's coldly. Fine, this matter ends here tonight. But if I see the Shen Third Corps on the battlefield again, don't blame me, Qin Ming, for taking action. Shen Yi's offered a cold farewell, then suddenly turned and quickly left the Qin and Zong territory. Scene change at the entrance of the Shen Third Corps camp. From this day forward, the Shen Third Corps has no further connection to Luo and Shen. After dropping off Shen Wuming, Shen Yi stated this coldly and left, returning to Luo and Shen. The members of the Shen Third Corps were like headless flies, not knowing where to go. Just then, the sound of urgent hoofbeats came from the distance, with someone calling out, members of the Shen Third Corps, please wait. Qin Mo rode up to Shen Wuming and dismounted crisply. Qin Mo said frankly, the floating wind plains are vast. You'll need to find a new place to settle. Shen Wuming looked at him with suspicion. Do you have a good place in mind? Qin Mo rode at the head of the Shen Third Corps column. After riding for a while, Shen Wuming gradually realized that something seemed amiss. The place Qin Mo was leading them to was precisely the neutral zone. When Shen Wuming and his men followed Qin Mo to the border of the neutral zone, Shen Wuming was utterly stunned. Qin Mo hurriedly explained, the ancient ape king is a good friend of mine. You can stay here for the time being. Just then, a giant ape emerged from the dense jungle. Qin Mo pointed at the stunned Shen Wuming and his men not far away and said, I have a group of friends who have left Luo and Shen. They can now be considered a third-party force on the ancient battlefield. I'd like to settle them here, is that all right? The ancient ape king raised its head, glanced at Shen Wuming in the distance and hesitated for a moment. The ancient ape king has agreed. We are allies, so of course it's fine. After settling them in, Qin Mo returned to the great city of Luo and Shen. With the Shen Third Corps gone, the Mo and Yi Corps moved into the former Shen Third Camp. The next day, after a day of rest and recovery, the Qin and Zong forces charged out again. The 2 great corps of the Shen family rushed out of their camp to meet the attack. The sounds of slaughter, roars, and various other noises once again filled the battlefield. Qin Mo also set out with his small backpack. He moved swiftly between the central and right battle zones, stopping whenever he encountered an injured person to give them a pill from his pack. Gradually, Qin and Zong once again formed a small group of several hundred people to hunt down Qin Mo. Suddenly, a furious shout came from the distance. The crowd chasing Qin Mo gradually stopped. Qin Hao approached from a distance, his eyes filled with killing intent as he stared at Qin Mo, who was treating the wounded nearby. Qin Mo, I officially challenge you to a duel. Do you dare to fight me to the death on this battlefield? Qin Mo was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Qin Hao and said, I don't have time. Qin Mo, I still have to save people. Go find someone else. The people of the Shen and Qin Zong families were all stunned. To be able to state such a cowardly thing so righteously, perhaps only Qin Mo was capable of it. Qin Hao was so angry he clenched his fists and said, I don't care about your excuses. If you don't dare to accept the challenge, just admit defeat. Don't make up such high-sounding reasons. The people of Qin and Zong all laughed. In their eyes, Qin Mo was just afraid to fight and was trying to cover it up by saying he was busy with other things. Some of the Shen family members lowered their heads, feeling a bit embarrassed. No matter how many reasons Qin Mo gave for not accepting the challenge, in the eyes of the crowd it was a display of cowardice and timidity, and they had already lost in terms of morale. All the people of Qin and Zong laughed and shouted, if you don't dare, you don't dare. A famous general's challenge. Even if you admit defeat, you should do it with some dignity. Don't let your Luo and Shen forces lose both their strength and their character. If you're not going to fight, just admit defeat. Hearing this, everyone started shouting, and the calls for Qin Mo to admit defeat echoed across the battlefield. Atop Qin City's wall, Qin Ming and Zhang Tian smiled faintly, watching everything unfold. Qin Mo frowned slightly, growing impatient. When did I say I wouldn't fight? Qin Hao burst into laughter and the crowd followed suit. Qin Hao laughed happily. I'd love for the famous general of Luo and Shen, group leader Qin, to teach me a swift lesson. For a guy who can only act as a medic on the battlefield, I wonder who gave him the courage to say such arrogant words. Don't show off in front of the protagonist or you won't even know how you died. Qin Mo looked at the crowd's ridicule and sighed helplessly. Can we start now? Qin Hao smiled and said, I'm ready whenever you are. The moment Qin Hao finished speaking, Qin Mo's figure instantly vanished. Before the crowd could react, Qin Mo had already appeared in front of Qin Hao, kicking him fiercely and knocking him to the ground. Then Qin Mo delivered several consecutive stomps to the fallen Qin Hao. In just a few kicks he had stomped Qin Hao's handsome face into a bloody, unrecognizable mess. It all happened so fast that no one had time to react. By the time his brothers realized what was happening, Qin Mo had already dusted off his hands, slung his little backpack over his shoulder and gone back to saving people. Qin Ming and Zhang Tian had immense headaches. Qin Ming said calmly, how long can this go on? Let the Zhang family's ancient martial arts successor make a move. Zhang Tian immediately agreed. His divine sense quickly spread, reaching the battlefield. Soon the Qin and Zong army retreated like a tide, clearing a large open space in the center of the battlefield. A small cart was pushed out from the crowd. In the small iron cage on the cart was a girl. When Qin Mo saw this little girl, he was stunned again. This little girl was none other than Zhongla from the Zong family's third house. In the jungle north of Floating Wind, Xiao Shuang had been waiting for Zhongla for a day and a night. Suddenly Xiao Shuang was startled. He heard the faint sound of Zhongla's painful cries in the distance. Xiao Shuang anxiously patted the head of his dragon-scale sacred beast. The dragon-scale sacred beast quickly ran towards the battlefield. After passing through the woods, he saw Zhongla being held in an iron cage like a dog, letting out earth-shattering roars. The ancient martial divine skill, Moon Eclipsed, reappeared. At this moment the entire battlefield was enveloped in a faint pink glow. When the pink glow illuminated the northern part of the battlefield, the expressions of nearly 10,000 Shen family members suddenly froze. They became dazed, their bodies no longer under their own control, completely stopping in place. Qin Mo had intended to use the second stage of Divine Sight, Illusory World, to control Zhongla's mind, but the speed at which Moon Eclipse spread was too fast, leaving Qin Mo no time to react. In just a moment he felt himself enter a state of deep concentration. The ancient martial divine skill, Moon Eclipsed, controlled several thousand Shen family members for only 3 seconds. Qin and Zong charge. Following Zhang Shenming's excited roar, tens of thousands of Qin and Zong troops charged out simultaneously, re-entering the battlefield like lightning. The Shen family members had become fish on a chopping block, completely at their mercy. Within just 2 seconds of the Qin and Zong charge, the Shen family's side was already a river of blood, with countless members falling like wooden stakes. Qin Mo and the other Luo and Shen generals instantly became the targets of a siege. People from Qin and Zong rushed in from all directions, their weapons about to pierce Qin Mo's heart. Moon Eclipsed ended. Wu Jin precision strike. The moment Moon Eclipsed ended, Shen Ying's figure suddenly flashed in front of Qin Mo. Her Chenshin sword was unsheathed, blocking a dozen weapons aimed at him. Just as the enraged Qin and Zong forces were about to strike again, Qin Mo had also reacted. Martial skill. Dragon's roar. Martial skill. Phoenix's dance. Qin Mo and Shen Ying shouted almost simultaneously. The heavens and earth suddenly trembled and 2 whirlpools formed in the sky, merging into one. The dragon's roar and Phoenix's dance, a holy dragon and a phoenix intertwined. 2 piercing shrieks came from the sky, followed by phantom images of a dragon and phoenix, which then crashed down onto the ground together. With a violent boom, many Qin and Zong members were directly sent flying. Wherever they passed, the Qin and Zong forces suffered countless casualties. Qin Feng, Zong Wen and the other 4 Qin and Zong elders quickly made their move, rushing towards Qin Mo and Shen Ying. Mo Yi, Feng Shao, Zan Zhe, Ping Yi and the others, seeing the Qin and Zong experts approaching, directly met them, intercepting them. The figures of Qin Mo and Shen Ying cut through the battlefield, slaying gods and Buddhas in their path. Apart from a few top-tier experts from Qin and Zong, the two of them combined were a force that even those in the martial god realm would find difficult to withstand. Qin Mo's gaze suddenly sharpened. He looked towards the center of the distant battlefield. On Zongla's hands inside the small iron cage, a faint pink glow was once again spreading. The gods were actually going to make this fragile little girl push past her physical limits and perform it again. At this moment, Qin Mo pointed into the distance and shouted to Shen Ying, "That little girl in the cage, she's about to use the ancient martial divine skill, Moon Eclipsed again." Shen Ying, while dealing with the battle, followed the direction Qin Mo was pointing. Qin Mo hurriedly shouted, "Let's charge over together and take out that little girl." Shen Ying nodded in confusion. Qin Mo and Shen Ying exchanged a glance. Then Qin Mo grabbed a Qin family member, his small sword piercing the man's heart, while simultaneously shouting to Shen Ying, "Shen Ying!" Shen Ying's Chenshin sword slashed, actually cutting her own finger and smearing her blood on the recently deceased Qin family member. Then Qin Mo violently threw the man's body. The corpse flew over countless people towards the small iron cage in the center of the battlefield. Qin Mo shouted, "Now precision strike!" Shen Ying let out a sharp cry. Her figure instantly disappeared from Qin Mo's side and reappeared next to the Qin family corpse smeared with her blood. And this corpse happened to land right next to the small iron cage. Zong Tian slowly shook his head and sighed, "Unless we intervene, Zongla cannot be saved." The Qin and Zong members surrounding the iron cage were no match for the great Shen Ying. His teammates had pulled a surprise move, and many hadn't even noticed that Shen Ying's figure had already reached Zongla. On the battlefield, Shen Ying's Chenshin sword shot towards Zongla. The sharp glint of the sword passed through the iron cage, aiming straight for Zongla's throat. Just then, a huge tremor suddenly came from the distance, like an elephant rushing over in a hurry. "Sister Shen Ying, please don't kill Xiao La." This was an ancient martial skill that could make people lose their minds, and it was being used by a little girl under 10 years old in a short period of time. To prevent her from using the ancient martial skill a second time, Shen Ying's Chenshin sword had already passed through the iron cage and was aimed at Zongla's neck. But just then, Xiao Shuang rushed in recklessly, begging Shen Ying not to kill Zongla. Shen Ying hesitated for a long time before finally withdrawing the Chenshin sword from the iron cage. Although she spared Zongla, Shen Ying still stood by the cage. If Zongla dared to activate Moon Eclipse, the Chenshin sword would instantly pierce her throat. Zongla stared blankly at Xiao Shuang's arriving figure. When that familiar figure appeared, Zongla could no longer concentrate and was unable to perform the ancient martial skill. Just then, a few members of Qin and Zong noticed the situation by the iron cage and quickly charged towards it. Shen Ying frowned sharply. And from a distance, Qin Mo's anxious shout came, "Shen Ying, get Xiao Shuang out of there quickly." Shen Ying picked up Xiao Shuang and turned to run. As Xiao Shuang left, the red glow gathering on Zongla's hands gradually faded. By evening, Qin and Zong finally sounded the retreat. Tens of thousands of Qin and Zong members retreated like a tide. That night in the Qin City conference room, Zong Shenming pulled out his belt and whipped Zongla repeatedly. He said excitedly to Zong Tian and Qin Ming, "Family heads, my Zong family's third house has absolutely not colluded with Luo and Shen. I knew nothing about this little beast and that boy. If you must punish someone, punish her. You can even kill this little beast, but please don't involve our third house." Qin Ming calmly waved his hand, stopping Zong Shenming's excited words. What could a child know? Perhaps she just happened to meet that boy. From now on, just lock her in her room. There's no need for her anymore. Out of respect for Zong Tian, despite the military orders being absolute, Qin Ming still let Zongla off the hook. Zong Shenming kowtowed repeatedly in excitement. He picked up Zongla and was about to leave. After Zong Shenming walked through the door, Qin Ming's cold voice suddenly came from behind. "If the third house doesn't value this little girl and she one day becomes a help to Luo and Shen, I, Qin Ming, will exterminate your entire third house." Zong Shenming swallowed hard, understanding the meaning behind those words. After a long silence, Qin Ming called Qin Feng and Zong went in. "How many more days do you two need for the authentic divine swords to recognize their masters?" Zong Wen and Qin Feng exchanged a glance and said, "Just 1 week. It will definitely be completed in a week." A smile finally appeared on Qin Ming's indifferent face. "A week from now will be the day we break through the floating wind defensive line. For the next week, order all camps to close their gates and refrain from battle. Everyone is to enter a state of rest and recuperation." The members of the Qin and Zong clans departed one after another. A week passed quickly. In the early morning, the entire Qin and Zong army mobilized, launching a full-scale offensive against Luo and Shen. As soon as Qin and Zong moved, Luo and Shen simultaneously opened their city and camp gates. The people also slowly poured out, and war was imminent. Soon, the sounds of fighting and crying were utterly tragic. It echoed across the floating wind battlefield. Shen Yi suddenly frowned. He felt that someone was missing from the central battlefield, but he couldn't quite remember who it was. It wasn't until he looked at the adjacent battlefield that he realized something was wrong. Shen Yi exclaimed, "Qin Feng isn't in the battle." Luo Zion also quickly noticed the problem. In the central battlefield, the Zong family's grand elder, Zong Wen, was also absent. In today's battle, Shen Yi's and Luo Zion were both on high alert. The two top-tier peak martial Saint Titans of Qin and Zong were both absent. Shen Yi's and Luo Zion confirmed this almost simultaneously. They exchanged a look, seeing the worry and fear in each other's eyes. Just then, from the walls of the two great cities of Qin and Zong, two figures leaped up and flew towards the central battlefield. It was none other than the long-hidden Qin Feng and Zong Wen. Luo Xian pointed to the mid-air and asked loudly, "What are those behind them?" After Shen Yi saw clearly, his pupils shrank violently, and he cried out involuntarily. "That's the ancient legacy sword." This completely confirmed their previous suspicions. The ancient legacy swords of the Zhang and Qin families have reached the divine realm. All Luo and Shen forces retreat to the great cities. Shen Yi's divine sense amplified his voice. His voice instantly echoed across the entire battlefield. Tens of thousands of Shen family members retreated like a tide into the two great cities of Shen and Luo. Zhang Tian looked at the vast scene opposite and said calmly, "It seems you were already prepared. You must have received news in advance." Qin Ming stood with his hands behind his back on the wall of Qin City, smiling nonchalantly. None of that matters anymore. Huddling up for defense is nothing but a final, desperate struggle. As he spoke, Qin Ming's vast divine sense instantly spread across the floating wind battlefield. All of Qin and Zhang's forces withdrew from the center of the battlefield, retreating swiftly like a tide. However, unlike the Luo and Shen allied forces, the Qin and Zhang armies only fell back to the foot of Qin City and Zhang City, not returning within the two great cities. The corners of Qin Ming's mouth turned up in a slight smile. "We can begin." As soon as his voice fell, two sword cases were thrown out by the two men simultaneously. Two long swords whistled out, landing in their hands in midair. In Qin Feng's hand was a 6-foot-long sword named Crimson Wolf, a superior divine sword that had stepped into the divine realm. In Zhang Wen's hand was a 5-foot greatsword named Ghost Sparrow, also a superior divine sword that had reached the divine realm. This was the first time a divine realm weapon had appeared since the age of Dharma's end. Zhang Wen and Qin Feng swung Ghost Sparrow and Crimson Wolf almost simultaneously, and two immense torrents of sword energy converged within the two blades. Two sword energies that blotted out the sky, following Qin Feng and Zhang Wen's sudden swing, flashed down towards Shen City and Luo City with a deafening crash. The two streams of sword energy struck the defensive martial skills of the Luo and Shen allied forces, instantly shaking the heavens and the earth. Even the stones on the ground trembled. Under this single blow, Shen City and Luo City were enveloped in a sky-filling cloud of rolling dust, submerged in the swirling yellow sand. These two were the only superior divine swords left in the world. As the two sword energies kicked up a violent storm of dust, it was as if two atomic bombs had been dropped on the two great cities. Gradually the dust slowly settled. The two great cities, which had stood on the medieval battlefield for decades, were still standing there, completely intact. Qin Feng and Zhang Wen knew the depth of the Shen family's foundation and that it was impossible for them not to withstand even this single blow. They had been poised to strike while everyone waited for the dust to clear. Suspended in midair, Qin Feng and Zhang Wen abruptly opened their eyes and once again raised their two divine swords. The two poured their full strength into the divine swords. Divine realm martial skill, Godfall. The black mist around Zhang Wen's Ghost Sparrow thickened, and in the next second Zhang Wen violently threw the Ghost Sparrow out. Divine realm martial skill, Divine water. On the other side, Crimson Wolf emitted a dazzling azure light, and a massive flood suddenly gushed from its blade. Qin Feng also hurled Crimson Wolf towards the sky. The divine realm martial skills simultaneously devoured the defenses of Shen City and Luo City. With the appearance of the divine weapon martial skills, the defenses of the two great cities instantly crumbled. When the two men raised their swords again, two immense torrents of sword energy began to condense once more. At this moment, Shen Yi's eyes were vacant. Luo and Shen had lost their advantage on the floating wind defensive line. They were defeated, and utterly so. Shen Yi clenched his fists in agony, gritted his teeth, and ordered a full retreat to San Pass. The entire army was to abandon Luo and Shen's great cities and retreat swiftly. The west gates of Shen City and Luo City boomed open, and tens of thousands of people fled out like a tide. Just as Shen Yi gave the order, the two devastating divine sword energies crashed down upon Luo and Shen's great cities. The two great cities that had stood on the floating wind defensive line, guarding it for 20 years, collapsed with a thunderous roar. Accompanying this desolate scene, the horns of attack sounded from atop Qin City and Zhang City. A dense mass of Qin and Zhang troops chased after the fleeing Luo and Shen allied forces. A slow-running person from Luo and Shen was caught by Qin and Zhang and brutally killed. Along the escape route, a river of blood flowed. By the time the Luo and Shen army reached San Pass, it was already dusk. Behind them lay the immortal and divine domain, the realm of immortals and gods. San Pass was their best and last line of defense. With the sudden appearance of the two divine swords, Qin Mo and Shen Ying had to find a place to upgrade their own superior divine swords. Only a divine sword could fight a divine sword, but looking around there was no suitable place for forging. The two had no choice but to leave the main force for now and search for a suitable location to forge their divine swords. Luo Xian was shrouded in gloom and asked, "What should we do now? The Qin and Zhang allied forces will catch up to us soon." Shen Yi hesitated for a long time before slowly saying, "Activate the San Pass Great Formation." Luo Xian was slightly stunned because the San Pass Great Formation could only be used once. "If we activate the San Pass Great Formation, we will save San Pass, but we also won't be able to get out for half a month. If something happens to Qin Mo and the others, we won't even be able to provide support." Hearing this, Shen Yi was caught in a dilemma. "We have to save San Pass first, no matter what. We must wait until Qin Mo and Shen Ying emerge from their seclusion to have a chance to counterattack. If even San Pass falls, it will be useless even if they do come out." Shen Yi's figure leapt up, hovering in the very center of Sand Pass. As Shen Yi raised his hand to the sky, a yellow light appeared on the ground, covering an area several miles in radius. A circular shield formed above Sand Pass. All lines of sight seemed to be blocked by the Sand Pass Great Formation. When dusk fell, the pursuing Qin and Zong allied forces finally arrived slowly. Qin Ming and the others could clearly see the situation at Sand Pass. Qin Feng and Zong Wen came forward and asked, "Do you need the two of us to break this pass as well?" Qin Ming raised his hand to stop them. "This formation is an ancient supreme formation laid down here by a great power of old. Forcing our way through might cause a backlash." Qin Feng and Zong Wen couldn't help but ask, "If we can't break this formation, when can we conquer Sand Pass?" Qin Ming replied indifferently, "The power of this formation is slowly fading. In less than half a month it will dissipate on its own. We don't need to do anything, just wait. Order the entire army to retreat 100 meters and set up camp parallel to Sand Pass." In a cave in the northern part of Sand Pass, Qin Mo was forging a sword. Next he would assist the Chengshui sword in undergoing its heavenly tribulation. Qin Mo took out a stack of talismans from his robes. Qin Mo took out a dozen spirit talismans from his robes, connecting them to form a powerful electromagnetic field. Qin Mo carefully took out the divine Tiangong stone from his robes. This was the final step to pass the heavenly tribulation. To be honest, Qin Mo felt quite envious. He longed for the dragon's chill sword to be the one undergoing the heavenly tribulation. Unfortunately, there was only one divine Tiangong stone, and it had been agreed with the Shen family long ago that if there was only one, it belonged to the Chengshui sword. Qin Mo slowly placed the Chengshui sword inside, but something strange happened. After entering the furnace, the Chengshui sword showed no reaction at all, just lying quietly in the furnace as if waiting for something. Qin Mo had already prepared several great formations to assist the Chengshui sword in its tribulation, but the sword's current state didn't seem like it was about to undergo a heavenly tribulation at all. Just as Qin Mo was puzzled, his heart suddenly shook. The dragon's chill sword sent out a call. The dragon's chill sword, hidden in the air, could finally no longer be suppressed. Qin Mo frantically shouted at the dragon's chill sword, "Don't come out, I forbid you to come out." But the dragon's chill sword seemed to have lost its master Qin Mo's control. It was fighting against him, until blood trickled from the corner of Qin Mo's mouth and he staggered back 2 steps. The dragon's chill sword had completely gained the upper hand in this fierce internal struggle. The dragon's chill sword broke through the void, flying into the 7-colored furnace, seeming to intertwine with the Chengshui sword. With the addition of the dragon's chill sword, the furnace began to shake violently. The divine realm heavenly tribulation had finally begun. This was a legendary sword about to ascend to a superior divine sword. But just as it was about to endure the heavenly tribulation, another divine sword burst out from Qin Mo's body, intertwining with the Chengshui sword that was about to face its tribulation. And at this moment, outside the cave, the stars in the night sky began to converge, and a red vortex formed in an instant until it covered the entire Sand Pass. In the Qin and Zong camp, Qin Beizi looked towards the sky. He grabbed a nearby willow tree in terror and shouted, "It's over, it's over. The sky is showing a bloody light. My Qin and Zong army is about to face a bloody disaster." Qin Li was a grandmaster of feng shui from China. The omens he divined were mostly very reliable. At that moment, a cold voice came from behind. "Shut up." Qin Beizi immediately and obediently shut his mouth. Qin Ming and Zong Tian also walked out upon hearing the commotion outside. Before anyone could react, a red light suddenly fell from the center of a massive red vortex, striking the cave where Qin Mo was refining the divine sword. Qin Ming and Zong Tian watched the massive red thunderbolt fall, their eyes narrowing. Zong Tian said uncertainly, "This scene, it seems like a supreme weapon is undergoing its heavenly tribulation." Qin Ming pondered, his brow then furrowed tightly. "Don't you think there was something strange about our pursuit of Luo and Shen today?" Zong Tian was stunned and thought back carefully. Qin Mo and Shen Ying, one holds the Shen family's legacy Chengshui sword, and the other holds the dragon's chill sword, ranked first among the 7 ancient legends. I didn't expect them to have obtained a divine Tiangong stone as well. Even if they pass the tribulation, it will take 7 days for the sword to recognize its master. We will be the ones to claim Luo and Shen's divine weapon. Qin Ming slowly pointed towards Zhang Mountain, his voice spreading throughout the entire Qin and Zong camp. All Qin and Zong forces surround and annihilate Zhang Mountain. Nearly 20,000 men, weapons in hand, charged out of the camp. Seeing this, Shen Yi's repeatedly slapped the back of his hand, crying out in anguish. They're heading towards Zhang Mountain. Now they couldn't leave the Sand Pass Great Formation. Although this formation protected them well, they were also unable to take a single step out of the pass, completely trapped inside, as Qin and Zong ruthlessly charged towards Zhang Mountain. The Luo and Shen allied forces could only stand here and watch as the tragedy was about to unfold. At this moment, bolts of red heavenly lightning were still striking down. After the last bolt fell, rock and soil flew everywhere. Shen Ying anxiously looked from outside the cave at the advancing Qin and Zong forces. Qin Mo was currently disoriented, his head dizzy. He shook his head, trying to alleviate some of the pain. "Can we go back to the pass?" Shen Ying replied anxiously. "Sand Pass is already sealed, we can't go back." Shen Ying tried hard to find the Chengshui sword, but in the ruins of the cave she saw a sword stuck in the ground. It didn't look like Dragon's Chill, nor did it look like Chengshui, but rather like a fusion of the two. The hilt was a phoenix head held high and the blade was a surging dragon's body. Now was a matter of life and death, so Chin-mo had to quickly say, "Go and claim its allegiance. It will take 7 days. I'll stand guard outside." Shen Ying hurriedly nodded and said, "All right." When she tried to grasp the snow dragon's sword, she felt a strong resistance pushing her away. Shen Ying got up and tried again with the same result. Shen Ying quickly shouted, "What's going on?" Chin-mo awkwardly didn't know how to explain. Just now, the dragon's chill sword suddenly lost control and also flew into the furnace. Then it became 2 swords undergoing the tribulation together. By the time I reacted, it had turned into this sword. The sounds from outside were getting louder. Shen Ying gritted her teeth and said, "Why don't you try, Chin-mo?" Chin-mo scratched his head awkwardly and slowly approached the dragon's snow sword. As Chin-mo got close to the dragon's snow sword, it emitted a pleasant humming sound. Before Chin-mo could even grasp it, the dragon's snow sword shot up from the ground and flew directly into his hand. Seeing this, Shen Ying was mad with jealousy. The dragon's snow sword had accepted Chin-mo but not her. Looking at the slowly advancing Qin and Zong army, Shen Ying suddenly frowned. Forget about holding off Qin and Zong for 7 days, she probably couldn't even do it for a minute. She suddenly looked at the cloud-piercing arrow in her hand. This simple arrow was something Chin-mo had made for her before. In a crisis, just fire a cloud-piercing arrow. Recalling the scene that night, Shen Ying slowly raised the cloud-piercing arrow and shot it into the night sky. In the neutral zone's spirit beast area, a distant firework suddenly appeared in the night sky. The ancient ape king beat his black-furred chest. Within seconds, the apes in the cave all ran out. The ape king pointed in a distant direction, ooh-awing at his subjects. They broke through the neutral zone and, led by the ancient ape king, disappeared into the night. Shen Wuming lay on a banana leaf and instructed the 1,000 or so people beside him, "Your Shen Third's movement technique is the best. Follow that group of monkeys and check out the situation. Report back quickly after you've investigated." Shen Tianqing accepted the order and left. The vanguard of the Qin and Zong allied forces was less than 500 meters from Zhang Mountain. Shen Ying paced back and forth anxiously at the cave entrance. It had been more than 10 minutes since she fired the cloud-piercing arrow. Forget about 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses, there wasn't even a single bird. Qin and Zong had now surrounded Zhang Mountain, but ascending this towering mountain was extremely difficult. Zong Tian stepped onto the mountain. It had just endured the 9-fold heavenly lightning, and its body had been shattered loose. "I'm afraid it would be quite dangerous for us to climb the mountain as well." He and Qin Ming could not act. The masters of the 4 hidden families were to remain spectators. This was the rule set before. Qin Ming gave a cold smile. "Though I can't attack Luo and Shen, can't I help mend this mountain and river?" With that, he stroked with one hand, slowly closed his eyes towards the mountain body, and uttered a few words, "Mountain solidification grand formation." Just then, from the distant mountain forest directly opposite, a series of loud noises suddenly came, getting closer and closer, the chaotic sounds gradually becoming clear. One cloud-piercing arrow, 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses come to meet. After seeing the signal, the ancient ape men mobilized their entire force. The apes rushed out from all corners of the jungle, frantically destroying the Qin and Zong camp and trampling the few remaining people inside to death. Qin Ming and Zong Tian were furious. Neither of them could have imagined why the ancient ape men would suddenly attack Qin and Zong. Qin Ming hurriedly ordered a retreat to protect their main camp in the rear. Soon after, the Qin and Zong army arrived at high speed and clashed with countless ape men. Qin Ming's figure leapt up, hovering in the air as he quickly scanned below. He saw the Ape King slaughtering Qin and Zong's people with abandon, and Qin Ming's anger shot to the heavens. The Ape King wiped the blood from his face, looked up and stared at Qin Ming with hostility. Qin Ming said angrily, "The 4 hidden families once made a neutrality pact with your ancient ape kind, have you forgotten? I'll give you a chance to withdraw from the Qin and Zong camp immediately, and I can let this slide." The ancient Ape King's furious roar came back. "You Qin and Zong destroyed my home, we monkeys will absolutely not allow it. What's wrong with that?" Before Qin Ming could finish speaking, the Ape King ignored him, violently tore open a tent and didn't spare a single ape man. But gradually the difference in strength between the two sides became apparent. The ancient apes were ultimately no match for the 20,000-strong Qin and Zong allied army. They were not in the same league in terms of combat strength. Soon many ape men began to fall one after another. But Qin and Zong had underestimated the will of the ape men. They were all fighting with the determination to die to protect their homeland. Human stamina was naturally no match for that of spirit beasts. An hour passed and they were still full of energy. 2 days later, the bodies of the ancient ape men were piling up. Of the more than 20,000 ancient ape men, only about 10,000 remained. The ancient ape men had been beaten back to the forest outside the Qin and Zong camp. The ancient ape king bitterly led his people, holding on. That boy had said the Luo and Shen allied forces would come, but they were yet to appear. Watching his kind fall one by one beside him, the ancient ape king began to think of retreating. When the monkeys retreated, Qin Mo and Shen Ying would once again be in a desperate, deadly situation. Only 2 days had passed, there were still 5 days left. In the spirit beast area of the neutral zone, Shen Tianqing told Shen Wuming everything that had happened at San Pass. The entire Shen Third Corps was present. Shen Tianqing swallowed hard and said, "When I left, the ancient ape men were also on the verge of collapse." Shen Wuming sucked in a cold breath. His men drew the weapons from their waists and turned to look at Shen Wuming, who was leaning against a tree drinking. It was as if everything was as tacitly understood as before. Shen Wuming straightened his back and slowly looked at the men of the Shen Third Corps. He pointed toward San Pass. Fetch my Shen family's battle armor. Protect the sons and daughters of China. This man-ape war had already lasted for 2 days. In the end, the Ape King let out a mournful cry and ordered a full retreat. They could not hold on any longer. The Ape King seemed to realize he had been tricked. They had fought bitterly for more than 2 days, but the reinforcements brought by the young man named Qin Mo never appeared, nor did anyone from Luo and Shen. As soon as the battle ended, the gazes of Qin Ming and Zhang Tian immediately turned to Zhang Mountain. The order was quickly given. The entire army was to rest for 1 hour and then continue the siege on Zhang Mountain. More than an hour later, over 10,000 Qin and Zhang soldiers once again charged towards Zhang Mountain. The iron cavalry of Qin and Zhang was like an abyss about to ascend the mountain. Just then, a sound of something tearing through the air streaked across the sky. As the men of Qin and Zhang were about to ascend Zhang Mountain, a large flammable banner was suddenly planted at the foot of the mountain, blocking their path. Qin Ming immediately ordered everyone to halt. 2,000 or 3,000 Shen family members charged out from the woods. Your old man Shen San is back. This mountain, you of Qin and Zhang shall not ascend. The Shen Third Corps charged into the empty Qin and Zhang camp like a whirlwind. Those weak and wounded soldiers might have been able to fight the ancient ape men to the death, but against the Shen Third Corps they were nothing but little brothers. Soon the Shen Third Corps occupied the entire Qin and Zhang camp, not even giving the Qin and Zhang army a chance to return to defend it. The furious roars of Qin Ming and Zhang Tian came from outside. Shen Wuming, what do you think you're doing? Shen Wuming enunciated each word coldly. Qin and Zhang, if you dare take one step onto Zhang Mountain, I, Shen San, will burn your entire camp to the ground. Qin Ming said coldly, we won't go up the mountain. How can you guarantee you won't harm the people in the camp? At this, Shen Wuming calmly said, let's switch defenses. You give us the foot of Zhang Mountain, and we'll give you back the Qin and Zhang camp. Qin Ming gritted his teeth and looked at him, his old face turning red with anger. Twice Zhang Mountain was right in front of us, yet mishaps occurred one after another. Qin Ming spat out a single word through clenched teeth. Fine. The Shen Third Corps and the Qin and Zhang army almost simultaneously withdrew from the Qin and Zhang camp and Zhang Mountain. After the switch, Qin Ming sneered, I'd like to see how long you, the Shen Third Corps, can defend this Zhang Mountain. Qin Ming did not continue to have the Qin and Zhang forces attack, but instead let everyone rest. Qin and Zhang needed enough stamina to wrestle with the Shen Third Corps. Even if they could defeat the Shen Third Corps now, their losses would likely be significant. There were still 5 days left for the divine weapon to recognize its master. Breaking through the 3,000-strong Shen Third Corps in 5 days was more than enough for the Qin and Zhang army. The next morning the horns sounded in the Qin and Zhang camp. Tens of thousands of Qin and Zhang soldiers surged towards Zhang Mountain in a mighty host. Shen Ying glanced from time to time at Qin Mo inside the cave. He was also in a state of paralysis, his entire body enveloped in red and blue light, showing no signs of waking up. The Luo and Shen members who had not slept were drowsy, but the heaven-shaking horns from Qin and Zhang startled them out of their sleepiness. Everyone nervously watched the movements of Qin and Zhang and the Shen Third Corps to the north. They're coming. Qin and Zhang have mobilized. This was the most brutal battle since the war began, with 2,000 men fighting against more than 10,000. The corps commander pulled up the 3 flags beside him and pointed at the Qin and Zhang army. All who wish to enter Zhang Mountain shall be killed without mercy. The 2,000 men of Shen San instantly clashed with the 10,000 men of Qin and Zhang. Once the Shen Third Corps fully unleashed their strength, even Qin Ming and Zhang Tian were somewhat surprised. The strength of the Shen Third Corps exceeded their imagination. Qin and Zhang were gradually pushed back. From day to night and then to dawn, after hours of fierce battle, the foot of Zhang Mountain was already a river of blood with corpses strewn everywhere. They defended Zhang Mountain to the death to protect the 2 people on the mountain, to protect the last hope of the Luo and Shen allied forces. Finally at dawn, Qin and Zhang sounded the retreat. Qin Ming helplessly ordered the entire army to withdraw and rest. In this battle, the Shen Third Corps became legendary. After resting for a day and a night, Qin and Zhang once again launched a full-scale assault on Zhang Mountain. Tonight, only 3 days remained. If they still couldn't break the defensive line of the 3,000-strong Shen Third Corps after 3 days, then Qin and Zhang would become a joke and there would be no need to attack Zhang Mountain anymore. Qin Ming ordered that there would be no retreat, only death. They must ascend Zhang Mountain and take down the Shen Third Corps tonight. The third general offensive by Qin and Zhang was even more ferocious than the first. Their numbers exceeded 10,000, making it a 10-on-1 fight compared to the Shen Third Corps. The Shen Third Corps was like a stream swallowed by the ocean of Qin and Zhang. More and more Shen San members fell. As their numbers dwindled, the casualty rate of the Shen Third Corps gradually accelerated. Shen Feng was besieged by 3 martial god-level figures alone. His left arm was completely severed, but he gritted his teeth and persisted with his remaining arm. The Shen Third Corps' only intelligence officer, Shen Tianqing, had his legs cut off and was simultaneously pierced by 6 or 7 Qin and Zhang members. He fell straight to the ground dead. Gradually, the Shen Third Corps could no longer hold on, falling one after another. By the time dawn arrived, the blood-soaked Shen Third Corps discovered they had been completely surrounded by Qin and Zhang, and those dear friends they used to play mahjong with were all lying on the ground, sleeping eternally. The Shen Third Corps was completely surrounded, with only 500 men remaining. Shen Wuming still leaned against the tree, watching quietly, taking a drink when he was thirsty. Facing his dead brothers, his expression was utterly numb. Because from the moment they left the medieval battlefield, every warrior of the Shen Third knew how to choose their own destiny. The remaining 3 members of Shen San stood back to back, wiped the blood from their faces and showed a wild smile. Shen Feng and Shen San supported each other. They looked at the vast Qin and Zong army and laughed. They had no arms, their chests were pierced, and they were holding on by sheer will. Qin and Zong temporarily stopped their attack. There was no order. They just stopped in unison, perhaps hoping these heroes would choose to surrender. Shen Feng looked back at Shen Wuming, who was sitting not far away. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and swallowed it, then smiled at Wuming. Captain will go on ahead. Shen Wuming drank his wine, smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Go on, I'll be there to join you soon. No need for goodbyes, we'll meet again anyway." Shen Feng smiled and nodded. Shen Feng and Shen San used their last ounce of strength to stand up straight. Luo Zion watched this scene and said, "Can they still fight?" Shen Yi's fell silent. He suddenly thought of something and smiled sorrowfully. "They can still fight. They are Shen San." As Shen Feng and Shen San's remaining hands slowly rose, martial god forbidden art combination martial skill, ghost guardian grand formation. At this moment their 2 palms intertwined, and in the next second they slammed violently onto the ground beneath the feet of the 300+ Shen San members. The ground seemed to crack. In the sunken fissures a black mist completely enveloped these 500+ people. All those shrouded in the black mist, their eyes gradually became hollow and their blood stopped flowing. Their wounds began to heal, and a black arm even grew from the severed limb. "If humans cannot stop your Qin and Zong army, then we shall become demons and fight you again." The last 500 members of Shen San transformed into 500 zombies and frantically bit at the Qin and Zong soldiers. The zombies bit the necks of the Qin and Zong soldiers, and the bitten ones fell to the ground in pain. A few seconds later, the seemingly dead Qin and Zong soldiers suddenly opened their eyes. Their bodies also began to be enveloped by the black mist, eventually becoming members of the army and joining the attack on Qin and Zong. Qin Ming had no choice but to have the weaker members retreat quickly. It wasn't until only the martial soul-level masters remained on the battlefield that the 3,000 or 4,000 men finally controlled the terrifying spread of the Ghost Guardian Grand Formation. Against groups above the martial soul level, the devouring effect of the Ghost Guardian Grand Formation was relatively less terrifying. Unexpectedly, even after the Shen Third Corps gave their all, they still couldn't stop Qin and Zong. They wanted to tear and bite in the most primitive way to make a final contribution to Luo and Shen, but their teeth were no longer sharp. Watching this scene, Qin Ming said indifferently, "Stop fighting, retreat 50 meters. Shen Feng and Shen San finally fell. With the fall of the last 2 members of Shen San, only Shen Wuming remained of the Shen Third Corps. Shen Wuming slowly stood up straight, finally facing the utter devastation on the ground. Qin Ming then asked calmly, "And you, Wuming?" He already knew the answer in his heart, so whether he asked or not made no difference. Shen Wuming looked at the boundless Qin and Zong army, slowly raised his head and grinned. "I want to die with my men, with Ming Chao." He wanted to die, but no one could kill him. Shen Wuming walked alone before the tens of thousands of Qin and Zong troops and said calmly, "I want to die. If you can kill me, then do it." Qin Ming had long expected this and immediately ordered all Qin and Zong forces to withdraw to the main camp. A battle between martial saints would endanger their own troops, so only Zhang Yila and Qin Lin remained on the scene. 2 martial saints against 1 martial saint was, in Qin Ming's view, more than enough. Qin Ming asked Zhang Tian, who was beside him, "Where are Qin Feng and Zhang Wen?" Zhang Tian replied, "They are still resting. They need more time to unleash their divine martial skills again." For Shen Wuming, he could only rely on his martial prowess to fight these 2. His immortal gourd tortoise shell formation was unusable unless it could envelop the entire Zhang Mountain. But Zhang Mountain was simply too vast. It was difficult for any formation to cover the entire mountain. In the next second, the Qin and Zong forces retreated, and the 2 martial saint-level experts from Qin and Zong closed in on Shen Wuming from the left and right. Martial saint skill. Drunken immortal fist with a red face and a protruding belly, Shen Wuming threw a punch, but a strange scene unfolded. Shen Wuming's fist seemed to split into 2 like a clone, meeting Zhang Yila and Qin Lin's attacks head-on, not the slightest bit weaker than theirs. At that moment, Shen Wuming abruptly found an opening and slapped Qin Lin. Qin Lin's figure was sent flying dozens of meters away. He quickly got up and the 2 figures lipped up again, preparing for a second strike. Shen Wuming raised his hand again and waved impatiently. "What I mean is, I want to die, but on the condition that you have what it takes to kill me." Shen Wuming's words thoroughly enraged the 2, and the full power of 2 martial saint realm experts erupted. Martial saint skill, wasteland rise. At this moment a giant hand formed from the earth and Shen Wuming was caught in its grasp like a small chick. Just then, Qin Du released his bowstring. With a sharp piercing sound, a rocket arrow flew through the sky. In that instant, Shen Wuming activated his weapon skill, the immortal gourd tortoise shell formation. The drunken immortal gourd hovered in midair, enclosing Shen Wuming within. With a loud bang, the rocket arrow struck the immortal gourd tortoise shell formation, causing ripples to spread across it. But it failed to shake the formation in the slightest. In the next second, as the dirt hand's control weakened, Shen Wuming's body struggled violently. The massive hand of mud instantly crumbled and fell apart. Although he couldn't stay inside the immortal gourd tortoise shell formation indefinitely without attacking, the formation could still provide an excellent defensive shield, capable of blocking a wave of attacks without issue. Zhang Yila and Qin Lin had gained the upper hand in the previous attack and they held nothing back. Martial Saint Skill, 9 Yin 9 Yang. Martial Saint Skill, Wasteland Rise. Martial Saint Skill, Heart-Locking Diagram. Zhang Yila instantly cast 3 major control-type martial skills in succession, determined to lock Shen Wuming down completely. Shen Wuming was almost bound into a mummy. Zhang Yila roared, "Qin Lin, attack now!" Qin Lin had already aimed at Shen Wuming. A slight smile crept onto his lips as he shouted, "Die Shen Wuming, forbidden martial skill. Sky-piercing arrow." The empty arrow left a trail of dust in the air as it soared. An earth-shattering explosion rang out. The sky-piercing arrow passed directly through the 3 control martial skills and struck Shen Wuming's body. A towering pillar of fire erupted and nothing could be heard but the sound of the explosion. Afterward, Qin Lin put away his mind bow. He smiled and looked back at the Qin and Zhang army, saying with a laugh, "Shen Wuming is dead. Please give the order to attack Zhang Mountain again." After Qin Lin finished speaking, he received no response. He saw the stunned expressions on the faces of the distant Qin and Zhang forces. Qin Lin thought to himself that it must have been the power he had just unleashed that had frightened them. Qin Lin smiled at the crowd and said, "Don't just stand there stunned, everyone. Am I not as good as the holy and divine?" As soon as his voice fell, Qin Ming's roar seemed to come from the horizon. "Watch out!" Qin Lin tried to turn his head abruptly, but before he could react, his body was sent flying dozens of meters away, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he flew through the air. Shen Wuming, engulfed in flames, had become a man on fire, yet on his struck shoulder a bright moon could be seen. When he tried to shake off the burns, his entire body was covered in flames, leaving him parched. "With just you lot, you're not qualified to make me seek death." As Shen Wuming's voice fell, his figure charged toward Zhang Yila. To protect Zhang Yila, Qin Lin had no choice but to pursue Shen Wuming. In the heat of the chase, rocket arrows were easy to loose but hard to control, making it difficult to score a hit. The distance between the 3 of them grew shorter and shorter. In the Qin and Zhang battlefield, the 2 martial saints were completely unaware of this situation. Just as they were a mere dozen steps apart, Shen Wuming suddenly stopped. He turned to look at Qin Lin, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Martial Saint Skill, Wine Ruler Divine Mirror. The drunken immortal gourd, wrapped in flames, suddenly soared into the sky. Leaping into the air, the drunken immortal gourd began to spray wine incessantly, covering the entire Zhang Mountain combat zone. The wine, several centimeters thick, blanketed the whole battlefield. The Wine Ruler Divine Mirror opened. Instantly, a massive curtain formed at the foot of the mountain. This curtain seemed to pierce the heavens, blocking everyone's view. Qin Li also grew nervous, but everything on the battlefield was obscured. The people outside the Wine Ruler Divine Mirror could not see what was happening inside at all. Zhang Tian asked in confusion, "Have you ever heard of this martial skill?" Qin Ming was silent for a long time, truly a bit baffled. No one knew what was happening inside that murky cask of wine. Qin and Zhang had no way to cross the wine curtain and directly attack Zhang Mountain, because the wine curtain covered the entire foot of Zhang Mountain, blocking all lines of sight. So for now, no one dared to enter. After all, this was a martial saint's martial skill, and a mysterious one at that, which even Qin Ming and Zhang Tian had never heard of. This was a martial god skill that the fire group had never seen before. Led by a giant wine gourd, it flew in midair, constantly raining down wine on the crowd, forming a curtain that isolated the grand formation from the outside world. No one dared to rush in recklessly. Qin Ming and Zhang Tian could only suppress their impatience and have everyone wait quietly. A night passed and only 12 hours remained until the divine sword would recognize its master. At this moment, someone shouted, "Look, the wine curtain of the Wine Ruler Divine Mirror is gradually disappearing." The shout immediately startled the entire Qin and Zhang camp. They saw Shen Wuming standing there, Qin He kneeling on the ground drenched in blood, and in Shen Wuming's hand the body of Zhang Yila. 2 of Qin and Zhang's high-level martial saints, one dead, one grievously wounded. Qin Du let out a terrified shriek, "Help! This man is a devil!" Before anyone could react, he tossed Zhang Yila's body to the ground like a piece of trash. "I've told you, you 2 alone can't kill me." Like a bolt of lightning, Shen Wuming charged towards Qin He again. Qin Lin looked back in despair. "Save me, big brother, save me." Who could have imagined that a martial saint-level super titan of Chinese martial arts would be so frightened, fleeing for his life like a dog? Shen Wuming had already targeted Qin Lin. He fiercely raised his fist, and at the moment he struck, 2 streams of blackish-green light flew out, blocking Shen Wuming's path, instantly pushing him away. The Ghost Sparrow and Crimson Wolf divine weapons pinned themselves to the ground, emitting a green light. Then the figures of Qin Feng and Zhang Wen abruptly appeared. The people of Qin and Zhang finally breathed a sigh of relief. The figures of Qin Feng and Zhang Wen leapt into the air. The divine weapons in their hands flew up simultaneously, and that familiar sky-blotting sword energy followed. 2 immense torrents of sword energy enveloped half of Zhang Mountain. They not only wanted to kill Shen Wuming but also to destroy the Zhang Mountain behind him. Shen Wuming slowly raised his wine gourd, his body gradually turning red. The blood flowing through his veins was clearly visible. Suddenly his body burst into flames in an instant. Martial Saint's indestructible body. Amidst the flames surrounding him, a golden light emanated, as if a layer of gold was plated over his body. At this moment, Qin Ming suddenly remembered something. Only 1 in 100 million becomes a martial saint. Qin Ming's voice trembled. It was the first time he had ever seen a successor of a martial saint. Zhang Tian's mouth fell open in surprise. He also slowly raised his head, seeming to have suddenly realized something as well. Shen Wuming was actually going to use his martial saint body to withstand those two streams of divine sword energy. Shen Wuming's flaming golden body crashed into the two immense torrents of sword energy with a deafening roar. The golden flames of Shen Wuming shook the heavens and the earth. After colliding with the two streams of sword energy, many of the Qin and Zong forces were thrown to the ground. About 5 minutes later, through their blurred vision, the crowd saw the man standing tall in midair. A large gash was cut open on his chest, revealing the broken ribs within. The flesh on his left and right arms had also been mostly sheared away. That man named Shen Wuming was actually still alive. The divine sword energy had not carved into Zhang Mountain. It had been completely blocked by Shen Wuming. This meant they could no longer stop the Shen family's divine weapon from recognizing its master. Even if they wanted to attack Zhang Mountain now, there wasn't enough time. Shen Wuming lowly descended from midair. He leaned against a tree, squinting as he looked at the distant Qin and Zong army. Before midnight, not a single one of you from Qin and Zong shall set foot on Zhang Mountain. Come one, kill one. In the final moment, it was as if Luo, Shen, Qin and Zong had reached a consensus. They all tacitly refrained from interfering, merely watching Shen Wuming silently by the tree at the foot of Zhang Mountain. After midnight passed, Shen Wuming lay on the cold snowy ground laughing happily. He lay down forever. There was no longer a Shen San in this world, no longer a Shen Wuming among men, even more so at Zhang Mountain. With the successful recognition of the divine sword, the spiritual lake within Qin Mo's body seemed to undergo a massive change. He could feel a force of 1,000 caddies surrounding him. His limbs melted. Qin Mo then broke through consecutively to the early stage of the Tribulation Crossing realm. Shen Ying knelt at the cave entrance. Qin Mo slowly walked out from inside and asked what had happened. Shen Ying just cried and shook her head. Qin Mo looked toward Zhang Mountain, a joyful smile in his eyes, and said, "Senior Wuming and the Shen Third Corps should have returned to China by now." Hearing Qin Mo's words, Shen Ying cried even harder. Qin Mo looked at her in confusion. "Didn't Qin and Zong attack Zhang Mountain?" Shen Ying raised her head, her tear-filled eyes looking at Qin Mo, and said, "Go and see for yourself. Look at what the white under this snow is." Qin Mo was slightly stunned, as if he had suddenly realized something. It was the bodies of Qin, Zong and Shen San piled up into a small mountain. It wasn't until Qin Mo saw the old man lying at his feet that he knew he was dead. Qin Mo was certain. He frantically knelt down and recovered Shen Wuming's body with snow. As Qin Mo frantically covered him, he trembled and roared incoherently. "Arg, did I, your father, ask you to die for me?" After roaring for who knows how long, he casually picked up the drunken immortal gourd, then bent down and picked up the 3 great flags of the Shen family from the ground. Then Qin Mo tore the 3 Shen family flags and tied them around his neck like a cape where they danced behind him. He tried hard not to pay attention to the many houses in the snow. Qin Mo drew the Chengshui sword and alone faced the tens of thousands of Qin and Zong soldiers. "Damn you, you bastards of Qin and Zong, come and fight me." Qin Mo possessed a divine-grade treasured sword. He now had to face not just 15 enemies, but kill them all. With the dragon snow sword drawn, Qin Mo charged towards the Qin and Zong army. Qin Ming and Zong Tian stared intently at the person rushing towards them in the snowy night and said, overestimating his own strength. Zong Tian slowly raised his hand and brought it down. "Qin and Zong army, execute Qin Mo." With the sound of his vast divine sense, it spread throughout the entire rear of the Qin and Zong camp. 15,000 Qin and Zong soldiers in a mighty host charged towards Qin Mo almost simultaneously. In an instant, Qin Mo leapt alone into the sea of people. Within the sea of people, he frantically brandished the divine record in his hand. "I'm going to kill you, kill all of you." Qin Mo's foundation and true strength completely erupted. Qin Mo fully exploded, sending more than a dozen grandmasters who had approached him flying. Qin Ming and Zong Tian took a step back, both their faces turning grave. Qin Mo has actually reached the first level of the Great Tribulation Crossing realm. After the Tribulation Crossing came the False Immortal. Breaking through the 5th layer of False Immortal, one was called a Half-Immortal. Breaking through the 10th level of Half-Immortal, one would then endure the 10-fold Heavenly Lightning Tribulation to leave the body. Only then could one step into the Gate of the Immortals. A 23-year-old at the Great Tribulation Crossing realm, this was something neither Qin, Zong, Luo nor Shen had ever expected. Then a golden ancient barrier appeared in Qin Mo's eyes and divine illumination was instantly activated. The different flames burned on the battlefield. Those at the Martial Break realm died upon sight. Even those at the Martial Soul realm, if they were not careful, would instantly be set ablaze. While his eyes launched a powerful attack, his hands were not idle. The dragon snow sword's patterns danced in time. As he reaped these lives, the Zhonghan sword technique was quietly unleashed. This further quickened the pace at which Qin Mo reaped the lives of the Qin and Zong forces. "Too slow, you bunch of scum, you're dying too slowly." Qin Mo slaughtered madly, like a butcher killing chickens and cattle. He was still muttering to himself. Qin Mo's figure lipped up high in midair at this moment. Qin Mo raised the dragon snow sword in his hand high. "Feel the fear we once felt, divine dragon sword Qi." The sky-blotting sword energy crashed down from the heavens and a crack instantly split the ground after the dragon sword Qi fell upon the battlefield. It was a scene of utter devastation. Amidst the people's despair, the fiery sword Qi, dozens of feet high, slowly descended under Qin Mo's eerie smile. Divine phoenix sword Qi, the divine weapon in Qin Mo's hand, actually had 2 forms of sword Qi. Qin Ming and Zong Tian were already too shocked to speak. Before Qin Ming could think, a Qin family member stumbled over, anxiously reporting to the Qin family head, the two corps commanders, Qin Feng and Zhang Wen, request to unleash their divine weapons again. Qin Ming's response resounded through the snowy night. Qin Feng and Zhang Wen then raised their swords, and two sky-blotting sword lights enveloped the area, heading towards the Phoenix Sword Peak almost simultaneously. The sword chi of the two divine weapons simultaneously countered the Phoenix Sword chi of the Dragon Snow Sword. When the three streams of sword chi collided violently, the sky instantly exploded. Even from a great distance one could see trees being uprooted as if everything was about to be destroyed before it finally gradually settled. The three stood opposite each other in midair, all panting heavily. It was clear they were all exhausted. Moreover, Qin Mo's body was also trembling slightly. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Qin Mo, that you could reach this day is something even my Qin and Zong never expected. As his voice fell, Qin Mo slowly raised the Dragon Snow Sword, coldly aiming it at Qin Feng and Zhang Wen. I am standing right in front of you. Look at me, Qin Mo. How much do I resemble my former self? After speaking, Qin Mo's figure suddenly erupted like a meteor, hurtling towards Qin Feng and Zhang Wen. Qin Feng and Zhang Wen also immediately met his charge. In midair, the three divine weapons instantly collided. Waves rippled through the air and the clanging, booming sounds of metal colliding rang out. The flying snow surrounding the three was completely blown away. The figures of the three flickered in and out of sight in midair. Two martial saint-level martial artists and a cultivator at the first level of Tribulation Crossing were completely locked in battle. The three divine weapons collided, sending shockwaves through the air and sparks flying in midair. When the three divine weapons collided, a large number of sparks erupted. Qin Mo's Dragon Snow Sword clashed with the Ghost Sparrow and Crimson Wolf, the full power of the three divine weapons on display. The family members also completely unleashed their full strength. The spectators all held their breath, their eyes fixed. The three fought in midair. The scene was too intense. The three's movement techniques and sword skills became faster and faster. Towards the end, the crowd could only vaguely see the afterimages of the three, the constantly erupting sparks and the sound of metal clashing coming from the horizon. Zhang Tian exclaimed in surprise, Qin Mo can fight Qin Feng and Zhang Wen to a draw? Qin Feng and Zhang Wen were top-tier martial saint-level existences in the Qin and Zhang families, far beyond ordinary martial saints. For Qin Mo, who was only at the first level of Tribulation Crossing, to be able to fight evenly with two top-tier martial saints from Qin and Zhang and unleash such intensity was beyond Zhang Tian's imagination. Logically, even with a strong foundation, it would be very difficult for someone at the first level of Tribulation Crossing to fight two top-tier martial saints to a standstill. After all, the limit of a top-tier martial saint was close to the highest limit of the first level of Tribulation Crossing. Qin Ming said coldly, Impossible, haven't you noticed? The divine weapon in Qin Mo's hand is extraordinary. Zhang Tian asked, What do you mean? Qin Ming narrowed his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, it's very likely that the Shen family's Changshui sword and Qin Mo's Dragon's Chill sword underwent the heavenly tribulation together, forming this sword. Zhang Tian looked at him in disbelief. Qin Ming continued slowly, But don't worry, Qin Mo's strength is still not enough to match two peak great martial saints. The reason he can temporarily fight them to a standstill is only because of the Dragon Snow Sword's enhancement. The warm-up is over. Qin and Zhang's martial arts performance should also come to an end. He was only 23 years old, yet he had reached the Tribulation Crossing realm and could even fight two peak martial saints to a draw. After half an hour of fighting, Qin Mo also had a very clear judgment. If these two joined forces, he would definitely lose. Even one-on-one, he had no chance of winning. He slowly opened his clothes, took out a handful of medicinal pills from his pocket and gulped them down. The wounds on his wife's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then he took out defensive spirit talismans one by one and plastered them all over his body. Before the crowd could react, Qin Mo had already charged out. He took the Dragon Snow Sword and charged towards the Qin and Zhang army. Qin Mo knew he couldn't beat Qin Feng and Zhang Wen, so he went after the Qin and Zhang army to pick on these soft targets. By the time they reacted, Qin Mo had already plunged into the army of more than 10,000 Qin and Zhang soldiers, starting a massacre. Zhang Wen and Qin Feng finally came to their senses, stunned for a long while. You bastard Qin Mo, damn it, I will kill you tonight. As his voice fell, the figures of the two turned into two long rainbows, charging madly towards Qin Mo. At this time, Qin Mo was already slaughtering gods and Buddhas in the Qin and Zhang camp. Hundreds of Qin and Zhang soldiers fell one after another. From late at night until the dawn of the next day, Qin Mo finally stopped, exhausted. By this time, he had killed a total of 1,537 people from Qin and Zhang. He had fought to the point of exhaustion. Then Qin Mo used the Dragon Snow Sword to barely support his body. It wasn't just Qin Mo who was exhausted, but also the pursuing Qin Feng and Zhang Wen. Zhang Wen gasped for breath and concluded, Qin Mo, he's run out of the spirit talismans and pills that can accelerate him. Now is the best time to kill him. Then the two cautiously approached Qin Mo, not because they were afraid of Qin Mo's explosive power, but because they were afraid that the moment they moved that rascal Qin Mo would run away again. But Qin Mo stood where he was, motionless, just slowly bowing his head, looking at the two approaching men. Zhang Wen walked over slowly and said with a smile, Accept your fate. Hearing this, Qin Mo frowned and roared, What fate? I don't believe in destiny, and besides, not enough of you Qin and Zhang people have died yet. Just then, Qin Mo suddenly let out a heart-wrenching sound towards the sky. The countless wounds on his body quickly bled, and on the ground a large pool of fresh blood began to burn and boil, forming a sorcerer's barrier on the ground. Tribulation crossing martial skill. Blood sacrifice barrier. Qin Mo was like a bloodthirsty demon. His depleted spiritual lake was instantly filled while his body withered at a visible rate. Even Qin Ming was somewhat shocked. The blood sacrifice barrier is a long-lost forbidden art from ancient times. Who on earth is his master? Qin Mo was already injured and could not fight anymore. He then performed the blood sacrifice barrier, exchanging his life for spiritual energy, which was undoubtedly adding insult to injury. Even if he obtained enough spiritual energy, he would be unable to move. What was the use of so much spiritual energy? The crowd was completely stunned. In an instant, Qin Mo replenished the spiritual energy in his body, but he had lost so much blood that he was almost about to bleed to death. Qin Mo gradually couldn't support his body and half knelt on the ground. But in the next second, the spiritual energy in his body suddenly erupted. Ancient martial divine skill. Spring breeze transforms into rain. In that instant, a dark cloud suddenly flew into the clear sky and stopped above Qin Mo. This small cloud began to rain lightly. When this light rain fell on Qin Mo, his severe injuries seemed to be washed and baptized. The rainwater seeped into Qin Mo's wounds, then cleverly merged with his blood, becoming one with it, also turning into blood and becoming a part of Qin Mo's body. His wounds were healing rapidly, and his blood was being replenished. In just the blink of an eye, the dying Qin Mo was restored to his original state. The Luo and Shen of Qin and Zong, including the two top-tier martial saints from Qin and Zong on the battlefield, were all dumbfounded. This martial skill, isn't it the Luo family's long-lost ancient martial divine skill from 100 years ago? Before the crowd could recover from their surprise, Qin Mo transformed into an arrow released from a bow, once again charging towards the Qin and Zong army. Qin Feng and Zong Wen came to their senses and immediately pursued Qin Mo. Now everyone knew that Qin Mo only wanted to kill the people of Qin and Zong regardless of the consequences. He didn't expect to win, he just wanted to kill the people of Qin and Zong. He was completely reckless. Qin Mo was completely reckless, constantly reciting numbers 176. Every time he killed a person from Qin and Zong, he would mutter and record it. "I will read and I will remember." Zong Tian said angrily, "Isn't this just a perpetual motion machine?" Qin Ming's face was grim. He shot a cold glance at Zong Tian. "It's definitely impossible. The blood sacrifice barrier is a life-shortening forbidden art. How could it be used consecutively? Even if spring breeze transforms into rain can restore the body to its original state, it only restores the body. Can it restore life? Qin Mo can't hold on for long. I don't believe he has any more trump cards." The crowd went from early morning to dusk. The Qin and Zong army was completely scattered, with some people hiding in the woods. After Qin Mo instantly killed the 2,145th person from Qin and Zong, he finally stopped. Not far away, Zong Wen and Qin Feng were almost exhausted. They had watched with their own eyes as Qin Mo killed 2,145 people from Qin and Zong one by one, down to this last person. At this time, Qin Mo slowly let out a rapid breath and wiped the blood from his face. Qin Feng couldn't help but ask, "What is the last person?" Qin Mo grinned, including Corps Commander Wuming Shen. Shen Wuming's group had a total of 2,146 people. Qin Mo seemed to be searching for something. He suddenly fixed his gaze on a tree not far from the Qin and Zong main camp. A heavily injured person was lying by that tree. Corps Commander Qin Lin from the next group. As Qin Mo charged towards that tree, the two also chased after him. "Qin Mo, you're delusional." At this point, Qin Mo no longer had the strength to resist, and he couldn't kill Qin Lin at all. Zong Wen and Qin Feng's swords also stabbed mercilessly towards Qin Mo's body. Qin Mo was heavily injured by these two swords and couldn't dodge at all. Qin Ming and Zong Tian finally showed a long-awaited smile. "He still wants to kill Qin Lin, it's all over." Just as Qin Ming was halfway through his sentence, he saw Qin Mo take out a golden pill from his robes. That pill was the very treasure of inner feelings that had once terrified the middle martial world, named the Invincible Pill. This was a miraculous pill. After eating it, one could gain 10 seconds of invincibility. But facing the pursuit of tens of thousands of people, 10 seconds was not enough. But 10 seconds was more than enough for Qin Mo to kill one person. He swallowed the golden pill without hesitation. As time passed, a golden light appeared around Qin Mo, enveloping his entire body. At the same time, Qin Mo swallowed the invincible pill. Qin Feng's Crimson Wolf Sword and Zong Wen's Ghost Sparrow Sword also struck his body. Instantly, as the two swords touched Qin Mo's body, a strong repulsive force pushed Qin Feng and Zong Wen away. Their figures instantly retreated several meters. The scene before them completely stunned the crowd. Two divine-grade weapons couldn't even scratch a single hair on Qin Mo. At this moment, Qin Ming roared wildly. "What the hell is going on?" Zong Tian, however, immediately frowned. "It should be the ancestral Yuchi family's invincible pill. It has a 10-second invincibility effect. Unless you personally attack, you can't break it." Qin Ming was so angry he was losing his mind. He roared frantically, "Stop Qin Mo! Kill him for me!" The members of Qin and Zong all revealed their trump cards, unleashing their strongest martial skills at Qin Mo. The final two streams of sword chi condensed by Qin Feng and Zong Wen also shot towards Qin Mo. The The spiritual energy in their divine weapons was completely depleted. This was the last time they could unleash their divine sword chi in an instant. The entire world was enveloped by countless martial skills and the two immense streams of sword chi. A world-destroying power pressed down on Qin Mo with a deafening boom. The two immense streams of sword chi and countless martial skills slammed into Qin Mo's tiny figure like a nuclear bomb exploding, creating mushroom clouds in the sky. The people of Qin and Zong panted heavily. With numerous martial skills plus two divine sword chi strikes, Qin Mo was surely dead. Zong Tian stared nervously, thinking he should be dead. Just as he finished speaking, a golden figure suddenly rushed out of the firelight. Qin Mo wasn't dead. The people of Qin and Zong stood frozen in place, completely stunned. Section 1T. As the time of the invincible pill gradually ran out, Qin Mo was only a hair's breadth away from Qinlin. At this distance, the Qin and Zong army could no longer stop him. The only ones who could were the two family heads several miles away. Qin Ming and Zong Tian were burning with rage. I can't fucking take it anymore. I'll kill this vile grandson myself. Just as Qin Ming was about to strike, Shen Yi's resounding warning came from San Pass. Qin Ming, if you dare to attack, you will be breaking the rules of the ancient battlefield. When the San Pass Grand Formation ends, I will also act. At that time, the ancient battlefield will tremble, and whether the immortal god well opens or is destroyed will all be up to fate. Hearing the warning from San Pass, Qin Ming forcibly suppressed his anger and slowly lowered his hand. Qin Mo came head-on. He was already severely injured and had no time to dodge. The dragon's snow sword pierced through his heart, penetrating his chest and causing the Qin family member to fall heavily into the snow. Another martial saint-level expert of Qin and Zong. Qin Mo murmured, the 2,146. 2,146 was the number of people in the Shen Third Corps and also the number Qin Mo had killed since descending the mountain. To Qin Mo, even killing everyone from Qin and Zong was not enough to console the spirits of the Shen Third, but for the current Qin Mo this was all he could do. He truly couldn't lift his sword anymore. The last few seconds of the invincible pill passed quickly. Before the crowd could react, Qin Mo's figure shot into the sky, flying rapidly toward San Pass. The Qin and Zong forces reacted, seeing the golden light on Qin Mo's body growing dimmer. The invincible pill's time is almost up. Let's kill Qin Mo together and avenge Corps Commander Lin. 7 seconds were used to kill Qin Lin in an instant, leaving Qin Mo only 3 seconds to escape. But now a deep question remained in the minds of Qin Ming and the others. The San Pass Grand Formation hadn't ended yet, and Shen Yi couldn't possibly lift it. What's the use of him returning to San Pass? Zong Tian was stunned for a moment and said, Qin Mo, does he still have another trump card? As the Qin and Zong army pressed forward, Qin Mo stood there alone. It seemed he really had no more tricks up his sleeve. The Qin and Zong army drew closer and closer to Qin Mo's solitary figure. Qin Ming reached a conclusion and slowly closed his eyes, thinking it was all over. He seemed unwilling to watch this scene. After all, Qin Mo was Qin Yan'an's only son, his own grandson. But it seemed none of this was as important as his own ascension to immortality. Qin Ming endured the heart-wrenching pain and opened his eyes a crack. He saw Qin Mo raise the dragon's snow sword, saw him unleash a torrential sword chi, a sword chi that condensed all the spiritual energy of the two sword spirits. As the sword in his hand fell, the sword chi instantly spread out, not towards Qin and Zong but with Qin Mo as the center extending out to both his sides. Qin Ming heard his soft words, 10-mile sword chi. A vast expanse of pale sword chi then spread out from the heavens and the earth from both sides of Qin Mo. Wherever the sword chi passed, everything shattered, whether it was stones or all living creatures. Anyone within the range of the sword chi's diffusion, even if only feeling its aftershocks, would be instantly torn to shreds by this immense white sword chi. Only after 10 miles did the sword chi finally stop. Qin Mo stood sword in hand within the 10-mile sword chi. The Qin and Zong army was only a foot away from Qin Mo, yet they were completely separated by this 10-directional sword chi. A Qin family member picked up a brick-sized stone and threw it towards the sword chi screen. The moment it touched the sword chi, the stone was instantly ground into powder and scattered with the wind. At this moment the battlefield fell completely silent. From the very beginning of the fight, Qin Mo had left himself a living trump card. He had been conserving the sword spirit's massive spiritual energy, refraining from using divine martial skills precisely to save it for this final sword strike. The sword chi of the Great Wall separated the tens of thousands of Qin and Zong troops. This was a sword chi that no one dared to cross. The sword chi enveloped a 10-mile radius. Even an incomparably hard stone, when touched by the sword chi, was instantly shattered into fine grains of sand. Qin Mo stood alone behind the 10-mile sword chi. While the people in San Pass felt no joy of surviving a disaster, everyone knew that this defense was only temporary. When all defenses dissipated, how fragile would they be? Within a few days, cries of pain that shook the heavens echoed from the Qin and Zong camp. Qin Mo stood at the foot of San Pass with his eyes closed, holding his sword. He slowly opened them. He looked towards San Pass and couldn't help but reveal a smile. It was a new year, and every new moon was the day for evil cultivators to perform the blood sacrifice for ancestral reversion. This intense cry of pain probably came from Zong Tian. He needed to enter seclusion for a month. 5 days later, the San Pass Grand Formation gradually dissipated. 2 days later, the Sword Chi Great Wall also slowly lifted. With the Grand Formation gone, Qin and Zong, contrary to expectations, made no move. The blood sacrifice for ancestral reversion had to last a full month. During this month, Zhang Tian had to remain in seclusion, enduring untold suffering to get through it. The closer Qin and Zhang got to victory, the more cautious Qin Ming became. He would take no action during this month. In the Luo and Shen camp, Qin Mo slept for 2 days and 2 nights before finally waking up. In the camp's meeting room, everyone sat with grave expressions. Shen Yi's finally spoke, his gaze sweeping over everyone's faces. "We can't just sit and wait for death. Once Zhang Tian is able to move, Qin and Zhang will surely launch a joint attack to break San Pass. Within a month we must complete the arrangement of the immortal god well." After Shen Yi's finished, Luo Zian looked at the crowd and slowly added, "We still lack one thing, an informant who can be our eyes and ears right under Qin and Zhang's noses to monitor all of their movements within this month." Shen Zilong smiled wryly. "How is that possible?" Just then, Qin Mo slowly walked in and said, "It is. Qin Ming has an extremely doted-on granddaughter named Qin Yun. When I was impersonating Governor Qin, I heard that Qin Yun dislikes conflict and has always lived not far from San Pass. I can disguise myself as her and infiltrate Qin and Zhang." Shen Yi's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. He suddenly clenched his fist, slammed the table, and stood up. "We will proceed according to Qin Mo's plan. All Luo and Shen personnel will maintain secrecy. If anyone dares to leak any information, they will be executed without mercy." After that night, Qin Mo recuperated while learning how to act like the daughter of a prominent family. He started shaving his armpits and wearing little skirts. During this period, he crafted a concentric lock identical to Qin Yun's, snuck into her house, and swapped out the real lock in one night. A few days later, Qin Mo's injuries were fully healed. Qin Mo set off on the road to Qin and Zhang. On the watchtower of the Qin and Zhang camp, the men saw the newcomer and shouted that it was young Lady Qin Yun. "Young Lady Qin Yun has returned." Qin Xiaoling immediately rushed up and embraced Qin Yun. Qin Yun and her mother hadn't seen each other for many years. When they parted, Qin Yun was not yet an adult. Now upon her return she had become a graceful young lady. Qin Ming gave a rare, gentle smile, patted Qin Yun's shoulder and said, "It's good that you're back." Just then he suddenly frowned. He looked Qin Yun up and down with suspicion. "Your frame has broadened quite a bit, and your pulse is very strong like a man's." As he spoke, Qin Ming looked down at Qin Yun's shoes. "Your feet have grown a lot these past few years too." Following Qin Ming's cold words, the temperature seemed to drop abruptly. Qin Ming walked straight towards Qin Yun. Because of the copious saliva, she was rooted to the spot, unable to speak. Qin Yun swallowed hard, rooted to the spot, unable to speak. Just then, Qin Xiaoling suddenly stepped forward, blocking Qin Yun. "What Yuner has eaten and drunk outside these few years, I'm sure there's no need to elaborate. She ate spirit beast meat and spirit fruits as a martial artist. What she ate and drank were also spiritual items, which only cultivators can digest. It would be strange if she hadn't changed at all." Hearing this, Qin Ming's brow gradually relaxed. He slowly released Qin Yun's wrist and turned to leave. "Arrange a tent for Yuner. Let her rest well these next few days." Qin Xiaoling then smiled, took Qin Yun's hand and returned to her tent. Qin Mo, under the gazes of the Qin family members, felt the sweetness of love amidst their shining admiration. Moreover, in the neighboring Zhang family camp, 2 men stared at him with fiery gazes. The next day, Qin Mo took the initiative to find these 2. Unexpectedly, during their chat, he learned a valuable piece of information. The reason Zhang Tian, the head of the Zhang family, needed to go into seclusion for a month was that he had placed 100 everlasting lamps around his home to share his pain. Without these lamps he would have had to be in seclusion for half a year. An idea formed in Qin Mo's mind. He said to the 2 men from the Zhang family, "If you 2 really like me, then help me extinguish one lamp." Zhang Dao and Zhang Zi, their heads clouded by love, vied to put out the lamp. These 2 brothers were core members of the Zhang family. When they walked into the few rooms where Zhang Tian was, the guards at the door didn't stop them much. The 2 walked up to Zhang Tian, who had become a man of blood, and fired a shot, thinking it was just a matter of extinguishing 2 lamps. Not long after, he stomped out the lamp wick at his feet. Zhang Tian, in his boundless pain, couldn't help but let out a heavy cry of agony. After finishing, Zhang Zi said directly to Zhang Dao, "All right, time to go back." He was about to turn and leave, when he saw Zhang Dao's foot suddenly bump into something next to him. His foot seemed to slip, and another everlasting lamp was instantly extinguished. He then let out an exaggerated cry. "I didn't do it on purpose, I accidentally knocked it over." At this, Zhang Zi thought, Zhang Dao extinguished one more lamp than him. When he tells young Lady Qin Yun, he would have more of an advantage. Zhang Dao sat down with a plop, extinguishing a large area of lamp wicks. The 2 of them were their grandfather's sons, yet they nearly sat their grandfather to death. Zhang Tian's face twisted completely, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. In his subconscious he sensed someone uncovering him, but he couldn't regain consciousness from his stalemate. He could only let out this helpless, painful resistance. Alas, the 2 old Taoists escaped. Just as they closed the door, suddenly dozens of Qin family guards rushed over. The 2 took a panicked step back, their faces instantly freezing, turning pale with fright. Qin He looked at the 2 suspiciously and asked, "What's going on inside?" Zhang Dao stammered that he had also heard the commotion and went in to check. Qin He looked at the 2 suspiciously, feeling that they were a bit strange, and asked how things were. Zhang Zi smiled awkwardly, saying everything inside was normal. Qin He nodded, "That's good. Granduncle Tian, I've come to check on family head Zhang Tian's seclusion mountain array. We can't have any mishaps or I'll be blamed too." This news struck the 2 like bolts of lightning. After Qin He left, the 2 could no longer hold themselves up and knelt directly on the ground. They had no choice but to find Qin Yun. They walked to Qin Yun's tent and cried softly, "Miss Qin, save us, we're about to be discovered by our family." Qin Mo frowned slightly. Zhang Zi said fearfully, "We both put out 3 lamps. After we came out we ran into Qin He, and tomorrow the Qin family head is going to check the place where our family head is in seclusion. He'll definitely find out it was us who caused the trouble. This was a capital offense." After hearing this, Qin Mo secretly thought what a pity. He had thought these 2 fools through their competition could extinguish all those lamp wicks and kill Zhang Tian directly. It seemed he had to think again. Then Qin Mo picked up a glass of milk and took a couple of sips. "This isn't a big problem. Since you 2 brothers are willing to do so much for me, I naturally won't let anything happen to you." Hearing Qin Mo's words, warmth instantly filled their hearts. Zhang Dao thought for a moment, his face troubled. "Miss Qin, this matter can't be resolved just by pleading. As long as we're exposed, we're dead for sure." A smile played on Qin Mo's lips, interrupting the 2's conversation. "Then why not go to Luo Shen? The ancient battlefield only has 2 places to go. You can't just join the ancient workers and become monkeys," the 2 stammered, unable to speak. "To be honest, you're just running errands for Qin Ming now. To be honest, you're just Zhang Tian now. Opening the Immortal God province doesn't benefit martial artists anyway. Staying with Qin and Zhang means either being ordered around or losing your heads. If you join the weakest party, Luo and Shen now, you will surely be greatly valued." The 2 looked at him doubtfully. "Miss Qin, haven't you been here for a long time?" Qin Mo suddenly slammed the table in anger and stood up furiously. "What are you talking about? Am I not doing this for your own good? I'm afraid you'll die, so I'm putting aside the relationship between Qin, Zhang, Luo and Shen. I hope you join the great Luo and Shen's ranks. If it weren't for you 2, how could I cause my grandfather all this trouble?" The more Qin Mo spoke, the more agitated he became, as if in this matter he, Qin Mo, was the victim. Zhang Dao and Zhang Zi quickly stopped Qin Mo from speaking further, their hearts feeling even warmer and more guilty. Miss Qin, for their sake, was willing to risk her life to find a way out for them, yet they had sullied Miss Qin's good name. They really deserved to die. Zhang Dao and Zhang Zi gritted their teeth and made up their minds. "Then we'll go to the great Luo and Shen," Qin Mo continued. "You can take more people from the Zhang family with you. The more advantages you can bring from Qin and Zhang, the more you will naturally be valued when you arrive at Luo and Shen." Zhang Dao and Zhang Zi were completely stunned. Zhang Zi's voice was even a little stiff. "If we do that, it will be very disadvantageous for Qin and Zhang." Qin Mo interrupted his sentimental words. "I don't care about Qin and Zhang nor Luo and Shen. I care more about you 2. You 2 are more important than the victory or defeat and creation of Qin and Zhang. So listen to me, take more people to Luo and Shen." Qin Yun's words made both old grandfather's eyes redden. Miss Qin, for their sake, was willing to betray Qin and Zhang. In this life their love for Qin Yun would never be regretted. "Thank you, Miss Qin, we will live well and then love you." That night the 2 of them took their core members, over 1,000 Zhang family members, and defected to Luo and Shen. At this time Qin Ming watched from afar, confused and not knowing what was happening. Zhang Wen lowered his head, his voice hoarse, and swallowed nervously, saying he didn't know either. "Perhaps my grandson is conducting joint combat exercises in the main hall, but watching the 1,000+ members of the Zhang family go directly into San Pass." Shen Yi's had already received the letter from Qin Mo, which was why he allowed the 1,000+ Zhang family members to enter San Pass unhindered. Qin Ming said angrily, "Why did they run to San Pass? What on earth is going on?" Qin He hid in a different cave and whispered to his great-grandfather, "I was spying last night and got a little confused. Before, those 2 had met with my big sister, Qin Yun." Qin Ming's eyes instantly darkened. He waved his hand and said coldly, "I know, I will thoroughly investigate those 2. Soon Qin Mo learned from his mother, Qin Yun. He frowned slightly, a murderous intent gradually appearing in his eyes. Qin Xiaoling had wanted Qin Mo to keep a low profile with her protecting him, but Qin Mo didn't want that. He needed an opportunity, a chance to kill with one blow, to rise to the upper echelons of the Qin family. A unique martial skill appeared, distraction. Qin Mo suddenly put 2 fingers together with a loud bang. The spirit child playing in the spiritual lake shot out of the lake and flew out of the body, becoming another Qin Mo. The Qin Mo that appeared, this current Qin Mo, was not disguised. It was Qin Mo's original appearance, not Qin Yun's. This was the unique skill of body separation, distraction, which could manifest the nascent soul within the body externally, forming an identical Qin Mo. Qin Mo placed the letter in little Qin Mo's hand, then he closed his eyes, his divine sense activated in his mind, controlling the virtual Qin Mo. This was also the first time Qin Mo had used it, and he couldn't achieve a state where his real body and virtual body acted simultaneously. In the Qin and Zhang camp, Qin He returned with the Qin family's guard team. Qin Yun's return made Qin He feel a sense of crisis. Once upon a time it was this woman who had always been on top of him. Suddenly he proved his own footing. He saw a familiar figure walk into his tent. His eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape, and he cursed angrily, "It's Qin Mo." Then he rubbed his eyes hard, only to find that Qin Mo's figure had already disappeared. Qin He stood there blankly, wondering, have I been masturbating too much lately, and started hallucinating? Late at night in the Qin family's main tent, Qin Ming convened the law enforcement hall, which hadn't been used in 100 years. Qin Mo had infiltrated Qin and Zhang, and a 1,000-man defection immediately occurred. Qin Ming wanted to start cleaning house internally. Everyone whispered among themselves, knowing that something big was definitely going to happen tonight. Qin Xiaoling instructed Qin Mo, stay behind me. As long as you follow Mom, I can guarantee you'll be fine. If anything happens, if the sky falls, Mom will hold it up for you." Just then a black shadow flashed by. Qin Ming was already seated there. "Zhang Dao and Zhang Zi today, the spiritual lamp wick. Everyone must know about the defection. Who on earth could make two young masters of the Zhang family do such a dangerous thing?" Qin Ming slowly shifted his gaze to Qin Mo. At this moment Qin He stood up and strode out. "Great-grandfather, your grandson has something to say. Recently, Zhang Dao and Zhang Zi have often come to our Qin family camp to meet with my elder sister, Qin Yun." Just then a cold shout rang out as Qin Xiaoling interrupted Qin He's words. "Qin He, you also know that these two like my daughter. What's wrong with them seeing each other frequently? You shouldn't use a bandit's logic to connect two unrelated matters. And don't just because Yunar's return threatens you, you frame your own family like this." Qin Ming narrowed his eyes, pacing back and forth between Qin Xiaoling and Qin He. Occasionally his gaze would land on Qin Mo, who sat there as steady as a mountain. Qin Ming was surprised to find that Qin Mo sat there eating neither quickly nor slowly. Qin Ming withdrew his gaze and said, "Hair, continue." Qin He stood up again, looking coldly at Qin Xiaoling. "Qin Yun hasn't been back for so long, yet as soon as she returns, Zhang Dao and Zhang Zi defect. Only she, Qin Yun, knows the truth about these matters." The atmosphere instantly froze and the crowd began to whisper amongst themselves. Qin Xiaoling gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. "Qin He, you son of a bitch!" Qin Ming stopped her counterattack and looked at the crowd. "What do you all have to say?" As soon as Qin Ming said this, the members of the neighboring corps stood up from their chairs. To suppress Qin Xiaoling's Ming corps, they had to seize this good opportunity. Gradually the argument between the neighboring corps and the Ming corps grew heated, escalating into a factional dispute. Suddenly, the leader of the neighboring corps, who had been silent all along, Qin Jiagong, finally stood up. "Great father, no matter what, Qin Yun is the prime suspect. Use our Qin family's grand punishment to interrogate Qin Yun on the spot." As his voice fell, more than a dozen members of the corps responded in unison. Just then, Qin Mo slowly walked out from the crowd. Qin Xiaoling was about to grab her, but she dodged her mother's hand and looked directly at Qin Ming on the high platform. At this time, Qin Ming slowly asked Qin Yun, "What do you have to say?" Qin Mo raised his hand, slowly lifted his head. "If grandfather wants me to be punished, I will be punished. If you want me to die, I will die. Just one word from you, for the Qin family. What is one life? Qin Yun, I give it to you." Qin Yun opened her arms and fearlessly shouted. Qin Ming narrowed his eyes, staring at her intently. "You don't want to defend yourself." Qin Mo smiled bitterly. "If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a charge. Why do I need to defend myself against these things? I request everyone to condemn me and I will go to my death." Qin Mo opened his arms, fearlessly awaiting any punishment. Qin Ming hesitated for a moment, then slowly nodded to Qin Sha. Qin Tu took a bud from a huge black cloth bag. Qin Xiaoling clenched her fists, still not daring to openly challenge her father. Qin Jigong and the others smiled. The Qin family's grand punishment was a cruel torture that had been passed down for hundreds of years. At that time, even if Qin Yun didn't do it, the pain would force her to confess. When the Qin family's grand punishment was used, those who had truly experienced it, even if they won, Qin Tu said hoarsely and coldly, "Apply the punishment." As his voice fell, Rui took Qin Mo's fingernail and slowly pulled it out. The nail scraped against Qin Mo's flesh and blood dripped from his fingertip to the ground. Qin Mo only cried out once, then gritted his teeth and stopped screaming. Suddenly a deafening sound of battle cries came from outside the camp. A guard reported to the Qin family head that an enemy had staggered in. Luo Shen led the entire army out of the Qin and Zhang camp to challenge them. They shouted, ordering the Qin family to release big sister Qin Yun or they would fight Qin and Zhang to the death. The leader Shen Yi's even made a threat. If young lady dared to lose a single hair, they would personally take action and pluck the Qin family head's hair. Qin Ming suddenly realized that something seemed amiss. His initially furious expression gradually softened. The most excited were the people in the neighborhood. The family head must kill Qin Yun. This time her identity as a traitor was completely confirmed. Qin Xiaoling also looked at the distant scene with a complicated expression. She felt that something was not right, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Qin Ming suddenly asked coldly, "Are you two looking forward to Qin Yun's death?" Qin He responded excitedly. In an instant the atmosphere in the Qin and Zhang camp dropped to freezing point. They were supposed to be siblings, yet the younger brother insisted on putting his elder sister to death, and at this very moment the opposing camp broke an exception to protect the elder sister. All of this couldn't help but make things clearer for Qin Ming. He also signaled to Qin Ju and whispered a few words in his ear. Qin Tu hurriedly led his men away from the scene. Not long after, Qin Tu and his men strode back. Qin Tu respectfully handed a letter to Qin Ming. A letter was found in young Master Yi's tent. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. In an instant, all eyes turned to Qin He. Qin He anxiously tried to explain, but Qin Jiagong at his side angrily and hurriedly stopped him. Qin Jiagong now more or less had some sense. Qin Ming suspected them. All of his previous actions had made the suspicious Qin Ming doubt them. Qin Ming opened the envelope, but there wasn't a single word inside. Qin Ming held up the blank piece of paper towards Qin Jiagong and Qin He. "What's written on this?" Cold sweat instantly broke out on Qin He's forehead. Qin Jiagong was now so scared he couldn't speak. Right now, everyone in the neighborhood was basically in a state of confusion. Section 1. So Qin He suddenly grabbed the nearby Qin Yun. It must be Qin Yun. He must have set a trap for me. Just then, Qin Ming roared angrily, and 3 hands lifted Qin He. Qin He, do you fucking think I'm an idiot? If Luo and Shen really wanted to save Qin Yun, would they use such a blatant method? I'm asking you, what's written in this letter? What did you send to Luo and Shen? Qin He trembled, not knowing what to say. Qin Ming knew in his heart that he couldn't possibly confess. If he really revealed the contents, the entire neighborhood leadership would probably die. Qin Ming violently threw Qin He to the north. The 17 high-ranking members of the neighborhood corps, arrest them all. I'll give you 3 days. Within 3 days, tell me the contents of the letter, or all 17 of you will die. At this time, Qin Mo returned to her tent. 3 days passed in a flash. Tomorrow would be the 3rd day. If they still couldn't give Qin Ming an answer by tomorrow, they would all die. Just then, in the dark dungeon, a bright light suddenly appeared. Qin Mo slowly walked in. Qin He leapt up in fury. Qin Yun, you fucking dare to show your face? Are you looking to die? Hearing this, Qin Mo smiled. Esteemed leaders of the neighboring corps, no need to be angry. To the victor go the spoils. This has been the rule since ancient times. Qin Jigong slowly stopped his roaring son and asked, was this all you're doing? Qin Mo smiled wickedly. Yes, the members of the neighboring corps couldn't help but clench their fists, but they knew it was all futile now. Qin Yun had used human nature to win. Qin Jigong held his son down firmly and said, then what are you doing here? A smile lifted the corners of Qin Mo's mouth. I'm here to offer you a way out. Have you heard of joining Luo and Shen? Qin Mo repeated almost verbatim the same lines he had used on Zhang Dao and Zhang Zi. After a long silence, Qin Jigong hesitated, then gritted his teeth and said, count us in. Qin He shouted in anger, Dad, we can't. Before Qin He could finish, Qin Jigong slapped him across the face. Qin Jigong said coldly, stay with Qin and Zhang to show loyalty and we die tomorrow. Go to Luo and Shen and I'll have a chance to live. A chance to appear on the ancient battlefield. Do you fucking want to die, or do you want to live? After speaking, Qin Mo tossed them a key and left. He hadn't taken 2 steps when Qin Jigong's cold voice came from behind. Are you really Qin Yun? Qin Mo stopped. Qin Jigong said slowly, that child Qin Yun, although I haven't had much contact with her, I know her. She would never be this clever. She used to be a quiet and honest child, but you're a cunning old fox. Hearing this, Qin Mo burst out laughing. If I said I was Qin Mo, would you believe me? The faces of Qin Jigong and the others twitched, clearly not believing his answer this time. That night in the Qin and Zhang main camp, Qin Ming sat cross-legged in the main tent, several blue lights enveloping him. He was only half a step away from the celestial realm, but he had been unable to break through for a long time. Beads of sweat covered Qin Ming's feignedly angry face. The spiritual lake within his body began to churn. He felt as if he were sitting in a giant furnace, and the spiritual lake inside him seemed to be burning along with it. Qin Ming was overjoyed, thinking, could this be the breakthrough? This was unprecedented. This burning sensation excited Qin Ming. He felt as if his entire body was about to be incinerated. This was the change that came with becoming an immortal. Qin Ming was so excited he was about to cry. He desperately tried to comprehend this feeling. A wave of heat, a feeling of roasting meat, and he even smelled a burnt odor like the smell of roasting chicken feathers. This made Qin Ming feel that something was increasingly off. Then Qin Ming suddenly opened his eyes, only to find that his entire main tent was completely on fire and his hair was burning too. Qin Ming leapt up and couldn't help but curse, son of a bitch. Just then, Qin Xiaoling rushed in with her men and a large bucket of water was poured directly over Qin Ming's head. Qin Ming was furious. What's going on? Who the hell did this? Qin Xiaoling looked at her disheveled ancient father and hurriedly said, the high-ranking members of the neighboring corps broke out of prison and fled with everyone from the corps. Before leaving, they set fire to the Qin and Zhang camp and are heading towards Sand Pass. Hearing this, Qin Ming let out a crazed roar, angrier than he had ever been. In just a few days the number of defectors had reached over 2,000. Qin Yun's suspicion was also completely cleared with the defection of the neighboring corps. So as not to dishearten the generals and soldiers, Qin Yun was specially appointed as the commander of the neighboring corps. As soon as this news came out, the Qin and Zhang camp was in an uproar. Qin Mo had directly become one of the Qin family's 3 great corps commanders. After everyone had left, Qin Ming sat there quietly, closing his eyes to rest. A dim blue phantom suddenly appeared before him. He kept his eyes closed and said, how is the matter I entrusted to you going? A blurry hoarse voice drifted from the phantom's mouth. Everything is ready. This was a ghost with a physical body. Even Qin Mo had just sensed that this person's strength was not much less than the half-immortal Zhang Tian. A long time ago Qin Mo had sensed that a powerful being, neither human nor non-human, was hiding in the Qin and Zhang camp, having transferred to the southern side of the Futu forest. Qin Ming walked out of the neighboring corpse tent and stood there alone. Gradually a phantom appeared behind him and said, they're here. When Qin Ming drove back, he realized his voice was trembling with excitement. The martial master god said, soon. It's the appointed time tonight. The neighboring corps and the 3rd house have been selected as test subjects for the Rain Man project. Qin Ming looked ahead and said indifferently, Qin Lin is dead. The neighboring corps has no backing and now only 1,000+ people have fled. A broken legion can't be of much help. They might as well participate in the current program. As the two chatted, gradually the roar of countless engines could be heard, until finally a complex troublesome light enveloped the entire dense participation land. The next day in the Qin and Zhang camp, Qin Ming summoned Qin Yun. I have a mission that requires your neighboring corps. But don't tell anyone about this. Qin Ming narrowed his eyes, looking directly at Qin Mo. Qin Mo smiled. Grandfather, just say the word. Qin Ming lowered his voice and said solemnly, in 1 week, take your neighboring corps to the dense participation land. Someone will be there to receive you. Qin Mo stared at him blankly. Qin Ming suddenly straightened his posture, resuming his indifferent expression. Don't ask why, you just need to do as I say, you don't need to worry about anything else. On the way back to the neighboring capital camp, the more Qin Mo thought about it, the more overjoyed he felt. It wasn't right that he had been able to become the commander of the neighboring corps and start getting involved. There were many hidden things he hadn't discovered. Qin Mo thought to himself that he had to get to the dense participation land ahead of time. Taking advantage of the deep night, Qin Mo secretly used his unique martial skill, distraction. An identical Qin Mo appeared before him. It was too dangerous for his real body to investigate, so it was better to use this one. Even if something happened, it would be Qin Mo's avatar, not the current him, Qin Yun. About 20 minutes later, Qin Mo finally arrived at the dense participation land, Section 1 chain. When Qin Mo arrived, he realized something was wrong. On the ground there was a fallen tree and a series of complex tracks. These tire tracks belonged to a heavy truck. Qin Mo looked at the ravaged forest in the distance. This was a path that had been forcibly carved out. Qin Mo narrowed his eyes. One thing at least was certain. New friends had entered the ancient battlefield. Qin Mo cautiously activated his divine sense to its fullest. There were many people here, and over 100 machines working day and night. They were building a massive underground world. Suddenly, Qin Mo's gaze fell on the construction site to the west. He abruptly froze in place, his feet not even taking a single step back. It was Kong Farron and Kong Yaoshan. The Kong family's grandfather and grandson. Why were they here at this moment? Qin Mo was covered in a cold sweat. Among them, Qin Mo sensed the aura of an unknown expert. This expert seemed to have no signs of life, yet also seemed to have them. Under the faint moonlight, he could make out the contents of the container. They were tightly packed space pods. To be precise, they were things similar to space pods, but Qin Mo didn't know what they were exactly. He had no time to study them, only taking a quick glance before hastily closing the container door and sneaking away. On the way back, Qin Mo's heart bounded violently. He had never been so worried and afraid, feeling that everything might be heading in an uncontrollable direction. The layout from years ago, the appearance of the divine medicine, the mysterious and massive construction project, and those strange space pod-like capsules. And why did Qin Ming want him to bring the neighboring corps here in 7 days? The more he knew, the more confused he became. For now, he couldn't tell Luo and Shen about these things. Qin Mo was afraid of alerting the enemy. He straightened his clothes and returned to the neighboring corps camp. Before he even entered the tent, he could hear the clamor from inside. Ever since Qin Mo became the commander of the neighboring corps, he had his people doing square dancing in the camp every day. This had drawn dissatisfaction from the other corps. Qin Mo stared blankly at the silent ground. Section 1T. What's wrong? Qin Fengkong sneered, throwing Qin Yish and Qin Erjiao to the ground. Qin Yun, it's one thing for your neighboring corps to do square dancing, but you're corrupting my wind corps too. For the past 2 days my wind corps has been affected as well. If I don't tear this place down, how can I lead? Fengkong was Qin Feng's adopted son and now the deputy commander of the Wind Corps. He had disliked Qin Mo ever since he became the commander of the neighboring corps. Qin Mo was just looking for someone to scout this place, and this just saved him the trouble. Qin Mo pretended not to be an outsider and signaled for everyone to quiet down, starting to speak seriously. Family head Qin Ming has secretly rewarded us with a major mission. Family head Qin Ming has secretly rewarded us, and it's a big one. We need to actively prepare for battle these next few days. Hearing Qin Mo's words, everyone was stunned, especially Fengkong, who stood there in a daze. Why did he get 2 slaps for leading the Wind Corps in square dancing? Not only did Qin Yun get praised, but she also received a mission from Qin Ming. Family head himself arranged the task. At this moment, Feng Zheng's mind was racing. Qin Yun, what mission did family head Qin Ming give you? Qin Mo pretended to think for a moment and said, I can't tell you. I heard you got 2 slaps and were demoted for leading the square dancing. What right does a deputy commander like you have to ask about a mission personally arranged by family head Qin Ming? Feng Zheng was furious. He had tried every means to deal with Qin Yun, but she only became more and more successful. He swore he would never do this. After leaving the neighboring corps camp, Feng Zheng thought sinisterly, I must snatch Qin Yun's credit. This is a bottle of magical rainwater. Any living being will disappear with just 1 drop. A moment later, a life form made of rainwater was formed. Qin Mo deliberately spread a rumor that many people from Luo and Shen were secretly carrying out a huge project in the dense participation land. All one had to do was eliminate the Luo and Shen people inside to be promoted to deputy commander of the Ming Corps. After hearing this, Fengkong took his men to the dense participation land. Sure enough, a massive construction project was underway. Fengkong immediately ordered to kill everyone inside. Killing never gave people time to escape. In this domain, Fengkong became the strongest king. Fengkong's angry roar echoed across the land. All of Luo and Shen's dogs, die for me. The technicians fell in pools of blood. Fengkong advanced with crushing force, leaving no bodies in his wake. Kong Farron and his grandson held each other tightly. The two knelt on the ground and said, We surrender. Just as the two skillfully finished their act and were about to go back on their word, they suddenly heard an angry shout from the sky. "Stop!" A blue phantom sped over from the horizon. When the phantom appeared, a shockwave instantly spread across the ground. The phantom roared, "Scram!" Instantly, it was as if the heavens and earth trembled 3 times. Feng Kong narrowed his eyes, looking at the phantom. He didn't know this person would turn out to be a strong expert from Luo and Shen. Feng Kong thought to himself, "I need to report this hidden expert to family head Qin Ming quickly." Feng Kong thought to himself, "I need to report this quickly." Watching Feng Kong and his men retreat into the distance, the martial master god's figure also gradually dissipated into the air. "Continue building for me." The Kong family's grandfather and grandson had already collapsed on the ground. Feng Kong and his men galloped back, excited, thinking about reporting back quickly. He had performed a great service. When he ran to Qin Ming's main camp, Qin Ming was summoning the corps commanders for a meeting in the Qin and Zong camp. Feng Kong puffed out his chest and confidently walked up to Qin Ming. Qin Ming looked at the boy with a puzzled expression. Feng Kong said loudly, "Family head, I, Feng Kong, am here to claim credit. I have discovered Luo and Shen's secret, not only completing your mission but also gaining significant information." Qin Ming couldn't help but smile. "What credit? Speak." Feng Kong puffed out his chest again and said, "Your subordinate reports. Your subordinate not only destroyed Luo and Shen's infrastructure in the dense participation land and ruined most of their underground territory, but also discovered a shocking secret. A very powerful figure is hidden in Luo and Shen's underground project." Feng Kong excitedly said these words, and the crowd instantly erupted in an uproar, discussing among themselves. But no one noticed the smile on Qin Ming's face gradually freezing. Feng Kong proudly raised his head. "And more, this time I alone eliminated dozens of technical personnel and destroyed many large machines." After Feng Kong finished speaking, he thought for a moment and added, "All the engineers have been eliminated by me." He wanted to take all the credit for himself. At this time, Qin Ming's face turned from canduc thatch to purple. Qin Ming roared and suddenly slapped Feng Kong's sword across the face. As Qin Ming beat Feng Kong, he roared frantically, "You beast, you've ruined my Qin and Zong's great cause. I'll fucking kill you, you idiot." This happened too suddenly, as everyone prepared to witness Feng Kong's promotion and salary increase. Who would have thought that so many people had gathered here just to see who called Feng Kong over? Feng Kong was eventually carried away like an unresponsive body, and it took him a year to recover his cultivation. With a grim face, Qin Ming coldly said, "Meeting dismissed." Not long after, Qin Mo was again summoned to the central tent. Facing Qin Ming's questioning, he had already prepared a set of excuses and managed to fool him. Qin Ming had always been more inclined to believe the words of his granddaughter, Qin Yun. 2 days later, Qin Ming summoned Qin Mo again and said to him, "In 1 week we will take the neighboring corps to the dense participation land. This time, if I hear anything happening on the Grand Camp battlefield, regardless of whether it's related or not, I will place the blame on you." Qin Mo nodded heavily. Qin Ming's expression was very grim. Qin Mo didn't dare to ask any more questions, obediently agreed and left. As Qin Mo walked back, he was still thinking in the camp. He had to figure out what the secret plan was. Finally, Qin Mo confirmed an idea. Only by figuring out what this mysterious plan was could Qin Mo decide on his next move. After a few days of observation, Qin Mo discovered that the 500 people led by Qin Xiaoling were still guarding outside Qin Ming's main camp. Logically, such a small room didn't need so many people. There must be something fishy going on. Qin Mo put laxatives in their dinner until they all had collective diarrhea. At this time, Qin Mo secretly snuck in. He quickly searched the room and found a book called The Legend of the Rain Man. The prescription recorded in it was a story from the last century. Qin Mo glanced at it twice and lost interest. After walking a couple of steps, Qin Mo suddenly stopped, his gaze gradually shifting to the ground beneath his feet. A steel plate was buried underneath and it had already been taken out. Qin Mo gently put it down. After seeing what was underground, Qin Mo was completely stunned. A man was lying in a space pod. The pod was filled with a blue substance. The man was completely suspended inside the pod. He felt he had seen this person somewhere before but couldn't recall where. Qin Mo suddenly saw a small bottle next to the space pod and quickly picked it up. This small bottle contained the blue rainwater from the space pod. This clear rainwater made Qin Mo feel that he had seen this thing somewhere before too. The second trial, condensing rain into a monarch Zhou temple. This was a Rain Man project that everyone was talking about. As long as a human was covered by this teardrop, they would turn into a Rain Man formed by rainwater. No attack could kill them. Only after Qin Mo finished reading the rest of the story in the book did he realize how crazy Qin Ming's plan was. That so-called God's tear was the blue liquid in Qin Mo's hand and also the key to opening the immortal God well. Qin Mo finally understood why Qin Ming had asked him to bring his men to the dense participation land, and also the Zong family's third house. Qin Ming wanted to gamble with the lives of several thousand people to build a Rain Man army. After Qin Ming wanted everyone in Qin and Zong to become Rain Men. Activate the unknown immortal God well. Qin Mo had just fallen into a long state of shock, completely forgetting to observe the outside. By the time he reacted, it was too late. The tent flap was suddenly pushed open, and by the time Qin Mo came to his senses, he had no time to hide. In the darkness, a sword light rushed towards his face. "Thief, don't you run!" A woman's sharp cry echoed in the night. It was Qin Xiaoling's voice. Qin Mo gritted his teeth, not daring to speak. In the dark night, they couldn't see each other's faces. If Qin Mo made a sound, he would expose his identity. Qin Xiaoling gave him no time to hesitate. Qin Mo didn't expect Qin Xiaoling to be a hidden peak martial saint of the Qin family, her strength no less than Qin Feng's or Qin Lin's. Instantly, just as Qin Mo was about to escape, the sword chi from behind came at him, piercing his shoulder. Blood instantly gushed out, staining his clothes red. Qin Xiaoling quickly pulled the sword from his shoulder and held it to his neck. "You even dare to break into the Qin family's main camp, let me see who you are." Then she slowly turned the blade. The moonlight shone on the blade, reflecting onto Qin Mo's face. Qin Yun's appearance was also connected to the faint moonlight, shining on the bright sword. The air of time seemed to stand still. When Qin Xiaoling saw the scene before her, she said calmly, "Go, robber, get out of here. Before they come back, the farther you run, the better." Qin Mo was slightly stunned. The next second he fled the scene in a sorry state. The guards who had gone out to relieve themselves returned one after another. They looked at the somewhat unusual spiritual core with confusion. Some couldn't help but ask with concern, "What's wrong with the spiritual core?" Qin Xiaoling forced a smile, waved her hand and motioned for everyone to go about their business. Qin Mo clutched his wound and returned to his tent. Now was not the time to escape from Qin and Zong. He would leave tomorrow night. As for Qin Xiaoling's fate, Qin Mo dared not think about it. Qin Mo carefully took out the bottle of blue potion from his pocket. He also wanted to test the effect of the god's tear. Qin Mo found a small rabbit. Wearing gloves, Qin Mo carefully opened the small bottle and gently poured the blue liquid from the bottle onto the rabbit. As the blue liquid dripped onto it, the rabbit disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. But before Qin Mo could react from his surprise, the stream of water gathered again, resurrecting the rabbit. The rabbit frantically rushed out of the tent, running towards San Pass. Qin Mo punched the rabbit. Although it was hit, the rabbit had fully recovered. It directly transformed into tiny droplets of rain, squeezing out through the gaps in the tent. In the next second, it completely merged back together. Qin Mo stood there, not knowing what to do. Once covered by the rainwater, any living being could turn into a rainwater creature. Once they became a rainwater creature, they would spontaneously surge into the immortal god well. This was Qin Ming's Rain Man project. When Qin Ming returned from outside, he immediately summoned Qin Xiaoling. Qin Ming lifted Qin Xiaoling high like a small chicken. Blood trickled from the corner of Qin Xiaoling's mouth. She shook her head firmly. Qin Ming said in a certain tone, "Someone must have entered." Qin Xiaoling said with even more certainty, "No." Qin Ming lifted her higher and looked at her coldly. "You disappoint me too much." With his other hand, Qin Ming drew Qin Xiaoling's sword and stabbed it fiercely into her left shoulder. Qin Ming roared, "Who broke into my tent?" Qin Xiaoling gritted her teeth and said, "No one." Qin Ming threw her heavily to the ground. "Take her to the training grounds. Gather everyone from Qin and Zong for a Qin and Zong assembly." At this time, Qin Mo had already packed all his luggage. He would leave immediately that night. Everything about Qin and Zong must be reported as soon as possible to discuss countermeasures. Just then, someone staggered in. "Miss Sister Xiaoling might die this time. She's kneeling in the training grounds now. The family head wants us all to go over." Hearing this, Qin Mo's heart suddenly tightened. Everything Qin Xiaoling had done for him these past few days flashed through his mind. Qin Mo stopped his departing footsteps. He slowly turned and looked towards the training grounds. He had been without a mother since he was young, so he cherished this fake mother. On the training grounds of the Qin and Zong main camp, Qin Ming stood there quietly. When everyone had arrived, he said gravely, "Qin Xiaoling has colluded with the enemy. This is her punishment. I'll give everyone a chance. If there are any other accomplices, stand up now, and I, Qin Ming, will spare your life. Otherwise, I will take her life today and yours tomorrow." Qin Ming had now slowly slid his sword towards Qin Xiaoling's neck. Just then a heaven-shaking roar sounded. "Stop!" The majestic head of a clan was being threatened by a teenager. For a moment the entire training ground fell silent. Qin Ming slowly raised his sword, looking deeply at Qin Mo in the distance. When the two flames were 100 meters apart, Qin Mo stopped. "You dare touch my mother?" Qin Ming also questioned. "You broke into my camp." Qin Mo said calmly, "No." Qin Ming roared, "Then shut up." Qin Mo let out a long laugh. "You kill my mom and tell me to shut up. I kill your mom and tell you to shut up. How about that?" Not to mention Qin Feng and the others. Even Qin Ming was stunned for a moment. He suspected he had misheard. That was Qin Ming, the head of the Qin family who could cover the sky with one hand, the pinnacle of Chinese martial arts above the level of Taidu. Qin Ming said at this time, "Are you seeking death?" The next moment he was about to charge at Qin Mo. Qin Mo said calmly, "Do you dare touch my mother? The task you gave me for 7 days from now, I won't complete it for you." Qin Ming was just about to strike. Qin Mo's words stopped his actions in the next second. The scene before them truly made everyone's eyes widen. When had they ever seen the Qin family head threatened? After a long while, Qin Ming slowly relaxed his clenched fist. After imprisoning Qin Xiaoling, he would deal with it. Qin Mo said crisply, "For these 2 days you must give my mother good food and drink. She must not suffer any grievances. If I find out my mother is injured, I will let you know about the mission I gave you in private." Before leaving, Qin Ming warned, "Fine, but Qin Yun, don't play any more tricks." At night, Qin Mo returned to the camp. He sat on a chair and thought for a long time, then suddenly remembered. It wasn't just the neighboring court, but also the Zong family's third house. Qin Mo sighed, "It's time to see some old friends." When Qin Mo arrived, Zong Shenming and Zong Sheng were in charge of the Zong family's logistics. When they learned of Qin Ming's Rain Man project from Qin Mo, they thought he was joking with them. To prove it to them, Chin Mo took another rabbit. After the tears welled up, it only took a moment for the rabbit to turn into a rabbit made of water. Running towards the immortal god well at Sand Pass, Chin Mo gave the two a mysterious smile. This is what we will look like in a few days. Zhang Shenming and the others were so scared their legs went weak. He really couldn't believe that the Qin family head could do such a cruel thing, making 2,500 people disappear. This was even more brutal than war. Chin Mo sneered, "Brother Sheng, think about it carefully. The Taidu of the neighboring core, Qin He, is dead, and Zhang Yila, the Taidu of the third house, is also dead. Why would Qin Ming value two such hopeless organizations? An organization that has lost the support of a Taidu is most suitable as a sacrifice for Qin and Zhang." The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the Yun Corp's words were true. Zhang Chenming, like a headless fly, asked frantically, "Then what should we do?" Qin Mo hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, "Join Luo and Shen. Father and son live together." Qin Mo had long anticipated they would be in this state, and he had prepared a set of words for them. Qin Mo was quite eloquent, and it didn't take long for Zhang Shenming to stop hesitating. He lowered his head and said in a low voice, "I will follow your plan." When saying goodbye at the Zhang camp gate, Shenming said with some emotion, "If it weren't for the Yun Corps, the lives of my third house would have been lost so inexplicably." Qin Mo waved his hand indifferently. "I don't want so many people." Soon it was the day to carry out the mission. The night before, Qin Ming suddenly shouted coldly at the night sky, "Tomorrow, when the neighboring corps and the third house leave the Qin and Zhang camp Qin Ju, you will take the law enforcement hall and execute Qin Xiaoling." Qin Tu swallowed and nodded crisply. That day, more than 1,500 people from the third house corps quickly assembled. Qin Ming had left the Qin and Zhang camp early and gone to the dense participation land to wait for the neighboring corps and the third house. Not far out of the Qin and Zhang camp, Qin Mo and Zhang Shenming exchanged a look and raised their hands almost simultaneously. The several thousand people of the neighboring corps and the third house stopped at the same time. Today, Qin Ming is tyrannical and cruel, using the blood of the three army soldiers to open the immortal god well. The mission Qin Ming gave us is not a joint exercise, but a preparation to use us too, the 500 soldiers, as a sacrifice to help him break through Sand Pass and open the immortal god well. If you wish to rebel with me, follow me back to Qin and Zhang, save my mother, and go to the Luo and Shen camp at Sand Pass. At this moment, Qin Mo's cry echoed through the jungle. As soon as his voice fell, Zhang Shenming beside him said, "I, Zhang Shenming, as the head of the third house, am willing to stand with the neighboring corps. Those who don't want to become sacrifices, those who want to live, follow me." Zhang Shenming. Thousands of people raised their weapons high, waving their arms and shouting, "Long live Luo and Shen!" Qin Mo excitedly scanned everyone present. Together they changed direction and charged towards Qin and Zhang. The ground of the Qin and Zhang main camp suddenly began to vibrate slightly. Before anyone could react, a unit charged out of the woods. Qin Feidong, the deputy commander of the Ming Corps, frowned and shouted angrily, "Stop immediately!" Before Qin Feidong could finish, Qin Mo slapped his horse's back, instantly soaring into the air and striking Qin Feidong's chest with his palm. "Those who block me today will die." A large number of troops rushed into the Qin family's main camp. The people of the Ming and Wind Corps soon heard the commotion. After the people from the neighboring corps and the third house rushed in, the Ming and Wind Corps immediately surrounded them, watching them vigilantly. Qin Mo said coldly, "I don't want to cause trouble. Everyone, I just want to know where my mother is." Just then a head suddenly squeezed out of the crowd. Xiao Min ran over, crying anxiously, "Miss, the mistress has been taken away by them." Qin Mo couldn't help but clench his fists and said, "Get out of my way." With a furious roar, Qin Mo immediately grabbed a Qin family vanguard soldier, seized him by the neck and snapped it in an instant. Everyone was stunned on the spot, only now somewhat realizing what was happening. The neighboring corps had rebelled. Qin Mo had rebelled. Qin Yun, leading the neighboring corps and the Zhang family's third house, had finally rebelled after all. After Qin Mo killed a member of the Qin family, the crowd completely descended into chaos. Qin Mo immediately found a megaphone and announced Qin Ming's Rain Man project to the public. As people listened to the continuous broadcast, a cold sweat broke out on their backs. By the time everyone reacted, Qin Mo had already withdrawn from the Qin and Zhang main camp. In a secret jungle not far from the Qin and Zhang main camp, Qin Tu brought Qin Xiaoling to a clearing in the woods. He finally slowly raised the knife in his hand, painfully closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and shouted in anger as the blade fell sharply, "Stop!" In an instant, an angry roar came from not far away. A huge army of several thousand people broke through the woods and charged towards the hundreds of people from the law enforcement hall. Qin Tu's blade was only a few millimeters from Qin Xiaoling's neck. When he heard the angry roar from the woods, Qin Tu felt an unprecedented sense of relief. He slowly let out a breath and quickly withdrew the knife. "Big sister, your son Yuner has grown up," Qin Xiaoling also said with a bitter smile. "He is not my son. I just have always treated him as my child." Qin Mo coldly dismounted and stood before Qin Tu, ready for a fight. Qin Tu smiled faintly. "No more fighting." He then stepped aside and said to Qin Mo, "Go on." Qin Mo quickly walked to Qin Xiaoling's side and helped her up. Sitting on the horse, Qin Xiaoling smiled at Qin Tu. "Then I'm leaving." Qin Tu smiled helplessly. "Go on. If you leave like this, I can go back and report. If we meet on the battlefield in the future, I won't show any mercy." The scene shifts to the dense participation land on the second night. Qin Ming stood on a rock at the highest point, gazing into the distance. Everything was ready. Only the east wind was missing, but this east wind was long in coming. Kong Yaoshan cautiously walked out of the jungle. Family head Qin, they haven't arrived yet? Just then, a blue phantom suddenly appeared. Family head Qin, this won't do, we should go back and check. I have a bad feeling about this. Qin Ming's figure instantly blended into the night sky like a meteor. When he reached the Qin and Zong camp, he saw nothing but his camp engulfed in a sea of fire. He sternly swept his gaze over every member of the Ming and Wind Corps. Who did this? Step forward. Everyone was stunned. A member of the Wind Corps cautiously replied from the side, It was Qin Yun. Hearing this, Qin Ming froze, and the air seemed to solidify at that moment. It was only then that Qin Ming clearly heard the continuous broadcast echoing in the sky. It was about the Rain Man project. Qin Ming stood there blankly. The members of the Ming and Wind Corps also looked at him with strange eyes. Although filled with reverence, there was also a hint of mistrust in their eyes. Qin Ming's cheek suddenly twitched. Qin Yun said that if she dared to run, I would kill her mother. Just then, Qin Tu cautiously walked over, bowed his head and reporting to family head Qin, your subordinate failed in his duty. Qin Yun came with several thousand people from the neighboring corps and the third house to rescue Qin Xiaoling. The law enforcement hall only had 500 people and could not resist. Qin Xiaoling was rescued. Qin Ming suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, took 2 steps back and fell to the ground stiff. Now the number of people who had defected from Qin and Zong alone had reached nearly 5,000. It was also time for Qin Mo to reveal his identity to everyone. Zong Shenming's cheek suddenly twitched, and he pointed at Qin Mo, roaring excitedly, How are you everywhere? Qin Mo, I'm fucking begging you, can you trick someone else for a change? How did you manage to trick all 3 of our families? Zong Shenming was perhaps too emotional. His body tilted back and he fell to the ground. Qin Jigong, Qin He, and the others were relatively better at handling it. They just stood there smiling bitterly, not knowing what to do. The die was cast. They knew it was too late. They were now people of Luo and Shen, and they could only submit in their hearts. Zong Dao and Zong Zi, however, could not accept it. The 2 of them angrily charged at Qin Mo. Qin Mo, what did you do to Miss Qin Yun? Give us an explanation. Qin Mo coughed twice. Everyone rest assured, Qin Yun is fine. She's eating and drinking well in the Luo and Shen prison every day. The 2 leaned weakly against a nearby pillar. The banquet in the hall gradually ended. Many people were drunk and were helped back by the Luo and Shen brothers. No one blamed Qin Mo too much because many people knew in their hearts that in a sense Qin Mo had saved them. Qin Xiaoling was also officially reunited with her biological daughter. The next morning, Shen Yi stood on the city wall of San Pass and announced loudly, I declare the establishment of the Qin and Zong Independent Corps, composed of a total of 4,788 outstanding Qin and Zong soldiers. At the same time, a special operations team is being formed within the Qin and Zong Independent Corps, the Mo Yi Group, with Qin Mo as the general leader. In the council hall of San Pass, Qin Mo explained Qin Ming's Rain Man project in detail. Shen Yi slammed his hand on the table. It seems we must act as soon as possible. Shen Yi suddenly pulled out a map from under the table. From San Pass to the dense participation land there are 2 extremely hidden paths. One is the Qifeng Ancient Road, and the other is the Mianyu Ancient Road. The Qifeng Ancient Road has strong winds all year round, and the Mianyu Ancient Road has heavy rain all year round. Both of these ancient roads are truly treacherous places. Qin Mo said crisply, I am willing to lead the Mo Yi group down one of these paths. Among those present, only Qin Mo knew the location of the underground drug factory in the dense participation land. He stood up. As soon as Qin Mo's voice fell, Qin Xiaoling immediately interjected. I'll lead a team too. I'll select 50 top experts from the Qin and Zong Independent Corps to participate in this operation. Shen Yi's also went with the flow. All right, this matter will be handled by the Mo Yi Group and the Independent Corps. The surprise attack plan begins immediately. That night on the Qifeng Ancient Road, level 80 gales had been blowing for 500 years. Qin Mo led the Mo Yi group along the Qifeng Ancient Road, while Zhu Shaoshuang with the dragon-scale sacred beast quietly followed behind. The further Qin Mo and his group went, the more they felt something was wrong. The wind was getting stronger, as if there was some kind of formation. Tang Yu pointed in amazement. Look, there seems to be a person there. The Mo Yi group members looked in the direction he pointed and saw an old man sitting cross-legged in meditation. 100 feet away, even the wind could not shake his figure. The people of the Mo Yi group might not recognize this old man, but it was impossible not to recognize that sword. The divine sword of the Qin family, Kai Lang. That old man was none other than the commander of the Qin family's Wind Corps, the person in the Qin family second only to Qin Ming, Qin Feng. Qin Yun. Qin Mo took a difficult step forward. This is the Tianzi Peak Formation, Second Master's unique environmental domain formation. Qin Feng didn't want to fight, he was just trying to persuade the Mo Yi group to retreat this way. Zhan Jiyu said with certainty, there must be a formation core. Qin Yun paused, somewhat desperate. But even if we know there's a formation core, so what? Should we turn back? It was impossible to find the formation core along a road hundreds of miles long against a strong headwind. Just then, Wei Shuan suddenly roared at the top of his lungs. I don't believe this crap. Martial completion. Great Shield Mountain. His already large body swelled visibly. He used all his strength to try and take a step, but his huge foot trembled and hovered in midair, struggling against the invisible strong wind. In the end, Wei Shuan couldn't hold on. He was covered in cold sweat, looking completely exhausted. Qin Feng looked at these comical people and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just charge up. If you can take a few steps, I'll swallow this wine gourd for you. The members of the Mo Yi group all looked at Qin Mo. Group leader Qin, you are the strongest, you give it a try. I get angry just looking at that old guy's smug face. Not far away, Qin Feng seemed to have read their minds. It's useless, you should go back. With your strength, trying to break my Tianzi Peak formation is just wishful thinking. Halfway through his words, Qin Feng suddenly froze. He saw Qin Mo tentatively take a step, walking very steadily, until he was less than 50 feet from Qin Feng. Then he stopped. Only then did everyone realize that the wind had become much weaker. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, then quickly stood up. Do you have reinforcements behind you? Qin Mo scratched his head in confusion and said no. Qin Feng trembled with anger and roared, impossible, otherwise how could my formation core have been pulled out? Meanwhile, far behind, Zhu Shaoxuang was desperately digging in the ground with Naichu, until she saw an extremely beautiful stone. Without hesitation, Zhu Shaoxuang picked up the stone and handed it to Zongla beside her. A few miles away, Qin Feng's face was turning purple with anger. He slowly raised the Kai Lang divine sword and looked coldly at Qin Mo and his group. If you hadn't pulled out my formation core, you wouldn't be able to advance, and I wouldn't have attacked. But since you've pulled it out and still want to pass through here, then only death awaits you. Qin Mo sighed helplessly and reverted to his identity as Qin Mo. Senior Qin Feng, do you want to see your entire wind core become sacrifices for Qin Ming? Qin Feng was slightly stunned, then roared frantically. No, big brother is wholeheartedly dedicated to the Qin family and would never harm any member of the Qin family. Qin Mo, stop trying to sow discord. With that, he drew a line on the ground with the Kai Lang divine sword. Anyone who dares to cross this line is someone I, Qin Feng, will kill. It seemed a battle was inevitable. At this time, the Wind Corps and the Qin family's second house suddenly received a summons from their commander, Qin Feng, requesting all members of the Wind Corps and the second house to assemble in the jungle 100 miles from the Qin and Zong main camp. 6,000 people, densely packed, outnumbered the trees in the forest. The deputy commander of the Wind Corps shouted loudly, "We have brought all the members of the Wind Corps. What are your further instructions?" But in this jungle they could only hear their own empty echoes. With no response, the situation gradually felt wrong. Just as everyone was about to retreat, a beam of light suddenly enveloped them from the sky, and a figure landed lightly on a tree branch. Everyone looked up in terror, then hurriedly bowed their heads in salute. Family head Qin Ming smiled as he looked down at the people below. It was rare for him to show such a kind and warm smile, but he had never smiled like this before, so it was rather creepy when he suddenly did. When he appeared, the noisy discussions ceased and people quietly bowed their heads, listening to their hearts pound violently. This was Qin Ming's opening line for the night. You will become the heroes of the Qin and Zong family. For some reason, everyone took a fearful step back. A strange, evil smile crept onto Qin Ming's lips. You are all willing to sacrifice yourselves for Qin and Zong, aren't you? The crowd finally knew they had been deceived. Instantly, chaos erupted and people cried out as they scattered in all directions. Qin Ming sneered as he looked down at the riot below. False immortal ninth heaven oblivion room. The night sky suddenly lit up, and a dazzling light instantly enveloped the people in this Futu forest. People let out frantic, painful screams. Before long, their screams gradually faded. Beginning text, Oblivion, Futu Forest, 6,000 guardians. To be precise, they were not guardians. They were the living dead. Qin Ming watched this grand and terrifying scene with a satisfied smile. He had waited decades for this day, and he didn't want to miss the moment of witnessing this era's transformation. In the dense participation land, hundreds of doctors and pharmacists were already waiting at the entrance of the underground drug factory. They placed a living dead person into a hibernation pod. Qin Ming slowly looked at the green button on the control panel and pressed it hard. The Rain Man Army project is officially launched. He was a powerhouse at the Martial Saint realm, and now with the Great Formation's blessing it would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens for Qin Mo to surpass this great mountain. At this moment on the Qifeng Ancient Road, the four group leaders of the Mo Yi group stood behind Qin Mo. The Long Shao sword was unsheathed. With a loud shout from Qin Mo, he charged head-on at Qin Feng while the four group leaders attacked Qin Feng from the sides. The strength of the five erupted instantly, but Qin Feng remained motionless, standing by the Kai Lang divine sword. The wind is coming, he waved his hand casually, and the strong gale instantly intensified again. Just as Qin Mo was about to reach Qin Feng, he was enveloped by the gale and forced back several steps. At this time, Zan Jiyu hurriedly said, "It's over. Against this headwind, we can't fight Qin Feng at all. Only by establishing an absolute combat zone can we completely isolate the Qifeng Ancient Road." Qin Mo said sternly, "There's no time to lose, let's begin." Seeing Qin Mo and the other four move again, Qin Feng sighed helplessly. With the Great Formation's blessing, Qin Feng was confident he could restrain even Shen Yi's for a while. Soon, Feng Zhao's Azure Dragon halberd was already before Qin Feng's eyes. Instantly, Feng Zhao fiercely activated his martial god overlord Bati, charging at Qin Feng with a ferocious gust of wind. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Interesting. he finally pulled out the Kai Lang divine sword from the ground and charged towards Feng Zhao as well. In the instant they clashed, a muffled sonic boom echoed in the air. Qin Feng, who was extremely close to Feng Zhao, instantly felt his eardrums vibrate. Bati, and his figure shot backward. Martial Saint human-faced barrier. Qin Feng's calm expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly executed a martial skill, and a strong wind swirled around him, heaven-shaking fury. This sound shattered the layers of protective gales surrounding him. In the end, the strong wind protection was broken, and Qin Feng's figure retreated several steps, a trace of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Feng Zhao had used all his strength to finally inflict a minor injury on Qin Feng. Qin Feng wiped the corner of his mouth and sneered, "A little interesting." But in the next second, taking advantage of Qin Mo's unpreparedness, he suddenly leapt up. A huge Saint Spirit wall rose from the ground, and 6 massive blue Saint Spirit crystal pillars broke through the earth, completely surrounding the battlefield for several miles. Qin Feng looked around in astonishment. This area was completely sealed off by emerald green walls. In this vast combat zone there were only him and the 5 from Qin Mo's group. He subconsciously looked up and realized that in this enclosed combat area there was not a single trace of wind. When Qin Feng finally realized this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Without the wind, you think you can defeat me?" Hearing this, Feng Zhao replied, "Without the wind I can fucking beat you to death." He drew his Azure Dragon halberd and charged at Qin Feng. Qin Feng sneered and immediately raised his sword to meet him, blocking the incoming halberd. Subsequently, Long Wu, Ping Yi and Qin Mo joined the fight. At the critical moment, Qin Feng suddenly clasped his hands together and a brilliant stream of light erupted from his eyes. In the next second, the Azure Dragon halberd and the Chengshui sword struck. With the unique wind body of a martial saint, his body was actually split apart, turning into a gust of wind and reassembled in another corner. Qin Feng smiled confidently. "You can't kill me. Even if the 5 of you cooperate so exquisitely that I want to applaud, you alone cannot kill me." Martial God, creation formation. Feng Zhao, Ping Yi, Long Wu and Zhang Jiyu acted simultaneously. With the blessing of Zhang Gu's martial god creation formation, the power of the 3 top-tier martial god skills increased several times over, attacking Qin Feng from all angles. Qin Mo raised the Chengshui sword, and a majestic sword chi gathered and grew larger as the sword flipped. Qin Feng had no time to spare for Qin Mo in the air. Divine Realm martial skill, Divine Water Soft 3000. The martial god skill was instantly softened and dissolved by water. As the soft water dissolved the martial god skill, Qin Mo in the air finally condensed the Divine Sword Chi. The sky-covering Divine Sword Chi crashed down on Qin Feng, followed by his frantic and painful screams. Qin Feng clutched the wound on his severed right arm, letting out a sharp cry of pain. Heavily injuring Qin Feng with one sword strike, the members of the Mo Yi group couldn't help but swallow. Qin Feng slowly raised his last remaining hand. Ancient martial god skill. Farewell Wind God. The wind on that hand gradually spread, surrounding his body. A wind shadow several meters tall loomed behind him, gradually taking on a human form. Zhang Jiyu frowned. This is the Wind God. Outside the battle, the members of the Mo Yi group outside the Great Saint Spirit Wall were completely dumbfounded. Qin Yun Qin Mo swallowed hard, even though she was a child who grew up in the Qin family. Section 1T. It was the first time she had seen Second Master Qin Feng use this ancient martial god skill. Qin Mo and the others had to be careful, but Feng Zhao couldn't hold back at all. Who the hell cares? Forget the Wind God. Even if the Jade Emperor himself came, I'd still fight. He suddenly erupted, forcefully activating his martial god overlord body, and charged at Qin Feng. At this point, no matter how much Qin Mo and Zhang Jiyu shouted, they couldn't stop him. Qin Mo could only clench his fists in anger and follow along. The others used their martial skills to cover Feng Zhao in front. Watching these people, Qin Feng's lips slowly curled into a smile. Farewell Wind God, depart. The Wind God waved its hand and a great wind blew, reflecting all of Feng Zhao's force back into his own body. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying back dozens of meters. Ping Yi let out a heart-wrenching, painful scream as the two of them started with a fierce explosion. The Farewell Wind God can reflect martial skills. By the time Qin Mo and Zhang Jiyu reacted, it was already too late to stop. The 5 of them rushed forward and all fell to the ground. Ancient martial god skill. Spring wind turns to rain. The next second, Qin Mo let out a heart-wrenching, painful roar. He immediately used spring wind turns to rain. A lifeless drizzle fell from the sky, but it was all blocked by the Great Saint Spirit Wall above. This was a martial skill that could reflect all offensive damage, although Qin Feng was already severely injured. As long as Farewell Wind God existed, just when everyone was at a loss, Zhang Jiyu discovered a flaw. Every time he uses Farewell Wind God, there's a 0.5-second interval. That 0.5 seconds is our chance. Before everyone could react, Qin Mo suddenly drew his Longshui sword and charged forward, roaring. Qin Feng also frowned slightly. "Qin Mo, you still dare to come?" As Qin Mo charged over, he suddenly clasped his hands together, unleashing his entire spiritual energy storm. Using the steel special, distraction at this moment, the spiritual sea and lake within his body poured out along with the immense spiritual energy. The immense spiritual energy converged and formed an identical Qin Mo. The 2 Qin Mos charged at Qin Feng simultaneously. First level of Tribulation Transcendence, Crimson Flame Sword Art. One of the Qin Mos held the Longshui sword, hurling a flame sword chi several zhonglong at Qin Feng. The other Qin Mo continued to attack Qin Feng. Faced with attacks from 2 directions, Qin Feng panicked. Seeing the Crimson Flame Sword chi about to hit him, he gritted his teeth and said, "Farewell Wind God." The crimson flame sword chi was once again blown away, quickly bouncing back and crashing onto the Qin Mo who had released the martial skill. That Qin Mo's figure was instantly shattered, dissipating like a puff of air. Qin Feng cried out inwardly, not good. The cold blade of the Longshui sword had pierced Qin Feng's abdomen. His body slammed against the great Saint Spirit Guardian wall behind him, and the wind god behind him also gradually dissipated. Suddenly he heard the sound of horse hooves behind him. He heard the Qin family's massive army approaching. Qin Mo, tell me quickly, has the wind core arrived? He no longer had the strength to turn back and could only ask Qin Mo pleadingly. Qin Mo looked at the distance behind him with complicated feelings. He could see transparent rain men charging towards them like madmen. They were rain men who had already lost their lives. Yes, they've arrived. Qin Mo forced a smile. They arrived safely, not a single one missing. Qin Feng finally showed his happiest smile. He smiled blissfully until he died. When they saw the countless rain men appear, everyone was stunned. When Qin Mo recovered from his shock, he shouted at the Mo Yi group members to retreat. Qin Mo ran at the very front and saw a huge object blocking the way. Qin Mo immediately showed a fatherly scowl. Zhu Shaoxuang, you bastard, get back here. Qin Mo gave the dragon scale sacred beast's huge rear a fierce kick. You naughty child, you've lived for 1,000 years and you're still fooling around. Just wait till I get back and deal with you. The dragon scale sacred beast let out a wronged cry and immediately turned around and ran. Just then Naichu jumped out of Zongla's arms. Qin Mo and the others ran far away, but it stood there alone as if guarding the pitch-black figures. Qin Mo gritted his teeth and had to stop. How could he abandon Naichu and escape by himself? Just then, Naichu suddenly let out a heaven-shaking roar. Its white fur stood on end like an angry bird's. Naichu suddenly opened its mouth and a stream of energy, almost reaching the level of nuclear fission, was spewed out. The 1,000-meter-long flame, almost level with the mountains on both sides, completely filled the narrow passage of the Qifeng ancient road. A large amount of steam billowed from above. The thousands of silver rain men under the blast of Naichu's destiny-level Qilin fire all dissipated, turning into clouds of water vapor. Qin Mo and the others watched dumbfounded. They had never thought that the Rain Man army would be so easy to deal with. Naichu did a great job. Qin Mo excitedly ran over to hug Naichu, but halfway through his words he suddenly slowed down and fell to the ground. The water vapor floating in the sky was now falling to the ground, and the clouds of steam were condensing back into rain men. Qin Mo anxiously shouted, "Run!" And then he ran desperately, holding Naichu. After reacting, the others also fled quickly. Zhang Jiyu said as he ran, if we calculate from the time of spraying from liquid to gas and then condensing back to liquid, the whole process takes about 5 minutes. About 2 hours later, Qin Mo and his group finally escaped from the Qifeng ancient road. Qin Mo and the others, along with Naichu, were settled on another mountain peak. Qin Mo held Naichu like a machine gun, aiming at the gradually approaching Rain Man army. Naichu roared and a huge flame erupted from its mouth. The 1,000-meter-long flame quickly swept over again. Instantly, a large amount of white water vapor gathered in the air again. Feng Zhao slammed his fist on the mountain peak. With a loud boom, countless rocks on the mountain collapsed and huge boulders crashed onto the ground of the pass. Soon a stone wall made of mountain-sized boulders formed at the pass. At this time, Qin Xiaoling and her team ran out from the exit of the Mianyu ancient road. Qin Xiaoling tugged on Qin Mo's sleeve. We must go back as soon as possible and report the news to San Pass. They had also encountered rain men over there. Qin Ming is faster than we thought. He sacrificed the second house and the wind core. But when Qin Mo and his group saw San Pass in the distance, Qin Mo and everyone else froze in place, stunned. The city wall was engulfed in raging flames and the deafening explosion sounded as if the entire San Pass was about to collapse. War had at this moment fully erupted. Qin Ming's roar echoed across the San Pass battlefield. All members of the Ming Corps and the Zong family's first house, do not retreat, attack San Pass with all your might. They killed the second house and the Wind Corps avenged the second house and the Wind Corps. The Wind Corps and the second house who had been killed by Qin Ming had now become the pretext Qin Ming used to boost morale. At this moment the two armies clashed. Qin Ming had personally murdered over 6,000 people from the Wind Corps and the second house, yet he framed others for it. Qin Mo and his group quickly returned to San Pass, his gaze sweeping over all the high-ranking members of Luo and Shen present. We must abandon San Pass. Qin Ming's goal was for our main Luo and Shen forces to stay and defend San Pass. This way his Rain Man army could bypass our tens of thousands of main troops and head straight for the Divine Well. Shen Yi's sighed and nodded in silent agreement. Group leader Qin is right. We'll issue the order to retreat immediately. All troops would retreat to hold the Divine Fortress, making it the final main battlefield of this ancient war. The people of Luo and Shen retreated like a tide. At this moment, Qin Yun stood on the city wall playing a guqin, its music echoing across the entire battlefield. Qin Ming, hovering in midair, seemed to realize something. He roared furiously, "Break through it!" The members of the Ming Corps and the Zong family's first house had already been mesmerized by the melodious music and had stopped in a daze. But with Qin Ming's roar, the Qin and Zong troops were jolted back to their senses and quickly charged towards San Pass. Just then, Zongla stepped forward and unleashed the ancient martial god skill, Seal of Stasis. 2 dense balls of pink light appeared on her small palms and a pink wave of energy spread across the entire San Pass battlefield. The 6,000 Qin and Zong soldiers who had just started moving instantly froze in their tracks. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. When she surpassed the limit her small body could bear, crimson blood trickled from the corner of her mouth and her body swayed unsteadily. Finally, on the 5th second, Zongla withdrew her hands, her body went limp and she collapsed to the ground. Zhu Shaoxuan was quick to react and immediately caught her. High Mountain's flowing water had already formed a mountain-like barrier before San Pass. The Qin and Zong forces had no choice but to stop, unable to break the barrier of High Mountain's flowing water. They could only wait for the music to end before they could advance again. Qin Ming clenched his fists in anger. If not for the agreement that forbade the family heads of Qin and Zong and Luo and Shen from fighting each other, he wished he could blot out the sky with one hand and annihilate all of San Pass by himself. Under the cover of the music, everyone inside the city had already packed in a panic and fled in a chaotic mess. After everyone had left, Qin Mo leaned quietly against the door of the hall on the city wall, listening to the piece Qin Yun was playing. Qin Yun said with a tremble, "I can't hold on much longer. Only 5 minutes have passed and there are still 5 minutes left." But the Luo and Shen army had just retreated. A 5-minute delay was clearly not enough, Qin Yun said, her voice choked with tears. "What are we going to do?" After a moment, Qin Mo suddenly looked up. "In a bit you can shout ancient martial god skill, 2nd stage," Qin Yun gave a bitter smile. "I haven't even unlocked the 2nd stage yet," but Qin Mo said it didn't matter. 3 more minutes passed, and the music of High Mountain's flowing water came to an abrupt halt. The Qin and Zong army immediately began to move. But just then, a clear and loud cry came from the San Pass city wall. "Ancient martial god skill, High Mountain's flowing water, 2nd stage." The resonant shout, accompanied by a magnificent dazzling light, spread across the San Pass battlefield. A heavy tune immediately followed, and everyone couldn't help but stop in their tracks. Everyone stood there stunned. Even Qin Ming couldn't help but frown slightly. He hadn't expected that Qin Yun had actually awakened the 2nd stage of High Mountain's flowing water in these past few years. At this moment, Qin Ming thought to himself that this brilliant light probably hid a terrifying power. If they advanced rashly, it would likely lead to huge trouble. After careful consideration, he said sternly, "All troops, hold your position. Wait for the Gukan's music to end." From 10 in the morning when the 2nd stage of High Mountain's flowing water began, they waited until now past 9 at night. The sound finally dissipated half an hour later. A smile crept onto Qin Ming's lips as he pointed at the San Pass gate and said, "Entire Qin and Zong army, attack San Pass." Tens of thousands of people charged towards San Pass. Qin Ming's figure quietly appeared in midair. He glanced around all of San Pass and frowned slightly. All the Luo and Shen people had fled, which was not outside his expectations. He looked towards the gate at the rear of San Pass. Even if he couldn't catch the Luo and Shen people, he could at least capture Qin Yun and take her back. However, when Qin Ming extended his divine sense, he discovered that Qin Yun's figure had long since vanished. When he saw the scene on the San Pass city wall, Qin Ming's face instantly turned ashen. There was a giant loudspeaker placed on the city wall. Qin Ming stood stunned on the spot for a long time, like a fool, completely deflated. The deputy commander of the Ming Corps, Qin Sui, said indignantly, "Family head, do you need us to pursue them now and execute this Qin Mo on the spot?" Qin Ming slapped him hard on the head. "Pursue my ass, they fled this morning. They're almost at the divine well by now." With that, Qin Ming let out a slow, weary breath and said, "The entire army will rest here for the night, and we'll set out tomorrow morning." At this moment, within the divine domain, Qin Mo and Qin Yun were fleeing rapidly, when the sound of flowing water came from behind them. The vast Rain Man army was pursuing them from behind, having broken through the constraints of the Qifeng Ancient Road and the Mianyu Ancient Road. An overwhelming force of several thousand Rain Men pressed down on Qin Mo and Qin Yun. Seeing this, Qin Mo stopped and turned to face the gradually approaching Rain Man army. "We can't leave now. If we enter the Divine Fortress, we might never be able to get out again. Once we're inside, we'll lose any chance to figure out how to defeat the Rain Men. We'll experiment right here. These Rain Men aren't actually lethal, but they are extremely hard to destroy. We must find out what they're afraid of." Qin Yun gritted her teeth and nodded firmly. "Okay, I'll stay with you." Qin Yun nervously took the Gukan from her back and hugged it tightly. "We've tried fire before, it delayed the Rain Men for 5 minutes. This time let's try freezing them. Let's see if putting the Rain Men into a solid state can bring the situation completely under control." Qin Mo hesitated no longer, drew his Longshui sword and immediately charged forward. Charge.